and eligible purchases per card.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns
and John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
Learn life-saving water safety tips and enter to win swim lessons from the YMCA and a pool alarm from Life Buoy.
Go to Fulton2seconds.com or text SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
And on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. In a very weird weekend series, the Diamondbacks failed to win a game in Cincinnati against the Reds, including a 4-2 loss yesterday. And here's manager Torey Lovullo after yesterday's loss.
Very disappointed. We lose 2 tough ball games here. The middle game was a clunker yesterday. I'm aware of that, but they got big hits at the most critical time, and we didn't, and that's the difference in the game. Our guys are very capable of doing that. It didn't happen.
The D-backs will be home tonight hosting the Seattle Mariners. First pitch will be at 6:40 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Arizona Wildcats baseball team is headed to Omaha for the College World Series after taking a 3-game series against North Carolina. This is their first College World Series under head coach Chip Hale. The Oklahoma City Thunder took care of business in Game 2 of the NBA Finals last night against the Indiana Pacers, 123-107, and evened up the series as it heads back to Indiana for Game 3 Wednesday night. And Carlos Alcaraz beat Yannick Sinner in the French Open Championship yesterday after being down 2-0 in one of the more thrilling matches you will see. This report is brought to you by Morris Hall Estate Planning. Major estate taxes are coming. Don't regret not planning ahead. The attorneys at Morris Hall can help you maximize what you leave behind to your loved ones. For a complimentary consultation, visit morrishall.com today.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire. It's the greatest radio show ever.
Fire. Good morning and welcome.
The world. Dan Bickley.
Oh, I've read all his books. He's brilliant. I had no idea he was so handsome.
Vince Marotta.
Vinny.
Jared Carlin.
Jared gets the white and the yellow flag, and Jared is going to win the Daytona 500.
And Sammy Cebulka.
Holy cow, Sammy!
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Mr. Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
And away we go to begin another long week in Arizona sports, because when you live in Arizona, there's no other kind of week in Arizona sports.
Ain't that the truth?
Yes, it is. But I got good news for you. No matter, and you seem to be in a good space today, but no matter how down you might get today, I can guarantee you, you will not be the lowest Marotta on the planet. Your guy, Alvaro Marotta, shanked a penalty kick, and Spain lost to Portugal in a huge soccer match yesterday. Shanked it.
Look at you.
I was watching
You're
that.
Spanning the globe.
Oh, I am.
Bringing you the constant variety of
Marotta!
sports. I was not aware of that.
You weren't aware of that.
It's Marotta!
I was also not aware that I'm employing a good poker face today, apparently.
Okay. All right.
Anybody want to play?
Yeah. Well, apparently this was so bad because, you know, when you play for a foreign delegation that or a foreign national team where soccer is the number one sport, you might be dead. They might kill you.
Yeah, I mean, Mr. Marotta might be glad that he doesn't live in Colombia.
That's it.
Circa
That's it.
1994.
That's it.
Yeah.
Who was that guy? Who was that guy in Colombia?
Escobar.
That's it.
Yeah.
I'll never forget. I was subbing in on a radio show. It was a Saturday morning in Chicago. We were at the very top of the Hancock building in Chicago, right? I had been asked to guest host a radio show. Our update guy found that news and buried it at the end of one of his updates, that a soccer player was murdered for an own goal.
I told you that story, right? I should have been at that match. That was at the Rose Bowl in Pasadena.
That's
the
right.
match that my buddies went to that I decided to be financially responsible and save my $8 to my name and not make that trip. Terrible.
Yeah, so
they got to witness a rare U.S. World Cup victory.
That's wild. So Murata is actually thinking of quitting the Spanish national team because of his mistake. These are all facts.
So you're saying social media can be harsh in Spain as well?
Probably.
And it's crazy because he's in the top 5 of goals all time for the Spanish team.
He's their captain.
Yeah, he's one of the.
Yeah.
He's scored more goals than most.
Like
It's
Janet
wild.
Jackson said it best. What have you done for me lately?
How about it?
Dun, 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 dun,
So yeah, Jarrett,
dun.
what have you done for us lately, Jarrett?
Absolutely nothing. Say it again.
Start the show, Jarrett.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming. Cannonball coming.
The Splash. Brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
A dismal weekend in Cincinnati for the Diamondbacks, wrapped up with a 4-2 loss to the Reds on Sunday. Matt McClain hit a 2-run homer off of Zach Gallen with 2 outs in the 7th to provide the winning margin. D-backs led 2-0 after a solo home run by Gino Suarez in the 2nd inning and an RBI single from Corbin Carroll that brought home Alec Thomas in the 3rd. Reds would get even on a solo home run from the best baseball player in the world, Christian Encarnacion Strand, in the 4th, and a solo shot from Jose Trevino leading off the 5th. D-backs get swept by the Reds, and they scored a total of 6 runs in the 3-game series. Diamondbacks home for a 6-game stretch that starts tonight against the Seattle Mariners. Battle of right-handers. Merrill Kelly throwing for Arizona against Emerson Hancock of the Mariners. First pitch 6:40. You can hear it here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, kicking off with pregame coverage at 6 o'clock. 2 of the 3 games, they had leads.
Mm-hmm.
You had the weather mixed in.
The rain debacle.
The Saturday absolute butt kicking that the Reds handed out.
Yeah.
What a lousy
terrible
weekend.
Yeah. This baseball team feels cooked at the moment.
Yeah, I totally agree with you.
Right after they felt
I know.
as raw as they ever have. Is that the opposite of cooked? I don't know.
Of course, it is. I don't know
Not
if
in that
I don't know if it
context.
fits in
All
this
right, yeah.
context. Of course, the weekend started with bad news for the Diamondbacks when the team announced that Corbin Burns needs Tommy John surgery. He'll miss the remainder of the year and likely half of next season as well. Burns left last Sunday's win over the Washington Nationals with what was described as elbow discomfort. He'll have the surgery this week in Los Angeles, and it'll be performed by the renowned Dr. Neil Elatrash. That's how the weekend started on Friday. Woohoo! Before yesterday's game in Cincinnati, D-backs also made some roster moves. They selected the contract pitcher Kyle Backus from AAA Reno and designated catcher Aramis Garcia, who did get playing time on Saturday. So at least he's got that. He gets DFA'd. Backus, 6'4" lefty, posted a 2.22 ERA in Reno this year and actually pitched a scoreless inning yesterday. He did. If there was a bright spot over the weekend,
That was it. That might be it.
Christian Montes de Oca. The NBA Finals knotted up at 1 game apiece after the Oklahoma City Thunder scored a 123-107 win over the Pacers at Paycom Center on Sunday. Oklahoma City led by 6 after the first quarter, then used a 19-2 run midway through the second to build a 23-point lead. Unlike Game 1, Pacers not able to mount a comeback as the Thunder led by double digits for the last 31 minutes and 47 seconds of the contest. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander led the way with 34 points. Alex Caruso and Aaron Wiggins, both huge off the bench, combining for 38 points, 9 3-pointers. Game 3 will be Wednesday in Indianapolis. NHL Stanley Cup Final continues tonight in Florida. Pivotal Game 3. Series tied at 1-1 after Florida's double overtime 5-4 win Friday night. In Game 2, tonight's game gets underway just after 5, and you can catch it on TNT. I don't know how many people are watching that series. It's been really good so far.
I've actually been sampling that.
I have too.
These 2 very, very well-matched hockey teams.
The Arizona Wildcats headed to the College World Series in Omaha. The Cats punched their ticket with a 4-3 win on Sunday over North Carolina. 19th time in program history they'll be in the CWS field. They joined Coastal Carolina, Arkansas, UCLA, LSU, Oregon State, and Louisville. And one more spot in the field available today. It's going to either go to Duke or Murray State They will play their decisive Game 3 in Durham today. All the fun in Omaha starts on Friday at Charles Schwab Field. How about that? They lose their opener in the Super Regional 18-2.
That game was on during our show, and during one of the breaks, you said, not looking so good for your Wildcats there, Jared, and it wasn't.
It wasn't, but they turned it around.
That's why they play a series.
They're going to win the whole thing. That's my pick.
Done.
Yeah.
Really? The trophy now.
I have nothing to back that up other than a gut feeling.
Wow.
Love it.
In the NFL, free agent running back Nick Chubb expected to sign with the Houston Texans. According to reports, Chubb has spent his entire 7-year career with the Cleveland Browns, but coming off a season in which he averaged a career-low 3.3 yards per carry, almost 2 yards per carry off his career average. Weird. Elsewhere, according to Ian Rappaport of NFL Media, the Packers releasing two-time Pro Bowl cornerback Jair Alexander today. He had played in only 14 regular season games over the last 2 seasons. And Carlos Alcaraz is once again the men's champion of the French Open after he rallied from 2 sets down to defeat top-seeded Jannik Sinner on Sunday in an all-time classic. Alcaraz won the 4th and 5th sets in tiebreakers and fought off 3 match points on his way to his 5th Grand Slam title and 2nd at Roland Garros. On Saturday, also a great match on the women's side, Coco Gauff rallied to beat top-seed Aryna Sabalenka in 3 sets for her 2nd Grand Slam championship and 1st at the French. Good tournament this year in Paris.
I watched one match. We're going to get into this.
You watched the right one.
Yeah, nothing was compelling me to watch any of the French Open until I got Sinner versus Alcaraz. Man. Wow.
Different level stuff.
Yeah.
There you go. There is your splash for this Monday, June 9th. It's already June 9th. Goodness gracious. Coming up. Turns out there may be a flaw in the Pacers' game plan of falling behind by double digits every game. We'll get into it next as we talk NBA Finals here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
OTA's over. Cardinals minicamp has begun. There's still no live contact, but minicamp is more intense.
More intensity.
With longer practices, and it's mandatory.
Be there or be square.
Players get fined for missing minicamp, so everyone is expected in Tempe this week.
Hey, I'm here so I won't get fined, boss.
Arizona Sports is live from Cardinals HQ for minicamp, talking with players and coaches, and bringing it to you on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com. We are wherever you are. Cardinals minicamp coverage brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
This is Secret Clinical dominating extra stinky stress sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave. Oh, what a beautiful day. This is regular deodorant. Ugh, I can't. Secret Clinical with workout sweat. Let's run another marathon. And regular deodorant. How much more? Secret is the GOAT because nothing fights sweat better. Stay fresher under pressure.
Monsoons, wild winds, roof destruction, driving rain. Is your roof prepared?
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing. We offer free estimates and up to 12 months, same as cash. Let's get your roof ready before the storm strikes. Remember, there's only one way, the right way.
Right Way Roofing, we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Getting engaged? At Shane Company, we'll help you find the perfect diamond. This is your engagement ring, aka only your life's most important piece of jewelry. No need to worry. As gemstone experts since 1929, we handpick only the most beautiful natural and lab-grown diamonds cut to our high standards in every price range. We have diamonds in all shapes and sizes, ready to compare side by side right here in our store. Come see for yourself at shaneco.com or at your local store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Why'd I go to the doctor?
One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
What was that?
That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Come on. I'm burning. Come on. Come on.
Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
Where'd you dunk it? Right in his face.
Final seconds are going to tick off, and the Oklahoma City Thunder again bounce back after a loss in the postseason. A must-win for OKC. They've evened the NBA Finals at 1, and we're on to Indianapolis for Game 3 on Wednesday night.
I just think you have to understand against them because of the pace and because of the three-point shooting. There's a variance element to every NBA game in this NBA, but certainly in the games that they play. And I just thought we were the aggressor tonight for much of the game, even when we had a lead. I thought the guys did a really good job of keeping the foot on the gas, especially defensively. I thought we really amped it up on that end of the floor. There's a couple times where we got off track on both ends, but we were able to course correct pretty quickly. So I thought the guys did a really good job of just recognizing when we weren't where we needed to be and getting there quicker.
Final call of Game 2 from Mark Kestisher, ESPN Radio. Mark Daignault, the head coach of the Oklahoma City Thunder, kind of brass taxing it there, stayed aggressive the whole game. That was pretty much a clinic last night by the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Sure was.
123-107. Built the double-digit lead, and unlike Game 1, recognized exactly what the calling card of the Indiana Pacers is, and that is staying within arm's reach and imposing their will at the end of the game. And it was weird to see that it was kind of the recipe that Indiana used again, but Oklahoma City just never let them in. And on the Indiana side of things, I know people are going to be asking the question, where was Tyrese Halliburton? Because he did play a good fourth quarter, but by then it was too late.
Yeah.
He was absent for most of the game.
Yeah, he was pretty bottled up by that defense, and he was largely absent for most of the game. Yesterday's game was kind of one of those games that made you think, okay, you know what, maybe that game one was mostly just opening night jitters for Oklahoma City. Because that game we watched and that team we watched last night, that makes me stick with my original prediction. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, every game, and especially in the finals when you have so much time in between games to digest, but watching Game 1, watching Game 2, my feeling right now is we're going to be surprised at the end of this series when we say, wow, Indiana won a game in this series, huh?
Yeah, that's kind of what it feels like. Yeah, that's kind of what it feels like to me, just a little bit. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was much more in control in Game 2. Yeah, there were people, and there's some validity to this, who thought he might have been overly aggressive in Game 1. Taking 30 shots is a little outside his wheelhouse a little bit.
19 in the first half in that game.
Right. So, and last night he was back to what he does so well, splitting traps, splitting defenders, getting wherever he wants, facilitating scoring.
Yeah, and also allowing others that didn't necessarily contribute very much in Game 1 to get on track, most notably Chet Holmgren in the first quarter. Holmgren set the tone for the game, in my opinion. And then it was SGA coming in, kind of as a second wave of, okay, you couldn't deal with him, now deal with this.
Yeah.
They're such a freaking good team.
They really are. Really a well-constructed team, and it's scary that they can be as good as they are right now with as many assets as they have in the cupboard, if you will.
Well, and not to mention Caruso and Wiggins outscored every Pacers player last night.
That.
Caruso, they both hit 4 threes.
Yeah, their bench was unbelievable, and the waves of guys and different guys that they can call on to contribute. I mean, one night it's Aaron Wiggins, one night it's Isaiah Joe, one night it's Cason Wallace, who has basically been a bench player but was in the starting lineup again. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, 11 for 21, 11 of 12 from the line, 34 points in the game. Here he was on the win.
You have to stay focused on the task at hand. Now, whatever that may be for your team and how you want to attack them or go about the game plan, but you have to lock in and stay focused. And even tonight, we've had some moments of slippage. Now, you're not going to be perfect out there, but it goes without saying, like, to make it this far into the season, it's going to take supreme level of focus to reach the ultimate goal. And they're a display of that to the highest form. Like, they play a full 48 minutes, and you can't just throw the first punch. You got to try to throw all the punches all night. And yeah, that's what we did. We threw enough punches tonight to get a W.
Okay, on the flip side of it again, Halliburton, people asking the question, where was Tyrese Halliburton? 5 points through the first 3 quarters of the game. His head coach, Rick Carlisle, says you can't really judge Halliburton's game, though, based on that stat column.
Well, there's a lot more to the game than just scoring. So everybody's got to do more. Starts with the best players. Starts with, Tyrese and Pascal and Miles, and then it goes from there. And so, people shouldn't just look at his points and assists and judge how he played, or judge how any of our guys played just on that. That's not how our team is built. I mean, we're an ecosystem that has to function together. And stats, we got to score enough points to win the game, but who gets them and how they get them, not important.
This is not a recent trend in this series because Halliburton didn't have gaudy numbers in game 1. Obviously hit the big shot when it counted, and he's just so clutch in those circumstances. But if you go back to the last 6 games these two teams have played, and Halliburton is not a 30-point-a-game scorer. That's kind of the outlier when he does that. He's about a 19 to 20-point-per-game scorer since he's been with the Indiana Pacers. But in his last 6 games against Oklahoma City, that's down to 13.2%, even on good percentages. 50% from the field, over 51% from three-point range, but they just limit his opportunities so well defensively that it makes it hard for him to get involved.
Look, they bottled up Anthony Edwards, made his life miserable in that Minnesota series. For most of that series against the Nuggets, they pretty much controlled Nikola Jokic. Yeah, it's what they do. It's what they do. It's why they're so good. How about this stat? Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, SGA, let's just call him that. He became the 12th player in history to reach 3,000 points in a season. Think about that. You'd have to average 30 a game and play 100 games to score 3,000 points in a season. Jordan did it 10 times. Wilt did it 5 times. Luka, Harden, Durant, Kobe, Shaq, Bob McAdoo, Kareem, Rick Barry, and Elgin Baylor did it once. Guess who has never done it?
LeBron
James.
There's so much more to LeBron's game than just scoring.
I know. That's what I've been told.
Well, Halliburton, I looked it up. When he scores 20 points, I know he's not a classic clinical scorer. But when he scores 20 points, the Pacers are 32-4 this season. So the fact that the Thunder kind of know, and it's obvious, the engine that is the Pacers starts and ends with Tyrese Halliburton. And if you can control him like they have in the first 2 games, granted the first game, but even last night, you can limit a lot of what they love to do. And that's push the pace, and Tyrese Halliburton starting and ending all the possession. So if he's under 20 points for the rest of the series, it's not going to be as close.
Yeah, there was one turnover early in the game that was pretty telling to me, and that was Halliburton's backcourt violation, where they were set up in the half-court offense, and they extended the pressure so far towards mid-court that he just casually stepped back over the line.
Yeah, I saw that. Right.
And it goes down as one turnover, but it just got to wear on you over 48 minutes. Just to have that constant waves of defenders coming at you.
And what did he have, 5 last night? That's a big number for him.
Yeah, he had 5 turnovers. He's had 8 in the last 2 game stretches, the most since March for Tyrese.
Wow, yeah. Yeah, generally, you don't get him to commit 3 or more turnovers in a game.
Yep. Unsung hero of the game. Kenrich Williams played 7 minutes and 37 seconds, took 1 shot, didn't score a point, was a plus 15.
Wow.
Again, their bench, it's almost unfair how deep they are.
Well-built basketball team.
Yeah.
Yes, they are. Yeah, and it really kind of is recasting the future of the West. At least in my mind, it is. That I wasn't certain how sturdy they were going to be, but it seems now when they find their footing, they're pretty. Yeah, they're as advertised.
Yeah, and going back to like the current feeling of the landscape of the series, they're going to Indianapolis for Game 3. My feeling right now is if the Pacers don't win Game 3, it's absolutely over.
Yeah. Yeah, I think what you said earlier this segment is actually going to come true. We're going to look back and go, Pacers, how'd they win? They won Game 1?
Yeah.
Sort of like Allen Iverson's 76ers against the Lakers. Remember that?
Very similar feel.
Yeah.
Very similar
AI
feel.
had that incredible Game 1, and then
stepped over Ty Lue.
Yeah.
And that was it.
Right.
You know how many field goals he shot in that game, by the way? 42 shots.
Iverson did?
Yeah. The rest of his team shot the ball 43 times that game.
That Philly team was... outside of Iverson was offensively unwatchable. I remember watching.
Who was that? Aaron McKee.
Aaron McKee.
Yeah.
Mutombo was on that team, I think. This Father's Day, hit it out of the park. Head to the contest page now on ArizonaSports.com for your chance to win a family 4-pack of tickets to see the D-backs take on the Padres, plus a special Father's Day gift bag to make it even more memorable. Celebrate Dad with baseball gear and great memories. Coming up next, not a lot of great memories for the Diamondbacks in Cincinnati, but we got to go over it, and we will. The sweep in Cincy. In Dbacks Daily is straight ahead. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
OTA's over. Cardinals minicamp has begun. Arizona Sports is live from Cardinals HQ for minicamp. Talking with players and coaches.
This is Cardinals center Yelda Froholt. This is Michael Wilson. It's Cardinal cornerback Max Melton.
And bringing it to you on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com. Cardinals minicamp coverage brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Reputation and trust are two very important things when you're making a big purchase, especially when you're buying a new car. Reputation and trust are two great reasons why you should shop at Chapman BMW. They've got a great reputation for elite service and handling. Every listener I have pointed towards Chapman BMW has come back and told me and raved about the red carpet treatment they received at Chapman BMW. Great reputation for making luxury attainable, and by that I mean they are not as out of reach as you might think. Plus, they've got great ways to get you into great incentives and great deals at Chapman BMW. Like I always say, there are a few things worse than the high price of mediocrity. It's everywhere in the automotive world. You will not find mediocrity at Chapman BMW. This is a family-owned, family-run business for 58 years. Employees who've worked at their stores for 30 and 40 years, which is unheard of in the industry. They've got two great locations, which means you're going to get the best selection you're going to find in the Valley, no matter what you're looking for, and you also have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. So go take a test drive, find what you like, and ask for my guy, GM Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of both locations. Great dude, personal friend of mine. He assures all listeners of Arizona Sports are going to get the very best deal. Make sure you ask for him by name. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. Two great locations, one great experience.
You've always been strong. But in the face of life's toughest moments, you're going to discover an even deeper strength within. These are the moments you go from strong to stronger. Because no matter how scary the diagnosis, we're ready to do whatever it takes. We've been training for this moment, so we can be there right when you need us. We're ready for cancer. Cancer isn't ready for us. Learn more at dignityhealthazcancer.org.
Hi, my name is Brent Sanderson with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. What makes Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning a great choice for customers is that you know when Ready comes to your home, you're going to get an honest assessment, a positive experience from start to finish, a very comfortable, no sales experience. Our mission is to come in, assess the situation, troubleshoot, and solve your problems and leave you smiling.
ReadyServices.com. Ready.
You know our summer escape now is our own backyard. That is not taking a week vacay. That's every day. And that's what happens when you do what we did at Casa Galvisi and call California Pools and Landscape. Whether it's a backyard refresh or a complete reset like we did, stay cool in your own swimming pool. And right now, get a free Baja shelf with your new pool. Yep. Don't miss the summer sales event at California Pools and Landscape, where you get a free Baja shelf with a new pool. Click calpool.com/Paul. You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvisi here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com. Hey, as homeowners, our closer is America Roofing. Yep, out of the bullpen, save 12% while it lasts with tax and tariff relief courtesy of Arizona's #1 roofing company, America Roofing. You know what? We had a leak in the garage. I'm like, it's all good. And then the monsoon hit, not good. Big leak in a bedroom. I should have gotten the free inspection right away, especially right now when you can save 12%. It's tax and tariff relief at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
RLC number 18643HCR42.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. In a very weird weekend series, the Diamondbacks failed to win a game in Cincinnati against the Reds, including a 4-2 loss yesterday. The Snakes will be back home tonight, hosting the Seattle Mariners. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Arizona Wildcats baseball team is headed to Omaha for the College World Series after taking 3 games against the North Carolina Tar Heels. This is their first College World Series under head coach Chip Hale. The Oklahoma City Thunder took care of business in Game 2 of the NBA Finals against the Indiana Pacers last night, 123-107, and evened up the series as it heads back to Indiana for Game 3 Wednesday night. And Carlos Alcaraz beat Jannik Sinner in the French Open final yesterday after being down 2-0 in one of the more thrilling matches you will see. This report is brought to you by Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Schwartz Laser Eye Center is the official team eye doc for the Suns and D-backs. Visit teamidoc.com and schedule your free eye evaluation today.
That baby is gone! Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Dbacks Daily. Brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
D-backs trying to salvage something in Cincinnati during their weekend series. It started with a Reds walk-off win in a game that started on Friday and ended on Saturday. And then a 13-1 pasting by the home team in the second game. Zach Gallen on the mound for Arizona. Going up against right-hander Brady Singer, it would be the D-backs getting on the board first. 1 out, top of the second. Eugenio Suarez stepping in against Singer.
That was a swing and a ball hit to right center field. Drifting back is Friedel. This ball carrying. This ball's going, gone. A home run for Suarez to right center field. It's his 18th of the year. And the D-backs strike first. It's 1-0.
Chris Garagiola on the call. Also, Suarez's 100th career home run at Great American Ballpark, 5th most of any player in that stadium's history. 1-0 lead at that point. Gallen would walk 2 Reds in the bottom of the second, but got Jake Fraley to fly out to end the inning. The D-backs would double their lead in the third. Alec Thomas singled leading off, got moved to second on a sac bunt from Jose Herrera. Corbin Carroll then stepped in against Singer.
1-2 from Singer. Swung on line drive. That's a base hit into center field. Thomas going to be waved around third. Friedel's throw is cut off. And it's an RBI single by Corbin Carroll. 2-0 Diamondbacks lead it.
Yeah, D-backs later would have 2 runners on in the fourth after back-to-back infield singles from Lourdes Gurriel Jr. and Pavin Smith. but they would get nothing. Reds would strike in their half of the fourth. Christian Encarnacion Strand, who had homered in both of the first 2 games of the series, in the box against Gallen.
3-2, swung on and cranked out towards left field. Encarnacion Strand gets one back. It's another homer in this series for the Reds' utility infielder, his 5th, and it's now 2-1.
Yeah, 5th and 3rd of the weekend. There was a knuckle curve out of the strike zone. He ripped it 403 feet to left center field, put the Reds on the board. D-backs had 2 runners on in the 5th after Singer walked Carroll and Marte, but Geraldo Perdomo hit into his 2nd double play of the day, killing the inning. Reds would get even in the 5th. Jose Trevino leading things off against Gallen.
Trevino, his first time up, was able to draw a walk against Gallen. There's now the 0-1. That is swung on and cranked out towards deep left field. It is gone. 2nd solo home run for Cincinnati. The lead is gone, and we are tied at 2 here in the 5th inning.
Yeah, 2-2. And outside of the home runs, Gallen was pitching well. He stayed in the game after a 31-minute weather delay, halted things in the 6th inning. Gallen still in the 7th inning. He allowed a 2-out base hit to Fraley, and then Matt McLean would deliver the death blow.
0-1 as the 0-1 pitch swung on and barreled out to deep left field. This one is going to exit stage left, and Matt McLean gets his 7th home run of the season. 3rd homer allowed by Gallen in this one, and the Reds now take a 4-2 lead.
That was the last pitch thrown by Gallen. He would leave. There was no other fireworks on the scoreboard. That's the way it would end, 4-2. Diamondbacks offense again completely shut down in the second half of the game. No hits after the 4th. No base runners after the 5th.
That's unconscionable.
They get swept.
That is just unconscionable to me.
It happens all the time.
And it happens all the time. What a grotesque weekend for as somebody who was really, really buying into the have they turned the corner after that series against the Braves, to go into Cincy and to kind of just fall prey to a soggy series from the very beginning, full of rain delays and that debacle on Friday. It's every now and again in Major League Baseball, you'll get games that should be stopped and they're not. And you're like, what are they thinking?
Well, and that, I mean, it was a torrential downpour for an hour and a half. They don't stop the game. It led to all kinds of disarray, including an injury to Gabby Moreno. And then yesterday, they were joking about it, and there was a lot of sarcasm mixed in with the joking, but the first raindrop that fell, they pulled the tarp out for a 31-minute delay. It was just so weird the way they adjudicated things.
Yeah, and I was like kind of conflicted on what I saw from Zach Gallen yesterday. Zach Gallen for most of that game was terrific, but at the end of it, that's 3 home runs he gave up.
Yeah, and that's the 6th time in his career he's given up 3 home runs or more in a game.
And in a perfect world, you don't want to bring back your starting pitcher out after a rain delay. Now, that one was only 31 minutes, so it was on the shorter side.
They said they treated it like a long inning, and he threw pitches, down underneath the tunnel or wherever it was. But here was Gallen afterwards talking about the 3 home runs the Reds got off of him.
Yeah, the one to Strand I thought was a pretty good pitch. Jose said it might have had a little bit of a hump, a little lazy. But yeah, I mean, he put a good swing on it. The other 2 just kind of backed up, just in the middle of the plate. So yeah, just one of them Strand. I don't necessarily count as a mistake. The other 2, obviously mistakes. Yeah, I mean, I'll take solo homers. Obviously, you're not, those tend to prevent big innings. But yeah, the one at the end of the game, or in the 7th, was a little tough. Just trying to go away and just backed up on me.
Yeah. So again, I can't say that he pitched great because, again, 3 home runs will usually beat you, and it has. That's been his track record.
Yeah.
In those 6 games where he's given up 3 or more home runs, they're 1-5 in those games in his career. Here was Torey Lovello talking about how he feels about getting swept in Cincinnati.
Very disappointed. We lose 2 tough ball games here. The middle game was a clunker yesterday. I'm aware of that, but they got big hits at the most critical time, and we didn't, and that's a difference in the game. Our guys are very capable of doing that. It didn't happen.
Yeah, it didn't happen. And coming off the high of the sweep in Atlanta to start the road trip, especially that 3rd game with the historic comeback, to be that flat over the course of the weekend is unacceptable. And you have to go back and say, all right, let's label that Braves series. Was that a Diamondbacks triumph, or was that them taking advantage of a team that's in complete and utter disarray? And that's what it was. The Braves are they're sinking faster than anybody right now.
You're right.
And I think they're about ready to fire their manager in Atlanta. That was more about the Atlanta Braves than it was the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Yeah, listen, that team has not been right ever since Ronald Acuna Jr. kind of lit up their manager for preferential treatment that he did not receive.
True.
And they've been kind of off all year long. I'm afraid you're right, and I'm just really disappointed. I went into this weekend thinking, all right, D-backs are going to have a good showing here. They're going to win 2 of 3 at least, and we're going to get this thing fired up. That Saturday was about as disappointing of a day, and to follow it up with such a impotent offensive performance again. You know, aside from Gino Suarez, who was doing anything. And then the Corbin Burns news, man, that you talk about a sucker punch for this baseball team, that he's going to miss the rest of this season and a good chunk of next year as well. Yeah. Maybe all of next year.
Yeah, Torey Lovullo made the announcement with Burns and Gambo on Friday.
Corbin made this decision, and, you know, he's got a team of unbelievable people around him, right? It starts with his own family, his agent, Scott Boras, us here, our doctors. So everybody was weighing in on what was going on, listening to what the potential plan could be, whether it was conservative or having TJ. And then Corbin got all that information, lumped it up, and made his own decision on this. And we're going to support him. We were going to support him no matter what. And that's what he needs from all of us right now, is a lot of love and support.
Like they weren't going to support him. You know what? You're having surgery. We're done.
We're
breaking
done
up
with you. Yeah. But what a sucker punch for this entire fan base and this market, right? I mean, this guy had been so reliable and so durable. Mm-hmm. And then, of course, midway through year 1 with the Diamondbacks, this happens.
We've said it again and again. It just feels like a cursed year.
Really does.
Well, at the bottom line, that's the way the weekend started. And yes, that will take wind out of your sails. Mm-hmm. I get it. But how do you respond as a team?
Yep.
And my thesis statement on the Diamondbacks at this point, right, this team does not burn nearly hot enough to be a competitive team.
I totally agree with that.
There's still really no explanation for Corbin Carroll basically taking the first 2 games off in the series other than he's fatigued. You know what? The fans are fatigued, too, from hearing that as an excuse.
I know. I'm right there with you. And watching that tennis match yesterday made me very, very angry at baseball players asking for days off, at basketball players who need to load manage. When you're watching guys play 5.5 hours of competitive tennis
at the end of a 2-week tournament.
At the end of a 2-week tournament. Okay, so yeah, I'm very, very agitated by that. It's one area of this baseball team and their program I am not down with. I do not like this philosophy at all. I think it makes baseball teams softer. I'm in the Ron Wolfley theory that the way you callous your body for an entire season is to keep playing. I may be way off.
There's no proof, statistical or in any way you look at it, that their methodology works.
No, they're among the most injured teams I've seen. So that's bothering me. Geraldo Perdomo is clearly struggling at the 3-hole. Had a couple of ground into double plays yesterday. He's getting out of his patient lane. Mm-hmm. So this thing just feels really bad at the moment.
Yep, and then
it's
you
depressing.
Got a good team with the major league leader in home runs, Cal Raleigh, coming to town with the Seattle Mariners to start a series tonight. Coming up next, did we just witness one of the greatest sports competitions in history? And what does it mean for the bigger picture of the sport in question? We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to Dbacks Daily, brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at americaroofingco.com. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play.
3-2 swung on. That's it high, deep to left.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey, everybody. Happy Monday. Dan Bickley here for Life Changer Loan. Not that long ago, played a round of golf with their founder, Shane O'Grady. He got a text during a round from one of his clients. She said she was doing her happy dance because she had just paid off her home in 41 months. That's less than 4 years. This is what Life Changer Loan is doing for people. This is an innovative program that combines your banking with your mortgage. You do your banking inside your mortgage, and as a result, you pay all principal first, and your home gets paid off in a matter of years. This is the main way people borrow money all across the world. In fact, 40% of all mortgages in Australia are run in this fashion. It's a great idea for people with great financials and a great credit score. In fact, you have to have great credit credentials, financial credentials, if to qualify and to make this work for you. But if you are a good fit, you are going to love the results. Not only do you pay all principal first, you get 24/7 access to your equity, which gives you the power to pay off, pay down, borrow back whenever you want. And when you pay off your house in a matter of years, you now get decades to build personal wealth, and that is how you get ahead. Give Shane a call. Find out if you're a good fit. If you are, you're going to love the results. 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Hey, it's Jody Jackson. Ready for a career change? You've heard me talking a lot about Y-Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures, and there is no cold calling. Y-Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
Something new is happening at Cox. Now the price of your Cox internet and mobile plan won't go up for 3 years, and Wi-Fi equipment is included. So no frustrating price changes, just a lot more of what you want, like a pizza with extra pineapple. Yikes. Okay, let's stick with something everyone wants. No price changes on your plan, guaranteed. Learn more at cox.com/value. Must have at least 500 megabits per second speeds and Cox Unlimited mobile taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs usage per month.
So you're in pretty decent shape, but... okay, as we get older, we lose a step. Totally natural part of being a guy. And at Vital for Men, we got your back by helping you get it back. Testosterone replacement therapy is designed to make you feel powerful, sharp, and renewed. Get started today with a free test at one of our 3 Valley-wide locations. And on top of that, we're excited to offer semaglutide to support your health journey even further. Visit Vital4Men.com today. Vital, the number 4Men.com. It's time to get it back.
Hi everyone, I'm Gina Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing, the Valley's #1 ranked AC company.
Wait a minute, honey, that's my line.
Well, Eric, not anymore. And people don't know we truly are a family-owned business because you always do the commercials.
But I like it that way.
If your family needs quality AC or plumbing, call the #1 rated family-owned business in Arizona.
Well, can I at least tell them how to reach us?
Go ahead, Eric.
Call us today at 602-FIX-MY-AC. That's 602-FIX-MY-AC.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
There has never been a better time to join Global Credit Union than right now. Dave Burns here, proud member, and at Global Credit Union, they're all about eliminating fees, no-fee checking and savings accounts, or for accidentally going over your account balance. It's easy to join with 10 branches across the valley, and you can always reach a live person 24 hours a day. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Hey, it's Wolf.
Did the Arizona Diamondbacks keep up their winning ways in Cincinnati? We'll be reacting to Dbacks Reds at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
In the longest Roland Garros final, a saga. Cardinals Alcaraz. 5.5 hours caked in utter brilliance. And none of us will ever forget this Sunday in Paris.
That was the final scene at Roland Garros on Sunday. A championship match on the men's side that looked like it was going to be a cakewalk for Yannick Sinner at one point. Up 2-0. He had, 3 championship points that Carlos Alcaraz fights off. He comes back. He wins the 3rd set. He wins the 4th set. And then the 5th set to cap it off the way he did with just an unbelievable passing shot at 5 hours and 29 minutes. That is inspirational, unbelievable theater of sport.
It was
and that's why people still love it.
It was incredible. It was well worth the investment. This very, very rare will tennis break through in this day and age without the stars, the big 3. But yesterday did. You can hear people talking about it this morning, people who invested time in that tennis match. You were richly, richly rewarded. That's about as good of a display of ball striking as you're ever going to find. You mentioned earlier there was a time when a Wimbledon final between Rafael Nadal and Roger Federer went 5 sets, and it was called the greatest match in history. In fact, there was a book written about a match that basically declared it as much. I'm not sure if this gets to that level because Wimbledon is a little different than the French Open in terms of status.
Yeah, and I think that was the 2008 final. The status of the 2 players involved was higher, both individually and collectively at that time, than the collective and individual status. Even though Sinner and Alcaraz are the 2 top players in the world, and they're 22 and 23 years old respectively, their profiles are not nearly as large on a wide scale level. I think both of those things factor in. But if you're not in the comparison game, what you saw yesterday was just incredible tennis.
Incredible shot making at its highest level. A little inside information on me. I've always been that guy, and you may be as well, because you and I both have a lot of tennis in our background, playing tennis. I used to be that guy that for Wimbledon and the French Open, I would get up at the crack of dawn just to watch tennis matches because it's what I've always done. This year literally was the first year where it had no appeal to me. And I thought to myself, okay, this is me separating myself emotionally from one of my greatest loves, tennis. And so I did not watch it. Nothing compelled me to watch until that final match, and it kind of brought me back in a little bit. And I think it's a monumental thing for the sport of tennis, because for people who did watch, you're now going to you're going to pay attention when the U.S. Open rolls around.
Maybe.
So
that was kind of the question that Jarrett posed in the tease. What does it mean for the sport moving forward? I hate to sound flip, and I may be wrong, but I don't think it means anything.
Really?
I think tennis has its place, especially in the American sporting landscape. Had one of those players been an American, if that was Tommy Paul or Francis Tiafoe or somebody else who had a good run in this tournament from the American side, maybe. But I think, at least in this country, men's tennis is what it is until the next great American player that's going to threaten to win Grand Slam championships comes around.
Let me tell you why it was so important for Carlos Alcaraz. So Yannick Sinner won the first 2 sets. He's up 2 sets to love, and it looked like it was going to be just a rollover. Okay, so Carlos Alcaraz, when he came up, he was considered to be just loaded with talent and the next really big thing in tennis. And he's been really good at times, but he has not reached the levels that people spoke of him when he was coming up, because he was considered like this guy could be the all-timer. For him to reach that level yesterday speaks to that. It's a breakthrough for him that I think he really, really needed. This dude was facing triple match point in the 4th set. It was love 40, triple match point, and he clawed his way out of it. It was
Sinner also really tightened up.
Absolutely,
on those 3 points.
Absolutely. But here's where the narrative of yesterday really kind of got me right in the heart. As somebody who absolutely adored tennis during the Roger Federer era, I had the weirdest thing happen to me. I went from loving Roger Federer unconditionally, by far my favorite player in the sport, to actually loving his rival, Rafael Nadal, even more. It was the darndest thing that's ever happened to me. Okay?
You cheater.
Well, it was just everything about Rafael Nadal, the courage, the tenacity, the never giving up. So for
the constant butt picking.
Well, that too. That's a little bit out of control. But for Carlos Alcaraz to fight back from the brink of defeat and then say the reason I was able to do it is I was thinking, what would Rafa do? That got to me because the way Rafa played and everything he displayed as a tennis player spoke to me, and I adored it. And now, not only did it speak to me, it allowed Carlos Alcaraz to reach the level that he did yesterday. If that makes sense.
You're saying the flame is rekindled a little bit?
A little bit.
I'm going to test you.
Okay.
You want to go hit after the show? I mean, it's only going to be 105 today.
Yeah. Sorry, I got golf plans, man.
Oh, the other one.
Cheating again. Just incredible stuff.
Yeah, it was incredible.
And when you were talking, too, about like your practice of waking up early to watch the U.S. Open, or excuse me, the Wimbledon or the French Open.
Mm-hmm.
For me, like, I was always drawn to Wimbledon, especially the beginning of the tournament before the grass turned brown.
Right.
But I always loved it. I never really enjoyed the French Open, but I've learned to love it. But for me, U.S. Open is still the tournament that I gravitate towards most because it's a convenience thing. The viewing schedule lends itself because there's not
prime
the
time.
Right. It's prime time as opposed to having to wake up early to watch it.
Right.
But
Makes
U.S.
sense.
Open 1, Wimbledon 2, French 3, and the Australian Open is
Yeah.
Well, you mentioned Carlos not necessarily like living up to quote his hype as like a youngster. He's 21 years old and he just won his 5th major. He's well on, and again, like we've seen the big 3 is what they've been called, just dominate the sport for God knows how long. The new 2 is what they're calling these guys. And between the last, Yannick won the last 2, and Carlos has 5 now. They're dominating the sport.
Yeah, and they have every possibility to be talked about in 15 years like the big 3 was. When the temperature exceeds 100 in the valley, just 15 minutes of exposure can cause permanent damage. Text WATER to 620-620 to help us save lives this summer by dropping off water at select UPS store locations or donating it today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission. Coming up next, is this Diamondback season starting to feel like this past Sun season? Uh-oh. We'll get into those possibilities next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to Dbacks play-by-play.
And on
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Morris Hall Estate Planning presents Young Minds, Big Questions.
You think you're a lot smarter than I am?
Do you know how to multiply?
Yes.
Then you're smarter than me.
No, you know what I know about? Estate planning.
I know what estate is. Delaware, where my grandma lives. Estate planning is like preparing for the future. It's like making a promise with your family members.
Yeah, it is. So do you know what we call it when we do estate planning for somebody? It's called a trust.
They're like documents, so they can give their assets to their kids.
You have your home, you have your money, you have other things. You don't want all that gone.
It's a lot of stuff.
So what do you think about estate planning?
I think it's pretty cool. If you want to preserve your legacy, come visit our friends at Morris Hall. I'm proud to be part of the Morris Hall family.
Bring us your big questions. For a complimentary consultation, please visit us at morristrust.com. That's morristrust.com.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies to same item. Current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at Lowe's.com/lowest price guarantee.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
This is Secret Clinical Dominating Extra Stinky Stress Sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave. Oh, what a beautiful day. This is regular deodorant. Ugh, I can't. Secret Clinical with workout sweat. Let's run another marathon. And regular deodorant. How much more? Secret is the GOAT. Because nothing fights sweat better. Stay fresher under pressure.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
The big focus in America today is on your health, and more people are looking beyond pills and steroids and surgery. At QC Kinetics, they've been on the cutting edge of this medical revolution since 2018. Using regenerative medicine, they have helped tens of thousands of people get lasting joint pain relief using natural treatments that harness your body's own healing power. The truth is, regenerative medicine used to be an alternative treatment, but now it's mainstream, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader. Their well-respected protocols include potent and powerful cellular-level treatments to revitalize and restore damaged joint tissue. Say goodbye to that chronic pain and live your best life. Learn more about this revolutionary treatment and get a free consultation. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. In what was a very weird weekend series, the Diamondbacks failed to win a game in Cincinnati against the Reds, including a 4-2 loss yesterday. Here was manager Torey Lovullo after the loss.
Very disappointed. We lose 2 tough ball games here. The middle game was a clunker yesterday. I'm aware of that, but they got big hits at the most critical time, and we didn't, and that's a difference in the game. Our guys are very capable of doing that. It didn't happen.
The D-backs will be home tonight, hosting the Seattle Mariners. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports. 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Arizona Wildcats baseball team is headed to Omaha for the College World Series after taking a 3-game series against North Carolina. This will be their first College World Series under head coach Chip Hale. The Oklahoma City Thunder took care of business in Game 2 of the NBA Finals against the Pacers last night, 123-107, and evened up the series as it heads back to Indiana for Game 3 Wednesday night. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's the letter YREFY.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. We'll react to how the Diamondbacks fared against the Reds in Cincinnati and tell you who to watch out for in tonight's game against the Mariners. We start at 2 on Arizona Sports.
Here comes the 0-1 pitch. Fastball ripped on the ground to third. Backhanded by Espinal. The throw to first in time, and that's the ball game. Diamondbacks finish 12 up, 12 down to finish the game. They lose the finale 4-2.
Chris Garagiola, final call from Cincinnati yesterday after a wave of optimism following a 3-game sweep in Atlanta that was capped off by a historic comeback in that final game against the Braves. Diamondbacks about as flat as you can get for 3 games in Cincinnati. To score only 6 runs in a 3-game series in Cincinnati is something else. And I went back just to look at what other teams had done in 3-game series in Cincinnati. It's not the worst performance.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Texas had a 3-game series early in the year against the Reds in Cincinnati. They scored 5 runs, but they actually won 2 of those games 1-0. So
wow.
But again, yesterday, adding the frustration of getting swept is one thing, but adding to that frustration is, again, you can't go very long without talking about the Diamondbacks offense just absolutely shutting down. And Zach Gallen was okay. He gave up 3 home runs. Should it have been, did he pitch well enough around those 3 home runs to maybe win the game? Probably.
Mm-hmm.
But the offense just goes into hibernation on a regular basis.
And listen, that's the key. This is, if there are some things that have been constant about this baseball team, that is one of them. Long swaths of time when the offense is either content or not really laser focused the way they need to be, or whatever it is, they just have this general malaise about them.
Mm-hmm.
And it's sinking the team and maybe even the season.
Yep. Torey Lovullo was asked by Jody Jackson postgame yesterday on the lack of at-bats being linked together.
That's a good question. I don't know. I'm still kind of sorting through that, but we do like linked at-bats. It's a 9-on-1 assault on any pitcher that takes them out, and when we do that and get guys on base and start to build innings, we put up big numbers. You know, first of all, I'm not complaining about it. The Reds pitchers were fantastic. They did a nice job. But you walk into this ballpark and I think we scored 6 runs in 3 games. It's not what I was expecting. So I think we can be better. I know we will continue to work on it.
Yeah, it's one of the most hitter-friendly ballparks in baseball historically, and they scored 6 runs. And 3 of those runs came from Eugenio, or 2 of them on Eugenio Suarez solo home runs. Stolen note on Twitter from Scott Howard, who tweets about Arizona sports a lot. Since the top of the 3rd inning Friday, the D-backs were outscored 21-3, 2 of which were scored on Geno Suarez solo home runs. Got swept by the Reds.
Mm-hmm.
21-3. 21-3 by the Reds.
Listen, the absurdity of it all is after the game yesterday, Zach Gallen was talking about the home runs and how they may not have been a home run in a different ballpark, that whole thing again, because since he is considered such a hitter's park, well, why didn't that apply to anyone other than Geno Suarez? Here's the other thing, too. I don't know if you noticed this. It seems like every series the Diamondbacks play, there is one guy on the other team that just destroys them.
Yep, Christian Encarnacion Strand this time.
Yeah, it seems like every series the opponent has one guy the Diamondbacks cannot get out.
And it's one thing when it's like a really established player. Like when they play the Dodgers and Freddie Freeman kills them, you expect it.
Right.
When you play the Braves and Austin Riley, although it didn't happen in this last series, when he kills you, it's kind of expected.
You expect it. But when you play if Corey Seager does it, you expect it.
And yet another parallel to the Sun season, where they would play teams and these, their 5th best player would have their game of their year.
That is another parallel. I mean, that was kind of the basis of this discussion. And look, expectations. Yeah, I think the expectations were similar going into the season for the Suns and for the Diamondbacks. And the Suns, a third of the way through the season, you kind of knew what the landscape was, and it never got better. And we're more of a third of the way through this Diamondback season, and it doesn't seem to be getting better. And again, I hate to diminish what we all loved watching last week in that 3-game series against Atlanta, but that was more about the Braves. They're broken. They're more broken than the Diamondbacks.
Yeah.
That was a comparison series of who was more broken, and the Braves won it because they got swept again over the weekend.
And here we are now. I tried to make a case going into the weekend that, okay, look, even if we get bad news on Corbin Burns, this team has got enough pitching to keep this thing on the rails. Well, as soon as I say that, Ryan Nelson implodes to join Brandon Pfaadt, who's imploded.
Guys, we're saying a lot of the similar things that we were just 4 months ago about this Phoenix Suns basketball team, and it's so concerning.
Right.
Because
we're doing the same thing. We're hoping against hope. We're hoping that it's going to magically turn around at some point, and this team they're leaking belief, Vinny.
Ooh, that's not a good thing to leak. No. Is there a patch
No.
for that?
Is there a patch for that?
Torey Lovullo was on with Burns and Gamble on Friday in addition to breaking the news about Corbin Burns' situation. He also addressed the struggles that Brandon Pfaadt's been having.
Well, it's probably a combination of things. Not throwing the ball where he wants, not landing it where he wants, not sequencing the right way. And then overall just big misses. Misses in the middle of the zone. those types of pitches, I don't care how good you are, get squared up by a big league hitter. So, the intensity of his pitches all been very similar. The movement of his pitches all been very similar. It's just landing them. You got to be able to land pitches where you want, go out there and have some finish and make pitches. I want guys that make pitches. I'm not looking for extra velo, 100 miles an hour at the top of the zone with a lot of swing and miss. I want somebody to be able to throw the ball where they want in order to get somebody out. If Brandon gets back to doing that, hitting lines, get that swing and miss 4-seam fastball and 2-seam fastball, those strikeouts will come. But I want him to start to sequence and land pitches.
Yeah, he also was asked by the guys on Friday, Torey Lovullo was, if he feels that this team can still accomplish its goals without the services of Corbin Burns the rest of the year. And again, this was on the heels of a 3-game sweep of the Braves and before they even took the field against the Reds.
I do. I feel very strongly about that. Corbin Burns jumped into an already very, very good, in my opinion, good starting rotation. 4/5 of our rotation last year were missing for a portion of the time, and all at one time, believe it or not, and we still won 89 games. So that group now is together and healthy here. With the addition of Corbin Burns, of course, we wanted to take that north of 89 wins. So I feel like this is a very, very capable group. With Zach Gallen throwing the ball the way that he did the other night, Merrill's been unbelievable with the type of year he's having. So, you're looking at 1 and 2 right there that's going to keep you in a lot of ball games, and then stop bad runs. And you're always looking for a closer or a stopper, somebody that's going to stop a run from a starting pitching standpoint. We feel very good about those 1 and 2.
Yeah, the question becomes, though, if those goals are to be accomplished. And you're running out of time. And look, I have my feelings on what the Diamondbacks are, and I think this is what they are. I think they're a mediocre baseball team, and they've proven that throughout the course of the season. But if I felt the same way last year, and a fire got lit, who's going to be the fire starter for this team? That's the question for me, because the level of flatness in the Cincinnati series was alarming.
Where's Tommy Pham at? Can we go get him back?
He's in Pittsburgh. They just completed a 3-game sweep over the weekend.
Wow.
They've been playing pretty good
Yes,
since
they
got a hold of the Diamondbacks.
Make it stop.
But, last year, it was Corbin Carroll who was kind of the fire starter. I watched the team. I follow them every day. And when Corbin Carroll stepped into the box for the first time yesterday and they flashed his batting average, 258, I'm like, wait, I've been told he was an MVP candidate. Over his last 34 games, it's a weird stat line because Corbin Carroll continues to hit home runs. He's got 9 home runs in those 34 games, and his OPS is 828. It's decent. He's slugging over 500. But he's only hitting 228. So he's getting extra base hits, but he's not really doing much else. And it's not all on him. Geraldo Perdomo's come back down to earth. You mentioned he's been hitting in the 3-hole. He was so valuable at the bottom of the order, and I know Ketel Marte's inavailability kind of open the door for more possibilities for Geraldo Perdomo, but he seems to be struggling right now. It's a hard watch.
Facts. It's depressing.
Then you got a pretty good team coming in Seattle for 3. And
they've been scuffling a little bit too, but they are a good team
on the back end of that.
Yep. So, I don't know what to say. I'm just very, very disappointed. We got to get into Eduardo Rodriguez. I'm curious what you thought of him on Friday as well.
Yeah, we'll get into that a little bit later on. Coming up next, could the answer to all the Suns' problem lie north of the border, or is a deal already in the works with a team down south? We'll give you the latest developments on the Kevin Durant rumors next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dbacks decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for Dbacks Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you live in Arizona, you know the desert sun can do a number on your windows, and if you've been living here a while, chances are you need your windows replaced. I know mine do, which is why I am stoked to tell you about Advanced Window Products, a great company that is family-owned and locally operated, a company that treats customers like friendships. They are Arizona's premier window replacement company. They are co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and they offer the most affordable affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state, and that is because there is no middleman. They are the manufacturers. They've got a factory here in the Valley. They build it. They install it. They guarantee it for life. Even better, Advanced Window Products running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows, you will get a $2,500 discount. Once again, $2,500 off on a purchase of 10 or more windows. So do what I'm doing. Call today. Beat the summer rush. 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
Imagine coming home to find a raging house party you didn't throw. Uninvited guests climbing the walls, tearing up the place, and refusing to leave. Sounds like termites.
Yo, best party ever. Pass me a piece of that baseboard.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Once termites show up, they'll keep the party going until you take action. Call 602 Blue Sky today to schedule your free termite inspection. We'll make sure the party's over. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, Ron Wolfleader from my brothers over at DISC, Desert Institute for Spine Care. Do you have some back issues? If you do, you need to go to DISC. I have a condition known as spondylolisthesis in my low back. Dr. Chris at DISC has helped me in the past, and I give him my highest recommendation if you're battling spine or back issues. DISC surgeons utilize the broadest array of treatment options, including non-surgical, endoscopic spine surgery, and ultra-minimally invasive spine surgery. DISC surgeons are known as leaders in minimally invasive spine surgery, and they're known that on a worldwide basis. Enjoy life again or get back to living. DISC website is www.sciatica.com or pick up the phone and give them a call at 602-944-2900 to schedule an appointment today. Go to DISC, Desert Institute for Spine Care.
Friends, it's Pat. I finally did it. Sometimes you just need to get off the grid and get some time to think, like way off. So I hopped into my all-new 2025 4Runner with available iForce Max engine and took off, which is me, the 4Runner and good old Mother Nature. Unfortunately, that's when I realized it was also Taco Tuesday. So I ended up coming back that night. I mean, priorities, right?
Right now, get low 2.99% financing for 72 months on the new 2025 Tundra. Or get 4.75% for 60 months on any new Tacoma. Plus, check out the all-new 6th generation 4Runner, now at your Valley Toyota dealer. Shop anytime at valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 2.99% with $15.19 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. 4.75 with $18.76 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. Offers end 6/30/25. See dealer for details.
Arizona sports.
This team is not going nowhere. This team ain't going nowhere. Nowhere. They're not even going to be a top 6 seed in the West. I don't care who they trade for.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Bickley and Murata.
New York Knicks plus Kevin Durant equals what?
Equals finals. They're equals finals. The Boston Celtics are the best team in the East, right? We're not going to take nothing away from
hurt.
Indiana.
I mean,
they're hurt right now.
Down.
So if you add in Kevin Durant to a New York team with all the pieces that they have, obviously they'll have to come off a few, and that'll be interesting to see who they actually come off of. But the key thing is, we know KD going to sit out 10, 15 games. Like, they still have a team that can win without him being there. What we've seen in Phoenix this year is when Kevin Durant sat, the team was significantly worse, right? Like, that was the glaring part. And now you get to play in New York.
That was Friday. Marcus Morris, former Phoenix Sun, on Get Up on ESPN, asked the question by Mike Greenberg. New York Knicks versus Kevin Durant equals finals. Will we find out if that is the answer to that equation, or will the parts of the equation be different? Kevin Durant plus Dallas, plus Minnesota, plus Miami, plus San Antonio, plus Toronto. These are all things that have popped up. The Toronto rumors are interesting. Apparently, and it was widely reported over the weekend, that the Toronto Raptors are very much interested in acquiring Giannis Antetokounmpo. It's been reported, it's gone as far as reporting mutual interest between the two sides.
Yep.
But that Kevin Durant could be a backup plan if Giannis is not in the future for Toronto. That would be an interesting fit.
Because the other update over the weekend was that Giannis apparently has decided now that he wants to stay another year in Milwaukee.
Mm-hmm. But, all right, if he's indeed the backup plan, Toronto plus Kevin Durant equals him playing out the string in a different country?
Yeah. Basically, that's basically what it is.
What else? You're building a team around Scotty Barnes and Kevin Durant. You could do worse. I don't think that's championship.
It's not
caliber.
championship material. I have a friend of mine who is really gung-ho on getting Mikal Bridges and Josh Hart out of New York for Kevin Durant. The Knicks do that?
I don't know.
I know they move off Mikal, but would they throw in Josh Hart as well?
No, and then you have to do a little rewinding now at the situation in New York. They get ousted by the Pacers in the Eastern Conference Finals. They fire their head coach and Tom Thibodeau, and now there's wide reporting that there were players behind this, that players went to James Dolan and said, we're not going to win with this guy as our head coach. That, to me, if that is indeed the case, and it's being reported by some pretty dialed-in dudes, if that's indeed the case, are you firing your coach and then completely changing the landscape of your roster again?
You're probably running it back.
Probably?
Probably.
But because, that's a big roll of the dice to add Kevin Durant at this point.
And again, we don't know if Kevin Durant wants any part of Madison Square Garden in that crucible. Like we've said, I think when you look at San Antonio, when you look at a smaller market with that's got a chance to win, I think that's the needle that Kevin Durant would like to thread.
And I know it wasn't officially reported by Gambo, but during the Burns and Gambo show, they were having a discussion, and Gambo kind of shared an anecdote about somebody that he knows that has contact with Kevin Durant, and he used the word recently. They've had recent contact and kind of intimated that KD's feeling San Antonio a little bit. Like maybe that's going to be the landing spot for him.
I can't say I'm surprised by that. It would seem what I guess of what Kevin Durant wants, San Antonio would check a lot of boxes. Right? The chilling, the no drama, the no extreme media attention. He's going to get that from the national media regardless.
Plus, I also think if this is indeed a factor, I don't think it would put championship pressure on the shoulders of Kevin Durant when he arrives to town.
I agree.
Obviously, he would be counted on to further the acceleration of that franchise and obviously mentor Victor Wembanyama and kind of fortify what they're doing there. But they would have to give up quite a bit of their rotation to get Kevin Durant. I don't think his acquisition makes them, hey, they're in a loaded Western Conference, they're a championship contender. I may be off, but that's part of the fascinating aspect of this for me moving forward is, okay, it looks like a foregone conclusion that KD, his days in Phoenix are over. So it didn't work in Brooklyn. It didn't work in Phoenix. The fascination of will it work in the next place? Because wouldn't that be the ultimate Suns fan experience? The ultimate Arizona fan experience? That they made this massive trade, shook up the entire basketball world, and thrust themselves onto the top of the list of NBA championship contenders, and it failed miserably.
Right.
But if he's able to rekindle that and do it for another franchise, would kind of just be the final insult.
It would be our buzzard's luck. Yeah, it really would be. And we're going to get into what Brian Windhorst has to say about the Phoenix Suns at some point in time. But he kind of said there is no path out for this basketball team that doesn't involve a lot of pain. He just doesn't see one.
I think that's probably the responsible way to look at things right now. Unless, and we've seen franchises get incredibly lucky finding diamonds in the rough. If you can find a Nikola Jokic,
they have to get incredibly, yes, they do.
And it sounds ridiculous to say that that's ever going to be repeated again in the second round of the NBA draft to find a 3-time MVP who's going to get drafted during a Taco Bell commercial.
And that they could develop that
might be
person.
the kind of luck that they need.
That is still the most unbelievable element of Nikola Jokic's story, that he was so anonymous and so little thought of that they were in break during his selection.
Yeah.
Here's this is Gambo talking about the Spurs and Durant, by the way, just so we have the exact context and tone of what he's saying.
So I do know somebody that has been with Kevin Durant recently. And Kevin Durant and this person talked about the Spurs. Okay. And that's where I mentioned the Spurs. Now, this is, I don't want to say who, but, again, somebody that Katie knows and trusts that was talking to KD mentioned the Spurs. He mentioned the Spurs.
Now, we don't know that if KD did know and trust this person and told that to Gambo, whether or not he's still trusted.
That's a good point. That's a very, very good point. But again, if you look at what KD has been looking for prior to this, I think San Antonio is something that would speak to him. What kind of package could we get from the San Antonio Spurs that would get people excited?
I don't think anybody's going to be over the moon on what comes back in any of these deals, quite honestly. But it's about finding depth. It's about finding competitive players.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm actually pretty interested in Toronto. They have a ton of draft capital, and they have a lot of larger contracts. Case in point, Emmanuel Quickley will probably be the guy they want to move off from, since they just traded for Brandon Ingram and are not trading Scotty Barnes anytime soon. So it would be something around their large draft capital, Emmanuel Quickley and Jakob Poeltl probably. That's what it all adds up to. That's what Toronto might look at. But still, are you over the moon about that? Maybe not.
You're not going to be over the moon on this trade.
You're not getting a top 10 all-time player back in return for Kevin Durant.
No.
If you believe that Kevin Durant is a top 10 all-time
You're not getting a top 10 current player.
No.
Which he might still be.
But, look, I think the goal in this is just to change up the mix for the Suns. It has to be an admission of, okay, we went for it, we swung wildly, and we saw the results. Got to change up the mix.
And it has to be a change up the mix with an eye towards the future. It can't be just get a bunch of rotation pieces that are going to help you now without any.
Well, that's where the draft capital comes in on the back end. But you can't load up on the draft capital without adding salary either. How much draft capital do they want? I mean, Matt Ishbia's quote about, hey, if you're excited about that draft pick in 2031, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, that's going to ring in people's ears for a really long time.
Yeah, it is. It is. So either way, hopefully you'll get the first-round draft pick of these teams. But, yeah, they're going to have to thread a needle here. Jordan Ott, their new head coach, is going to meet the media tomorrow. So the introductory press conference is just around the corner, and it's an important one.
Yeah, it is.
Do not say the word alignment.
Ooh, I think it's going to come up. Join us for another Arizona Sports Half Day Club this Wednesday as the D-backs take on the Seattle Mariners. Just text the word half to 620-620. We'll send you a link to purchase lower-level tickets for just $9.87. That's half to 620-620. Coming up next, big stories on this Monday morning in the Reboot with Sammy Sabalka. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Here comes the 0-1 pitch. Fastball ripped on the ground to third. Backhanded by Espinal. The throw to first in time, and that's the ball game. Diamondbacks finish 12 up, 12 down to finish the game. They lose the finale 4-2.
Swept out of Cincy, the D-backs face the Mariners at Chase Field. Game 1 of 3 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Do you have great credit, good with your money? Then why are you in a traditional mortgage that was created for people with poor credit? You know, pay all interest first to the bank, pay for 30 years, zero access to your equity, etc. On a Life Changer loan, you pay all principal first, always retain access to your equity, and pay off in just a matter of years, not decades. Maybe it's time your mortgage matched your credit. It's not magic, it's just math. So check us out at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
It matters who your lawyer is. At Berg Simpson, we truly care about the quality of work we do, that fair compensation is given, and that our clients are getting the best possible representation. We're always working hard and are committed to doing everything we can to give our clients the best opportunity to have a great result. We're proud of that, and it shows.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Did your AC unit just go kaput and now you need a new one ASAP? Christian Brothers has been servicing the Valley since 1976. They carry Train, Goodman, and Bryant units and offer 18 months interest-free financing with no prepayment penalties. They also can replace most units the same day, so no need to stay in a hotel for days waiting for some other guy to get to you. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535 or go online at cbrothers.com, and let's make sure you get the right AC unit at the right price.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. In a very weird weekend series, the Diamondbacks failed to win a game in Cincinnati against the Reds, including a 4-2 loss yesterday. And here was manager Torey Lovullo after the game.
Very disappointed. We lose two tough ball games here. The middle game was a clunker yesterday. I'm aware of that, but they got big hits at the most critical time, and we didn't, and that's a difference in the game. Our guys are very capable of doing that. It didn't happen.
The D-backs will be home tonight hosting the Seattle Mariners. First pitch will be at 6:40 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Oklahoma City Thunder took care of business in Game 2 of the finals against the Pacers last night, 123-107, and evened up the series as it heads back to Indiana for Game 3 Wednesday night. And Carlos Alcaraz beat Jannik Sinner in the final of the French Open yesterday after being down 2-0 in one of the more thrilling matches you will see. This report is brought to you by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning, the proof is in their reviews. If you have any AC or plumbing issues and need a second look, they're online at ReadyServices.com. Proud sponsors of the Arizona Sports app.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Dorado Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Good morning. Happy Monday. It is 7:33, and that means the Rush Hour Reboot. And one of these times, guys, I'm going to come with really good news, is that our bingo card slapped over the weekend. We got everything right. We look like we're geniuses in the sports world. That day is unfortunately still not today. We struggled again. The Oilers lost in double overtime. Sean O'Malley got choked out. The Belmont Stakes did not go how I thought it would go. The Dbacks stunk, and Shea was close to 45, but didn't get it done. So we're knocking on the door, but we haven't opened it yet.
So what did we hit?
That the Dbacks would their winning streak would come to an end. You said, but that's the only one we hit.
Yeah, but Jared also predicted a sweep. Did he ever?
I predicted the sweep.
Was I?
I was the one. Yep.
We had a couple of conflicting ones.
Yeah, the D-backs one was the only one that kind of conflicted, but
and that was you. So you were right, Vinny.
Yeah, it was.
We need to listen to Vinny more often.
Yeah, I also said last weekend that in his start against Washington, Corbin Burns was going to take a no-hitter into the sixth. And instead, he left and won't pitch again. For a year plus.
But we will start with the Diamondbacks. They did get swept over the weekend after a sweep of their own, and us thinking, hey, maybe this team has righted the ship. And here was Torey Lovello about the quiet bats yesterday and in the series.
First of all, I'm not complaining about it. The Reds pitchers were fantastic. They did a nice job. But you walk into this ballpark, and I think we scored 6 runs in 3 games. It's not what I was expecting. So I think we can be better. I know we will continue to work on it.
So guys, they're now 31-34, 3 games below 500, 6 games out of the wild card, and it feels like this team has really good players, but they can't figure it out. So how can this team right the ship? And we mentioned earlier in the show that this team needs a fire starter. Who is that guy, do you think?
Drew Barrymore.
Or is it a collective group of guys?
I think Corbin Carroll needs to get hot again. Yep. I think Ketel Marte, although he's been very good offensively, he might need to be Superman to be a fire starter for this team. Lourdes Gurriel Jr. is hitting the ball better, but I don't know. There's a flatness there that I can't get past.
There's the one of the more damning parallels to the Phoenix Suns is the lack of internal leadership. Where is that guy who is getting in the faces of people when they need to? Mm-hmm. Where's the person throwing over tables? This is unacceptable. Because I don't see that person.
No.
And it doesn't feel like he's coming through the door anytime soon. Speaking of making maybe it's adjustments, changes, if this team and this trend continues right around this 500 trend or just below, do you expect them to improve this roster, try to make a run, sell, and see if the pieces that they have left can get frisky, or do nothing at the MLB trade deadline?
I do not believe under any circumstances they are going to add. I think we have heard enough clues that they have stretched the owner as far as they can stretch the owner. And he has certainly been very, very generous with additions to payroll this year. So I understand that. I wouldn't be surprised if they try to move some pieces.
Right now, it certainly seems that way. If this continues and you get a month down the road, a month and a half down the road, and you're still floundering under 500, Gino Suarez is going to have some interest on the market.
Josh Naylor might have some interest.
Josh Naylor's going to have interest on the market.
Eduardo
Gallen.
Rodriguez, Zach Gallen.
Shelby Miller.
Rodriguez,
not so much. You think that salary is going to?
I think the contract might slow teams down from going there, especially if you can make a push for Merrill Kelly too. I mean, he's also hitting free agency, so it could be a very active deadline. I hope it's not, but
same. But I think if it's trending anywhere, it's trending that this team is going to be selling off.
It's trending towards selling. Mm-hmm. Okay, so we've talked and touched a lot on the Durant market. Where's he going to go? What team might be the best market for Durant? What we've failed to talk about is this Bradley Beal situation, in that the team is 100% not really wanting him back, but how can they, whether it's a trade, whether it's you don't want to release him, what's the most likely outcome for Bradley Beal and the Phoenix Suns at this moment right now? In that he's in the same role, on the same team?
I'm I'm kind of baffled by the possibilities of it.
Mm-hmm.
Because, and again, right when the season ended, Gambo was 100%, actually gave himself no wiggle room when given the chance to give himself some wiggle room, said he 100% will not be back. That has changed to the Suns 100% don't want him back. Those are two completely
different
things.
Mm-hmm.
And I shudder at the fact or the possibility that Bradley Beal just going away because the Suns don't want him and getting a full salary to do so. There's 2 years left on that contract.
You're handing him $111 million.
That would make me absolutely sick to my stomach.
It makes me sick to my stomach that we're talking about it right now. It's brutal.
Now, I guess the amount doesn't even matter at that point. I suppose you could negotiate it, but what incentive does Bradley Beal have to say, okay, give me a check, a lump sum payment, and we'll cut it off at $60 million?
That's what I can't get past either.
Right.
Is him waiving the no trade clause, or negotiating a buyout for less than what he earned in his contract through a negotiation
Why would
process.
he do that? Why would anyone do that?
I don't know.
Because we've seen him, whether it's with the Wizards, like he's fine cashing checks and just going through the motions. So the Thunder even up the series last night in a game that looked as though what we thought the series was going to look like. The Pacers this postseason, on average, score 25 points in transition per game. They've scored 27 just in 2 games. So they've slowed the pace down. They've slowed Halliburton down. Yet it's still 1-1. And do we feel confident in that OKC can go into Indy and steal those 2 games, or are we going to talk about a massive Game 5 in Oklahoma City?
I don't know if I'd use the terminology steal those games. Sure. I think Oklahoma City is by far the better team. So I feel confident they can go in there and win. Absolutely. Because I think they kind of corrected the formula. Mm-hmm. They got out to a comfortable lead in Game 1, and they allowed Indiana to hang around.
Yep.
And I think Oklahoma City is the team that has a very unique ability to prevent that. They've seen it once. They made the adjustment. I think they know exactly what it takes to beat the Indiana Pacers.
So do I.
Now, the change of scenery, the change of venue certainly is going to factor into that game. It'll make it tougher because you'll have 19,000 rabid Pacers fans behind you, but Oklahoma City just looks way too tough. I think this series is I feel like it's over.
So do I. And it's a shame because going into this weekend, I thought we might be watching a momentous Game 3, and the crowd will be fantastic in Indiana for Game 3, but I just like Vinny, I don't know if it's going to matter. It feels like after Game 1, Oklahoma City got their arms around this team in that series, and now they're just going to boa constrictor them out of the finals.
Yeah, just squeeze the life out of them.
Squeeze the life out of them.
Yeah, I tend to agree, and OKC's been a really good road team this postseason, but those are your stories, and that's the Reboot.
All right.
Thank you, Sammy. Appreciate it. Rush
Sammy,
Hour Reboot.
oh, brother.
Hey! Coming up next, is this the year Marvin Harrison Jr. proves he was worthy of the number 4 pick? That and some more football news next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
OTA's over. Cardinals minicamp has begun. Arizona Sports is live from Cardinals HQ for minicamp. Talking with players and coaches.
Hi, this is Paris Johnson. This is linebacker Matt Wilson Sr.
This is Darius Robinson. And bringing it to you on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com. Cardinals minicamp coverage. Brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
So I've got 3 really good reasons why you call Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Reason number 1, they're reputable and highly decorated. I'm talking about an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau, the most awarded firm in Arizona. They've even been recognized by the United States Congress. Number 2, they are fast and reliable. When you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. They will not charge you extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. I had a plumbing emergency in the middle of the night. I called them at 4:30 in the morning. morning, a real live person answered the phone. They will for you as well, no matter when you call them. I couldn't believe that. By 8 a.m. the same day, they were at my house. Tremendously impressive. Number 3, they are trustworthy and credible. All their techs are licensed, bonded, insured. All of them have passed background checks and drug tests. And this is pretty important because you don't let anybody into your house. That is your sacred space. You've got to be comfortable with the technicians you let into your space and into your home and the ones you let fix your home. At Parker & Sons, that is never a concern. Call 602-2-REPAIR, 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
You just realized your business needed to hire someone yesterday. How can you find amazing candidates fast? Easy. Just use Indeed. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
If you're suffering from stabbing pain, numbness, tingling, or burning in your arms, legs, hands, or feet, you may be experiencing peripheral neuropathy. If you or a loved one is suffering from neuropathy and has been prescribed a medication like Lyrica, Neurontin, or Cymbalta, there is an alternative. Amazing research has now shown that neuropathy symptoms can be reversed in as little as 1 week. At Restore Wellness, highly trained doctors are using a cutting-edge treatment and successfully slowing and often reversing the disease without addictive medications. If you're tired of living in pain, then call 480-447-9555. That's 480-447-9555. There's no surgery or prescription drugs. Don't wait to get relief. Call 480-447-9555. The first 25 callers will receive a full exam and in-depth consultation, absolutely free.
Hey, it's Jody Jackson. Ready for a career change? You've heard me talking a lot about Y-Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make 6 figures and there is no cold calling. Y-Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
Morris Hall Estate Planning presents Young Minds, Big Questions.
You think you're a lot smarter than I am?
Do you know how to multiply?
Yes.
Then you're smarter than me.
No, you know what I know about? Estate planning.
I know what estate is. Delaware, where my grandma lives. Estate planning is like preparing for the future. It's like making a promise with your family members.
Yeah, it is. So do you know what we call it when we do estate planning for somebody? It's called a trust.
They're like documents, so they can give their assets to their kids.
You have your home, you have your money, you have other things. You don't want all that gone.
It's a lot of stuff.
So what do you think about estate planning?
I think it's pretty cool. If you want to preserve your legacy, come visit our friends at Morris Hall. I'm proud to be part of the Morris Hall family.
Bring us your big questions. For a complimentary consultation, please visit us at morristrust.com. That's morristrust.com.
Cardinals minicamp coverage brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Bickley and Murata talking Cardinals minicamp. Now.
They've resisted all overtures, which were real, because they had a player at number 4 that they felt so confident was A, worth it, and B, such a priority for them to get at that juncture last year. It was Marvin Harrison Jr. It all looked like the stars had aligned. Other than Trey McBride, there was no threat to take up targets in that Arizona offense last year. And yet he had one 30-plus yard catch. I believe he had 2 100-yard games. And down the stretch, just like a non-factor for a guy who, this guy has so much pedigree, is so talented, that they don't have a choice but for him to be far more involved this year. And I think he gets there. I'm not saying he's going to be, first team All-Pro this year, but I think Marvin Harrison Jr. looks much more like the kind of guy that is worth holding off the huge draft overtures for and making the 4th overall pick.
That is Field Yates on the Kevin Clark show, talking about Marvin Harrison Jr. and kind of started that and edited this part out. But the Arizona Cardinals in the 2024 draft, his point was sitting at number 4, not seeking a quarterback in a very quarterback-heavy first round. They were kind of in the catbird seat to listen to offers and really build a bank of draft capital by somebody who wanted to move up. And he mentioned Minnesota could have been that team at number 4 to move up and draft J.J. McCarthy at number 4. But they stood by it because they had that much belief in Marvin Harrison Jr. And we saw the results. The results were, I think, mixed. in year one for Marvin Harrison Jr. And the big question, one of the big questions about the Cardinals going into year two, obviously, we've had this discussion ad nauseum for quite some time now. It hinges on Kyler Murray, but I think if you're going to rank the Cardinals under the most pressure to be successful this year, Marvin Harrison Jr. is number 2. Now, his success is not all his responsibility.
Right.
It ties into the pressure on the quarterback, but that's what everybody around the league is looking at, as in addition to locally.
Well, listen, without a doubt, it's not just Marvin Harrison Jr. It is his connection with Kyler Murray. They have got to get literally on a much better page together. And I could give you any number of examples, but I don't have to because you all watch the games and you know what I'm talking about. The back shoulder throws, the easy completions, the stuff that should be in their back pocket was not in their back pocket at all last year. So I do agree with that. I think Marvin Harrison Jr., I think the work he's put in the weight room shows his level of intensity and seriousness about making the jump in year 2. He's under a lot of pressure. His name alone brings a lot of pressure.
Absolutely.
He doesn't, and he's a super sweet kid. I hope that last year was a revelation and that he's going to make one of those huge jumps in year 2.
Yeah, here was more from Field Yates on just the subject of creating more explosive plays from Marvin Harrison Jr.
How many 30-yard catches do you think Marvin Harrison Jr. had last year?
I'm going to guess 0.
He had 1.
Whoa, okay.
Week 2 against the Rams. Remember last year against the Bills, a game in which the Cardinals scored like 35 points in week 1 and lost. It was like, wow, this offense was electric. And Marvin Harrison Jr., I think, had 1 or 0 catches.
And then he was like the slowest player in Next Gen Stats history or something. Remember that?
Yes, there were some separation score issues, right? So he ends up with 1 30-yard catch last season. I don't know that Marvin Harrison Jr. will ever be as explosive as his draft counterpart, Malik Neighbors or Travis Hunter drafted this year, etc. But I do think he's good enough to have more than 1 30-yard catch in his season.
I would hope so.
Yeah.
And I remember being at that game in week 2 against the Rams. And after, we spent much of week 2 leading up to that game on this show, as everybody else on the station did too, and a lot of people, just fans, scratching their heads. What was that? I mean, Marvin Harrison Jr. was barely involved against Buffalo, a game that really should have won.
Yeah.
And if he had a bigger contribution or they leaned on him a little bit more, maybe they would have won. But the first quarter against the Rams being the explosion that it wasn't. I thought
crazy.
That was going to be much closer to the norm.
Yeah.
And that was kind of an anomaly on the positive side.
Sort of the exception of it all.
Yeah.
I also read a piece over the weekend. It was intriguing to me because I thought there was actual reporting behind it, but apparently Terry McLaurin is not very happy in Washington, D.C. Because he wants a new contract, and I think they're slow in giving it to him. And the story basically said if you send him a second-round pick and Zaven Collins, you might be able to get it done. Now, you'd have to pay him, of course.
I read that too, and I thought about it for a long time.
That would be a sensational ad. You talk about...
That might be a devastating 1-2 punch.
Yeah.
But I read that and thought the Cardinals have shown no interest in adding to this wide receiver room.
No.
Whether it's a big name, a small name, a draft pick.
But maybe it's because they don't like the names that have been bandied about or the ones that are available. If you could go in and execute a trade for Terry McLaurin, that could be a potential game changer. But again, I don't think the Cardinals are going to do it because I don't think they view their offense like that. I think they view their offense as ground and pound to the extreme and play great defense and win games that way. I don't think they're looking to sort of become the greatest show on turf part 2.
Yes, but it'd still be nice to have
of course it would.
Another receiver that's like,
no, of course
I
it would.
trust him, I like him, and to give, we talk about Kyler Murray at length about the 7th year is the year, and again, 7 years a long time. But if Marvin Harrison, and we're hoping he is a wide receiver 1, is your guy, you look and Trey McBride's your tight end, but you don't have a great number 2 for a quarterback that you're hoping takes a leap.
Right. But I think they're not thinking that we're going to throw the ball that much to warrant what it would cost to get a guy like that and get a guy like that under contract. Now, I'd love to have him. Don't get me wrong. Yeah. I'm not arguing that.
Yeah. But if your identity is still going to be a pounding running team, run first, team, then do you want to have that kind of expenditure at the wide receiver position?
And a guy who would 3 weeks into the season come out and say, where are my touches?
Yeah.
When am I going to get the ball? I'm not sure they're real interest into that either.
Yeah,
So,
the other news over the weekend, we knew it was going to happen, but Aaron Rodgers did make his way to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania on Friday, signed the contract, could be worth up to $19 million. Steelers fans are losing their minds. We got the obligatory, I'm done with the Stillers social media post, including the burning of the Minka Fitzpatrick signed jersey, to which Cam Hayward of the Steelers responded to and goes, why would you do that? People need clothes. Are you nuts? And you're going to regret that decision. I love the phrase, when it comes to situations like that on social media, this isn't an airport. You don't have to announce your departure.
That's funny.
I love that phrase that it applies there.
That's fantastic.
But I do get why Steelers fans are concerned
That's pretty good.
or embarrassed.
Uh-huh.
And the other part of it, too, is everybody speculating. The picture that the Steelers put out on social media of Aaron Rodgers signing the contract, he was wearing a ring on his left finger.
Oh, wow.
Is he married? Is it an Aura ring? A fitness tracker?
I hope it's an Aura ring.
Why? Do you shudder
Just because they would just
somebody
make
could
it,
marry him?
No, it would just make it a little more obnoxious if it was that thing.
Yeah, so that's what people are concerned
I feel
about
like,
there.
would he do anything in private? Like if he got married secretly like that? That doesn't seem like his speed.
It doesn't seem like it, but at this point, who knows? This is going to be fascinating to watch this unfold.
Oh, yes. Because like you said, maybe even more than half the fan base is very disappointed by the way the Steelers organization operated here. They wanted to believe their team was better than that. Yet at the same time, they also know going into a season with Mason Rudolph as your starting quarterback is no way to compete.
I was actually surprised at the amount of feedback from Steelers fans I read on comments, on stories, and on social media that were pretty reserved to the fact, hey, let's give Mason Rudolph a chance.
Really?
He's a guy that they have some familiarity with.
Right.
But I think also that represents the opposite of signing Aaron Rodgers because so many people just didn't want to get in business.
Yeah.
And the way Dave Damashek put it with us last
fantastic.
week, likening it to a vampire movie. You invited the soul sucker in.
I saw that movie over the weekend that Dave Damashek referenced.
Sinners.
Fantastic.
I heard great things about it.
Fantastic.
My film critic son, #1 movie of the year.
Yeah.
And he's seen everything.
It's incredible. It's very, very
He's
well
a really
done.
good director, that guy. Did you have a Sinner weekend, huh?
I did. Yannick Sinner and Sinners. Yeah, I did. I really did. And
not to mention what else.
Things come in threes, Bick. What else did you do? Repent, Bickley. Repent. Coming up next, the sinner himself, Dan Bickley, will have the Monday edition of the Bickley Blast. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
OTA's over. Cardinals minicamp has begun. Arizona Sports is live from Cardinals HQ for minicamp. Talking with players and coaches.
This is Buda Baker.
It's Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon.
Hey, this is Kyler Murray.
And bringing it to you on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com. Cardinals minicamp coverage brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
I've been in the diamond business my whole life. Grew up in my dad's 22-store chain, and since 1990, I've been doing it on my own. Here's the truth. Big-name stores can't match our prices. Why? Because they have massive overhead, fancy showrooms, huge marketing budgets, and layers of corporate costs. Every dollar they spend is a dollar you pay. But at my office, we keep it simple. No unnecessary overhead, just the best diamonds at the best prices. And when it comes to quality, we carry what the mall stores won't and what the luxury stores charge a fortune for. If you want the finest diamonds at the most competitive prices without the retail markup, come see me, Diamond Dave, and my team of experts. Because when you buy from us, you don't just get a diamond, you get confidence, quality, and the deal of a lifetime.
Call 480-397-2450. That's 480-397-2450. Or follow Dave on Instagram at Diamond Dave Cantor. That's at Diamond Dave KANTOR.
If you're hurt in an accident and results matter to you, call the attorneys at Sweet James. An accident victim suffered neck and arm and back injuries after a car ran a red light and hit them. The insurance company offered them nothing for their injuries. Sweet James recovered $600,000 for their client and the medical care needed. They can't guarantee the outcome of your case, but if you're hurt in an accident, don't take it on alone. Call Sweet James. Pay nothing until they win. 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. 800-900-0000 or sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Moving Team 6 proudly supports and hires veterans.
Entrepreneurship, that was always the dream, right? The American dream. I guess I instilled that in my boys.
My name is Gary Lee. I'm one of the owners at Moving Team 6. I would say my dad taught us dedication and discipline. If you have these attributes, you're going to be successful at no matter what you do.
I'm JT Lee. I'm owner of Moving Team 6 too. We want to make you successful. I heard this ad about Moving Team 6. They take care of our vets. That's what we want.
MovingTeam6.com. Your move is our mission.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO. Hey, it's no secret that if your AC isn't working, it can turn your car into an oven on wheels. But fear not, AMCO's here to help rescue you from the heat. Tell us more, you say? Well, at AMCO, our certified techs are experts in diagnosing and fixing AC issues. Whether it's a refrigerant leak, a compressor failure, or just needs a simple recharge, we've got you covered. So here's what sets AMCO apart from the rest when it comes to AC repair. Not only do we have a free AC check, we have an online coupon for $25 off our comprehensive inspection of the entire AC system. Plus, with our transparent pricing and warranty options, you can trust that you're getting the best service for the best price. Now that's what I call a cool deal. So don't sweat it this summer. So Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. In a very weird weekend series, the Diamondbacks failed to win a game in Cincinnati against the Reds, including a 4-2 loss yesterday, but the D-backs are back home tonight for a 3-game series. They'll host the Seattle Mariners. First pitch will be at 6:40 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Arizona Wildcats baseball team is headed to Omaha for the College World Series after taking a 3-game series against North Carolina. This is their first College World Series under head coach Chip Hale. The Oklahoma City Thunder took care of business in Game 2 of the finals last night against the Pacers, 123-107, and evened up the series as it heads back to Indiana for Game 3 that'll be Wednesday night. And Carlos Alcaraz beat Jannik Sinner in the French Open final yesterday after being down 2-0 in one of the more thrilling matches you will see. This report is brought to you by the Berg Simpson Law Firm. Injured? Call the Berg Simpson Law Firm or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
The Diamondbacks are a case study in disappointment. They are a team with good pitching, grounded by untimely mistakes, untimely offense, and very little competitive fire. And even worse, they're really bad on the weekends. After a soggy series in Cincinnati, the Diamondbacks are now 3-7 on Fridays and 2-8 on Saturdays. So 15 of their 34 losses happen just as Valley sports fans settle into what they hope will be a great weekend, and they promptly ruin the mood. There are so many reasons, so many recurring issues. Just when we learn that Corbin Burns will be gone for this year and maybe all of next, Ryan Nelson and Brandon Pfaadt both imploded. And for a team that gives more rest than a truck stop, their offense gets very sleepy in the middle of games. And speaking of games, there are now less than 100 of them left. The Diamondbacks are back underwater, 3 games under 500, and looking like a soft team that is not worthy or capable of reaching the postseason. It is tremendously aggravating given the excitement and all the money invested into this team. And can you imagine poor Vinny if the only baseball championship we get this year comes from the University of Arizona? All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW. Make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
He's more than likely going to be lost till, I would guess, August, September of next year.
Yeah, so almost 2 full regular seasons.
So why throw him then? Because if they're in the hunt, you're asking them to come back max effort without really working it back all the way through. I don't know if I really want him to.
I think the reason teams like to do that, because it gives a player confidence going into the offseason that I made it back and I can get to spring training and go through the normal routine.
Yeah, but Dan,
and I don't have to worry about it.
But when you come back in the postseason, there's a little bit more adrenaline, a little bit more max effort than maybe I'm easing in through spring training into the season. That's just how I'm saying.
Dan Plesac and Harold Reynolds on MLB Network kind of wondering out loud when we're going to see Corbin Burns on the mound again. That's the way the soggy weekend started. What a bummer of a stat that is.
How about that, huh?
On Fridays
Isn't
and
that
Saturdays.
Something?
Goodness
2-8 on Saturdays, 3-7 on Fridays, Vinny. Yeah.
Everybody's working for the weekend.
Team buzzkill.
And it was even more of a buzzkill with the rain situation on Friday, which made for just a sloppy mess of a baseball game.
Mm-hmm.
The play that Alec Thomas didn't make in center field in that game that concluded on Saturday, just a incredibly strange path to the ball. Now, he did make an incredible catch in the scheduled game on Saturday.
Yeah, but by then the damage had been done.
That was yesterday, actually, that he made that great catch. But, yeah, could have been a different game then. You lose 13-1 in the middle game, and you're finishing up with a catcher on the pitcher's mound, never a good sign. And then yesterday, getting out to a 2-0 lead, and the offense shutting down the engines again.
Yeah, and so here we are again, 3 games under 500. By the way, Arizona baseball, you guys caught a big break. That called third strike.
Hey, there no robot umps are not here yet. It's all judgment, baby.
Yeah. Diamondbacks need a break like that. Jared doesn't even know what I'm talking about. Did you watch Saturday's game?
No.
Yeah.
I kept track of who was winning.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw that they won.
But he'll be decked out in blue and red on Friday, including
I've always been
knee socks.
Right.
I've been a big fan of the College World Series since day one.
Oh, I know you have. So, you're a historian, basically. Who won it last year?
I'm gonna say
an actual funny thing with this team is so. When I was getting my master's at U of A, me and my roommate, we lived in a guest house. The main house was Arizona baseball players. So I got to actually know like the seniors on this team.
Wow.
And so it's pretty cool to like see them. And it's a funny story because I wasn't going to go a 5th year for my master's, but ended up living in the baseball team's guest house. So I've got some ties there.
You got some great stories, man.
You're like Forrest
playing cards with Geraldo Perdomo, right? Living with Arizona's baseball team. Sammy knows what I'm talking about.
Shrimp Company.
North Carolina was staging a rally, and your relief pitcher was getting real shaky, and they called a strike 3, chest high. It was absurd, but hey, you take it.
Ring him up, sit him down. Let's go.
I was thinking about this over the weekend because
Yeah.
I've got some friends outside of here, and I'm not. Don't take this as U of A based criticism, but through my lens, and I think this applies to college baseball in general. It's a sport that goes largely ignored all season long.
Mm-hmm.
But when you're, and I've done it in the past too. And
Uh-huh.
I used to be a huge ASU baseball fan, but it's been a while since they've made a run.
Yeah.
But when your team gets into the College World Series, it happens in softball too. When they get to that final 8, everybody's dialed in.
Everyone's dialed into
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
It's like anything. It's like with Olympic sports where you don't follow that sport until, it's the Olympics. Then you get way into it.
True.
But back on the Corbin Burns thing,
Mm-hmm.
first of all, isn't it crazy that an injury that when it happened after the game, he didn't even know how serious it was, that, I think maybe I dodged a bullet, got out of there just in time, just a little tightness and stuff, that you could then miss a year and a half almost? And also, haven't they advanced Tommy John surgery? I thought people were coming back quicker from that.
No, the
now.
timetable is actually longer than it's been historically.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you add the increased care level and factor that caution and
Right.
bubble wrap that they've got on their investments,
Yep.
and it's going to be probably August of next year.
The last sad maybe reality of Corbin Burns is that he has an opt-out in his contract at the end of 2026 when he would be coming back for 2027. And again, he'll probably opt in because he's coming off surgery. But if he wanted, he could have pitched his last game as a Diamondback if he opts out.
Look, the possibility is there, but I mean, we know the reason why Corbin Burns is playing for the Arizona Diamondbacks is because they play baseball in Phoenix, Arizona.
Yeah, that's right.
And
That's a good point.
Unless something drastic changes to be a real bummer, I don't think that's going to change in the next couple
I'm not
of years.
sure. I'm not sure it isn't flipped. I'm not sure if the Diamondbacks, if you ask them truthfully, if they'd rather be off that contract than be committed to 4 years of money to a guy coming off of Tommy John.
Yeah,
I'm not sure which one they choose.
But
where they will
put
be
yourself
at that.
in Corbin Burns' shoes at that point of his recovery.
Oh, he's exercising that option.
Why wouldn't you?
Of course he is.
And you guys completely misinterpreted the luck level that I bring to a team on Friday. We all did. Because as Friday, the team was undefeated since I ate that giant 2-foot sub. What we didn't point out was that I was in attendance at the game where Corbin Burns got hurt. And of course, it was going to be bad news, and he's now out.
Yeah, but your dietary habits were enough to overcome that bummer.
Just for the game.
Listen, but Jared brings up a good point because the Corbin Burns reaction after the game, when it happened in real time, the words that came out of his mouth, my elbow is gone.
It's done.
It's done.
Yeah.
Okay, and then he waved to the fans as he walked off like, see ya, it's going to be a while. And then afterwards, he sounded much more confident. And then there was talk of, well, it's not a second opinion. It's just this first was inconclusive. And then Torrey, oh, no, there's nothing inconclusive about it.
Yeah. Here was
what a frustrating
Burns
season.
after that game, going back to that Sunday against Washington.
There's obviously a lot of guys in here that have had different types of surgery on the elbow. It's tough to really know exactly what they're feeling when you try to explain to them what you're feeling. But I'm going to hold out hope that body shut it down before it got too bad, and that's really all I got right now.
And let's be clear about the situation too. My interpretation of what Torrey Lovello said is that there was an option put in front of Corbin Burns, and Corbin Burns made the decision to have the surgery. Not necessarily that it had to be done. He could have gone the rehab route, which is long and arduous in itself, but looking at his future, his baseball future, chose to have the surgery. I'm not going to fault him for that.
No.
Because he even said on that Sunday that I probably could have kept pitching, but just wanted to be careful. But apparently pushed it a little bit too far.
Yeah, listen, it's tremendously disappointing. This whole season keeps getting demoralizing and deflating. Every time you think you've turned a corner, you're more like in a maze.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
You know?
Yeah. And look, returning home has not necessarily been the healing salve that the Diamondbacks have needed. I mean, certainly coming home for their last homestand against Pittsburgh and Washington was about the most bummer homestand you could imagine.
Yep.
And, they started that road trip off with a 3-game sweep, and you come back with a 500 road trip. That is not that's not the way you get out of your malaise.
And how about Ellie De La Cruz? Somebody's got to explain to him that hitting in the major leagues is very, very difficult. Don't have a toothpick in your mouth when you're trying to bat.
I haven't seen
That's
that
very
since
dangerous.
UL Washington.
That's right. He used to do that.
That was a real tooth. Ellie looks like he's got one of those plastic flossers. Almost in his mouth.
Like hooked up to a tooth?
Yeah.
Weird.
Guy's got a lot of swag.
Yeah, he does.
And tremendous dental care. Coming up next, are the Phoenix Suns in the worst situation in the history of the NBA? It might sound hyperbolic, but there's people who believe it. We'll tell you who next. Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Here comes the 0-1 pitch. Fastball ripped on the ground to third. Backhanded by Espinal. The throw to first in time, and that's the ball game. Diamondbacks finish 12 up, 12 down to finish the game. They lose the finale 4-2.
Swept out of Cincy, the D-backs face the Mariners at Chase Field. Game 1 of 3 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Expertise, selection, and price. They are 3 great reasons why you head on down to Walt's TV and Appliance, because if you're in the market for a big screen television, I guarantee you're only going to get one of those factors at a big box store. You're going to get all of them at Walt's. Expertise. They've been serving the Valley since 1957. They're a Valley institution. They've got an incredibly knowledgeable staff. They'll give you the insight and the wisdom you need to make the right decisions. You will not get that from the big box store. Selection, all the major name brands you're looking for, big screen televisions up to 115 inches, great selections of audio components from speakers to sound bars. You put the right audio component together with the right television built for live action sports, and you will have magic. Finally, price. They offer unbeatable prices on the products you want, and if you think you found a good price somewhere else, bring it to Walt's. Watch them beat it. They also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. They're going to give you the best in-store and in-home experience every time, and you get to enjoy worry-free installation done by a professional. That is also something you will not get at the big box stores. Go find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA, or you can shop online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
Post Malone presents the Big Ass Stadium Tour. 9-time Diamond certified and 16-time Grammy Award nominated phenomenon, Post Malone. His biggest headline tour, live at State Farm Stadium, Saturday, June 21st. Global superstar, Post Malone. Get tickets now at livenation.com.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at amazonbusiness.com.
Right now, get a $15 gift card after rebate with the purchase of select AC Pro refrigerant products at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Hey, it's Jody Jackson. Ready for a career change? You've heard me talking a lot about Y-Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make 6 figures, and there is no cold calling. Y-Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
One thing about the NBA now today, it's so easy to go out and say, the coach ain't doing this, the coach ain't doing that. Are you putting the right pieces around to really compete for a championship?
Arizona Sports.
I don't think Phoenix had the right pieces to really say they were going to compete for a championship this year.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Bickley and Murata.
It's the worst situation in the history of the NBA. And
oh my God, he just comes off the top on that one.
It's not the first time I've said it.
I know.
It's the worst situation in the history of the NBA, and none of this is a sign that it's getting any better.
Just to clarify that, the worst situation, like from a front office management
from a franchise, where the franchise sits right now. They have no control over their jobs for the next several years. They're in cap hell. They have Bradley Beal, who they cannot trade because he has a no-trade clause. They have no draft picks to improve the team. And they have an aging Kevin Durant, who they now have annoyed with the way they handled things in the spring.
And who only has 1 year left on his contract, so he's going to have a lot of say on where he goes or where he doesn't, which deflates his value.
There is not a path out of this anytime soon, that, in my opinion, that doesn't involve a lot of pain. Look at where they are now, with a roster mostly devoid of young talent, with no draft picks going forward, with no cap flexibility going forward, and with a Western Conference, as you have pointed out many times, that is absolutely loaded.
That is a ray of sunshine right there.
How about it?
Tim Bontemps from the Hoops Collective. Coming off the top rope, as Brian Windhorst put it, calling the Suns situation and then the illustration of the reality of that situation. The worst situation in the history of the NBA.
Ugh.
Hyperbolic or no?
I don't know.
Look, I mean, I don't know how to quantify it or rank it. It's not good.
No, it's not good. It's not good. But I also think that it's what I think put that over the top was the Matt Ishbia, the famous email that I'm going to get more involved, and that's the whole thing. It's the level of trust now in what they're saying and the veracity of it. Matt Ishbia, during one of the press conferences at the end of the season, literally claimed that the Bradley Beal no trade clause was overrated.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to know how it's overrated.
He didn't. I remember him saying that too, and he kind of switched directions pretty much after he said that.
Right.
Really didn't elaborate.
Right.
Then there wasn't a follow-up question on it, if I remember correctly. But I don't think you can overrate that at all.
No.
If it wasn't overrated, I think Bradley Beal would be on another team right now.
Yeah. And then to compound matters, there's actually Zach Harper from The Athletic. He, during a podcast, claimed that there are whispers in the NBA about Matt Ishbia's liquidity.
Yep. Here's that cut.
I almost wonder if it's him saying, like, hey, I'm going to start cutting back on some of the money we're spending. Not so much on the team, but like the small details that we need in the front office or the equipment or whatnot.
I have no idea if this is true or not, but there have been whispers and rumors. And granted, like sometimes like people have no idea what money is. In the like people are like, oh, A-Rod's broken. They're like, no, A-Rod's got money like to spend. Like I don't know when it comes to this stuff, right? You never know. There were rumors like within the last year, it was like, oh, the Suns are like, they might not have money. Like they might be like Ishbia might not have.
Didn't he buy this on loan? Am I making this?
Yeah, it was like very contingent, I think, on like stuff with his business, and then there were questions about like his business and stuff and how liquid it was and all that. Like
that's from the Basketball Illuminati podcast.
Just wild.
It's wild, but also somewhat wild, without anything really to back that up, without saying, oh, there's rumors out there. There's rumors about everything.
Right. Yeah, no. I'm not giving any validity to it, but just these are the conversations that are taking place on podcasts about our Phoenix Suns.
Let's face it, and a lot of this is on him, but Matt Ishbia has made it very easy for him to be taking shots at.
Yeah, that's very, very true. That's very, very true.
And these are big NBA podcasts, and there's cuts from both of them just talking about the ridiculousness.
This is not the Hank Gudgley Hoop podcast.
Right. And just
which is underrated, by the way.
The perceptive ridiculousness of him saying that he wasn't involved before and is going to finally start getting involved with this franchise.
Well, and then another thing that came out with the Jordan Knott hire, and Bick mentioned this earlier, Jordan Knott, the official press conference, the press release finally came out Friday after we got off the air, but it's going to happen tomorrow at 3 o'clock. So first introduction of Jordan Knott as the head coach of the Phoenix Suns. But it was widely reported that Devin Booker rubber stamped it. Not necessarily that Jordan Knott was his pick. It was presented different ways, but Brian Windhorst on that same Hoops Collective podcast kind of gave criticism to the Suns for that as well.
He's about to sign, I assume, a 2-year, $150 million extension, which is probably one of the reasons why he was willing to be so involved in the coaching search. Because he was like, I'm going to be a good teammate. I'll be in, because by the way, it's not necessarily good policy. I mean, it wasn't public, but it's not necessarily good policy to have your franchise player have to stamp a coach, because now that can be put on the coach's head. And by the way, they delivered him 5 first-time head coaching candidates. They were like, Devin, here's our 5 finalists. They've all never been head coaches before. Pick one and marry yourself to it.
Devin Booker,
that's tough because the way they have put him in this position is, in my view, unfair. It's unfair to him to have to ratify a coaching hire where there's 5 guys who've never been a head coach before.
I don't know if that's the way the process went down.
I'm not sure either.
Devin Booker did not pick the head coach of the Phoenix Suns.
No, he did not. He did not. It's an interesting point that Brian Windhorst brings up that I had not even thought about. That having him give a stamp of approval might make things that much more difficult on the head coach, while also equally being unfair to the player. Because what if Jordan
it ties them together?
Right. Yeah. And how can Devin Booker know when these are first-time candidates? It's a point I had not thought of before, and it's interesting.
But I brought this up last week too. I would love to know the details of the coaching searches that preceded this one and what Devin Booker's input was. To me, it seems wildly irresponsible in the year 2025 or 2023 or 2024 for that matter to not pick the brain of your franchise player when you're hiring a coach.
Sure does.
If you're in the business of keeping that player happy and making him a lifetime Phoenix Sun, which I think is still very, very much up in the air whether or not that's going to happen. I think a lot. We're going to know a lot more a year from now.
Oh, I totally agree with that.
Devin Booker's ability or desire to be a lifelong Phoenix Sun.
But I do agree with what Brian Windhorst said, and that is I think Devin Booker is going to be very agreeable to anything the Suns want him to do and or say this offseason because of his financial reward that's coming. I think he's very motivated by that, and who wouldn't be? That's a massive raise.
Yeah, $75 million plus per year.
Yeah, that's
not a contract he gets from another team.
No,
he's eligible for it here.
That's
and
it.
Here only.
And here only. Yeah, and it's exactly what the Dallas Mavericks didn't want to do for Luka, and yet the Suns are going to do it for Devin Booker, and so I think Devin Booker is going to be absolutely. Absolutely. You like him the best? Absolutely. I'm down with it. Absolutely. I think you're right on the money. I think what next year looks and feels like might bring a different Booker out. Man, I am hoping Jordan Ott is the next John Wooden, baby. And again, and the reason why I have a hard time believing that Devin Booker chose Jordan Ott as the best candidate of them all, and the reason why I think this Michigan State thing is an issue, is if Johnny Bryant doesn't get the job in New York and Johnny Bryant was available, Johnny Bryant's a better candidate, and you can't tell me otherwise. He's been an associate head coach 2 different places. He's further down the road. And again, after tomorrow's press conference, that may all change. We may walk out of this thing going, "Wow, that kid is dynamic."
Yeah, I think tomorrow will be an opportunity for the Suns to actually look good on the hire because it was reported in the process. Wow, Jordan Ott has really stood out in the interview process. So what about it stood out? Suns fans did not walk away with that same reaction from the Brian Gregory press conference because, quite honestly, their general manager search was a fraction of what they did for the head coaching search. So it seemed like maybe there was a flirtation, a batting of the eyes at Bob Myers, and that didn't happen, and then they moved to Brian Gregory.
Yeah.
They treated this much more differently.
That's
so
true.
I think tomorrow is an opportunity for Jordan Ott to shine. Even though, again, whatever you put into winning or losing the press conference, it's just a real-time reaction. It really means nothing in the grand scheme of things.
Absolutely. But I do think that he can help himself in the short term by coming off as very competent and very prepared and very ready for all of this.
And we'll carry that live on Arizona Sports 3 p.m. tomorrow. So tune in.
During the Burns and Gambo show.
Burnsy!
Coming up next, the NBA Finals may be tied 1-1 on the scoreboard, but are they starting to feel like they're already over? Kinda. We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
OTA's over. Cardinals minicamp has begun. There's still no live contact, but minicamp is more intense.
More intensity.
With longer practices, and it's mandatory.
Be there or be square.
Players get fined for missing minicamp, so everyone is expected in Tempe this week.
Hey, I'm here so I won't get fined, boss.
Arizona Sports is live from Cardinals HQ for minicamp.
Talking with players and coaches
sports and bringing it to you on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com. We are wherever you are. Cardinals minicamp coverage brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Do not be surprised if you see a Turf Monsters vehicle rolling through your neighborhood, because Turf Monsters is everywhere, from Queen Creek to Cave Creek, from Buckeye to Apache Junction, all the way up to Black Canyon City, ready to take your phone call, ready to build you the backyard of your dreams. Turf Monsters landscapers have been serving satisfied customers in the greater Phoenix area since 2018, and they can do a whole lot of stuff for you. They're a leading installer of artificial turf in the valley, which means they can give you that beautiful green popping front lawn or backyard without the mess, without the water bills, without the hassle. Their state-of-the-art putting greens are absolutely unbelievable. If you're a golfer, that should get your attention. They can build customized barbecue grills, customized fire pits, hardscapes like patios and sidewalks. Whatever you are looking for, they can build you that backyard of your dreams. Highly recommend you go to their website, check out samples of their work, but also check out the near 1,000 five-star reviews. Says a lot about the character of this company. Their website, turfmonstersaz.com, or give them a call, tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
This next song goes out to Cox Mobile for letting me video call my dog while we're on tour. From San Diego to Boston, I said hi, you started barking. Cox Mobile's got the bars to keep us both howling.
We run on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability, so whether you're at a concert or on the road, you'll stay connected. Visit cox.com/mobile. Cox Internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability per Ookla US 2H 2024. Other restrictions apply.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that, and third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6580. That's 800-583-6580.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
At Shane Company, we love a spring engagement, but you might be wondering, how do I find the perfect engagement ring? As a trusted family jeweler since 1929, we get asked this a lot. We have a wide selection of ring settings, like vintage designs with romantic details, floral settings inspired by nature, and classic styles with clean lines and sleek metals. Dreaming of the most beautiful diamond you've ever seen? At Shane Company, we handpick only the sparkliest center stones in all shapes and sizes, from oval to round to marquise, and more. We have gorgeous natural and lab-grown diamonds at competitive prices, in-store, ready to compare side by side. Drawn to certain colors? We're known for our rainbow of vivid natural sapphires, including shades of blue, straight out of a fairy tale, handpicked by our owner, Tom Shane. At Shane Company, we have the best free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, plus resizing, repairs, and cleanings for life. Visit us at shaneco.com or in store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Get real testosterone prescribed by real doctors now at Red Mountain. If you're feeling sluggish, lacking energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low testosterone. The solution? Prescription strength testosterone. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, greater focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Have low T? Start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. In a very weird weekend series, the Diamondbacks failed to win a game in Cincinnati against the Reds, including a 4-2 loss yesterday. And here was manager Torey Lovullo after the game.
Very disappointed. We lose 2 tough ball games here. The middle game was a clunker yesterday. I'm aware of that, but they got big hits at the most critical time, and we didn't, and that's a difference in the game. Our guys are very capable of doing that. It didn't happen.
The D-backs will be home tonight to start a 3-game series with the Seattle Mariners. First pitch will be at 6:40 here on Arizona Sports, 98.7, and the Arizona Sports app. The Arizona Wildcats are headed to Omaha for the College World Series after taking a 3-game series against North Carolina. This will be their first College World Series under head coach Chip Hale. The Oklahoma City Thunder took care of the Indiana Pacers last night in Game 2 of the finals, 123-107, and evened up the series as it heads back to Indiana for a Game 3 Wednesday night. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's the letter YREFY.com.
Hey, it's Luke. What do we need to hear from Suns head coach Jordan Ott in his introductory press conference on Tuesday? We'll discuss it at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
It was pretty close in the beginning. I think just a lot of unanswered buckets, maybe some key turnovers that we can take away. But yeah, they did a good job being disruptive, and they got out in transition. And they made some tough shots. They got guys that contributed, across the board. They got off the bench, guys made some big shots. They got rebounds. They just did a little bit of the little things that, like, more than we did.
Pascal Siakam of the Indiana Pacers talking about the Thunder doing the little things better than the Indiana Pacers did. I don't know what Greg Doyle's reaction to that was. I don't know if anybody's checked on him. Be careful what you say in your press conference, Pascal.
Yeah, right?
It might set somebody off. I think they did the big things better. I think they did the little things better. I think they're the better team right now.
Mm-hmm.
And I hate to say this, and it might even sound stupid to say this, but I can't help feeling what I feel. And yes, every time a result comes in the postseason, it sways your belief on a series. I believe what we saw yesterday was definitely more indicative of the separation between these two teams, the ability of these two teams. And yeah, the Pacers gave us a tremendous memory in Game 1 of that series with Tyrese Halliburton's buzzer beater. The fact of the matter is these two teams have played 96 minutes of basketball in 2 games, and the Indiana Pacers have led for 1 minute and 53.3 seconds of that time period.
Yeah, and whether or not they can get back into this series after what I saw last night, I'm not quite so certain. I believe that the Pacers can hang with this team. I'd like to be wrong, because if not, this will become a ratings disaster. Right?
Well, some might argue it already is.
Well, what'd you say about Game 1, Jarrett?
Is this a Jarrett factor?
Is this a Jarrett factor?
This is the lowest. It's the lowest rated NBA Finals Game 1 ever, excluding the 2 COVID year ones where they weren't at the normal times of the year.
So that would include Suns,
20,
Bucks,
20 and 21.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Lakers, Heat, Game 1 in the bubble, and Suns, Bucks.
I think it's understandable. I was really hoping that yesterday, the Sunday night primetime kind of audience, I'm sure they did post a decent number, but there wasn't a lot of game there last night. There wasn't a lot of competitive drama.
No, I think everybody that was watching the game that is interested was waiting for that trademark Indiana comeback, and it just never came. The last 31 minutes and 47 seconds of that game was a comfortable double-digit lead. And with the waves of defenders that Oklahoma City can throw at you, it didn't look like it. And look, a lot of people are going to criticize Tyrese Halliburton. Oklahoma City has made life very miserable for him, and they have the ability to do that for the remainder of this series. I don't think that changes. And this might be, Indiana has used different heroes throughout this run. Pascal Siakam has been an offensive go-to guy at times. Halliburton has been at times. Remember Nesmith against the Knicks, Miles Turner. They have a lot of different guys, but they really don't have the guy when things bog down to say, get us a hoop.
I said this before the show that Awful Announcing did a great takedown of ESPN's halftime show. They put a 29-second clip online of the halftime show, just people screaming at each other. You can't hear a thing. No analysis. But what was being said was Bob Myers claiming that Tyrese Halliburton has to be a lot better and has to carry the scoring load for this team. And Kendrick Perkins countered by saying he cannot do that. He is not a high-volume scorer. He's a great clutch time player, but he's not the kind of guy that is just going to carry you offensively.
Well, yesterday was the example, and I agree with that. Again, look at the numbers. He averaged like 19 points a game this year. He has the ability to do it. Where it comes down to me, and I think we saw this in the Western Conference Finals too, a lot of the criticism against Anthony Edwards was, yes, Oklahoma City's making it difficult on him, but he's not meeting their aggressiveness defensively with aggressiveness offensively. And he got criticism and raked over the coals by some, including myself. You don't want to hear your best player who's an unstoppable offensive force saying, well, I made the right plays. Well, maybe you didn't. Halliburton's not the same type of player, but you definitely want to see him be more aggressive early in games because that might be the recipe for the Pacers. Stay within arm's length, make a team sweat, and then get hot from three in the corners. And we've seen them use that recipe 4 different times in this postseason already. But Oklahoma City, I think, is just built differently than everybody else they've played.
Yeah, I think Game 3, the Pacers have to win this thing, or this might be a backdoor sweep.
It might be. Here is Tyrese Halliburton, his thoughts on getting the split, which was the ultimate goal for the Pacers in the grand scheme of things.
You know, your job is to go split, go try to get one on the road. We got game 1. You know, felt like we really let the rope slip. You know, there in the second quarter. You know, so I think you can. There's many different ways that you can choose to digest. You know, what's in front of you. But yeah, I think we focus on taking it a day at a time. So you got the split. You know, you feel good about that. You know, but we definitely wanted to play better tonight. You know, I think our processes need to be a lot better for us to be successful here. So. Yeah, it's still a race in the first of 4. So we're going to our home court, you know, tied 1-1. And, you know, we love playing at home, love playing in front of our fans. Our fans are amazing, you know, so just see where we can get better and, just taking it a day at a time.
It's not X's and O's related. It's not really all that important either. But we talked about it on Friday. The lack of feel, the lack of aura in these telecasts that really didn't differentiate it from a regular season game. Adam Silver was asked about it, hey, putting a logo back on the court, at least identifying that it's the NBA Finals. They didn't do it, but they did do it digitally yesterday. Did you notice that?
I did.
They had the O'Brien trophies up and then the NBA script logo for a while, and they're so low res. It just looks so rinky-dink on both instances. But they won't put decals down, temporary decals down anymore because of the thought that maybe the decals, because they're not the same consistency or finish as the floor, they might get slippery. So they haven't done that in like 10 years. It's all going to be immaterial when in the next 3 years everybody's playing on a LCD court that you can change with the press of a button. We've already seen it in All-Star Weekend.
Yeah, you're right.
And they could change to any court they wanted to with the press of a button. But
oh boy,
that was their.
That's cool. That's not an oh boy thing. That thing seems like that'd
but
be
if
cool.
you're worried about playing on a hardwood floor that's already been finished, but putting a decal on it, how could the footing be on a piece of glass? How great could that be?
Glass notoriously has good footing, doesn't it? No.
Is that not a concern from a footing standpoint?
Why wouldn't it be?
I wondered about it during the All-Star Weekend. I was like, hey, that's really cool. Now, it's overkill when they're doing the three-point contest, and it's just a big starry logo.
Why doesn't the NBA create new courts for these teams with the design and then break them up and sell them after the finals?
That is, because the turnaround would be too quick.
Yeah,
and everybody
you're
points
right.
out,
You're right.
They've got new floors for this cockamamie in-season tournament. Every team uses them, and they use them like 3 or 4 times. Why not do it for the finals? Well, those are finished well in advance.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Turnaround is never too quick if you know a guy.
I got a floor guy.
Yeah.
I
got a guy.
He can turn it around in 12 hours. It's going to cost you, but he can do it.
That's fantastic.
Join us for another Arizona Sports Half Day Club this Wednesday as the Dbacks take on the Seattle Mariners. Text the word half to 620-620. Then we'll send you a link to be able to buy lower level tickets for just $9.87. Once again, that's half. HALF to 620-620. Coming up next, do the Suns need to truly consider resetting their franchise by doing what some people call the unthinkable? We'll get into that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Arizona baseball surges ahead of North Carolina in wild 8th inning to move on to the College World Series. Draymond Green details Kevin Durant nearly getting dealt to the Warriors, and the Diamondbacks are swept by the Reds as Zach Allen slips late. Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com presented by Y-Refi.
Not that long ago, great athletes like Peyton Manning, the late, great Kobe Bryant, many others, they'd all go to Europe during the off seasons. And I remember people in the media wondering, what are they doing that for? What are they getting in Europe they can't get in America? Well, the answer is non-surgical regenerative treatments is what they were seeking. But guess what? They're available now. They're in our backyard, and you can find them at QC Kinetics, this exciting new field that can help you dramatically if you're dealing with any kind of joint pain. And it can also help you avoid surgery. And I know that because they did that with me with my torn meniscus when I did not want to have to go through surgery and rehab. In fact, QC Kinetics helping people all over America get real lasting pain relief, and they do it by using highly concentrated healing properties from your own body that target, restore, and repair damaged joint tissue. And the patient satisfaction reports are through the roof, including Emmett Smith, who raves about QC Kinetics. So if you're dealing with joint pain due to injury or arthritis, this is a remarkable option you need to check out. The consultation is free. There is no surgery. There are no steroids. There is no downtime. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can get that free consultation by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
A blown call at the plate?
Safe.
Frustrating. Spilling your nachos in the stands?
Aw, man.
Disappointing. Finding a scorpion in your home?
Honey, I need a little help in here.
Unnecessary. Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control, the official service provider of the Arizona Diamondbacks and Chase Field. While we can't do anything about the nachos, we can definitely take care of the scorpions. Call 602-BLUE-SKY today and get big league pest protection for your home. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
So you're in pretty decent shape, but... okay, as we get older, we lose a step. Totally natural part of being a guy. And at Vital for Men, we got your back by helping you get it back. Testosterone replacement therapy is designed to make you feel powerful, sharp, and renewed. Get started today with a free test at one of our 3 Valley-wide locations. And on top of that, we're excited to offer semaglutide to support your health journey even further. Visit Vital4Men.com today. Vital, the number 4men.com. It's time to get it back.
Morris Hall Estate Planning presents Young Minds, Big Questions.
You think you're a lot smarter than I am?
Do you know how to multiply?
Yes.
Then you're smarter than me.
No, you know what I know about? Estate planning.
I know what estate is. Delaware, where my grandma lives. Estate planning is like preparing for the future. It's like making a promise with your family members.
Yeah, it is. So do you know what we call it when we do estate planning for somebody? It's called a trust.
They're like documents, so they can give their assets to their kids.
You have your home, you have your money, you have other things. You don't want all that gone.
It's a lot of stuff.
So what do you think about estate planning?
I think it's pretty cool. If you want to preserve your legacy, come visit our friends at Morris Hall. I'm proud to be part of the Morris Hall family.
Bring us your big questions. For a complimentary consultation, please visit us at morristrust.com. That's morristrust.com.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here, and I'm sitting next to my great friend, Dr. Joe from Aria Dental Implant Center. Hey, Dr. Joe, it's great to see you.
Thanks for having me.
Talk to me about the All-On-4 dental implant.
It's a process where we can remove patients' remaining dentition, where we can place 4 dental implants, take our digital impressions, so we can get this population back in function.
You know I've had the All-On-4. It is a life changer. It truly is. Not only to be able to smile, right, but also to bite into a steak. What is the best thing about getting the All-on-4 dental treatment?
Self-confidence. The only reason people don't get All-on-4s is because they can't afford it. It's expensive.
Yes.
My goal is to make it economical. So if I can reduce that cost, I will.
If you have broken or missing teeth, he's going to help you. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. It's spelled A-R-I-A. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
Arizona sports.
Drafting is going to be critical. The free agency is always critical as well.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Bickley and Murata.
There's an unbelievable amount of respect I have for Devin in terms of how he goes about the professionalism and all those different things. But his voice is very, very important for us. And side note, he was one of the first guys to hit me up and congratulate me when I was named the new general manager. So that relationship, like all my relationships with the players, is always constantly trying to increase and improve and so forth.
That is Brian Gregory, the general manager of the Phoenix Suns, back at his introductory press conference on May 6th, talking about the input of Devin Booker as it pertained to the coaching search. Now there's a lot of people reacting to Devin Booker rubber stamping, approving the choice of Jordan Ott as the head coach.
Mm-hmm.
Jordan Ott will have his press conference tomorrow. I'm curious to hear what he has to say about an early relationship with Devin Booker. We'll carry that press conference live during Burns and Gambo tomorrow at 3 here on Arizona Sports. But I do believe this. The Suns we've been critical. You have to call it like you see it. Yeah. But I think the Suns are also getting a lot of, I don't want to call it unnecessary. It's easy to make fun of the Phoenix Suns right now. It's easy to shoot arrows at the Phoenix Suns right now. We played the soundbite earlier of, Devin Booker putting this approval stamp that he had on the Jordan Ott hire is unfair to the coach. It's unfair to the player. We'll see how it works out. The other part of the Devin Booker thing that we've talked about, others have talked about, we prefaced, or earlier in the show, we played the soundbite from Tim Bontemps painting the doom and gloom scenario. This is the worst situation ever. And how do you get out of it if you're the Phoenix Suns? Well, part of that conversation also on that podcast, the Hoops Collective podcast, focused on the future of Devin Booker. And here's what Brian Windhorst, Tim McMahon, and Tim Bontemps said on that.
100% Devin Booker's credit. He has made it very clear that he wants to be a Sun for his career. He wants to be a one-team player. He wants to make it work there. I find that very admirable, honestly.
10 toes down.
It is a cool thing. However, I cannot sit here and look at this situation and see any way where he's going to be on a relevant team in Phoenix in the next 4 or 5 years.
Well, and that's the thing. It is admirable. I think it would be in his best interest and the franchise's best interest for them to put him on the block.
Well, first he's going to get his $150 million.
Yeah,
okay, that's what's going to happen first.
Yes, right.
He better be getting that 150, and then we'll see what happens after that.
And Brian Windhorst with the parting shot there is absolutely right. I said it before. It makes a lot of sense. Nobody's going to begrudge Devin Booker for putting his John Hancock on that contract that's going to pay him over $75 million per season. But what happens this season in Phoenix, Arizona is going to completely build what the model is of the future for Devin Booker in Phoenix.
Yeah, listen, I think, and in fact, I think I know this, it's part of the reason they hung on to Mike Budenholzer throughout the course of last year must have been, if things were as bad as they seem to have been, part of the reason they didn't fire him and try David Fizdale to save the season is because of optics. And I think that optics would prevent them from even considering trading Devin Booker. They know that there's a credibility crisis right now around the team and its direction, and trading Devin Booker is going to make the remaining diehards go bye-bye. They're going to be up in arms. So, but I really believe that you would be silly if you did not take phone calls, that you did not listen to what teams might want to give you. Because number one, you'd be doing it with real leverage. It's not like trading Kevin Durant. It's, okay, you better blow me away here or I'm hanging up the phone.
Yeah, because he's the only player they have on the roster that's been an all-NBA player who's in the prime of his career.
Yes.
In the prime ages.
Yes, and you've heard reports that Houston at one point coveted Devin Booker. There's reporting that they no longer do. I've read in a number of places that the Pistons think he'd be perfect in that lineup.
Mm-hmm.
Next to Cade Cunningham. You'd have to take phone calls, but I don't think they're going to.
No, look, let's peel back the curtain. The Suns have to be aware of the gravity of the situation that they're in. They have to know in their heart of hearts that would expedite the process of getting better, becoming a championship team. It also indicates a full teardown / rebuild, which they don't want to do.
No.
There's a lot of truth in what you said about the optics of it. Because I've heard from a lot of Suns fans that the Jordan Ott hire put them over the edge. Previous to that, the Brian Gregory appointment of general manager, that put them over the edge. They're done. A lot of people get a little hysterical when things like this happen.
Sure they do.
If the Suns were to trade Devin Booker, who is still the beacon of hope for the franchise right now, you're exactly right. There would be a mutiny.
It'd be a mutiny.
/ mass exodus of Suns fans.
Yeah.
And I don't think the organization could go through that at this juncture.
No,
not right now.
No, I don't either. I really don't either. But so that I think is standing in their way. There's a lot standing in their way of what they should do, and that is build out, tear down, plan out for 3 years from now when maybe you can get back in the ring with a team like Oklahoma City. But they're not going to do it, and we've been told that. We've been told that by Matt Ishbia.
Again, a lot of this is speculation and trying to look into the crystal ball, but people seem to think they're projecting a very long stretch of success, about as long a stretch of success as the current collective bargaining agreement situation could afford a team.
Right.
Because Oklahoma City is in really good shape.
Yes, they are.
But I think the cap on that is about 4 or 5 years.
Because players have to get paid, and when you can only pay so many of them.
So I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
To hear, I think it was Tim McMahon say, you don't see Devin Booker being part of a relevant team in the next 5 years. Should that be the timeline? Should that be the hey, they're going to be on their way down in 4 or 5 years? Can't talk about what other organizations are going to be. I know that seems like a very long time, especially on the heels of a not so distant 11-year drought without a playoff appearance. But there's got to be some real and responsible thinking about how to go about this.
I completely agree. At some point in time, because until you get to that point, all this relentless optimism comes across as gaslighting. I've said this many times. They don't mean to do that, but they don't know how it's being interpreted.
No, a team's never going to come out and acknowledge the harshness of the situation that it's in.
Right.
Ever.
No. Especially a guy like Matt Ishbia, who has, throughout his life, found ways to engineer answers to issues and to problems, to take big risks and be paid off handsomely. That's kind of the story of his mortgage company.
Yeah.
And this is now, he took big risks with his basketball team and they haven't worked out. So he's not suddenly going to throw up and say, oh, okay, you know what? I got that wrong. So that's why I fear that we're not at rock bottom yet, because I'm not sure that they're at a place where they can honestly address their issues.
Yep.
You think it could get worse?
I do.
Oh, man.
I do. And clearly so do a lot of the national media types. I mean, when you hear smart basketball people say there's no way out because there's no flexibility in where they are financially.
Do they don't have their draft pick next year, correct? Or do they? They don't.
No,
so
don't.
That would feel like rock bottom if they have a truly bad year next year, are near the top of the lottery and don't have and aren't, nothing is coming from that.
And the same thing happens to us that is going to happen to us at this NBA draft.
All they got to do is find a franchise-changing player who comes in as a rookie at number 29 and average like 25 points a game.
But it's laughable. But it does happen every now and again. What this franchise needs is a break of great luck.
Yeah.
And in the form of that, in the form of picking a player who comes to the NBA and is just one of those dudes who's built for this.
Come on, basketball gods.
Come on, basketball. What have we ever done to anchor you to this level?
What have we?
What have we done to deserve this? Jared, you better go jump in an edit bay and record a song.
Who is that? The Pet Shop Boys?
That may or may not. Yeah.
That may or may not.
That may or may not get used on the air. Coming up next, we'll hit the 9 o'clock hour with some social studies. Sammy will take us through here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with Dbacks manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Oh, it's heating up, Basinonians, but the nights in the Wolfley compound are always cool thanks to our Brooklyn bedding mattress with cooling sleep technology. And there's no better time than right now during the Brooklyn Bedding Summer Sale. Now through June 17th, you can get 25% off everything in-store and online. So head on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations for the best sleep ever. Get the best mattress ever during the summer sale at Brooklyn Bedding.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Secret Clinical Dominating Extra Stinky Stress Sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave. Oh, what a beautiful day. This is regular deodorant. Ugh, I can't. Secret Clinical with workout sweat. Let's run another marathon. And regular deodorant. How much more? Secret is the GOAT. Because nothing fights sweat better. Stay fresher under pressure.
Hey, it's Gambo. Back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, and astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sobolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. In a very weird weekend series, the Diamondbacks failed to win a game in Cincinnati against the Reds, including a 4-2 loss yesterday. And here was manager Torey Lovullo on the series as a whole.
Very disappointed. We lose 2 tough ball games here. The middle game was a clunker yesterday. I'm aware of that, but they got big hits at the most critical time, and we didn't, and that's the difference in the game. Our guys are very capable of doing that. It didn't happen.
The D-backs will be home tonight hosting the Seattle Mariners for a 3-game series. First pitch will be at 6:40 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Arizona Wildcats are headed to Omaha for the College World Series after taking a 3-game series against North Carolina. This will be their first College World Series under head coach Chip Hale. The Oklahoma City Thunder took care of business in Game 2 of the finals last night, beating the Pacers 123-107 and evened up the series as it'll head back to Indiana for Game 3 Wednesday night. Carlos Alcaraz beat Jannik Sinner in the French Open final yesterday after being down 2-0 in one of the more thrilling matches you will see. This report is brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to yrefi.com. That's the letter YREFY.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
9 o'clock hour is upon us on this Monday. It is time for some social studies with Sammy Sobolka. What do you got for us today, Sammy?
That it is. Happy Monday, guys. Welcome back. And if you want to respond to our questions that we pose every single day, follow us on X at Bickley_Murata. We're on Instagram, Facebook, and Blue Sky at Bickley and Murata, and on YouTube at Arizona Sports. But we start with the Diamondbacks, who over the weekend got swept by the Cincinnati Reds, and we asked hashtag D-back fans, fill in the blank. Watching this D-backs team right now is like watching what?
Oh, I hate to steal Jarrett's thunder with my answer.
Yeah.
It's kind of like watching the Sun season. Expectations, enough proof now to realize, okay, those expectations probably aren't going to get met. The weekend was really tough to watch.
That to me, you can't beat that answer.
No, you can't. Dave Leonard said, it's like watching our weather forecast. Both are hard to watch unless something significant changes. The D-backs season and the tolerable Phoenix weather just ended over the past weekend. Tom Foss said...
It's a great answer.
Yeah, it is a great... There's some really good answers to this one. Tom Foss says, it's like driving past a car accident and you know you shouldn't look, but you have to. You have to see what happens, and you never know what exactly happened, and you're surprised every single time you watch. Steven Ruiz said the 2024 Sun season Game 7 against the Mavs, the San Antonio Holmes, quote, catch, and the James Paxton shot, so not good company there. And Last Daylight Film says it's like watching Jarrett eat a giant crusty baguette. You think it's going to be impressive, but then he cuts his mouth, so you turn off the TV and sit in silence, wondering why you're wasting your time.
I got one more.
Yeah, go for it.
From Dougie Doug.
Okay.
It's like being at a state fair and seeing a sign that says, watch a donkey jump off a 40-foot high dive into this pool. You want to watch, but then you realize the donkey has a dog running up the ramp after it to make it jump. It's too late, and now you're watching a disaster.
Some good responses nonetheless.
Have you ever seen that before, Dougie Doug?
I hope not. Our second question is based on the Carlos Alcaraz, Jannik Sinner French Open 5-setter, pure cinema on Sunday. And we asked, what is the greatest one-on-one match or game you've ever seen in an individual sport, and why?
Ooh, that one, Nadal, Federer, 08 Wimbledon.
Yeah.
Oh,
Fraser Ali for old school boxing fans.
It certainly wasn't the UFC.
Tough watch this weekend. Can't lie.
Every time I watch a UFC fight, it is totally underwhelming.
The
The undercards are usually okay.
The undercard was good. The women's fight, I thought actually was pretty good. The Harrison girl, she was dominant, but yeah, the Sean O'Malley fight, that Marab guy, my gosh, he's my height and weighs 20 pounds less than me.
See, that's the next. You're wearing the fire wig. We got to get you a Marab wig. The thing that he wears after he gets done fighting, it just looks like a giant head of hair.
It's like
I can't believe you went looking for a fight Saturday night, Vinny.
I didn't.
You just
it
ended
just
up watching.
happened to be on where I was drinking.
That's how he consumes most of his entertainment.
Some of the responses are pretty good. Zyoro says, not an individual sport, but the narrative impact of Ohtani versus Trout to end the World Baseball Classic was cinema.
That was cool.
That was cool. Adam Waltz.
Yeah, that was fantastic.
How about Hearns Hagler back in the day?
That's a good one.
Yeah, there was a Hearns Hagler comment. Adam Waltz says Isner versus Mahut, the 2010 Wimbledon. I watched that. I was watching that, and I didn't move from my seat for however long the match was.
I think 2010, you were like a year and a half old.
Right.
That's right.
Didn't it go over 2 days also?
It was.
The last set went like 61-59 or something like that, didn't it?
That is just so insane when you think about it. That nobody could come close to breaking either serve. But that's what happens when you play on grass.
Yeah. This one's funny. Daryl Lee says, Gambo versus Perdomo. It's a rather one-sided fight with the pronunciation of Perdomo's name. Thoroughly getting the best of Gambo so far, but it's quite entertaining and has to be one of the greatest bouts ever seen in the longevity alone. That's a good one.
That's a good one.
We'll wrap up with, I don't know, what were we talking about, Jared, for this one? The last name?
Murata, to start the show.
Yes.
The guy that
Alvaro Morata. Yeah.
So we asked.
Not the same spelling.
So we asked, who is the most famous person that does share your last name?
Ooh.
Is there any? Have you ever encountered any other Bickleys?
Yeah, I've told this famous story that there's another Dan Bickley who is a lowlife in Kentucky who runs an adult bookstore.
Oh.
Okay?
Yeah, way to push us off your scent, Bick.
Right.
We're not going to figure that one out.
Right.
There was a William
Bickley who was a writer or creator or producer of like Happy Days or something like that.
I think he directed a lot of Happy Days or produced it.
He was like a Hollywood producer. So that's all I got.
For me, it's Vincent Murata, the inventor of Mr. Coffee.
Oh, that's a good one. Jared, do you have any Carlins?
There's George Carlin, but it's spelled differently.
Not spelled that way.
Yeah.
Right. There are no Sabolkas out there.
You're the most famous Sabolka that's ever walked the earth?
No, I don't know. Maybe. But there was a women's tennis player. Her last name was Sabolkova.
Oh.
And she got up to, I want to say, like 11th in the world back in the day. So that's about it. We've got some responses. Andy Bryant says, obviously, Kobe Bryant. David Robinson, he wrote, every time I meet a person for the first time, I get, David Robinson, huh? I figured you'd be taller. So he shares the name with the Admirable. J.D. Manning says, just his response was, are you related to Peyton? Justin Prestegard said, if you find someone, let me know. And Keith says, the bus driver on South Park, Miss Veronica Crabtree.
That's funny.
That's pretty good.
Our buddy
Jared, is Carlin your original last name or is that a derivative?
It's my original last name, but no, it's not a real. In fact, I am the last male Carlin. I will be the last male Carlin. That'll be it. The name will be done. My grandfather changed it from Cohen to Carlin because he was trying to get a job in the government back in the days when
there was a lot of Jewish
persecution.
It's a very common story.
So
among Jewish families.
the only Carlins in the family were my grandfather, my dad, me, and my sister. My sister's now married and has a different last name, so that's the end of that.
Wow. I had that responsibility in my family too. The name was that our part of it was going to die off with me. So I just started reproducing like
there you go. Boom, boom, boom. Get it done.
Okay.
Did Jared just in a way announce that you're never having kids?
I mean, I'm very old now. My wife's older than me. Unfortunately.
There's adoption options.
Adoption options?
Adoption options.
I kind of want to see what Jarrett would be like as a dad.
As a dad, I bet he'd be a great dad.
I think he'd be an awesome dad. I see how he is as an uncle. You're one of the most involved uncles I've ever seen.
Yes.
In a positive way.
The Funkle.
Funkle Jarrett.
Fair.
Thank you, Sammy. That's
Thank you, Sammy.
Social Studies. You know where to find us. Everywhere. That's where we are. We're everywhere. Coming up next, what star player needs to step up and give the D-backs a spark right now? Does it even have to be a star player? We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Now you guys are going to be measured on wins and losses. You're back in the competition. 2 years ago, it was like, hey, can we start to rebuild the house, basically? Can we start to put together the football team?
When you're establishing that new culture, when you say, this is the type of player that we're looking for, we're going to bring these types of players in. When you see Monty Ossenfort going out and drafting these guys, does it look good for Monty Ossenfort, Bay Citizens, when you have a guy that actually gets better after you drafted him? You could point to a lot of guys that have gotten better.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Southwest Gas supports the lifestyle of Arizonans. Hey, it's Vince Murata, and whether it's cooking a traditional meal, providing hot water for invigorating showers and baths, or creating ambiance for family gatherings, Southwest Gas proudly fuels our communities and our homes with a safe and reliable natural gas service. More than 92% of Arizona customers prefer natural gas service in their homes to power appliances. But natural gas is so much more than an essential ingredient in the home. It helps support economic development and growth in the community as well. And that's where Southwest Gas comes in. Southwest Gas Holdings has been recognized on Newsweek's list of the world's most trustworthy companies, ranking in the top 2% among publicly listed companies worldwide. Time has recognized Southwest Gas Holdings as one of America's best mid-sized companies for 2024 for its commitment to employee satisfaction, revenue growth, and sustainable transparency. Choose an energy partner that prioritizes trust, community, reliability, and safety. Southwest Gas. You can learn more about these recognitions and about how Southwest Gas is dedicated to excellence in our community by visiting swgas.com.
Everything's a little better when it's super. Heroes, markets, sized, and of course, checks. A super check gives you an in-depth review of your current insurance coverage with a Farm Bureau Financial Services agent, no matter who your insurance provider is. That's super cool. Talk to a Farm Bureau agent to make sure you're properly covered at fbfs.com/protect. It's your future. Let's protect it. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
Imagine coming home to find a raging house party you didn't throw. Uninvited guests climbing the walls, tearing up the place, and refusing to leave. Sounds like termites.
Yo, best party ever. Pass me a piece of that baseboard.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Once termites show up, they'll keep the party going until you take action. Call 602 Blue Sky today to schedule your free termite inspection. We'll make sure the party's over. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
When you get hurt, you don't want to end up on the injured list. You want to get back in the game, stronger than ever. At Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, we fight for you, making sure big insurance doesn't throw you a curveball. With over $25 billion recovered, we're the home run hitters you need.
This is way out there and gone.
Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hello, everybody. This is Eric Bryan, the owner of Precision Air and Plumbing.
Eric, do you know why I want people to know we are a family-owned business?
Because behind every leader is the support of a loving family?
Definitely. And people need to know we are truly committed to quality and care we give to our customers.
Unlike the big corporations and hedge funds buying up our competitors with no ties to our community?
Exactly.
Call the #1 rated family-owned business in Arizona, Precision Air and Plumbing.
Call 602-FIX-MY-AC today.
The traditional way is not the way to sell your home anymore.
I want stuff the way it's being done now to get the bang for the buck, if you will.
It took us 3 days to sell our home.
With the 72 Sold program, you will know what the top of the market is for your home in 11 days or less. We wouldn't be the fastest growing firm of all businesses in Arizona if 72 Sold didn't work. So if you're thinking about selling your home, you need to go to 72sold.com.
Oh, it is hot in the valley, and you got to have shade. All Pro Shade Concepts is locally owned and operated with 20 years of experience. Their custom-built shades block up to 95% of the sun's UV rays and lower temperatures by up to 20 degrees. Free estimates and installation on all products. All Pro Shade will also donate a pair of running shoes to Shoes for Soldiers with every shade order. Text SHOES to 620-620 to nominate a soldier and schedule your free consultation at allproshade.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's Gambo. We'll react to how the Diamondbacks fared against the Reds in Cincinnati and tell you who to watch out for in tonight's game against the Mariners. We start at 2 on Arizona Sports.
Here's the 1-1. There's a swing and a rocket line drive center field, and Thomas misplayed it, rolls past him all the way to the wall. That's your ball game. Fraley's going to come home and score. Thomas just could not pick it up well off the bat. The 3-2 pitch. Herrera swings and misses. He strikes out. The ball game is over, and the Reds dominate the Diamondbacks by a final score of 13-1. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. Fastball ripped on the ground to third. Backhanded by Espinal. The throw to first in time, and that's the ball game. Diamondbacks finish 12 up, 12 down to finish the game. They lose the finale 4-2.
That was the sample of ugliness in Cincinnati over the weekend. Chris Garagiola on the final calls of all 3 losses.
Yep.
3 very different losses for the Diamondbacks. Friday night, it started out weird. Friday night, watching baseball in those conditions was nuts, and I know Torey Lovullo was not very happy about it. And I don't think anybody that participated in that could be happy about it. Carries over to Saturday. You heard the misplay by Alec Thomas. That led to a completely flat performance. Ryan Nelson gets beat up in that game. They lose 13-1 on Saturday. A game that was 13-1 in the 4th inning, by the way.
Yeah.
And when you have to go through 5 innings of just going through the motions, that'll lead to the flatness. And then yesterday, they jump out to a 2-0 lead, can't get the job done. This is a team missing a spark right now. So we're talking about who's going to be the person. If the person exists right now on the Diamondbacks roster, who is it going to be? Because this team needs a spark in the worst way.
Yeah.
And I don't know where it's coming from.
Well, either do I. I don't know. Again, if we're talking about the leadership component, it's not going to arrive. It be because they've got whoever is their leaders, it's already in the clubhouse, and that spark and that fire, whatever you want to talk about, it's been, to quote Bob Brenly once again, conspicuously absent most of the season. So the spark is going to have to come from crazy good performances, and I just think they're going to have to get multiple guys back hot at the same time. We thought Ketel Marte and Corbin Carroll were getting hot at the same time, and it was a minute. And now Corbin Carroll seems to be struggling again.
Yeah, even though if you look at the numbers just in June, Ketel Marte has been red hot in June, hitting .391, an OPS of 1446. Corbin Carroll, .333 with 2 home runs. Even though the batting average is dipping, his OPS is 1,300 in 6 games in June. So I can't pin it on those 2 guys, but it's basically everybody else. Suarez has been decent. Pavin Smith's come down to earth after a really good first couple months of the season. Geraldo Perdomo, 3 for 27 this month. That's 111. Josh Naylor hitting .095 in June, and I know he's been dealing with some stuff. Ildemaro Vargas has 1 hit in June. Randall Grichuk, .083. So a lot of they're counting on a lot of guys that just aren't pulling their weight right now. And you see the results. You see 4, 5, 6 inning stretches where this offense can't generate it.
No, listen, and so they seem to think the issue is pressing too much. This has been a season-long ordeal for this baseball team. The lengthy amounts of time this team can go without even plotting a base runner. And to me, that's insane. How many games have we seen where no hits after the 4th inning?
It seems like it happens at least once every series.
Sure does. And now we're getting – it's starting to get late because we're under 100 games to go now, and the trade deadline's coming up. Already there's a story this morning that the St. Louis Cardinals might be going after Zach Gallen for a trade deadline to acquire a player that they originally drafted. But again, that's the nature of the trade deadline. The St. Louis Cardinals, largely due to their series with the Diamondbacks, have been a very pleasant surprise.
Yeah, they're in second place right now in the NL Central. And isn't it funny, over the course of a couple months, the early season scuttlebutt from a trade standpoint between those two teams are the Diamondbacks are probably going to make a push for Ryan Helsley to bring him in as the closer.
Yes.
And now the roles have switched, and the Cardinals might be rating the starting pitching of the Diamondbacks.
So this might be one of these trade deadlines where the owner has seen enough, where the general manager has seen enough. I don't know what it's going to mean for the future of Torey Lovullo. I really hope this doesn't play out this way. But again, I falsely believe they found something against the Braves. And by the end of Saturday, I was just completely disgusted with this baseball team, losing 2 games in a day, including another one of these Saturday blowouts that we had against the Nationals, and now we had over the weekend as well.
Going back to the offensive struggles, and not to pin it all on Geraldo Perdomo, but it's a rough stretch for him. Torey Lovullo was asked specifically what he's seeing during Perdomo's struggles.
Maybe a little bit jumpy. There were some check swings in Atlanta, I think, and that tells me that he's not letting the ball get deep and travel. He's so good at working counts, seeing the ball, just working his approach around the field, maybe getting a little bit jumpy and pull happy. And Singer threw him a couple really good two-seam sinking fastballs, and he's trying to beat it to the spot, and that's what happens when you don't let it travel and get deep into the zone.
Now, from an injury standpoint, seemingly the Diamondbacks dodged a bullet on Gabby Moreno, which was a weird-looking play, and he took quite a shot on that ball that hit his throwing hand. You could see it immediately swelled up. But he was feeling better, was apparently available yesterday for backup duty, so he's not going to go on the injured list. But that not having Moreno for the Saturday the Friday conclusion, the Saturday day game, and also yesterday coincided with kind of a strange stretch. And we know Torey Lovullo is a big prescriber of days off and talking about fatigue and wear on these guys, but to give a player 2 days off, which is basically what happened with Corbin Carroll, wasn't in the lineup Friday, and then made one appearance in the finished up game on Saturday.
Yep.
That was kind of strange too, and without really any explanation for it, other than fatigue.
And so they're back home tonight. Merrill Kelly's pitching tonight, right? Yes. They need to bounce back immediately. They can't let this get any further deeper. And I'm talking about underwater. You're back to 3 games under 500. You had climbed all the way back to 500 after sweeping the Braves.
And look, if you get 5 games under with the division that you're playing in, that can start to change people's attitudes as well.
Yeah, and you're already 6 games out of the wild card right now? That number is starting to get large.
And this isn't exactly the easiest homestand either.
I was just going to say, the Mariners are a very good team, and then you have the Padres come in. Your first look at the Padres this season, which is wild.
I think the date is June 13th will be the first time they play the Padres.
Yep.
Schedule makers.
Yeah.
Gold star for you this year.
Yeah, how about it? How about it?
Yeah, just a frustrating weekend for the Diamondbacks, but another chance.
It's the beauty of baseball.
It's the tone of what we talk about basically every week. A chance either for an individual pitcher to bounce back or for this team to get it together. And Atlanta, like you said, Bick, was kind of the false indicator of that.
Yeah.
You can join us for another Arizona Sports Half Day Club this Wednesday as the D-backs take on the Mariners. Just text the word half to 620-620. We'll send you a link to purchase lower-level tickets for just $9.87. Once again, that's half to 620-620. Coming up next on this Monday, we'll hand out some hardware. Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
OTA's over. Cardinals minicamp has begun. Arizona Sports is live from Cardinals HQ for minicamp. Talking with players and coaches.
This is Cardinals center Yelda Froholt.
This is Michael Wilson. It's Cardinal cornerback Max Melton.
And bringing it to you on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com. Cardinals minicamp coverage brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Sports fans know all about game changers, and that is what New Life Dental Implant Center is doing for people with dental issues, for people who are looking for that new smile and a better life. And they're changing the game because they're delivering amazing quality and convenience and great pricing. The amazing quality comes from the fact that everything is digitally designed now, which means your implants and your brand new smile are going to turn out absolutely perfect. Convenience, that comes from the fact that everything you need, from surgery to lab work to follow-ups, is all happening in one place under one roof. And best of all, you're going to pay about 40% less than anywhere else with easy financing options available. And also, you don't have to settle for the standard all-on 4 dental implants. At New Life Dental Implant Center, they use more than 4 implants per jaw for rock-solid support and longevity. At New Life Dental Implant Center, that new smile, that new you, one phone call away, 602-855-0000, online at newsmilearizona.com.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, your service department moves fast.
What's up, Dave? We get it. Life moves fast. That's why our service department stays open late. Drop off by 8 p.m. and we'll have it for you ready for the next day. Plus, only at Liberty GMC all year round, buy 2 tires and get 2 free.
What?
Now that's service you can count on. And if you're looking for a truck, you can enjoy $12,250 off a brand new 2025 Sierra 1500.
Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
Get real testosterone prescribed by real doctors now at Red Mountain. If you're feeling sluggish, lacking energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low testosterone. The solution? Prescription strength testosterone. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, greater focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Have low T? Start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
This is Secret Clinical dominating extra stinky stress sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave. Oh, what a beautiful day. This is regular deodorant. Ugh, I can't. Secret Clinical with workout sweat. Let's run another marathon. And regular deodorant. How much more? Secret is the GOAT because nothing fights sweat better. Stay fresher under pressure.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh, it is hot in the valley and you got to have shade. All Pro Shade Concepts is locally owned and operated with 20 years of experience. Their custom-built shades block up to 95% of the sun's UV rays and lower temperatures by up to 20 degrees. Free estimates and installation on all products. All Pro Shade will also donate a pair of running shoes to Shoes for Soldiers with every shade order. Text SHOES to 620-620 to nominate a soldier and schedule your free consultation at allproshade.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. In a very weird weekend series, the Diamondbacks failed to win a game in Cincinnati against the Reds, including a 4-2 loss yesterday. The D-backs will start a 3-game homestand with the Seattle Mariners. First pitch will be at 6:40 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Arizona Wildcats baseball team is headed to Omaha for the College World Series after taking a 3-game series against the North Carolina Tar Heels. This will be their first College World Series under head coach Chip Hale. The Oklahoma City Thunder took care of the Indiana Pacers last night in Game 2 of the NBA Finals, 123-107, and evened up the series as it heads back to Indiana for a Game 3 Wednesday night. And Carlos Alcaraz beat Jannik Sinner in the French Open final yesterday after being down 2-0. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's the letter YREFY.com.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Today's Arizona Sports Poll Question brought to you by Sanderson Ford. We're going to focus on the little optimism that we saw from the Diamondbacks this weekend of the two guys making their major league debuts. So of the Diamondback relievers who made their major league debuts this weekend, who were you more impressed by? Was it Christian Montes de Oca or Kyle Backus?
I thought Kyle Backus looked really good yesterday. He looks like he's got some stuff, plus he's left-handed.
That question is a perfect indicator of how dark the weekend was for the Diamondbacks.
Indeed.
That we're finding the silver, and those guys were a silver lining, both of them. Backus did it in a game that was still not completely out of hand, so you got to give it to him.
And his first career strikeout came with Ellie De La Cruz.
He almost choked on his toothpick.
Yes, he did.
Kind of like a harder throwing left-handed Ryan Thompson.
Kind of. Yeah. It's kind of got that weird release point, kind of submarine-ish.
Yeah. 53% of the vote actually says Christian Montes de Oca. 47% say Kyle Backus. So pretty close, but hopefully two guys that can help right this bullpen.
Montes de Oca is just fun to say.
Montes de Oca. It is.
But, yeah, I'm kind of surprised by that voting, quite honestly.
Yeah.
There you go. That's today's Sanderson Ford poll question. You can vote on it right now on the homepage at arizonasports.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings, handing out the hardware.
Hardware. It's our version of the awards show. We don't wear tuxes, especially at this time. It's just too hot.
Oh, yeah.
And, nobody wants to get dressed up in a tux at 4 in the morning.
No doubt about it.
Based on what we saw over the weekend, what is your first award?
My first
Vic?
award is the Late Bloomer Award, and I'm giving it to Ryan Fox. Now, you might be saying, who? Ryan Fox won the RBC Canadian Open, a golf tournament in Canada. Very boring leaderboard, but it was a really good end of the tournament yesterday.
Yeah.
Ryan Fox is from New Zealand. He's an older dude. He wasn't even breaking 80 at the age of 18, so he's not a prodigy. And he plays super fast. That's what I love about him. Incredibly fast. Picks a club, goes up, hits the ball, and goes. And so he won. He beat Sam Burns, who I've never seen this before either. Sam Burns posted a 62. He became the leader in the clubhouse, and he waited 2 hours for the rest of the field to finish. Rarely
That's a long time.
Rarely does somebody who starts that early in the day post the leading score in the clubhouse.
Yeah, that's weird.
Very weird.
As someone that had Sam Burns over the weekend. It's a tough.
Unbelievable.
Jared and I just had the same exact reaction.
Tough watch.
This tournament was sponsored by Arby's?
No, RBC.
The Canadian Bank.
Hey, the Canadian Open produces
Supreme
bangers.
Court Justice.
Bangers of a tournament, let me just say.
My first award.
I know you guys get all over me, but you're underestimating how many golf fans there are in the Valley.
I know. I just... You had to be coached to watch the French Open, of a sport you love, but you'll watch the RBC Canadian Open.
It's a joke.
I have a tangentially related golf award.
It's a joke.
I guess this is kind of tangentially golf related. Little bit, maybe. My first award is the Sandman Award, and I'm giving it to Adam Sandler.
Oh no!
So
this was my award too.
Was it? Derrick Henry of the Baltimore Ravens is a huge Adam Sandler fan. The only thing I have in common with Derrick Henry, by the way. So we have that. But he's on the Dan Patrick Show, and Dan Patrick has been in countless Adam Sandler movies.
Yeah.
For some reason.
And says to Derrick Henry, hey, maybe if you ran for 2,000 yards, maybe I could get you in a Sandler flick. So he places a call to Adam Sandler, who then lobs a FaceTime or a recorded video, and there's a cool reaction video of Derrick Henry watching this. But here's what Adam Sandler said to Derrick Henry.
Yo, Derrick, I just woke up. You know that. That's why I look disgusting, on top of the fact that I am disgusting. But I love you. Congrats on everything, baby. 2,000 yards plus this year gets you not only in the movie, but we have a nice dinner together and talk about Dan Patrick's facial hair and how hard it is for him to grow it. I love you. Keep it up. This guy says hello.
Picture of his dog.
Apparently he's itchy this morning. He's scratching himself on the wall. I'm in a hotel right now.
But Derrick Henry's got a smile from ear to ear, and apparently he's just totally stoked about it. What is curious about it, though, is like, so Derrick Henry has to go out and run for 2,000 yards to get into a Sandler movie?
Yeah.
What did Vanilla Ice and Todd Bridges have to do to get cast in That's My Boy? I mean, he's thrown a lot of athletes in movies. Shaq's been in movies. Baron Davis. Juancho Hernan Gomez has been in a movie, for goodness sake.
That was going to be my award, and it was going to be called, Hey, Vince, how's your 40 time award? Because your dream might come true if you could only run for 2,000 yards. Vince, do you think you have it in you?
Can I peel back the curtain real quick? So Happy Gilmore 2 is coming out, and I was presented an opportunity to do a video.
I can't believe you didn't jump on that.
Junket and interview Adam Sandler, Julie Bowen, Christopher McDonald, but it's during my vacation, and I don't know if I'm going to be here. And I'm not willing to maybe not take a trip for a 5-minute interview.
You couldn't do it wherever you're going to be? Like as a...
I was astounded you passed on that opportunity.
Maybe I'll have a change of opinion.
Change of heart?
We'll see.
Yeah.
Well, don't ruin your vacation for this thing, but it is...
Yeah, because my vacation's going to be awesome otherwise.
Are you going to London, man? Are you going to Wimbledon, Vinny?
I'm going to London. There's a...
Yeah.
It's just outside of Apache Junction.
All right, I'll give out my second award first here, the Things That Just Click Award. And have you seen the new show on Apple TV? And it's called Stick.
No.
It's so good.
Really?
I knew you would like it, and I think you will like it. It is starring Owen Wilson and Mark Maron, and it is about a former professional golfer who has sort of a Jean Van Der Velde moment, total meltdown in, I think, the U.S. Open or something. His career never recovers, and he's, is downtrodden, it's divorced, then all this stuff, and he's a pro at like a golf shop and stuff. He finds this prodigy kid who's like a teenager, and he coaches him. It's essentially the plot of Kingpin, but done in more of like a Ted Lasso feel-good style.
And Owen Wilson is the mentor?
Yes.
Owen Wilson is the mentor.
And he has both of his hands?
He does.
Okay. Yes.
And then Mark Maron plays his old caddy.
Okay.
And stuff. So it's about them going and trying to qualify this kid for the U.S. Amateur. And sort of them all they all have their own problems and getting their lives together.
It's real good. Apple TV does a good job with those shows.
Sammy?
My first award is the Quote of the Weekend award, and it's going to, it wasn't specified, but one of the Tennessee pitchers for the Vols this weekend. He didn't pitch in the first game. His coach didn't want him out there on minimal days rest, and he goes up to him. At the end of it, he said, "Coach, I'll kill you if you don't pitch me tomorrow. I'm going to go down to the bullpen, and I'm not going down there just to hang out." So the kid wanted the ball. They ended up losing, but
they got
wow.
swept.
Yeah, quote of the weekend.
Wow, that's pretty good.
Yeah, not bad.
And now he's been arrested for threatening the life of his head coach.
All right, My last award was, I thought this was an individual sport, and I'm giving it to tennis players in general. Over the weekend and watching the championship match, I was reminded of something that just blows my mind in tennis, and that is how after every point, tennis players have to look up to their box, to their supporters and their family for validation or motivation, or they berate them like Nick Kyrgios and Novak Djokovic has done. This never used to be this pronounced.
Yeah, because you're prohibited from coaching anyway.
Yeah.
But those coaches, even though they do nothing during the match, they get so much camera time.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah. It's just really, really a weird thing to me. It's like basketball players who have to slap hands with everybody after a missed free throw.
Yeah. There's a lot of that stuff.
Would you like a support dog as well?
My last award is the Bush League Award, and I'm giving it to the St. Louis Cardinals, so that means it's Bush League, B-U-S-C-H. Apparently, before a game this weekend against the Dodgers, they kept showing the video of Matt Adams' 3-run home run that he hit against Clayton Kershaw in the 2014 NLDS 11 years ago. Clayton Kershaw didn't exactly appreciate it and said as much afterwards. I think it's a little Bush League, but I don't expect anything less from these guys, so no worries. I wonder how many people in baseball, because Cardinals fans, we've talked about it, they rub other fans the wrong way with their attitude about the sport and their importance in it. I wonder how many baseball players don't like the St. Louis Cardinals. Clayton Kershaw doesn't.
I would say that it's probably pretty high on the obnoxious board.
Yeah. Well, he won his start, so
yeah,
he got the last laugh.
There you go.
There you go. There's hardware for this Monday. Some final thoughts straight ahead. Bickley and Marotta mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Here comes the 0-1 pitch. Fastball ripped on the ground to third. Backhanded by Espinal. The throw to first in time, and that's the ball game. Diamondbacks finish 12 up, 12 down to finish the game. They lose the finale 4-2.
Swept out of Cincy, the D-backs face the Mariners at Chase Field. Game 1 of 3 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. You've seen the billboards. You've seen his face on the side of buses. You've seen television commercials. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but if you are ever hurt in an accident and it's game time, know this. Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice. They are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with those insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys, a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and that trial experience and that team gives them incredible leverage when dealing with those insurance companies, which means they not only win 98% of the time, they consistently deliver some of the largest settlements in Arizona. Remember, having the right attorney can literally mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. Once again, Sweet James not only wins big, they win the most. They've been awarded best attorneys in America. If you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000 or visit sweetjames.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Oh, it's heating up, Bass and Onions, but the nights in the Wolfley compound are always cool thanks to our Brooklyn bedding mattress with cooling sleep technology. And there's no better time than right now during the Brooklyn Bedding Summer Sale. Now through June 17th, you can get 25% off everything in-store and online. So head on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations for the best sleep ever. Get the best mattress ever during the summer sale at Brooklyn Bedding.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center, and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your boat, boat wins.
What are you going to do? Take the boat out for a spin or go mail something? Boat wins! Are we cleaning the patio or taking the boat out fishing? Boat wins! Are we skipping that eye exam to go sailing? Boat wins!
Rescheduling eye exams can be a nightmare.
All right, fine. Eye exam, then boat.
Yeah!
With Progressive, you can bundle your boat with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings on your boat. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states and situations.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Song of the day. Brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
I know, gonna smile and not get worried. I try, but it shows. Anyone can make what
I jotted down one word. We were playing some of the sound bites from the Hoops Collective podcast, and the panelists on that podcast kept talking about the word pain for the Phoenix Suns.
Right.
So we kept it local. Little Jimmy Eat World, Pain, one of their big hits. The worst.
What is up, Zach Lind?
The worst situation in the history of the NBA. Those are not my words. Those
And then
are
they
the
even
words of
reacted
Tim
like,
Bontemps.
whoa, slow down. He's like, I'll say it again.
I've said it before.
It's depressing, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. But hey, a chance to play a good local artist. Jimmy Eat World.
There you go.
Local artist done good on the international stage. Pain, today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid.
Off the grid.
Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
Yeah, about that pain, I don't know if you saw it. Draymond Green was on Jimmy Kimmel on Friday night, I believe it was.
All right.
And they talked about a lot of basketball topics. And he told some details. Just obviously, it was close. Kevin Durant to Golden State was close at the deadline. Draymond Green told a story about how close it was. He said that Joe Lacob, the owner of the Golden State Warriors, approached him. This was the night the Luka trade ended up going down. So the Golden State Warriors, you may remember that night and all the reporting, they were at some celebrity charity poker tournament.
Yeah.
So Joe Lacob runs up to Draymond Green and says, Draymond, we're this close to getting Kevin Durant. It's going to happen. Don't tell anybody. Then, minutes later, Joe Lacob comes back and says, I wasn't supposed to say anything. So you really can't tell anybody. So then, the tournament's going on. It's a Saturday night. Golden State obviously isn't playing a game. They're at this tournament. Steph Curry gets wind of the Luka trade that goes down that night and then yells across the room to Draymond, did you hear about the trade? And Draymond didn't know about the Luka trade and said, the KD trade? And he's like, oh, what?
Wow.
But that was actually a couple weeks before the deadline. So that was talked about quite a bit. That wasn't a whirlwind, according to Draymond Green's storytelling, wasn't a whirlwind at the end, last 24 hours of the trade deadline, this possibility popped up.
But Kevin Durant's reasons for not going there leads me to doubt that it was ever really that
true.
close.
And I know that people had said there was a Friday night game, might have even been the night before, I don't know. I'd have to check the calendar, but the Suns played in Golden State on a Friday night, one of their better games of the year, and that's when it was first discussed. So it was definitely in the air for quite some time. Speaking of Kevin Durant, more front there. This was on the Bill Simmons podcast. The San Antonio possibility came up. We played the audio from Gambo from last week saying San Antonio's popped up as a possibility, and he heard from some people that he trusts and that Kevin Durant trusts that might be the landing spot. Listen to Bill Simmons from the podcast over the weekend.
I wouldn't be surprised if KD to the Spurs is done already, and they just haven't announced it. Like it's basically they've agreed on specifics, and they'll just announce it the week of the draft. Don't aggregate that. I have no inside info. It just feels goes back to the honest thing. I think they're just going to trade for KD, and it'll cost a lot less. They'll be able to be really competitive and maybe even go a couple rounds in the playoffs, but they're also going to keep the number 2 pick and do it that way, would be my prediction.
This doesn't count as aggregation, does it?
No, I don't think so. Yeah, listen, that's not shocking to me. I think we have talked around this for a couple of weeks ourselves. There's just something about the combination of factors. KD would be going to a place where he doesn't have to be the guy. Mm-hmm. He doesn't have to lead the team. He can just give them what he gives everybody, 27 points a night on 52% shooting.
And again, would they be if KD arrives in certain places, if he arrives in Minnesota, if he arrives in New York, I won't even throw Houston into the mix. But if he lands in those 2 places, there's championship labels being thrown around. There's championship expectations.
Yes.
Doesn't occur. I'm with you. San Antonio's not there yet. I think they could be a playoff team if things go well with Kevin Durant in the mix.
It's a real friendly, soft market, which I think Kevin Durant appreciates. I think you like that about Phoenix, right? You're not dealing with a lot of media scrutiny.
I don't know. You'd have to ask him about that.
Well, I mean, as somebody who's been to San Antonio numerous times and been in that city during playoff series, it's a very collegial kind of play, and it's Texas.
I just wonder what KD's thoughts on the media scrutiny that he has received in Phoenix compared to his other stops in the NBA, what it's like. I mean, he gets it from a national front, so
yeah, that's
the local front's probably not of his concern.
No, he doesn't want it to be a concern because he deals with it so much on the national front.
Mm-hmm. This is something that popped up over the weekend in baseball that is interesting, and you don't hear this very often, but Hunter Dobbins is a lifelong Red Sox fan from Texas. He's a rookie pitcher for the Boston Red Sox. He pitched against the Yankees this weekend, and he told the Boston Herald over the weekend that he would rather retire than play for the Yankees if they were the last team to ever give him a contract.
Wow.
So Eduardo Perez from ESPN alerts Aaron Judge to this. He was completely unaware of the quote. And then Aaron Judge goes out and hits a homer against Hunter Dobbins and said, quote, I've only heard Ken Griffey say that, so I was a little surprised. Remember that? And that came out after Ken Griffey's career was over, I think, that he said he would never play for the Yankees. That's the one team he put his foot down and said he'd never play for.
Jackie Robinson
famously
did retire.
He did retire. He rejected a trade. He was traded to the San Francisco Giants. Or were they still in New York at the time? They might have.
I don't remember.
I think
they
were getting ready to move in 58.
But yeah.
And he rejected a trade. He would not play for the Giants franchise.
Wow.
But he had he also had the luxury of being at the end of his career at the time. Jazz Chisholm said, I love competitiveness, but to say that being a rookie is kind of crazy to me, to say that you're going to rule out one of the 30 teams to be a professional athlete. People talk big.
Yeah.
Until they don't. But to do that as a rookie is pretty interesting. And the fact that Judge hit a home run off
of him is fantastic.
Is great.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Diamondbacks starting a homestand tonight against the Seattle Mariners, kind of back where they started before that Braves series. I mean, coming off, you talked about the weekend bummer. Mm-hmm. 2 straight weekends swept.
Brutal.
On the road, anyway. The St. Louis sweep and now the Cincinnati sweep.
Yeah, like I said, 15 of their 34 losses have come on Friday and Saturday. Just as we are all going into the weekends.
It's because they're too busy winning on Wednesdays.
It's a good point. Good point. This feels like a real crisis point in the season to me, this series right here. Like, if you don't get it together and you get swept by the Mariners...
Yeah, I would lump both of these, this whole homestand together.
I guess.
They get another day off in between the two series. They'll be off on Thursday before San Diego comes to town. But pivotal, no matter how you look at it.
I think so.
That's going to do it for us. We're back tomorrow morning at 6. Wolf and Luke are up next here on Arizona Sports. Have a great day, everybody.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
Hey, it's Jody Jackson. Ready for a career change? You've heard me talking a lot about Y-Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make 6 figures and there is no cold calling. Y-Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
It's hot out in Phoenix, really hot, but you can help us do something cool. This month, the UPS Store is teaming up with Arizona Sports to support the Phoenix Rescue Mission by collecting bottled water for our most vulnerable neighbors. It's easy to help, and we can't do it without you. Text WATER to 620-620 to find participating the UPS Store locations near you or to make a donation. Text WATER to 620-620 to help us bring relief today during the Arizona Sports Water Drive.
Message and data rates may apply.
Have you ever felt stuck, confused, dealt with unanswered calls and hidden fees? This is what it can feel like when you work with the wrong mortgage company. At Lund Mortgage, we pride ourselves on our trusted reputation and personalized service. Whether you're looking to purchase a home or consolidate debt, we are committed to your success. With over 25 years of experience, when others say no, we are always here to help. Go to lundmortgage.com to get started with a team that's built a reputation you can count on. That's lundmortgage.com.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
Hey, it's Pat. So I went for ice cream the other night, and they had 48 flavors. I couldn't decide. Well, the Valley Toyota dealers have put me in that same position. They have 19 hybrid models to choose from, more than any other brand. How could you choose? Like the ice cream shop, I had to test all 19. Unlike the ice cream shop, I didn't go home with a bellyache, so that's a small win.
Get the all-hybrid Camry with 4.99% 60-month financing. Or get a gas or hybrid Tacoma with 4.75% 60-month financing. Even get low 2.99% financing for up to 72 months on any new Tundra. With great deals like this, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% with $1,887 and 4.75% with $1,776 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 2.99% with $1,519 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 6/30/25. See dealer for details.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO. Hey, it's no secret that if your AC isn't working, it can turn your car into an oven on wheels. But fear not, AMCO's here to help rescue you from the heat. Tell us more, you say? Well, at AMCO, our certified techs are experts in diagnosing and fixing AC issues. Whether it's a refrigerant leak, a compressor failure, or just needs a simple recharge, we've got you covered. So here's what sets AMCO apart from the rest when it comes to AC repair. Not only do we have a free AC check, we have an online coupon for $25 off our comprehensive inspection of the entire AC system. Plus, with our transparent pricing and warranty options, you can trust that you're getting the best service for the best price. Now that's what I call a cool deal. So don't sweat it this summer. So Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. In a very weird weekend series, the Diamondbacks failed to win a game in Cincinnati against the Reds, including a 4-2 loss yesterday, and here was manager Torey Lovullo after the series.
Very disappointed. We lose 2 tough ball games here. The middle game was a clunker yesterday. I'm aware of that, but they got big hits at the most critical time, and we didn't, and that's a difference in the game. Our guys are very capable of doing that. It didn't happen.
The D-backs will be home tonight, hosting the Seattle Mariners. First pitch will be at 6:40, and you can listen on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Arizona Wildcats baseball team is headed to Omaha for the College World Series after taking a 3-game series against North Carolina. This will be their first College World Series under head coach Chip Hale. The Oklahoma City Thunder took care of business in Game 2 of the NBA Finals last night against the Indiana Pacers, 123-107, and evened up the series as it heads back to Indiana for Game 3 Wednesday night. This report is brought to you by Desert Institute for Spine Care. Desert Institute for Spine Care is the Valley best for 14 years and counting. If you need your neck or spine looked at, go with the best online at sciatica.com.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers! Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
What do kids want to know these days?
I don't know, Paul.
The why.
Oh, the why, yes.
Kids today want to know the why. What's,
yes.
The why behind everything. It's a question I'm asking myself in moments like this. Why do I ever agree to sit here for 4 hours on my Monday and carry your keister you're not even ready to broadcast? Wolf, I'm the new guy here. I'm ready to go. You're here every day.
That's right.
All day for 2 decades, and you can't even get into your computer right now.
So what is going on, Paulie? Is it because I'm wearing the skull cap, Santan Ford skull cap right now, ladies
that's
and
the
gentlemen?
other why.
Broadcasting, and that's not payola, by the way, Basinonians. That is not payola.
Why is Wolf suffering a midlife crisis right there on camera for all the YouTube viewers?
One of the cool things about this, if you want to go ahead, and how do they get to us, Paul, on YouTube? Do you have any idea? Rick, do you know how do they actually get to us on YouTube?
Just search Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Arizona Sports right there, Basinonians. You go ahead and you search Arizona Sports, and I'm wearing the skull cap right now, the Santan Ford skull cap. You know what? I wish skull caps were popular back when I was playing, Paul. You know what? They were not. There was no way in the world you were going to walk around in a skull cap back then. Nobody did that.
I mean, it probably wouldn't have gone with your Don Johnson short arm sport coat because that was back in your day. Yes. Miami Vice didn't feature a skull cap back in the day.
Yes. No, I'm ready to broadcast now, Paulie, with the skull cap on all game. Here we go.
I'm also asking myself, what's better and or worse, the skull cap you're rocking now or the cowboy hat you were rocking on Saturday night? It's a tough call.
Paul, that looks so good on me.
By the way,
I had multiple people come up and said, dude, you look like you're ready to go out on a horse.
Big props to Bite Night, ALS Arizona.
Yes.
A lot of money raised.
Yes.
Big money raised. Very well done. I just have one small beef. It's kind of an observation. Okay. Did you happen to notice that when Larry Gatos and Catherine Anaya took the stage, that their walk-up music was AC/DC?
Yeah.
And then after us, the heavy hitter, the Big Cheese, who was wearing the black cowboy hat a lot, better than yours truly. In my mind, I thought I was Rip from Yellowstone, the tough guy, the badass.
Yes.
But that really was the president who came on after us. Well, his walk-up music, you observed this, Wolf, was, do you remember?
Bad to the Bone?
Yes.
Yes.
George Thorogood.
Bad to the Bone. By the way, right now, Basinonians, if you want to make an entrance, just go ahead and play Bad to the Bone. It's not bad. I mean, honestly.
Yeah. So now I ask the question, do you remember what our walk-up music was?
I don't.
I'm pretty sure it was the Dixie Chicks. It was a country night, and I took that personal a little bit.
Yes.
AC/DC, Bad to the Bone, we got Dixie Chicks.
Look, here's
really?
one of the best things about Bite Night at ALS, ladies and gentlemen, right? Benefiting ALS, of course. It's just an awesome, awesome thing. To be there and to support them, one of the best things about it is not only the food. Oh, my goodness. The food is absolutely incredible. But when you have a cowboy hat on, you can actually look at a woman and go, ma'am. You know what I mean? And just walk by, ma'am. I was doing it all night, Paul. Ma'am. It's just so cool to actually be capable of doing that.
And at this moment, the Basinonians can tell who was all hat and no cattle, and who wasn't. And that was most definitely Wolf.
You as well, Paul.
Okay, so I'm avoiding the real story here.
Yes.
D-backs swept in the Natty. What's worse than Skyline Chili in Cincinnati? When you get swept by the Reds. A 4-2 loss yesterday to complete the 3-game sweep. Wolf, where do you want to start? Where do you want to go? Because I have a lot of thoughts on this, but I'm trying. I'm trying to manage my emotions at this moment.
Listen, this one really left a mark on me because going back to last week, of course, going back to the Arizona Diamondbacks sweeping the Atlanta Braves. Man, sweeping the Atlanta Braves. That, to me, especially the way they did it. Game 2, of course, winning that game 2-1 and how they won it. How they won that. Ryan Thompson, you've got first and third, nobody out, and Ryan Thompson with the ball. Now, he struck out the next hitter right there in that situation, and again, they got out of it without giving up a run. But that, to me, was stunning, the way they won Game 2. Was it not stunning the way they won Game 3, scoring 7 in the top of the night to beat the Atlanta Braves? I thought this is a still point moment in the Arizona Diamondbacks season. Yeah. This is it, Paul.
Except that was so last week. You want to get to what just happened in Cincinnati, please?
I have to set up the table, Paul, for making my point. I was so high on what they had done. I said this last week. Rick, you were there. Jamal, you were there. I said it last week. This could be a launching point for the rest of the season. The Corbin Burns news had come out, and it was bad. Guess what? Players know that well before anyone else knows what's going on. They knew it was bad before that. All the injuries that they've suffered so far. So what? You know what? Let's go play. We still have enough players here to get the job done. I have no idea why in the world now our program director has walked into command and control. What is going on here as I'm making my point?
She wants to know why you're wearing the skull cap.
Oh, the skull cap.
I thought it was the ongoing investigation into Wolf linking his sick days after vacation days, but we'll get to that later.
Let me get to the point right here,
Fishy,
okay?
fishy.
No, there's nothing fishy about it. But to me, I thought this could be a launching point. Yeah. It was a launching point, all right, into more mediocrity. To lose, not only lose this series against the Reds, to get swept by the Cincinnati Reds, a below 500 team, when they played the Diamondbacks. Paul, this is bad. This is a bad team trait.
When a dude hitting a $183 gets up and breaks a 7th-inning tie off Zach Gallen on an 88-mile-per-hour slider on pitch 94, and that's how you lose 4-2 on a 2-run jack. And, Wolf, as long as we're hitting rewind into last week, you know what I told Luke last week while you were linking sick days on the back of vacation days? You know what I said?
But go.
I said Zach Gallen is a microcosm of this entire team.
Yes.
Of this entire season. He's too talented to be this inconsistent. He's too talented to be going in and out of stellar ball and bad ball. Zach Gallen, to me, represents everything that has been the roller coaster of Diamondbacks baseball, and too often, including this series over the weekend, it's been bad news backs.
Yes. Oh, man.
I'll give you an example.
Okay, good.
Well, if you have your, the angry chair, there's going to be certain moments on a Monday where I'm sitting in the angry chair over here. You know what made me angry on Saturday when the D-backs got jack stomped 13-1?
Okay, what
was the
that,
Gavin
Paul?
Lux grand slam. Thanks for asking.
Okay.
Because there he was in his first two at-bats. What did he do? He swung at the very first pitch in both of his first ABs. Then he gets up for his third at-bat, and the bases are loaded. So what do you think he's going to do?
I don't know, Paul.
Swing at the first pitch?
Okay, good.
So what does Kendall Graveman do? He grooves a 92-mile-per-hour four-seamer right down the pipe. And what happens? He gone!
Yeah, sometimes, Paul, that's what happens, though. Sometimes you're trying to actually paint the edge and you throw it right down the middle.
Wolf, he
that
just
happens, Paul.
aggressively went after the first pitch in his first two ABs.
Yeah.
And now the bases are juiced, and you're just going to throw him a meatball on pitch number one of his third at-bat? Guess what? There's cause and effect. That's the 30% confused baseball that Torey Lovello is talking about when you commit a boneheaded error like that.
Well, Paul, we all know you're Mr. Perfect. We all know that, Paul. But the problem is this right here. Sometimes when you compete at the highest level our species can generate, Paulie, sometimes you try to do something and it doesn't work. Sometimes you try to throw a strike out on the edge or up into the corner or up in the zone, and it doesn't work.
Okay.
Sometimes you groove it, Paul.
Okay.
Sometimes that's what happens.
You know why I'm also sitting in the angry chair? Because of things you can control.
Yes.
Christian Montes de Oca, first pitch. And Benson swings, hits a fly ball to left field towards the line. And Gurriel cannot make the catch. He started to approach the wall and then kind of backed off. Two very different approaches. Will Benson up by 12. Gurriel there down by 12. Gurriel just wanted no part of that play, kind of gator-armed it. And Benson basically put his cleat into the padding and tried to reach up and over into the stands to make the catch.
Yeah, completely different approaches that time. Gurriel just kind of cruising over there where Benson charged over there, jumped into the stands trying to make a play.
No excuse for that whatsoever.
Agreed.
You're up 12 runs, and you got a guy going headlong after a ball like his life depends on it. A team losing by 12 runs, and you're lollygagging around the field like Lourdes Gurriel. I would have benched him before he got back to the dugout.
Ugly.
Benched him. Again, those are things you can control,
Yeah.
Wolf.
Let that hang in the air.
What can the Cardinals get out of minicamp? Oh, yeah, mandatory minicamp starting tomorrow. We'll talk about that next. Calvisi in for Luke. Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Here comes the 0-1 pitch. Fastball ripped on the ground to third. Backhanded by Espinal. The throw to first in time, and that's the ball game. Diamondbacks finish 12 up, 12 down to finish the game. They lose the finale 4-2.
Swept out of Cincy, the D-backs face the Mariners at Chase Field. Game 1 of 3 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Chime. You like going out? Yeah, me too. I go to a lot of concerts, obviously even more sporting events, like to go out and eat as well. Why not build up your credit when you're out with the Chime Secured Credit Builder Visa credit card? That way you can build credit with money you were already going to spend anyway, and you can avoid interest. Makes a lot of sense. So learn more at Chime.com because improved credit opens a lot of doors. Makes it easier to get a loan if you ever need one. Get better deals on big purchases like cars and houses. That's why the Chime Secured Credit Builder Visa credit card is worth checking out. No annual fees, interest, or credit checks. Use it everywhere Visa credit cards are accepted. Make everyday purchases count with Chime's Secured Credit Builder Visa credit card. Get started today at Chime.com. Chime. Feels like progress.
Chime is a financial technology company, not a bank. Banking services provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. members FDIC. The Chime Credit Builder Visa credit card is issued by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Chime checking account required to apply. On-time payment history may have a positive impact on your credit score. Results may vary. Out-of-network ATM withdrawal and OTC advance fees may apply. Spot me eligibility requirements and overdraft limits apply. Timing depends on submission of payment file. Fees apply at out-of-network ATMs.
Ooh, ma.
What was that?
That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hit a home run with bold flavors at Dog House Downtown Phoenix, serving gourmet dogs, sausages, chicken, burgers, and more 24/7. Hosting a watch party, Dog House Catering delivers with breakfast burritos, sliders, wings, tenders, and their legendary build-your-own dog bar. Load the bases with flavor and bring the heat to your lineup. Order now at downtownphoenix.doghaus.com and let them deliver the ballpark feast straight to your door.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers, plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us, plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Cardinals minicamp coverage brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Wolf and Luke talking Cardinals minicamp.
Hey, where is Luke? By the way,
we just ask that you let the guy do what he does.
You know what?
Without stepping all over him.
I mean,
that's the one thing we can understand.
I'll handle the
Isn't
now.
that right, Command and Control?
Yeah.
Paul is going to jack up a rejoin.
You guys don't even know where Luke is.
You talk over the voice guy just now.
You know what? Well, why doesn't he take these extended pauses? I mean, let's go. We got to go. Don't give me these dramatic pauses. Kidding me? We don't have time for that.
Right, Paulie.
You guys think you know where Luke is? He's on yet another in a long series of extended weekends. Maybe not. You see this headline? The Vegas Golden Knights are hosting community events in Arizona. What? The Vegas Golden Knights will include several stops in Arizona, their annual road trip, and they're expanding it into the AZ in mid-July. Really? Yeah. How do we feel about the Vegas Golden Knights crossing the Arizona-Nevada border and trying to poach our hockey fans?
Can they play like 10 games here a year?
It's not going to happen.
How do we feel about that?
No, awful.
Better check on
Hey,
Luke.
listen,
You sure
Gary
he's not
Bettman-
jumping ship at this point, Luke?
Yeah,
he could be a
of
Golden
course
Knight
not.
right now.
Stop it. Gary Bettman, are you looking at us right now? Of course you are looking at Phoenix. And you know, Gary, you want a team here. We all know it. You know it, and we know it. So let's get it done. That's going to happen, Paul.
Really, Wolf?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I'll start holding my breath right now.
I don't think I'll be broadcasting at that point in time, but I'm just saying it's going to happen.
Can you handle the next 3 days? Forget about the next 3 years and the next 3 decades. Just look into your crystal football and tell me what's come in the next 3 days. Because here in 2025, I'm trying to figure out what does a team get done exactly in a mandatory minicamp?
Yeah. You know what, Paulie? I'm glad you asked that because a lot of people think, what's the difference between a mini camp and OTAs?
Right.
What is the difference between minicamp and OTAs?
See, you're answering my question with a question, but go ahead.
No, Paulie, I didn't mean to go Socratic on you right there, but the intensity is the difference. The intensity. Look, OTAs is at one intensity level, and I would give it about a 5 on the scale of 1 to 10. You're out there and you're going through your drills, but it's really at about 50% of what you're going to do when the pads actually go on. The intensity level, I would say in minicamp, notches up. And it notches up, ladies and gentlemen, because the coaches make sure that it notches up. They start yelling a little bit more. They're trying to bring urgency to this 3-day minicamp. Urgency, Paul, and intensity. Friction, as JG might actually call it. Players then start getting a little bit more intense as well. The intensity level is the difference between OTAs and minicamp.
I would drill down a little deeper and say it's a matter of what position you play. If you're a lineman and you're in the trenches, not a lot can be ascertained or gleaned or maybe even gained in a lot of ways. Yeah, the drills are great and they're hitting the sled and they're hitting the bags and okay, and Darius Robinson looks ridiculous, both the size and the quickness. You can see the athleticism, the get off, all that. That's beautiful. But I think if you're a receiver, if you're a DB, and they're actually able to go one-on-ones, for example, and you're a rookie corner and you're getting roasted and toasted out there, that's a problem. Or if you're, I don't know, let's just pick a name out of a hat. Rookie 4th-round linebacker Cody Simon out of Ohio State, who might wear the green dot this year. And if he's not able to really call the defense and comprehend the defense, that's a problem. On the other hand, if he's not swimming and he has good command and he's showing leadership as a young guy, guess what? Maybe you show enough in mandatory minicamp where you're going to get that many more reps come late July and Cardinals training camp.
Yeah, maybe, Paulie. Once again, what isn't a maybe is the intensity level. I'm going to go back to it. The coaches, once again, try to set this expectation. Hey, guys, this is it. You know what? We're going to have this 3-day minicamp, and for the most part, there's going to be veterans who are going to walk away from this, and they're going to go ahead and they're going to go back, and the next time we see you, the next time, we're going to put the bonnets on, and we're going to pop the mouth guard in, and we're going to play some ball. So you can just see it. The coaches, again, they want to set the intensity level, and the players know this as well. The next time they're going to be together, the next time they're going to be a team, the bonnets are going to go on.
And to your point, what did the head coach just say? That's foreshadowing. He's portending what sort of training camp he's going to run this year that might be a little different, a little bit, versus the first 2 years. 2 words, everybody now, more friction.
Friction.
Translate that for us, Wolf.
You know what, Paulie? I believe more friction is more physicality, even more physicality. I believe that's what it is. Well, what's behind physicality a lot of the time?
Are you going to get philosophical on us?
Intensity. That's what intensity level, which turns into competition. This is something you brought up, Paulie. The last time we actually had this conversation, you brought that up as well. It's the same thing. When you speak about physicality, you got to have a mindset, Paul, to go out there, hammer somebody. You got to be ready to do that. You better be ready to compete, Paul.
So it may or may not mean more physicality. I stop myself short there just because of how low these head coaches are to run a physical, hard-hitting training camp these days. Okay, but the compete level, you're right, is where I start. I'll give you an example. After rookie year number 1, Marvin Harrison Jr., would you say he needs to improve in the area of contested catches?
Yes.
How do you get better at a contested catch?
You do it in a game.
But if you don't have a game and you want to get better before the games start, Wolf, how do you improve in practice? Man, you run more one-on-ones against corner.
Practice, man.
Man. So the compete level has to go up in terms of the top receivers going against the top corners. Now, you're not tackling, you're not dragging to the ground, none of that. But I do believe Marvin Harrison Jr. would benefit greatly by a lot more of these all-out, one best against best. Let's go, and let's see you make these contested catches against the likes of Will Johnson, Max Melton, and company.
Boy, I love this, though, Paulie. I really do, this conversation right here, because JG was asked about this very question. You know, can they actually go out in shorts? And can they actually improve chemistry out of the field? And JG kind of, well, of course, they can kind of get better. There's no doubt about it. But he was dragging his feet because he understands and knows that unless there's a man out there who's guarding Marvin Harrison Jr. and maybe doing it in a press man situation, you know what? Live. Full go. When the lights are on and the silks are on, that is the only real time that Kyler Murray and Marvin Harrison Jr. can get better in terms of chemistry. We'll do it live, and we'll do it when it matters. And we'll do it when the competition level is through the ceiling. That is when chemistry can get better. So, yeah, they can go through the process and practice, Paulie. They can do it in shorts. They can do it in pads once they get into training camp. They can actually do it. But until you start doing it on a consistent basis under the lights, when the silks are on, doesn't matter. Doesn't.
By the way, as a refresher, I just searched up the quote Kyler had week 17 of last year when asked about his connection, his chemistry with Marvin Harrison Jr., and I quote K1, "We got to get better. It's not where he wants it. It's not where I want it to be. It's not where this team needs it to be."
There it is, Paul. That is the key, the passepartout to the entire 2025 season.
By the way, what did Starling Thomas tell us in the Big Red Rage last Thursday night? He can already tell that the pass rush is a lot better as a defensive back.
Yeah.
Interesting. Hey, what's it mean for a Kevin Durant trade if Giannis sticks around in Milwaukee? Okay, we'll talk about that next. Calvisi in for Luke, Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
OTA's over. Cardinals minicamp has begun. Arizona Sports is live from Cardinals HQ for minicamp. Talking with players and coaches.
Hi, this is Paris Johnson. This is linebacker Matt Wilson Sr. This is Darius Robinson.
And bringing it to you on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com. Cardinals minicamp coverage brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information right now. I got two things I want to talk to you about right now. Number one, employee pricing. Yeah, employee pricing at Santan Ford has been extended, Basinonians. That's right. Whatever a Ford employee pays for a Ford, you can actually pay the same thing. And number two is the selection right now at Santan Ford. It is incredible what has happened over there. Santan Ford has 1,400 new vehicles that are actually on the ground right now. All the models, all the trim levels that you want, different options in every color under the sun. It's simple, ladies and gentlemen. Get employee pricing on your new Ford and drive away in the Ford you really want. Man, Santan Ford is located at the Santan 202 Freeway and Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or you can always go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
Are you worried your AC system will not make it through the summer? No worry. As official Lennox dealers, Collins Comfort Masters wants to pay you to upgrade. Get up to $2,500 with our AC system buyback deal when you replace your old unit with a brand new high-efficiency system. Schedule your free estimate by calling Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Walt's TV and Appliance, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner. And Bear, what do our listeners get by shopping at Walt's?
Well, Dan, you'll get great expertise and great prices. We'll give you the best in-store and in-home experience every time. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Come check out our great selection, speak with our knowledgeable staff, and enjoy worry-free installation done by a pro. Only at Walt's. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
If you're suffering from stabbing pain, numbness, tingling, or burning in your arms, legs, hands, or feet, you may be experiencing peripheral neuropathy. If you or a loved one is suffering from neuropathy and has been prescribed a medication like Lyrica, Neurontin, or Cymbalta, there is an alternative. Amazing research has now shown that neuropathy symptoms can be reversed in as little as 1 week. At Restore Wellness, highly trained doctors are using a cutting-edge treatment and successfully slowing and often reversing the disease without addictive medications. If you're tired of living in pain, then call 480-447-9555. That's 480-447-9555. There's no surgery or prescription drugs. Don't wait to get relief. Call 480-447-9555. The first 25 callers will receive a full exam and in-depth consultation, absolutely free.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks are back home tonight after being swept by the Reds in Cincinnati. The Snakes host the Seattle Mariners with first pitch at 6:40 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Merrill Kelly gets the start for Arizona. And Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final is tonight. The Florida Panthers host the Edmonton Oilers with the series tied at 1 game apiece. Puck drop for that one is scheduled for 5. This report is brought to you by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning is about saving you money, so when it comes to your plumbing or AC, give them a chance and let them prove their value to you. Online at ReadyServices.com.
Arizona sports.
Conversations will now begin to pick up on potential trade of Kevin Durant out of Phoenix.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Wolf and Luke.
All right, this could get ugly. Last time, Wolf and I really drilled down deep into the Phoenix Suns, their future, and how they're going about it. There was an all-out verbal spat of sorts.
There were issues, Basinonians.
You know my contention. I said it with Luke. I'll say it again. The only alignment that I see is with the Suns owner and his alma mater. The only alignment I see.
Okay. All right.
I should have known you were going to have that.
By the way, Paulie,
I should have known.
That was Rick. That was all Rick right there. But I do love saying, yeah. This is Sparta!
The alignment is with the owner's comfort zone.
I think I said that after I hit some dude. Wiped him out.
And to me, that's the most disappointing part about this, is that you promised real, significant, substantial change. And you had a chance to clean house and bring in experienced, credible, proven NBA decision makers. And it didn't happen. I mean, if Jordan Ott wasn't Tom Izzo's video coordinator for 5 years, would he be the Suns head coach? Would he even get an interview?
Yeah, you know what, Paulie? For me, it does represent real change. Now, we're going to have to see what happens, and I believe this is where the yelling started the last time.
Right about here.
We were together, yet at the same time, Paulie, I can tell you, I really do believe that. When you think of real change, Matt Ishbia went from, I'm coming in here, we're going to get Kevin Durant, we're going to get Bradley Beal, We're going to come out here. We're going to create our own big three. This is what we're going to do. We got Frank Vogel. Are you kidding me? He's won a championship. We got Coach Bud. He's won a championship. What are you going to say about this? It was all about name. Now, all of a sudden, it's gone the complete opposite, the antithesis, the oppo, the George Costanza of this. And now it's not name. It's about alignment, Paul. It is real change. Now, will it work? That is the question.
Again, I'm going to respectfully disagree.
How can you disagree?
Where is the change? Where is the change?
What are you talking about?
The owner is doubling.
Name. No name.
Wolf.
That's change,
I'm
Paul.
talking about the approach, the philosophy. If the owner wasn't in control before, he's in control more than ever right now.
Goodness.
He's doubling down on being a heavy-handed day-to-day.
There's going to be real change here. We're not going to have Kevin Durant on our team. Is that going to represent real change?
Now.
Oh, by the way, Bradley Beal's not going to be here. Is that going to represent real change? We all thought it was going to be change, meaning winning. There's going to be real change here. We're going to go out. We're going to change everything. We're going to win. That's what we're going to do here. Hey, listen, you know what? He said change. There's going to be real change. And he's changed.
Now, if you
the entire philosophy, how can you argue that?
Wolf, if you reconstruct the roster, I'll buy the change angle. I'll buy that. If you go in with the Elon Musk chainsaw, okay, I'll buy that. If you're going to, but that's going to take a lot of maneuvering, a lot of expertise.
Yeah, Paul, it is.
And the people in charge right now have neither a track record nor any experience in doing any of the above.
But, Paulie, it doesn't mean they can't do it.
So,
no, it does not mean they can't get the job done. It doesn't.
And I will say this, that the head coach didn't matter the last 2+ years. They ran roughshod all over Frank Vogel. They ran roughshod all over Mike Budenholzer. That's why we told him to go Bud heavy. He went Bud light, and it didn't work. So this roster is currently constructed. Maybe the head coach doesn't even matter because they have their own track record of not even listening to that guy. So if you can reconstruct the roster, but how do you do it? And who would be willing to take Kevin Durant and give you fair market value when most of the NBA believes you have zero leverage, you have to trade KD.
Yeah.
But maybe let's reverse engineer this. Maybe it starts with Giannis, and here's Jake Fisher. And here he was, right, from NBA Rumors talking about, okay, what's the deal with Giannis?
Right now, at this juncture, it's only June 5th. Anything could happen. And I've been told all along that if there is a decision, a formal decision made to shut or open the door on trade conversations for Giannis this summer, that it would likely happen closer to the end of June and when the offseason really, really begins. But I'd say for now, talking to people around the league, the assessment and the expectation is that they're going to believe it when they see it, that someone who is valued being the franchise face, the central linchpin of the Bucks franchise is going to want to play somewhere else.
Boy, I don't know about that, Paulie. That kind of your takeaway on that, Paul.
Well, if he wants to stay in Milwaukee, then that's the best possible news for the Phoenix Suns, because now maybe that heightens the market, the demand for Kevin Durant. In fact, here's Marcus Morris, former Sun, from Get Up on Friday talking about, wait a minute, how about KD in the NYC?
New York Knicks plus Kevin Durant equals what?
Equals finals. They're equals finals. The Boston Celtics are the best team in the East, right? We're not going to take nothing away from Indiana. They're hurt right now. So if you add in Kevin Durant to a New York team with all the pieces that they have, obviously they'll have to come off a few, and that'll be interesting to see who they actually come off of. But the key thing is, we know KD going to sit out 10, 15 games. Like, they still have a team that can win without him being there. What we've seen in Phoenix this year is when Kevin Durant sat, the team was significantly worse, right? Like, that was the glaring part. And now you get to play in New York.
Yeah. That is big time.
That was from Friday. They're still debating it right now as we speak. Look at the screen. ESPN2, Stephen A. with Marcus and Markieff Morris and Jay Williams, and they have 2 graphics up there. The top 5 destinations for KD, the top 5 for Giannis, and for KD, Knicks, Rockets, Timberwolves, Pistons, Heat.
Yes, but we just had Jake Fisher, right? We just had Jake Fisher say that it's looking like there's a real possibility that Giannis is not going to want to move away from Milwaukee. Am I reading that correctly, Rick? Yes. That seems to me. Okay, now he did kind of back off that statement a little bit. He was kind of swimming, treading water, I think, Paulie, on that right there. Wasn't ruling out the possibility that Giannis was going to be traded, but apparently it looks like the possibility, the odds of Giannis staying in Milwaukee have increased as of late. Why that is, I'm not entirely sure.
Are you in favor of trading KD?
Yes, Paul. They have to.
Would you be willing to consider trading?
Can you imagine Jordan Ott? And again, Jordan Ott supposedly has a relationship, yet at the same time, can you imagine that? I don't see a first-time NBA head coach and the likes of Bradley Beal and Kevin Durant meshing well.
I can see it because like you mentioned, Jordan Ott coached Kevin Durant in Brooklyn.
Yeah, okay. You know what? Tell me what that means, Rick. What kind of relationship did they have? How much did he actually coach Kevin Durant?
I can't speak on that.
No. And this is because I can tell you this right now. There are many coaches players don't actually like on a coaching staff. And I'm just saying, there are. It goes both ways on that.
What if they asked Jordan Ott, hey, what's your relationship with KD? And he was like, it's great. And they were like, oh, so if we don't get something good back for KD, you can just coach him. And Jordan Ott was like, of course.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like the culture they want to install here, right? What do they want here? They want a dog culture. That's what they want.
I also
they want
think
intense, physical dogs. That's what they want.
I also think they want a good return for Kevin Durant.
Yeah, they do want a good return for Kevin Durant. Is it out there? Is it out there?
I don't think they're going to get what they want.
I don't think there is going to be this landslide for Kevin Durant. I don't believe that. I'll believe it when we see it.
Well, maybe I'm overreacting. You know, Matt
you are.
Matt Ishbia, when he hired Brian Gregory, called him a brilliant basketball mind. And then when Brian Gregory issued his statement on Jordan Ott, I'm now quoting, Jordan's leadership and basketball intellect consistently stood out, combining a brilliant mind as an offensive strategist with the blueprint to employ an aggressive defensive system. So there's a lot of brilliance, according to the Suns, with the head coach and the GM.
So let's see it.
I mean, I am remiss. What's it mean for the D-backs here, okay? Can they turn this thing around? Or, wow, someone just going for broke, whoever wrote this tease, are they just a bad baseball team, he quotes off the page. We'll ask Jody Jackson next. Calvisi in for Luke. It is Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
It's their way or the highway. All right. So that's why it was important to make sure that they made hires at GM and coach where all of these people will be, and you could use the word, and I'll use the word, aligned to do things in a certain way where everybody agrees.
I'm never going to use that word again as long as I live. I'm banning it from find me synonyms for the word aligned. I will not use it again as long as I live.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Presidential Pools and Spas. Arizona, the heat is here, as we all know, and it's getting hotter. Oh, the summer is here. Here come the triple digits, right, my brothers? If you've been dreaming about a backyard pool, now is the time to act. At Presidential Pools and Spas, they're building fast, my brothers. That means you can still be swimming this summer. That's right, you can get this thing done before the end of the summer. Don't wait till you're sweating through another scorcher. Let's turn up the cool for you in your backyard right now. What you need to do, I can tell you, is go to presidentialpools.com or stop by their Gilbert or Surprise showrooms. This is something that we had Presidential Pools and Spas do for us 7 years ago. They came over to the compound, told us what we needed and what we didn't. I can tell you it's one of the best things that we've ever done. Go to presidentialpools.com, Arizona's #1 pool builder.
You know the only thing worse than the big heat?
Yes, that big ego you like to carry around, Paul.
That's bad. But what's worse is when you're not ready for the big heat. And that used to be us at Casa Calvisi before we called America Roofing.
One of the best moves you've ever made, my friend. And now we're doing the same thing. America Roofing just came over to my house and repaired a section of my roof.
And here's how it gets better. For Gatos and everyone, save 12% with tax and tariff relief. Yep, when America Roofing says we've got you covered, they're putting our savings where their mouth is.
12% off right now while it lasts. Tax and tariff relief from Arizona's #1 roofing company. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, locally owned.
More than a quarter century as Arizona's roofing experts, and now 12% savings when you mention Calvisi.
Or you mention Gatos.
Or Arizona Sports.
Or KTAR.
Get that free inspection.
602-960-ROOF.
Or AmericaRoofingCo.com.
America Roofing, they've got you covered.
ROC number 186438042.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you live in Arizona, you know the desert sun can do a number on your windows, and if you've been here a while, chances are you need your windows replaced, which is why I am stoked to tell you about Advanced Window Products, a great company that is family-owned and locally operated, a company that treats customers like friendships. They are Arizona's premier window replacement company. They are co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and they offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state. And that is because there is no middleman. They are the manufacturers. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. Even better, Advanced Window Products running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows and you'll get a $2,500 discount. So call today and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you got to call my friends at YRefi. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And YRefi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And YRefi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YRefi-34. That's 888-YRefi-34. Or go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show.
This one is long gone to left field.
Brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com.
All right, well, it didn't take long for Wolf and Paulie pinch hitter to go to Wolf versus Paulie Pencilneck, filling in for Luke today. So, let's bring in let's bring in a neutral third party and let's talk a little baseball, okay? Wolf doesn't like it, Jody, when I tell him when he's wrong on his own show. He doesn't like it. That's the way it works. Okay, so
makes it spicy, though. You gotta play devil's advocate sometimes, Paulie.
That's right.
Speaking of spicy,
stay away from the Skyline Chili and stay away from the Broom in Cincinnati. First off, did they really have the audacity to stop play after a few raindrops yesterday when you needed an arc on Friday night just to navigate third base? What is going on with that? Did they get a call from the league and then all of a sudden they were much more apt to stop the game when the wet stuff arrived?
Well, yeah. I mean, frankly, yeah. I mean, Torey Lovullo was very upset Friday night, and he let everybody know it. And so, yeah, I mean, it did come down. That initial burst was really hard, like for about 20 seconds, and then it lightened up. So I guess they wanted to do the right thing after not doing the right thing the first time around. Really, if you look at it, that game could have been a 3-2 win for the Diamondbacks, and instead you go out there and it's poor. I've seen a lot of baseball guys, and I don't know if I've seen. I've seen playing through drizzle. I mean, we were in Philly one time, and it drizzled for hours, and we just kept playing, but it wasn't really piling up. But that infield was really shiny and wet, and it was dangerous. And you saw Christian Mena. I don't know if clearly that seems to have maybe come into play with the shoulder that he's now dealing with. It definitely did with Gabby getting hit. And luckily he's okay, but it cost him, a couple games that could have, been a different outcome for the D-backs. So yeah, it was not a hospitable place for the Diamondbacks. They're in Cincinnati. It felt like there was a little home field advantage for the home team. Personally, that's how I, felt like it was playing out there for a bit.
Yeah, for me, Jody, and this is just me looking from the outside in, okay? And it's always one of these deals I speak very carefully about because it means so much to me, the leadership inside that clubhouse right now. When I see what they did against the Atlanta Braves in the Braves series, and I juxtapose that with what they did in this series against the Cincinnati Reds, man, there's got to be an awful lot of disappointment that is going around this team right now inside that clubhouse. I think that's only natural to say that. You couldn't build any type of consistency or momentum off of the Atlanta Braves series by getting swept by the Cincinnati Reds right now. What kind of leadership is inside that clubhouse, Jody?
I think there's leadership. It's just a question of, how do you turn it into wins? And how do you, I believe that we're going to really find out. I mean, this team's going to be tested. Are they going to fall further down or are they going to continue to fight? And I think there's, I see Gino Suarez leading in there. I mean, there are guys that guys look to. There's no question about that. And it's a matter of, a lot of times the problem with leadership is you're depending on a lot of performances that day. You're depending on your starting pitcher going out and making pitches. It's hard to dig out, no matter what kind of leadership you have in that clubhouse. If you have some guys underperforming, it's just really hard to dig out. I mean, for example, the 7-run comeback, which was incredible, one of the best things I've seen on a baseball field that played out in that final game in Atlanta. And, I don't know if I don't really attribute it to leadership as much as just this team going through their process and getting up to bat and having good at-bats and believing. And I think they believe in each other. And I think they don't have that fiery guy you think of.
Yeah,
maybe like
right, Jody.
I mean, everyone points to Tommy Pham and all of those things that came together. And, I even look at, yesterday it came up because Evan Longoria retired as a Ray, and they had, there were some things out on social media, and there are guys like that in that clubhouse now. As far as there's Tommy Pham is kind of a one-off for me, but there are veteran guys in there who the younger guys can lean on, and I think that stuff is happening. But I think the problem is you've had some performances that are really hard to overcome now. But again, like I said, it's going to be tested. And I think everybody has to look in the mirror and be a leader in their own way. And I know that sounds a little cliche, and it's not like the one guy that's going to come in and scream or something. The problem with baseball is, the physical showing of a spark can actually work to your detriment. The spark has to come from the same process and fighting each day. And when you come back from a road trip, you have to, I think it's a real thing. Everyone wants to come home, and we got home at a decent time last night, and guys can, sleep in their own bed, get back with their family and all of that. But a lot of times you don't, it's about refocusing when you get to the field too. And they have to battle that like all baseball teams do. And hopefully that's what we see because, look, I was on that 1-5 road trip. It felt horrible. This one was 3-3. It didn't end well. And in the middle, you had a bad homestand. So this homestand to me is very big for this team. They have to just refocus. And I don't know that they need anything crazy to happen from the outside or someone to come in and, if they need to make changes in their process and do some things that are going to make them a smarter team, a better team, then do those things. But I don't think it has to be some sort of showy, something coming from the outside.
I think you're right about that, Jody. I'm talking about accountability. Leadership to me is accountability. This is something I talk about all the time. I'm just wondering who the guy might be to walk up to Lourdes Gurriel Jr. and say, what kind of effort was that? What kind of effort was that?
Yes!
I'm just saying that kind of accountability inside that clubhouse. I'm wondering. It's just me. I don't know because I'm not in there. Just wondering who that guy might be to square it up.
Well, I know who it's not going to be, Corbin Burns. And I'm wondering, was there a bit of a hangover this weekend once the Corbin Burns news came down? What's you talked about the belief level. Where is it now? Because minus your $210 million man, you currently sit 25th in Major League Baseball in team ERA. And that's certainly not helped by a season-ending injury to your ace, Corbin Burns. So just kind of assess the impact of that, Jody.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly wasn't good news on Friday to get that news and to understand that this wasn't going to be just some inflammation or a sprain and he was going to be able to rehab it, to know that he's going to be out. And I think it was a little surprising to some of the guys. I mean, other guys were maybe expecting it, but it's tough. There's no way you can replace Corbin Burns. And I think what hurt coming out that next day is that, I don't think any one pitcher has to feel like they have to, come out and be, it's going to take the total team effort. And I think Merrill Kelly said it well in Atlanta. He said, we all have to be better. I think they do take that personally. But then you come out and you have Ryan Nelson, who is essentially in his spot. And Ryan had a really bad outing. Like, it was not like Ryan Nelson to walk guys and do things that he just didn't have good command in that game. And, but going forward, I think, look, they have to continue to rely on the guys that got them, to the World Series and to successful seasons in the first place with Zach Gallen and Merrill Kelly and Ryan Nelson. And I think that when you look at Brandon Pfaadt going through struggles right now, that's a concern. How is he going to be able to right the ship? And I think it was good to see Eduardo Rodriguez have a pretty solid start. So, look, it is tough, but you have to build into your depth. And I think right now we're seeing that even in the back end with the bullpen. They've brought up a couple guys over the weekend that I think are going to have to play into this bullpen. Mm-hmm. And I think that what I saw was encouraging. So, again, this game is so hard on you mentally. Is it a downer? Was it a hangover? I think with the rain and everything that happened, there was a lot going on. I think, maybe a little bit of that. But, I think guys were also knowing Corbin Burns wasn't going to be available, even if he wasn't out for, 12 to whatever months. He was not going to walk out of that clubhouse and on the mound anytime soon anyway. So I think it was overall just a very tough situation in Cincinnati over the weekend that was hard on the guys.
All right, Jody.
Jody, thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, guys. Good to talk to you.
Okay, talk to you.
Look forward to tonight, starting with the Seattle Mariners downtown. Merrill Kelly is on the mound, and maybe he can do what Zach Gallen was not able to do and stop the losing streak.
Merrill has been the one guy that I think has been Merrill Kelly. He's been the one guy they can count on.
Well, when you see Zach Gallen and his ERA is now over 5, that's definitely not Zach Gallen-esque. That's why I was explaining to you, Wolf, earlier that Zach Gallen is a microcosm for the entire team.
Paul, you're late.
He's too talented to be performing like this.
You have no time.
All right, finally something you know something about. We'll talk Cardinals next. Josh Sweat has been called the biggest X-Factor on the team. We'll talk about that next. LVC and for Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show. Brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. Your home for everything Diamondbacks. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolf here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. The basin is heating up, and if you're tired of battling with Arizona sun, call my friends over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Their roll-down patio shades and retractable awnings are the real deal. Cooler patios, no glare, and total privacy. They came out to the Wolfley compound. They advised us on what our shading needs were and what our options were as well. And I can tell you right now, it's one of the best things that we have done for our family. They are experts in their industry. And now through November, Basinonians, now through November, for every Shade order, All Pro Shade will donate a pair of running shoes to a U.S. service member through their partnership with Shoes for Soldiers. So cool down your patio right now and support our heroes. Text SHOES to 620-620. That's SHOES to 620-620 for All Pro Shade Concepts.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating, or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. A question I get all the time is, how did we become the largest injury firm in the world? We have over 1,000 lawyers in all 50 states and close to 6,000 co-workers. Our call center is on duty 24/7. You can reach us at any time at forthepeople.com. But the real reason is we won a lot. When you visit our website, go to our verdicts and settlements. There you will see what our clients were offered and what they were awarded at trial. All those verdicts help us resolve many cases fairly and early. You see, nothing beats reputation. The insurance industry knows who we are. We even have insurance adjusters call us for representation because they know too. We've made it easy. On your mobile device or computer, go to forthepeople.com and we will get busy. It's that easy. Call today. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Secret Clinical dominating extra stinky stress sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave. Oh, what a beautiful day. This is regular deodorant. Ugh, I can't. Secret Clinical with workout sweat. Let's run another marathon. And regular deodorant. How much more? Secret is the GOAT. Because nothing fights sweat better. Stay fresher under pressure.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks are back home tonight after being swept by the Reds in Cincinnati. The Snakes host the Seattle Mariners with first pitch at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Merrill Kelly gets the start for Arizona. And Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final is tonight. The Florida Panthers host the Edmonton Oilers with the series tied at 1 game apiece. Puck drop for that one is scheduled for 5. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602-BLUE-SKY. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Cardinals minicamp coverage. Brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Wolf and Luke talking Cardinals minicamp. Now.
I mean, most people on a Monday, right, they mail it in till at least lunch. You know, they sort of ease their way into the week. Not yours truly. I have to come in here and provide the info and entertainment, and Kerry Wolf's Keister from 10 to 2 today here on Arizona Sports, filling in for Luke. And now, finally, we get around to mandatory minicamp, Wolf. And let's see how you perform here in hour number 2.
I notice how you just continued to roll there, Paulie, because you didn't want to get the buzzer.
You know what?
That's right, Rick.
Keep the buzzer warm, because we're about to listen to the Mina Kimes show from last week. Mina Kimes and JP Acosta. And wait a minute. Who did they say is the Cardinals' biggest X factor this season?
Arizona Cardinals. I have a guess for this. Who you gonna pick?
Okay, you can guess.
Josh Sweat?
Yes, it is Josh Sweat.
Very close.
I had to choose somebody big up front on that defense because, I mean, watching the Cardinals last season, I felt kind of crazy before season saying like, hey, this Cardinals defense is pretty fun. They do a lot of weird stuff. I think they are the most like pure to form college defense in the NFL. They run all of like the fronts that Georgia runs in college. They run the 3 safety stuff, which is awesome. But all that is, it's cool until you get hit in the mouth by 330-pound guards and you can't defend the run and you have no consistent pressure guy. I think Josh Sweat plays a big role here because the Cardinals finished 28th in pressure rate, 28th in pass rush win rate. They need somebody up front who can win, or just somebody who can be consistent on the edge.
All right, first off, the schemes.
Yeah.
The number is 2. 2 Cardinals defensive backs, starting DBs, who have now confirmed in the last week, Ron Wolfley, that Nick Rawlis and Jonathan Gannon, their innovative defensive schemes, were being copycatted by other teams at the end of last season.
Right.
And Starlin even told us last week, he said, you know what? They weren't even running them right. But we could recognize our own schemes on film when we were watching other teams.
So what you're saying is they're a little bit different. They're the exception, not the rule.
Well, and it sort of leads to this question. All right, how much of that was out of necessity? Because you didn't have the dudes on the defensive front. You had to figure out a way to compete, a way to try and affect the quarterback.
Sure.
And now that leads to the following question. I've posed this already this offseason. I'll come back to it. What happens if instead of 14 players with 1 sack apiece, you have one guy with 14 sacks himself?
Ooh, that's really, really different. But you're talking about Josh Sweat, of course.
Ding.
And coming off the edge right there. For me, based on earnings right now, this is going to sound weird, but you know me, the X factor, I don't think of a guy that is a proven commodity as being an X factor.
He was the biggest fish in free agency. He was nearly the Super Bowl MVP.
Thank you. I'm just saying an X factor to me, based on earnings, is a relative unknown. It's a relative unknown that, you know what, he might carry some weight. He might have a bigger and better season than most people are giving him credit for having. I don't know if Josh Sweat, for me, and this is, again, are we going to sit here and argue the source of this topic? I guess we are. But to me, that I take offense to that.
Okay, let me take you back to when the Cardinals traded for Chandler Jones. Can we draw an analogy? Because what happened when the Cardinals added a legit Pro Bowl caliber pass rusher that other teams had to game plan for?
Good stuff.
Offensive coordinator started every Monday with, okay, how are we stopping that guy off the edge?
Yes.
They haven't had that guy ever since Chandler Jones was no Moss.
Yes.
So if Josh Sweat comes in and he's that guy, then all of a sudden, wait a minute, instead of forcing the opposing offense to answer who, when, and where is the pass rush coming from, right? You force them to answer how.
Yes.
How can we stop this guy?
Yes.
So that's where it could be an X factor, because it could trickle down through the other 10 guys.
Okay, so once again, I'm over it now, based on earnings, the X factor, and whether we're going to do. So let's just talk about Josh Sweat and what Josh Sweat could actually do for the Arizona Cardinals. I think your analogy of Chandler Jones and using Chandler Jones in this is spot on. Would you say that Chandler Jones had an impact on the Arizona Cardinals and the fortunes of the Arizona Cardinals.
And that's what I'm really talking about is the impact. Because, look, I hesitate. I try and pump the brakes a little bit. We're talking Chandler Jones, who had a 17-sack season.
Yes.
And followed it up with a 19-sack season.
Yes.
I don't see that for Josh Sweat, although I will say this. And he told me this when we interviewed him right after he signed, that Vic Fangio in the Super Bowl used him the exact way that Jonathan Gannon used him in Philadelphia. Go. Just go. Be relentless. Just come off the edge and just be that guy who's going to hit and harass the opposing quarterback instead of burdening him with a bunch of other assignments.
Do you think that is actually going to happen here? Do you think the Arizona Cardinals are going to use Josh Sweat that way here?
If they do, then all of a sudden it's a 13, 14, 15 sack season potentially.
Yes.
Especially if you're getting the interior pressure from your fortified D-line room.
And here's the whole thing about this, too, which is really, really good, Basinonians. But JG and Nick Rawls, they're not big on the blitz. They're not. They're just not big on the blitz. Now, bringing 5, they'll do that. I don't call that a blitz. That is pressure is what that is. They will do that. But again, if they had it their way, Nick Rawls and JG, they want to rush 4, drop 7. Rush 4, drop 7, and we're still going to get pressure on your quarterback. They have the possibility of doing that, brothers. That is one of the biggest changes between the Arizona Cardinals of 2024 and the Arizona Cardinals of what I think will be 2025. The ability to rush 4 with the likes of a Josh Sweat and a Dalvin Tomlinson and a Calais Campbell and a Walter Nolan. It's in Darius Robinson and, B.J. Ojulari. I'm going to throw him in there. I'm going to throw him in there because I think a healthy B.J. Ojulari could be impactful. Now, I'm not talking about having 14 sacks. I'm not talking about that, but maybe 8, maybe around 8 sacks. I could see that if he stays healthy. I think the Arizona Cardinals, this is my point, I think the Cardinals are going to have the ability to rush 4 and drop 7 and get pressure on the opposing quarterback. And that's a seismic shift for Nick Rawls.
You know who had the number 1 pass defense in the NFL last year?
Who?
The Philadelphia Eagles. They had 2 rookie corners.
Yes.
Why do you think they had the number 1 pass defense? Because they had the number 1 pass rush.
Nasty.
And by the way, if you want X Factor, I just took a quick look at the roster from the top to the bottom, numerical order. I have 8 other guys who will probably be a bigger X Factor. Will Johnson, B.J. Ojulari, you named him, Max Melton, Marvin Harrison Jr., if he's that dude in year 2.
Yes.
Trey Benson, Cody Simon, a rookie Mike linebacker.
An X factor is we don't know what we're going to get. Prove it.
Darius Robinson, what are you getting? Walter Nolan, what are you getting? Isaiah Adams, if he's your starting right guard. Those are X factors.
Prove it.
All right, hey, a reminder, join us for another Arizona Sports Half-Day Club this Wednesday as the D-backs take on the Seattle Mariners. Text HALF to 620-620, and they're going to send you a link to grab lower-level tickets for just $9.87. Text HALF to 620-620. Text HALF to 620-620. All right, speaking of the D-backs, how concerned are we now that the Corbin Burns needs Tommy John? We'll talk about that next. Calvisi pinch hitting for Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
OTA's over. Cardinals minicamp has begun. Arizona Sports is live from Cardinals HQ for minicamp. Talking with players and coaches.
This is Buda Baker.
It's Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon.
Hey, this is Kyler Murray. And bringing it to you on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com. Cardinals minicamp coverage brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care. DISC, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. Brothers and sisters, do you have some back issues? Man, if you do, you need to go see DISC. As a football player, I've suffered an awful lot of damage over the years. And the spine surgeons at DISC, they really helped me in the past, and I give them my highest recommendation for you. If you've got back or spine issues, you need to go to DISC. DISC treats all patients, from the professional athlete and the weekend sports enthusiast to those just trying to get their life back. Disc is the preferred orthopedic spine surgeon for professional sports teams and athletes because of their least invasive procedures and their reputation for results. People from all over the world come right here to the Basin because of Disc. Man, get back to living, my brothers. Go to sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900, 602-944-2900 for Disc.
Real stories with Hellsberg.
After we met and we started dating, Nancy and I lived 150 miles apart, and I would drive my old jalopy car, and it was roughly a 3-hour distance. It took 3 years I drove across that state back and forth dating her every weekend.
Persistence.
And I would have never stopped. I had a lot of energy back then, 36 years ago.
At Hellsberg, find the engagement ring worthy of your story. Designed with the love, care, and craft it deserves. Visit a Hellsberg store or hellsberg.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Watching Clorox cleanup spray dissolve tough grime in the shower feels like...
Wait, this really just happened? I'm shocked. Underwear and everything?
It feels like being able to zip up your overpacked suitcase on the first try.
Smooth.
With Clorox, clean feels satisfying. Clean feels good. Use as directed.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereeth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO. Hey, it's no secret that if your AC isn't working, it can turn your car into an oven on wheels. But fear not, AMCO's here to help rescue you from the heat. Tell us more, you say? Well, at AMCO, our certified techs are experts in diagnosing and fixing AC issues. Whether it's a refrigerant leak, a compressor failure, or just needs a simple recharge, we've got you covered. So here's what sets AMCO apart from the rest when it comes to AC repair. Not only do we have a free AC check, we have an online coupon for $25 off our comprehensive inspection of the entire AC system. Plus, with our transparent pricing and warranty options, you can trust that you're getting the best service for the best price. Now that's what I call a cool deal. So don't sweat it this summer. So Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by YRefi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Arizona baseball surges ahead of North Carolina in wild 8th inning to move on to the College World Series. Draymond Green details Kevin Durant nearly getting dealt to the Warriors, and the Diamondbacks are swept by the Reds as Zach Allen slips late. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by YRefi.
I never drink coffee after 10 a.m. Now, I'll drink a lot of coffee until 10 a.m. But I just went back for my second fill-up since Calvisi's sitting in here for Luke because Wolf is making me work extremely hard on a Monday. And so I somehow have to figure out how to get through this. I need performance enhancers. Yeah, and it's to the point now where, Wolf, if you don't pick it up, I'm not going to treat you to the recent major discovery at the end of the show like we had planned.
Okay.
There may or may not be video clips of my high school football career. I'm trying to keep a straight face.
This is good. We were talking about this in prehab, Basin audience. So, Paul, give us a little tease as to what we might see and here at the end of the show.
One of my bonehead buddies sent me a link. Apparently someone posted on YouTube video from the opposing team, a handheld Hi8 camcorder. And they posted video of one of our games, my senior year. Now, the cameraman is...
one of your football games.
Yes. And so, Wolf, there are 3 eras of Leland High School football. There's Brent Jones, who just had his number retired by the 49ers.
Just knock it off.
There's Pat Tillman. Let that hang in the air.
Okay, I did.
And then in between would be... I'm not even going to finish the sentence because it's utterly ridiculous. We were terrible.
Ronnie Lott!
So, yeah, I have 3 highlights, Wolf. 3 highlights.
Okay.
I'll play a little bit later if you're lucky.
3 highlights from your entire career?
It's one game. One game,
One
Rick.
game. Think about this.
And 90% of the footage is like the cameraman's having a seizure. So it's what I could actually glean from the footage.
So Paulie played football, Bay Cincinnati, in high school, and we've got 3 plays from him doing that. And I'll tell you what I think. Honestly, I will tell you, I've never seen it. And we're going to talk about this at the 145. Is that correct?
And if you continue to hurt my feelings this show, you will not see it.
Well,
so you're going to have to earn it. You're going to have to earn it. Speaking of getting hurt, that is our segue. Oh, boy. Torey Lovello on Burns and Gambo on Friday. And, yeah, the Corbin Burns news is about as tough as it gets.
This is a tough day. This is a really tough day for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Tough day for Corbin Burns. But, you know, it is what it is. These types of things happen in this game. I think, you know, in talking to Corbin, he made me feel better. I was kind of shook up by it. But the fact of the matter is he's going to need Tommy John. He's going to step out for a period of time. And when we get him back, he's going to be the best version of himself. And I think that's ultimately what it came down to. Could we take the conservative route and, you know, be curious about what was happening, maybe a couple setbacks, maybe ultimately wasted time, and then you have Tommy John. So he just figured that's his mindset. He wants to get it done as fast as possible, get back on the bump, and help the team win baseball games as soon as possible.
I thought of Mike Hazen, just how face down he might be right now. You know, Corbin Burns, this is something as a player based earnings you got to go through. Injuries happen. You just accept it as part of your career, part of your profession, what it is that you're actually going to do. You understand that injuries can happen. It sucks buttermilk, there's no doubt about it, but you put your head down and you walk through it. It's the only way to handle it as a player. Walk through it. Having said that, I thought of the guy that was trying to build this great rotation, and Corbin Burns was going to be the heart of that rotation. And right now, Paulie, when we talk about the Arizona Diamondbacks, for me, the rotation has been the biggest disappointment of this team. And I'm not just talking about some of the injuries as well. I'm talking about the rotation overall. When you go into any season, and players know, base and earnings, where you're strong and where you're not, where you're good and where you're not. When you make an assumption that your rotation is going to be good and it's going to be a great rotation, it's going to be the strength of your team, and then it doesn't happen, everything else can unravel. Everything else can, unless you got dudes inside that clubhouse who won't let it unravel.
And for all the talk about the bullpen, and rightfully so, do not forget that last year's Diamondbacks team that finished 1 game out of the postseason, and they finished where in terms of offense and runs scored? Numero uno, correct?
Yep.
They were bottom 5 in starting rotation ERA. Hence the addition, the $210 million investment into Corbin Burns. It wasn't a want. It was a need. And so with that in mind, this is costly. This is critical because how many current Diamondback starters can you count on from start to start?
I know.
It's Merrill Kelly, and that's it.
And that's about it, Paulie.
Otherwise,
it is.
You have no idea what exactly. And here,
look, Corbin Burns is done for the season. Zach Gallen is pitching like a 4 or a 5 in your rotation. There's no other way to say it. There's no other way. And Zach would say it himself, knowing him. Brandon Pfaadt's got a 5.51 ERA. Brandon Pfaadt. Okay, now there was a period where he was pitching very, very well. But again, he's got a 5.51 ERA. Eduardo Rodriguez has underachieved and underperformed. And you know what? It's been Merrill Kelly. Merrill Kelly has been the only starter that I think you feel good about at this point in time. This was one of the, to me, top 5 rotations in Major League Baseball. When we started this season, that's what I'm thinking. And, man, it has not materialized at all.
As we sit right here, they're bottom 5 again in terms of team ERA. If you take the starting rotation
27.
plus the struggles of the bullpen, and if you look at the teams around them, the teams behind them in that category, worst teams in the league. So it's a tough degree of difficulty right now. In fact, that was the next question from Burns and Gambo to Torey Lovello on Friday. Do the Diamondbacks really feel like they can still accomplish their season goals minus Burns?
I do. I feel very strongly about that. Corbin Burns jumped into an already very, very good, in my opinion, good starting rotation. 4/5 of our rotation last year were missing for a portion of the time, and all at one time, believe it or not. And we still won 89 games. So that group now is together and healthy here. With the addition of Corbin Burns, of course, we wanted to take that north of 89 wins. So I feel like this is a very, very capable group. With Zach Gallen throwing the ball the way that he did the other night, Merrill's been unbelievable with the type of year he's having. So, you're looking at 1 and 2 right there that's going to keep you in a lot of ball games, and then stop bad runs. And you're always looking for a closer or a stopper, somebody that's going to stop a run from a starting pitching standpoint. We feel very good about those 1 and 2.
All right, Torey Lovello here on 98.7 going into the weekend, right? So then you had Zach Gallen yesterday, and once again, as we were discussing earlier, to me, Zach Gallen is a microcosm of the entire team, the entire season. The talent is obviously there, but the performance has not consistently enough. Yeah. And then the question becomes, Wolf, I put it to you, is it correctable? And I bring that up because he was struggling with walks until this last start, the last couple starts, really struggling with walks over a 4-start malaise. Now he's struggling with the long ball. He's given up 14 homers this year, 3 in yesterday's loss, including a game-winning, 7th inning.
Gave up a couple of solo shots.
I mean,
of course,
a dude hitting a $183 went yard off him on pitch 94 and all that. So there's that. Then there's also, and I think we've all heard it, both the radio broadcasts and the TV broadcasts, where the guys in the booth are questioning your pitch selection.
But
so how much of this is correctable?
Yeah, right. I don't know, Paulie. I know that if the talent is there, it's correctable. If the talent is there, you can get better.
Unless the loss of Corbin Burns. If the talent
isn't there, you got nothing.
And we asked Jody this, and it's impossible to answer, but did the loss of Corbin Burns on Friday result in some sort of hangover in that clubhouse? That
Here's what I know right now about this team, Paul. The rotation has not been the strength of this team. The bullpen is pretty much a disaster, for lack of a better way of characterizing it right now. Now, again, none of this, it's Joe Mantiply. It's a lack of performance to A.J. Puck, Kevin Ginkel, Ryan Thompson, to guys who are underperforming or guys that are hurt. And then the lineup has scored 323 runs. That's number 6 in the league. Does it feel like that? It's like all or nothing. They either win a game 11-10 or they're going to lose a game 13-1. It feels like an all or nothing proposition with this team. The lack of consistency, for the most part, is what is really discouraging. And the fielding has not been a strength of this team. And this is part of culture for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Pitching and defense. And the pitching and defense has not materialized. When you assume that is going to be a strength and it's not, look out.
Because it can always get worse. Check out this tease. Are the Suns in the worst situation in NBA history? One reporter thinks so. We'll discuss that next. Calvisi in for Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and last year during the heat of summer, I had an air conditioning bill of $666, and I thought it was proof that we live in purgatory. In reality, that obscene bill arrived because my windows are shot, and I cannot wait to get them replaced by Advanced Window Products, a great company co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and the highest-rated window company in Arizona. They also offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state, and they can do all of this because there is no middleman. They have their own factory in the valley. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. And get this, Advanced Window Products currently running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows, and you'll get $2,500 off. So do what I'm doing. Call now and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or visit advancedwindows.com.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, your service department moves fast.
What's up, Dave? We get it. Life moves fast. That's why our service department stays open late. Drop off by 8 p.m. and we'll have it for you ready for the next day. Plus, only at Liberty GMC all year round, buy 2 tires and get 2 free.
What?
Now that's service you can count on. And if you're looking for a truck, you can enjoy $12,250 off a brand new 2025 Sierra 1500.
Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Hey, it's Gambo. You all know the Christian Brothers is your go-to company for all AC and plumbing needs. But did you also know they can help with any electrical issues you may have at your home? Christian Brothers offers an electrical safety inspection for just $69. This includes a panel inspection, testing all the breakers, tightening down all the wires, and much, much more. Mention me, Gambo, to get the $69 special for your electrical inspection. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535 or online at cbrothers.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks are back home tonight after being swept by the Reds in Cincinnati. The Snakes host the Seattle Mariners with first pitch at 6:40 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Merrill Kelly gets the start for Arizona. And Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final is tonight. The Florida Panthers host the Edmonton Oilers with the series tied at 1 game apiece. Puck drop is scheduled for 5. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get real testosterone from real doctors now at Red Mountain. Boost your energy, focus, and your sex drive. Have low T? Start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. We'll react to how the Diamondbacks fared against the Reds in Cincinnati and tell you who to watch out for in tonight's game against the Mariners. We start at 2 on Arizona Sports.
All right, Calvisi in for Luke. I'm the captain now. I'm running this show like Belichick's girlfriend.
Just knock it off.
You're going to take,
by the way,
more orders from me than you did Coach Belichick as a player.
What are you doing, Coach? Just call me, please.
You have to go through Jordan first to get to Bill.
No.
Or she'll have
Coach
to call
would
you
call me.
and then
not.
Rick's over there. He's all about the sensational and the salacious. So,
whoa.
Of course, he put this in. Apparently, we have Tim Bontemps from the Hoop Collective podcast on Saturday. And the question and or topic and or opinion was posing the question, are the Suns in the worst situation in the history of the NBA?
It's the worst situation in the history of the NBA.
What?
And
Oh, my God. He just comes off the top on that one.
It's not the first time I've said it.
I know.
It's the worst situation in the history of the NBA, and none of this is a sign that it's getting any better anytime
Just to clarify that, the worst situation, like from a front office management
From a
standpoint.
franchise, where the franchise sits right now. They have no control over their jobs for the next several years. They're in cap hell. They have Bradley Beal, who they cannot trade because he has a no-trade clause. They have no draft picks to improve the team. And they have an aging Kevin Durant, who they now have annoyed with the way they handled things in the spring.
And who only has 1 year left on his contract, so he's going to have a lot of say on where he goes or where he doesn't, which deflates his value.
There is not a path out of this anytime soon, that, in my opinion, that doesn't involve a lot of pain. Look at where they are now, with a roster mostly devoid of young talent, with no draft picks going forward, with no cap flexibility going forward, and with a Western Conference, as you have pointed out many times, that is absolutely loaded.
I mean, good night, everybody. Drive safely.
Okay.
Okay.
Here's the worst part about this, Paulie.
It gets worse?
Yeah. Other than the proclamation that he made, is there anything there that he said that is inaccurate in regard to the plight of the Phoenix Suns? I don't think there's one thing that he said that was actually inaccurate. And when you put it all together, it does make it look pretty bleak. It does. And we've all known this. We have. You're never going to get equal value for Kevin Durant. You're not going to do it. The Bradley Beal situation right now, you know what? Command and control. Raise your hand if you think that Bradley Beal is going to be traded, that he is going to be traded instead of just cut. Raise your hand if you think that's going to happen. No. Do you, Paul?
How?
Okay, exactly.
Who's taking him?
Who? You might have to give up something of real value to actually have a team take Bradley Beal.
I mean, you had to give up.
So those two guys.
You had to attach a first rounder just to get rid of Nurk.
When you talk you talk about that, you're on it, Paul. This is what I'm talking about. When you look at what they have in this roster rebuild, and you've been talking about this too, the roster rebuild, how critical it is going forward. They don't have a lot of stuff. And it's the reason why I am willing to take less for Kevin Durant than what they got him for, obviously. You're not going to get the same.
Except that's not the question. If you want a true rebuild, there's only one path, and it's trading Devin Booker.
I disagree.
Well, if this isn't,
I disagree, Paul.
This is taking your F-150, putting it up on blocks, and changing out the drivetrain. Okay? This isn't changing the spark plugs. You're not flushing the radiator. That's not going to work. That's not going to solve anything. This thing needs an engine rebuild.
I don't see you with the dunce cap on. I don't believe that, Paul. I'm not saying you're a madman. I'm just saying that I don't believe that is the case, and it needs to happen.
And I'm not saying it will happen. I mean, just the fact Devin Booker was so involved in the coaching search. In fact, here's Brian Windhorst. He doesn't even agree with that maneuver by Matt Ishbia.
A internal memo that Matt Ishbia sent to Suns employees, where he apologized for his behavior as an owner the last couple of years, saying that he was not involved enough. And that he made the mistake of just hiring people and paying them to make the decisions.
Which is
and
insane.
now he's going to be more involved.
Like, come on, man. I just really believe his approach as an owner has been completely misguided and counterproductive, especially under the new CBA. And I'm sorry, his fingerprints were all over the Kevin Durant deal. His
literally the
fingerprints were
first
all
day.
over
6
the
hours.
Bradley Beal deal. His push was stars. Forget fit. Forget the
Listen,
financial and the
I'll go
cap
even a step
picture.
further. You know, they were going to trade Kevin Durant. And they were very close to, or they were very much trying to trade Kevin Durant at the All-Star or at the trade deadline. And Durant said, "No, I don't want to get traded. I don't want to do this." And that was Ishbia with that too.
Yeah.
I don't think James Jones would have traded for Kevin Durant in that particular deal. Maybe he would trade it for Durant, but not for that deal. I don't think James Jones would have done the Bradley Beal deal the way he did, and I don't think James Jones would have tried to trade Kevin Durant without involving him in the process.
Oh, your thoughts on that, Paul?
Okay.
Where do you begin?
All right. So if, as they asserted earlier, Tim Bontemps and Brian Windhorst, the Suns are in the worst situation in NBA history, do they also feature the most unqualified trio of decision makers in NBA history? A first-time GM with less than 2 years of NBA experience combined with a first-time head coach combined with an owner, everything that was just detailed there, doesn't exactly have a track record of success in making basketball decisions. Phenomenal business mind.
Yes.
The investment, everything else he's done business-wise has been stellar.
Yes.
Basketball, not so much.
Yeah, but once again,
And now you're going to double down on
mean-
the owner being the decision maker?
I'm just saying right now, I'm with you on that, Paulie. I am. I could not believe that Matt Ishbia was saying he was going to be more involved. He was going to be more involved on the floor and off.
Based on what?
That is, I mean, to me, I don't get that. But again, this is why I have hope for Brian Gregory. This is why I have hope. Not that he's a yes man, but that he's a guy who can look Matt in the face and say, knock it off. You know what, Paulie? We talk about this all the time. You know what? You're one of my closest friends in the world. And I mean that, brothers. I mean that. And you may not want to admit that, Paul, but you know that we are. You're the one guy who could say, shut up. You know what I mean? And I would probably go, yeah. It's like Dave Pash as well. The accountability that we have, it is there. You know what, Paul? Maybe that's what Matt Ishbia has got as well. Especially if you're telling me he's going to be more involved on the floor, on the court. What are you talking about? Coaching? Personnel decisions on the floor? This has got disaster written all over it. Unless Brian Gregory will look at Matt Ishbia and tell him to shut it.
But if you wanted that, if you wanted to outsource the decision-making, you would have brought in credible, outside, proven, experienced decision-makers. Instead, what you did was you aligned with your comfort zone.
Once again, you went from names, and that's all you were going to do was bring names in here, and then all of a sudden to no, we're going to try to do it right. So do it right. Just get out of the way.
See, this reminds me in so many ways of Angry Ray hiring Herm Edwards, just hiring his comfort zone.
I was for the Herm Edwards signing.
We're saved by the bell because there was another argument about to erupt. Hey, join Wolf at Desert Ridge AMC on June 10th at 5 o'clock for a showing of Retirement on the Brink. Head to the contest page on ArizonaSports.com, sign up, become a VIP to get complimentary popcorn and drink for the movie. All right, how bad a fit is Aaron Rodgers in Pittsburgh? Oh, we'll talk about that next. Calvisi in for Luke on Arizona Sports, local sports leader.
You play to win the game.
Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, full of Get It Nowhere Else content from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, and more. Search up Arizona Sports on YouTube and hit the subscribe button.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfliger from our brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com for more information. Listen, they believe everyone deserves that smile that they're proud of course. And I know that because I know Dr. Joe. Dr. Joe owns and operates Aria Dental Implant Center. He's got over 20 years of dental implant expertise. They're locally owned right here in their center. Their locally owned center specializes in transforming smiles with the All-on-4 dental implant treatment. Man, the All-on-4, it'll change your social life, your professional life, and you know what, personal life as well. It's a game changer. In most cases, patients can receive their final custom zirconia smile 5 days after surgery. Aria Dental Implant Center, where you don't just get implants, you gain the smile you deserve and the care that you can trust. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Today at Berg Simpson, we'll get a call from someone who needs our help. We'll learn about their loved one's injuries. We'll listen to their concerns, and we'll promise to fight for them. Then we'll use our resources and experience to deliver the best possible results we can for that client. So today, when that client calls Berg Simpson, we hope they feel they've done the best thing for their family.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
Before the Dbacks versus Padres matchup on Saturday, June 13th, pick up a Ketel Marte Silver Slugger cap. Secure your tickets now at Dbacks.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Can the Diamondbacks get their sinking season back on track? It's getting late. Tick-tock, tick-tock. We'll discuss tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
Oh, I'm in a three-point stance right now.
You are?
In fact, you know what? Are we going to play this NFL Films music when I foist upon Wolf a recent major discovery, archive previously lost footage of yours truly's high school football career. Three highlights we will play in the 1:45 time of this show, and Ron Wolfley will break it down with 20 years of experience as a radio analyst.
Yes, I will do that, Paulie. But can I just say right now, you in a three-point stance, your stance looks a little narrow.
Wolf, wait till you see the stance. It's on film. You will see the stance.
Oh, really? Stop it.
What kind of high school were you
didn't have
playing
your
at,
hand
Paul?
in the dirt.
Wolf.
You did not have your
We ran
hand.
a 2-back set. I was in a 3-point stance.
Okay, you, this was a running back thing. I was like,
Running
they
back.
put Paul on the defensive line.
Well,
were you at a 1A school?
Let's Let's be realistic here, gentlemen, okay? I mean, come on. You got to maintain some shred of credibility around here.
He was out in the country where they had more barns than players.
6-man?
Just stop. Just stop. Here we go. Aaron Rodgers, 4-time MVP, is now going to a team that has made the playoffs for the last 5 seasons, but they've been jack-stomped in round 1 each time. Aaron Rodgers to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Why now? Here's Adam Schefter from Thursday.
I think we do this and see this against the backdrop of the Steelers' mandatory minicamp that starts and ends next week. It starts June 10th. And essentially, if Aaron Rodgers wants to begin to get involved in the Steelers' offense, learn the new offense, work with his teammates, be in a new city, the time to do it would be before training camp even begins. Ideally, he might have participated in the team's offseason program, but he was not ready to do that due to a number of personal reasons. He is now ready. So he's going to fly to Pittsburgh. He's going to sign in time to participate in the mandatory mini camp next week, and that will begin the acclimation process, begin to get him on board. And there's been white smoke from the Vatican for the second time in recent weeks, and now Aaron Rodgers is signing with the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Your thoughts on that, Paul?
He had to show. It's mandatory minicamp. If you don't show, forget about the playbook and all that other stuff Schefter cited, you risk losing the locker room before you ever arrive. Because the rest of the team's like, man, why are we here? And our highly paid quarterback, 4-time MVP, the guy who ostensibly is going to lead us, why is he not here? So you better show up because, remember, you can't lead if no one is following.
That's right, Paulie.
And there were 2 Cardinals quarterbacks in somewhat recent history, both drafted 10th overall. Evidence of that. You can't lead if no one's following.
Yeah, this is just bizarre to me. It really is. I wonder how the Steelers players inside the locker room really feel about Aaron Rodgers right now. Cam Hayward came out and he said some things about Aaron Rodgers that weren't too flattering. They were not. And I can tell you this because I know this from my older brother Craig, who has since passed, Basinonians. But I can tell you this, Cam Hayward had a ton of clout. There was nobody inside that Steelers locker room who had more clout than Cam Hayward. Cam, exactly, Paulie. And because of that, he was their quintessential leader saying that. So I wonder how this is going to go.
Well, here's Ryan Clark, former Steeler, and about Steeler fans, let's just say he's not positive right now.
This is the worst case scenario for Pittsburgh Steelers fans. It continues to keep you mired in mediocrity. Will this team be better? Have they gotten better in the quarterback room? Absolutely. Will they contend for that championship that Pittsburgh Steelers people and fans and organization think is the standard? No, they won't. 5 years from when both of these men retire, one of them will give the most motivational Hall of Fame speech we've ever heard. Another will probably give the most interesting, and it won't mean anything. They'll be fighting for a wild card spot. They'll probably be home week 1 of the playoffs and again be looking for a franchise quarterback. If you told me you're going to pair one of this era's greatest coaches with one of this era's greatest quarterbacks, I'd expect greatness. That is not what we'll get. Maybe 6 years ago, but not now.
I've been following Aaron Rodgers ever since he led my alma mater, okay, my NorCal brethren, all right? But the Aaron Rodgers that I saw last year at State Farm Stadium, Week 10, Cardinals jack-stomped the Jets 31-10. He was done. He failed the eyeball test in every regard. No touchdowns, no picks. He had six passes deflected. He was done. And if you want to know here's a little insight from the sideline, okay? You get all your best info from the sideline reporters. Of course you do.
No, you don't.
If you look at Aaron Rodgers' lower body, the injured leg was about half as skinny as the other leg. So if you tell me he spent this offseason in the squat rack, then he might have half a chance. But what are the odds at age 41 he did any real offseason training?
Yeah, I don't know, Paulie.
Does ayahuasca count?
But can I tell you right now?
Darkness retreat?
Yep.
You know, you think about it, though. He did almost throw for 4,000 yards on the season. He did throw 28 touchdowns to only 11 interceptions.
In garbage time.
11 interceptions was not garbage time, Paul. Okay, he was in garbage time all the time. and he only threw 11 interceptions. Now, again, he needs to be in an offense that's going to be very, very balanced. And Mike Tomlin knows that it is going to give him that offense. Having said that, Basinonians, everything off the field, not on the field, everything off the field is going to be the biggest problem for the Steelers and Aaron Rodgers. Not on the field, off the field.
Is it ever too early to talk about week 1 of this season and going against New Orleans?
Beat the Saints! Yay!
Of course it isn't. Did you see where former Jags receiver, former Bills receiver Gabe Davis has been visiting with the Saints, Wolf?
Yeah, I did see that, Paulie.
So Chris Olave and Gabe Davis? Okay, maybe.
Gabe Davis, a little bit of speed over the top.
Of course, the bigger problem is who's throwing them the football.
Yeah.
And right now, my prop bet, Paulie prop bet, I have it 6.5. I have 6.5 sacks as the over/under of Nick Shook. If he is the quarterback. Wait, did I get that right? Who's the rookie quarterback?
Tyler Shuck.
Tyler Shuck.
Yeah, that's right.
Thank you. He's a local guy.
Nick! What's
Tyler
up,
Shuck.
Nicky?
Or maybe it's Spencer Rattler. Take your pick of the local quarterback. Either one, they're going down in week 1 against the Cardinals, new and improved.
Yes.
Extreme makeover of the pass rush. Neither one of those guys fares very well under pressure. So I think Cardinals get fat in week 1 against the Saints.
You know what's interesting about it, Paulie? I think you said Nick because you were thinking of Nick Chubb. Were you not? You were thinking of Nick Chubb.
That is the next one on the list,
As a
so
matter
you're
of
right.
fact,
That's
Nick
probably why I
Chubb,
jacked it up.
Basinonians, former running back of the Cleveland Browns. One of the best running backs, simply when he was healthy, one of the best running backs I have ever seen.
No doubt.
I love Nick Chubb. You're talking about running low to the ground.
Oh. You want to see
my
cornerbacks
goodness.
make business decisions?
Yes.
Oh, here comes Nick Chubb.
Nick Chubb was so thick from the waist down just watching him run the ball. You couldn't knock him off his feet. That's kind of important when you're a running back. And it's one of the things people talk about in terms of Cam Scatterbo as well. You can't knock him off his feet. He's hard to knock off his feet right. Well, Nick Chubb was the original hard to knock off his feet as far as I'm concerned. And now the Texans, could he sign with the Texans? Man, that would be an excellent signing by them if he's still got a little juice. We'll see.
Let's hope he doesn't have juice in week 15 when the Arizona Cardinals go to the Houston Texans. By the way, Jair Alexander is on the open market. Reports say he is being released from the Packers. When healthy,
oh boy,
when healthy, he is an elite NFL cornerback. Wolf, should the Cardinals be interested and pursue Jair Alexander?
Define pursue. That's what I would say to you. And yes, they should be interested.
Just they need a clear direction to him that it's not your turn for the coin toss.
That's good.
He's going to stay on the sideline.
Yes.
For the coin toss.
Yes.
That's in his contract, actually. You write that in. Good. Okay. But a little bit later, you know what? You know what you need? You need an addition of need or want.
Oh, no.
Our latest, greatest game show.
No.
Need. Yep. That's coming a little bit later.
Where did that come from?
And yours truly, my high school football highlights are coming a little bit later.
Oh, no.
But coming up next, we'll take you through the latest in sports. Wolf and Luke, Calvisi in for Luke on Arizona Sports. Local sports leader.
Bickley and Marana mornings.
The Suns have to be aware of the gravity of the situation that they're in. All they got to do is find a franchise-changing player at number 29 and average like 25 points a game.
But it's laughable, but it does happen every now and again. What this franchise needs is a break of great luck in the form of picking a player who comes to the NBA and is just one of those dudes who's built for this.
Come on, basketball gods.
What have we ever done to anchor you to this level?
What have we?
What have we done to deserve this?
Bickley and Marana, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Listen, join me tomorrow night. That's right, tomorrow night. Join me at Desert Ridge AMC. That's tomorrow night, June 5th or June 10th, I should say, at 5 p.m. for Retirement on the Brink. Join me tomorrow night. Listen, I wouldn't call it a starring role in this documentary that I'm in, but I do make an appearance in this thing. It's Retirement on the Brink, and I'm going to be there, and I want you to be there as well. Once again, you can join me tomorrow night, June 10th at 5 p.m. at Desert Ridge AMC. Listen, the clock is ticking on Retirement on the Brink. It reveals the risks that could derail your future one night only. Reserve your VIP seat right now by going to retirementonthebrink.com. That's right, retirementonthebrink.com. I'll see you tomorrow night.
Southwest Gas, proudly fueling over 1 million homes and businesses across Arizona with safe and reliable natural gas service. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Natural gas not only supports lifestyle, it supports economic development. Many large-scale businesses that have expanded operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support their business and production. Choosing Southwest Gas means choosing an energy provider committed to trust and excellence. Learn how Southwest Gas is supporting growth in our communities and making a positive impact for future generations at swgas.com.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and if I am ever hurt in an accident, I am calling Sweet James. That's right, I already know that's the team I want on my side, and so should you, because the attorneys at Sweet James don't just win, they win the most. For example, one of our listeners was injured after being rear-ended at a red light. The insurance company offered them $60,000. Now that might seem like a lot of money, but with Sweet James protecting them, they were awarded $745,000 instead. Now, they can't guarantee outcomes, but the attorneys at Sweet James are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION for a free consultation, and don't wait, because waiting can hurt your case. Call the firm that wins the most. Call Sweet James. 1-800-9-MILLION, 1-800-9-MILLION. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Avoid an AC system breakdown this summer by calling Collins Comfort Masters to schedule a $49 AC tune-up. Collins is trusted by the community with over 9,500 five-star Google reviews and expert techs ensuring the job gets done right the first time. Make sure you take advantage of this offer so your home will stay cool and comfortable all season long. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for all your AC, heating, plumbing, and water filtration needs.
Hey, it's Gambo, back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the Evo ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, and astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
Bad driving habits are hard to break, but good driving habits are easy to form, especially when they can lead to a discount on your auto insurance. With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $321 per vehicle. So buckle up, learn more, and find an agent at fbfs.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
KMBP FM Phoenix. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks are back home tonight after being swept by the Reds in Cincinnati. The Snakes host the Seattle Mariners with first pitch at 6:40 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Merrill Kelly gets the start for Arizona. And Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final is tonight. The Florida Panthers host the Edmonton Oilers with the series tied at 1 game apiece. Puck drop is scheduled for 5. This report is brought to you by Why Refi? Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to yrefy.com. That's YREFY.com.
And I'm hungry like the wolf.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
Speaking of high noon and lunchtime and calories, back in the day I used something called the Fat Guy Update Desk.
Yeah.
And I had to drop it because Wolf refused to play along. He when he hit 270 or so and was really pushing maximum density, it really worked well. And then Wolf lost all the weight, and it's no fun anymore. But Wolf, we understand you recently had a relapse of sorts. That when you were asking Darius Robinson his weight and you were breaking news, really Darius should have been asking you, Wolf, what do you weigh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what?
Yeah.
Cheeks were a little full, Basinonians. No longer. I've actually lost 9 pounds in the last 8 days. Yeah, baby.
Okay. You can flex that.
That's what
cool.
I'm talking about.
But it's not the what, it's the how. Guys, ask Wolf how. Because on a cheat day, I know what you go with. You go with pepperoni and more pepperoni.
Yeah.
But
well,
when you
doesn't?
When you have to lose weight, did I hear this right? What is your go-to when you have to lose weight? What's your dietary choice?
Cottage cheese and broccoli.
Oh, goodness.
Together?
Yeah. Oh. You dump the broccoli, the raw broccoli, right over the cottage cheese.
And more no.
Basinonians, what are you talking about? And then you take out the Red Hot. Boom, 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 boom. You just gas it up.
Cottage cheese.
Paul, it's only 300 calories. For
raw broccoli.
Yes.
And Red Hot sauce on top.
Yeah, that's right, Paul.
That'll do it for this edition of Wolfing Down Your Lunch, because I have lost my appetite.
Doesn't look like it, Paul.
Please take over, Rick.
You're actually looking a little puffy, too.
I think I need a mental health day at this point.
So I was going to hit this, but then you announced that you lost like 8 pounds
right. Well,
doing whatever that was.
Well, I was large, my friends. I'll just say right.
Thank you.
Exactly. Thank you.
All right. Well, the Arizona Diamondbacks were swept in Cincinnati after learning Corbin Burns is out for the season due to Tommy John surgery. How concerned are you guys about the D-backs after being swept and the Corbin Burns news?
Well, the D&D back stands for DEFCON 2 at this point. Very concerned. Let's see here. If you're scoring at home, the defense has not been stellar.
Yep.
The offense has been inconsistent. I'll be kind. In 13 innings on Saturday, you scored 1 run. The confused baseball component that Torrey cites continues to plague this team. Base running, bewildering at bats, and then the effort level. And I talked about this with Luke. They were missing the fight. Now the fight was there against Atlanta, and you thought it was back to stay. And then they lost Corbin Burns on Friday, and I don't know if there was an emotional hangover through the weekend, but it definitely wasn't there in the Natty.
You know, for me, how concerned am I, Basinonians? I am concerned now. And the reason why I am concerned is because I'm wondering about the leadership that exists inside the clubhouse. This is just me as a former player. I'm wondering about this inconsistent play that we're seeing. Where is the accountability inside that clubhouse, and where is the accountability coming from? More specifically, inside that clubhouse. Can I just listen to this right now, Rick?
The fly ball to left field towards the line, and Gurriel cannot make the catch. He started to approach the wall and then kind of backed off. Two very different approaches. Will Benson up by 12. Gurriel there down by 12. Gurriel just wanted no part of that play, kind of gator armed it. And Benson basically put his cleat into the padding and tried to reach up and over into the stands to make the catch.
Yeah, completely different approaches that time. Gurriel just kind of cruising over there where Benson charged over there, jumped into the stands trying to make a play.
Oh,
inexcusable.
I mean,
It's a controllable.
That is hard right there to listen to that.
They're up 12 runs, and their guy is crashing into the wall after a foul ball. You're down 12,
Yes.
and you're lollygagging it around the outfield?
So, Paulie, I'm very, very concerned what is going on inside that clubhouse. Because, Basinonians, if that would have happened on a football field, somebody's fighting somebody. Okay? Somebody's fighting somebody because of the accountability. Somebody's going to get in somebody's face and say, what are you doing? And I wonder if that happened. And I'm not talking about Torrey to a player. I'm talking about player to a player.
And by the way, that was late on Saturday. His first at bat on Sunday. First, he loses his bat. Again, bat goes sailing into the infield.
Well, that's
and
gonna
then he
happen.
strikes out swinging at ball 4.
Okay, right. Okay,
I would have benched
understand.
Lourdes Gurriel at that point before he even hit the dugout steps.
Yeah, for me right now, it was the lack of effort on that play in the outfield. And I'm wondering who is holding whom accountable inside the clubhouse. So, yes, to answer your question, I am concerned.
All right, 2 D-backs relievers made their MLB debuts this weekend, which takes us to our Sanderson Ford poll question up now at ArizonaSports.com. It asks, of the Diamondback relievers who made their Major League debuts this weekend, which impressed you more, Christian Montes de Oca or Kyle Backus?
Wolf, break that down.
My goodness. Rick.
Which pitches were they throwing, Wolf, and how many pitches? And how would you go ahead, give us the full scouting report there, Wolf. It's all yours.
I'm not willing at this moment to praise anybody in the bullpen. I'm not willing to do that right now, especially some of these young guys that are obviously getting the opportunity and trying to make their way. Can I have a larger sample size before I praise any of these guys, especially coming out of the bullpen right now? The bullpen is number 27 in bullpen ERA, number 21 in bullpen WHIP, 1.34, which I thought was a lot better than what I expected.
You know what the bullpen is? It's cottage cheese with raw broccoli topped with hot sauce. That's what it is.
Shelby Miller has been good, but the Diamondbacks have blown 12 saves, and that's tied for number 3 in the baseball universe for blown saves. They've been bad. And I think that has been the problem, one of the problems for the Diamondbacks. There's a lot of problems, but that's one of the biggest.
All right, I'm just going to vote Montes de Oca.
Oh, my goodness.
Thank you.
That's the one that's leading 55% to 45%.
Can you add cottage cheese to that? List the 2 pitchers and then put cottage cheese with broccoli.
I mean, Rick, you know me.
What?
I'm a positive guy.
No, seriously.
I am an optimist.
The
Will you
D-backs-
stop with the broccoli and the cottage cheese?
D-backs starting pitching, D-backs bullpen, or the cottage cheese with raw
Just
broccoli.
knock it off. It's good. And you know what? Your cheeks don't get full.
All right, Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final is tonight. Game 2 was won by the Florida Panthers on Brad Marchand's game-winning goal in double overtime. Here's the Spanish call.
Aquí vienen los Panteras ahora, otra vez, Marchand, 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 Brad Marchand, ¡Gol! ¡De las Panteras! ¡De las Panteras! ¡Lo ganaron las Panteras! ¡Lo ganaron las Panteras! ¡Lo ganaron las Panteras! ¡Silencio sepulcral en el Rogers Place!
So I play that because Paul wants me to ask you, Wolf, if you can bring that type of energy for the rest of the show.
Take that, Dave Pash.
What do you think I have been doing right now? Why do you think there are people on YouTube? It's not Paul. Can guarantee you that much.
Oh, really?
Then again, when you think about it, though, everyone does. I've had people come up. What's wrong with Paul's hair? They have said that, Paul. Like, Paul has this, it almost...
We're out of time.
No, it is.
Here we go.
It looks like it's
Buzzer
a
him
helmet
down. Buzzer
on
him
his
down.
head. Doesn't even look like fibers.
I should have brought in, because I'm not wearing a skull cap from earlier, apparently.
What kind of hat hair does
You
Wolf
should
have going
put
on
the
right
skull
now?
cap on.
Where's the picture? I'm going to
you
tweet.
are Santan Florida. That's not Paola.
I'm going to tweet out the picture of yours truly and Wolf wearing the cowboy hats here in a moment. Okay, and you know what the poll should be? Who's all hat and no cattle here out of these two? That's what we ought to ask. I'm trying to avoid the.
Just do your read, Paul.
So when the temperature exceeds 100 in the valley, just 15 minutes of exposure can cause permanent damage. Text WATER to 620-620 to help us save lives this summer by dropping off water at select UPS store locations or donating today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting Phoenix Rescue Mission. All right, D-backs, are they a reflection of Torey Lovullo? You ready to answer this, Wolf? I'm not sure I understand the question exactly. Wolf will break this down next. Are the D-backs a reflection of Torey Lovullo? Calvisi in for Luke on Arizona Sports, local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Here comes the 0-1 pitch. Fastball ripped on the ground to third. Backhanded by Espinal. The throw to first in time, and that's the ball game. Diamondbacks finish 12 up, 12 down to finish the game. They lose the finale 4-2.
Swept out of Cincy, the D-backs face the Mariners at Chase Field. Game 1 of 3 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
Attention passengers, we've reached 10,000 feet and internet is now available for purchase.
I just paid hundreds for this flight, and you can't even throw in internet? I'll just take the free pretzels.
Sorry, but I do have snack boxes for sale.
I'm just gonna sleep.
In that case, we are selling pillows and blankets as well.
I'll just breathe. That's free, right?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states. Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your RV wins.
What, are you going to take the RV to the mountains or go pick up your dry cleaning?
RV wins!
Are we cleaning the gutters or taking the RV camping?
RV wins!
Are we getting a new passport or cruising up the coast?
RV wins!
Don't forget, you got that trip to Sweden coming up.
Oh, yeah, passport, then RV.
Woo!
With Progressive, you can bundle your RV with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings in your RV. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states and situations.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and all over the valley, New Life Dental Implant Center is changing the game. They offer amazing quality, great convenience, and the best prices you are going to find. And your new smile, crafted from pure zirconia, no metal, just strength and comfort that lasts. And their flexible financing makes it all possible. That new smile, that new life, just one phone call away. 602-855-0000, online at newsmilearizona.com.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO. Hey, it's no secret that if your AC isn't working, it can turn your car into an oven on wheels. But fear not, AMCO's here to help rescue you from the heat. Tell us more, you say? Well, at AMCO, our certified techs are experts in diagnosing and fixing AC issues. Whether it's a refrigerant leak, a compressor failure, or just needs a simple recharge, we've got you covered. So here's what sets AMCO apart from the rest when it comes to AC repair. Not only do we have a free AC check, we have an online coupon for $25 off our comprehensive inspection of the entire AC system. Plus, with our transparent pricing and warranty options, you can trust that you're getting the best service for the best price. Now that's what I call a cool deal. So don't sweat it this summer. So Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
When it comes to your electric bill, saving energy means saving money. That's why SRP offers many ways to help you cut costs and boost comfort. From rebates and discounts that can save you thousands of dollars, to expert insights that can help make your home more energy efficient, SRP has tools and programs that give you many ways to save. Explore your options today at srp.net/savings. That's srp.net/savings.
Hey, it's Gambo. We'll react to how the Diamondbacks fared against the Reds in Cincinnati and tell you who to watch out for in tonight's game against the Mariners. We start at 2 on Arizona Sports.
All right, I'm hitting send right now. We're finding out who's all hat, who's no cattle here. Coming off Wolf rocking the cowboy hat on Saturday night. Just sent it out.
A very base cowboy hat, I might add. Brown with nothing else. Paul actually got a black cowboy hat, a black hat with a little feather in it sticking out.
I have one of those.
Butter.
And it has like a cactus branded into it too. It's really cool, but it doesn't fit me.
Oh, you know what? I got the brand in the back, on the back of the cowboy hat, and all it said, real small, Wolf. Branded on there, man. That was so cool.
Basinonians,
I do say so myself.
Do not buy Wolf's assertion that somehow I'm soft around here. The reason they brought me in today was to try and ramp up this show, okay?
Yeah, right.
And if you go over to Dr. Cool's office, scoreboard, it's right there up on the wall, 7-8 years in a row based on our annual physicals. Who has won the testosterone count?
Oh, knock it off. I killed you.
Scoreboard.
I destroyed you in that.
Okay. Now, forget cowboy hats, baseball hats. The D-backs manager, Torey Lovullo. The question, as written, was something like this. Are the D-backs a reflection of Torey Lovullo? Before you answer that, Ron Wolfley, of all the coaches you played for, did you believe that the team you were on was a reflection of the coach himself?
Yeah, Paulie, sometimes, yes, I would say that. I would say that especially at the college level. At the college level, I think you have a tendency of taking on the characteristic of your head coach. I think in the NFL, to some degree, you will as well. But by that point, you're pretty much who you're going to be as a player and as a man, Paul, at that point in time. Now, the first couple of years in the league, maybe you might actually take on the personality a little bit of your head coach. There were some guys who definitely did that, but not overall. I think in the NFL, you are who you are for the most part. Major League Baseball, this is something I'm fascinated. I've talked about this, Paulie, many times with you as well in the past. I'm so fascinated at what really goes on inside the clubhouse. What does? I love asking players, especially when I get a private moment with them, where I can ask them a question about what really goes on inside a clubhouse. When you play 162 games, it totally changes the dynamic of a game and what a game means. And that's why I think it's even more important that you have players inside a Major League Baseball clubhouse who keep other players accountable. And I don't know if they've got that. Torey gets blamed for a lot of this stuff. And to me, I think it's ridiculous. As a former player, I will never point to a coach and say he's the issue. I will never say he's the problem. Now listen, I don't know how Torey Lovullo deals with his players. I have no idea. For all I know, Torey is a face-to-face, chin-to-chin guy when nobody's looking. When he has a guy and he pulls him over to the side and squares him up. I don't know. But I do know this, Paul. It's never going to have as much impact as if another player inside that clubhouse does it.
Mike Hazen joins this show on a regular basis. Last month, the question posed to the D-backs GM was whether he feels like some of the criticism of Torey is warranted.
When the execution doesn't happen, then it's the easiest place to go is
it was his decision that screwed it up. That is not what happens. The players bear responsibility to execute in those situations. And to me, the fact that it's not just the relievers, that it's also our defense. It's that we scored 6 runs in the first 4 innings last night and didn't score again against their middle of their bullpen. Those are all contributing factors to how that game ultimately finished. And when you have to zoom out a little bit and not just fixate on yesterday's game, what are the things we're doing well and what are the things we're not doing well? There's a large pocket of this team that is playing at a level that I am very appreciative of. It goes to the starting pitching. It goes to the 1 through 9 of the lineup. It goes to guys having really good seasons. It goes to the makeup of the club that's inside the walls and how hard they work. There is areas of our team that are not performing to the level that we need them to, and we need to fix that.
What's amazing about this and what Mike Hazen, the freaky Mike Hazen, just said, Basinonians, you think back a couple of seasons, right? Torey Lovullo was good enough to take an inferior roster, and get to the World Series. He was good enough then. Nobody said a word about Torey Lovullo. Oh, so what do you think now? You think, oh, Torey's lost it. Just doesn't know how to manage these guys. Doesn't know how to manage. Is that what you think? No. Now you've got a hyper-talented roster that is underachieving, period. And now you're going to point to Torey Lovullo. Man, you know what? If I were a player inside that clubhouse, seriously, that alone would make me want to start swinging, if you know what I mean, metaphorically speaking.
But these things are becoming patterns, Wolf. These are signature signs of the season so far. That was 2 weeks ago, Mike Hazen talking about scoring early and then going dormant the rest of the game.
Yeah, Paulie.
That's been a persistent problem.
I'm with you. So, again, is Torey up at bat?
Okay, so
is Torey the one doing that?
I'm going to keep it real. If we're sitting here in the trust tree and we all have ultimate respect for Mike Hazen, but if it's not on the manager and it's on the team, guess who assembled the team? Guess who signed this collection of players?
Yeah. Right.
So
sorry. You know what?
It goes beyond the dugout and it goes up to the front office.
Were we all applauding when he signed these guys? Were we applauding the acquisition of Corbin Burns? Were we applauding this? Yes. We were standing there and applauding it. It's up to the player to go and produce and do your job. And they're not.
Okay.
They've got a lot of guys that are underachieving. You said Zach Gallen. I thought it was excellent. An excellent point. Paulie rarely makes an excellent point, Basinonians, but he made an excellent point in regard to he's the, what did you say, Paul?
Thanks for remembering. He's a microcosm of the entire team.
That's right.
He's too talented to be performing like this.
Too talented to be performing like this. So why? Oh, I'm going to blame somebody else. Zach Allen. You going to blame anyone else, Zach? No.
Okay, but Wolf.
You're not going to blame anyone else, Zach. There's no way you're going to blame any. You're not pointing fingers at anyone else. Is anyone else inside that clubhouse pointing fingers instead of pointing at themselves?
Are you absolving Torey Lovullo? Are you absolving the staff?
Listen, Torey Lovullo knows how to manage.
While you were taking vacation days
that.
and tacking sick days on the back of it, Luke and I talked at length about the subpar performance of the third base coach this year.
Paul, you know what?
You could take the third base coach and just replace him with a green light. Just put a traffic light out there.
Subpar performance. We'll talk about that when we see your 3 plays.
Do you think maybe this team, these players, by the way, is it? No. It's forever. Just can't wait to bust out the high school highlights. When you look at players, do you think they're looking at a coaching staff that maybe needs to be held accountable?
Paulie, I guess
because if there's one guy who's deserved to be benched, it's been the third base coach at times.
The only way to answer that is to go inside that clubhouse. There's no doubt about that, Paul. I'm not saying that this is the end all be all. What I am saying is, man, when I start looking at issues with the Arizona Diamondbacks and underachieving, I'm sorry, look no further than the guy that is doing the underachieving. Look no further. Do your job. Don't point at the coaches who aren't doing anything. Do your job.
A little bit later, I'm going to borrow your angry chair. I'm going to go back through what irritated and frustrated me the most.
I might sit in that chair.
So we're all hoping Merrill Kelly figures it out tonight and leads the way.
Oh, it was the coach. It's Torrey's fault.
Just don't absolve the coaching staff, Wolf.
Just stop it. He already proved he could coach this team and manage this team to the World Series.
If the coaching staff and the manager have no culpability, no responsibility, then I don't know. We'll just outsource it to AI at this point.
Oh, yeah. Okay, Paul. Great.
Should the Cardinals kick the tires on Jair Alexander? Do you want an elite corner? Do you need an elite corner? That's foreshadowing. And that's next. Calvisi for Luke on Arizona Sports, local sports leader.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS store. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you live in Arizona, you know the desert sun can do a number on your windows, and if you've been here a while, chances are you need your windows replaced, which is why I am stoked to tell you about Advanced Window Products, a great company that is family-owned and locally operated, a company that treats customers like friendships. They are Arizona's premier window replacement company. They are co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and they offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state. And that is because there is no middleman. They are the manufacturers. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. Even better, Advanced Window Products running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows and you'll get a $2,500 discount. So call today and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
My perfect day has sand, salt, water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Sky Rizzy. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Sky Rizzy, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Sky Rizzy is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Hey, it's Gambo. Is your roof ready for the Arizona summer? The heat is brutal, and with monsoons just around the corner, your roof needs to be ready. The intense weather can cause hidden damage to your roof, so don't wait until it's too late. JLC Roofing is here to help you get your roof monsoon ready before the rush. Their experts provide thorough inspections and quality repairs to ensure your roof can withstand the upcoming storms. They are an A-plus Better Business Bureau rated company, licensed, bonded, and insured with free on-site estimates and affordable financing available. They've installed thousands of new roofs, and they're standing by to install or repair yours. Protect your home and your peace of mind. Schedule your inspection today. Call 602-ROOFING for a free estimate on your roof. Give your roof some TLC with JLC. Call 602-ROOFING or visit jlcroof.com. That's jlcroof.com. Don't wait. Prepare your roof for the monsoon season. JLC Roofing, professional roof repair and replacement for over 30 years.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks are back home tonight after being swept by the Reds in Cincinnati. The Snakes host the Seattle Mariners with first pitch at 6:40 on Arizona Sports at 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Merrill Kelly gets the start for Arizona. And Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final is tonight. The Florida Panthers host the Edmonton Oilers with the series tied at 1 game apiece. Puck drop is scheduled for 5. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Cardinals minicamp coverage brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Wolf and Luke talking Cardinals minicamp now.
All right, once again, Calvisi's high school football highlights coming your way at the end of the show.
Oh, boy. I cannot wait to see that, Masononians. I've never seen Paul. Paulie talks about it from time to time. He will talk about it, tell some guys about how he is Ronnie Lott coming down out of the secondary. That's right. But I've never actually seen any footage on Paulie playing the blood sport.
3 plays. Well, 3 plays have surfaced via a high 8 camcorder. Video posted on YouTube. You will see it. You will have a chance to call it for the Basinonians.
Yes.
And I'm bracing.
Good.
There will be blood. I understand that.
I cannot wait to see it.
I'm going to sacrifice my own high school football highlights for the name of this show. Somebody's got to bring something around here. Wolf definitely easing himself into a Monday.
Sit down and be quiet.
Okay, here's the question. Cardinals lost Sean Murphy-Bunting for the year. Non-football injury list. What do you think about Jair Alexander? What do you think Monty Ossenford and Jonathan Gannon think about Jair Alexander? Would that be intriguing / interesting, worth researching?
I don't think so, Paul. I really don't.
You sure about that?
Yeah,
maybe you should think about that a
right
little
now.
bit
No,
longer.
I understand what you're saying, and Jair Alexander is a very, very talented corner. I just don't think he's a good fit for this culture that JG is trying to establish. I don't think he's a good fit, Paul.
Well, things were a little tumultuous in Green Bay. There's no doubt about it. His availability, his durability was an issue. There was you talk about friction. There was the wrong kind of friction between Jair Alexander and some of the decision makers in Green Bay. So despite his immense talent, he is now going to be a free agent as the Packers have moved on. But
you know, for me, Paulie, once again, too, I look at the cornerback room and the culture that you are trying to establish in the cornerback room. And I'm looking at guys, Garrett Williams, you know the way I feel about Garrett Williams. Star Thomas is another guy that nobody talks about, and I do believe he's going to be your 4th corner this year. I do believe that, but I like that kid. I like that kid, and I like him a lot. And I want him in my cornerback room because he is everything I've got, I'm going to give when he plays. And I love that mentality. Max Melton. Oh, it's time. Max Melton, I could see Max Melton stepping up in year 2 and taking that next step, as we have seen a lot of year 2 guys in this system actually take. I love Max Melton. Having said that, Will Johnson.
Hello.
I see Will Johnson being a starter coming out of training camp. Yeah, I see that happening. The last thing I want to do is bring a veteran in who might feel a little haughty. That's the last thing I want to do when I got a young guy.
And want to go out for the coin toss when he's not supposed to.
Rick loves bringing that up.
It's one of the funniest things that's happened in NFL history.
Yes.
Let me tell you about Will Johnson. Drew Stanton said something about the fact that he played for Wink Martindale last year at Michigan and how complex and advanced that Michigan system is, that scheme. And Drew Stanton said, Cardinals ask a lot of their corners in terms of being a thinking man's position.
A lot of zone.
And so he does seem mentally equipped to be able to handle it. And if that is the case, to your point, he could emerge from training camp cornerback 1. just based on the talent. I looked it up.
That's what I think is going to happen, Paulie. Now, and if I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
But if he's a top 15 talent when healthy,
yes,
because that seemed to be the the divide on draft night. Is he healthy or not? What's the long-term prognosis on the knee? He says the knee has been healthy for more than a year. Okay, if that's the case, if he truly is that talented, then guess what? The moment Patrick Surtain II was drafted, he has started every single game in the NFL. He was your NFL Defensive Player of the Year. Sauce Gardner, Derek Stingley Jr., the elite corners in the league were starters day one, the moment they were drafted. And to me, nothing precludes Will Johnson from taking that same path.
No, that is a great point by you, Paulie, right there. I'm glad you brought it up. Finally, it took us 2.5 hours, but finally you brought something that I could actually talk about. Listen, Will Johnson, to me, you talk about Sauce Gardner, you talk about these corners that came in as rookies and made a contribution. Basinonians, one of the reasons why you can do that is, especially if you're a big man team, it's playing cornerback in the NFL, so much of it's just about your dripping raw talent.
Devin Witherspoon. I forgot about Devin Witherspoon, two-time All-Pro for Seattle.
Dripping with talent and your ability to actually play press man cover. That's the reason why. You got that guy. Go cover him. That is what you can do in the NFL. Not in this system. Not with JG and Nick Rawlis. Yeah, you're going to have your man cover. There's no doubt about that. And I think Will Johnson is going to be good in press man. He's big. He's big. Get your hands on him. Press him. Jam him at the line of scrimmage. I think he's going to be fine in press man cover. But having said that, he's got the brain to actually play in this system, to play corner in a zone. And it's one of the reasons why Garrett Williams has exploded, because he's got the brain as well to play corner. And many times they'd actually move him back into a safety, a cover 2 safety, play him over the top, a corner, and he's playing a safety, a deep half, and a cover 2 look. Why? Because his brain is so good, and he sees things that others do not. The same thing could be said for Will Johnson, and that's why I think he's going to start in this system, because he can hold up with the press man cover, and his brain allows him to actually assimilate this scheme and the schemes the Cardinals run.
Quoting JG, what has he called Will Johnson repeatedly? 3 words: perfect scheme fit.
There you go. And Paulie, I was saying that, and Rick, you know this, I was saying that about Will Johnson before the draft. Will Johnson was the schemed fit for the Arizona Cardinals.
All right, Wolf, we like your energy right now.
I'm just saying.
We like your energy. The skull cap earlier was the first sign. You know, these game show producers, they look for the effervescent and the bubbly contestants out in the audience. Ron Wolfley, come on down. It's the game show sweeping the AZ.
Oh no. What is this? Oh, okay, blindsided.
Need or want.
Okay, I have no idea.
It's on the
what's
show
gonna
sheet.
happen here.
We bring the categories. You tell us need or want. It's the Arizona Cardinals mandatory minicamp edition here, starting with, let's just wrap it up. So, in conclusion, before I get to other position groups, cornerback would be need or want, Ron Wolfley.
That would be a want.
Need or want.
There are no wrong answers, really, except when Wolf is participating, and then we'll let him know if he's... So, Wolf, that is correct. We will agree with you on that one. That is a want. Middle linebacker, as currently constructed, trying to replace team captain Kaiser White. You drafted 4th-round rookie Cody Simon out of Ohio State, Akeem Davis-Gaither, Mikael Walker. These are the candidates right now at middle linebacker. Green dot. Once again, go ahead, Rick.
Need or want.
That is a need, Basinonians. That is a need until somebody proves that it can be a want.
Offensive line. Last year, there were 2 losses against Seattle.
You didn't like that one, Paulie. You didn't like that, did you? You think it's a want or a need?
You know what?
Really, Paul?
I'll agree with you on that one.
Oh, okay. You better.
Until proven otherwise, you're right. That is a need at this point. Can Cody Simon do it?
Yeah.
Can Akeem Davis-Gaither do it?
Boy.
Now, I will say on Akeem Davis-Gaither, we had him on this show last week. he had a Mack Wilson Sr. finish to his year last year, meaning he actually played the position and played it very well the last 6 games of the year.
Okay, can I just say this right now, Paulie? I'm just telling you right now, 6 games is a very small sample size.
It is.
Now, we're going to play need or want the next time we talk about the Arizona Cardinals. We're going to play need or want from the beginning, okay? And I want to get your answers on this as well.
Okay. So you're saying we're going to bring this back, and I ran out of time. Poor clock management. Is that what you're saying?
You were awful.
Golly. Okay. It looks like I got the buzz. I wanted to buzzer down Wolf in this segment. Instead, I got the... Hey, it's Father's Day. Hit it out of the park. Head to the contest page now on Arizonasports.com for your chance to win a family 4-pack of tickets to see the Dbacks take on the Padres, plus a special Father's Day gift bag to make it even more memorable. Celebrate Dad with baseball gear and great memories. All right, what has surprised us most about the NBA Finals? We'll get into that next. Calvisi in for Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
OTA's over. Cardinals minicamp has begun. There's still no live contact, but minicamp is more intense.
More intensity.
With longer practices, and it's mandatory.
Be there or be square.
Players get fined for missing minicamp, so everyone is expected in Tempe this week.
Hey, I'm here so I won't get fined, boss.
Arizona Sports is live from Cardinals HQ for minicamp. Talking with players and coaches and bringing it to you on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and Arizonasports.com. We are wherever you are. Cardinals minicamp coverage brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Imagine finding your dream home and then just moving in right away. Not waiting around to sell your old place first, just move into the new one. It sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. You buy your new home now, you sell the old one later. If you think about it, that's really the way this should always work, and yet it's not always the way it works. So here's how it's going to work with Orchard. They're going to give you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves, no extra complicating factors, none of that. Then the Orchard experts are going to take it from there. They're going to handle repairs on your old home and make price-boosting upgrades. So once they're done, a local Orchard agent can list and sell your home for top dollar. That's a huge part of this equation, still getting top dollar for your old home. Well, Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell. Still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
It's heating up in Phoenix, and while most can beat the heat with a cold drink in the shade, many in our community cannot. This month, the UPS Store and Arizona Sports are teaming up to collect water donations for Phoenix Rescue Mission, all to keep our community hydrated and healthy this summer. And your donation can make a big difference. Text WATER to 620-620 to find participating the UPS Store locations near you, or to make a donation. Text WATER to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
At Shane Company, we love a spring engagement, but you might be wondering, how do I find the perfect engagement ring? As a trusted family jeweler since 1929, we get asked this a lot. We have a wide selection of ring settings, like vintage designs with romantic details, floral settings inspired by nature, and classic styles with clean lines and sleek metals. Dreaming of the most beautiful diamond you've ever seen? At Shane Company, we handpick only the sparkliest center stones in all shapes and sizes, from oval to round to marquise, and more. We have gorgeous natural and lab-grown diamonds at competitive prices, in-store, ready to compare side by side. Drawn to certain colors? We're known for our rainbow of vivid natural sapphires, including shades of blue, straight out of a fairy tale, handpicked by our owner, Tom Shane. At Shane Company, we have the best free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, plus resizing, repairs, and cleanings for life. Visit us at shaneco.com or in store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Dan Bickley here, and when you're hurt in an accident, results matter, and Sweet James stands above the rest. They deliver justice, the best medical care, and the most amount of money. You are not just another number. You are a real person who deserves the best, and the attorneys at Sweet James often represent a second chance at life for many clients, and they take that seriously. So if you are ever hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. How do the Diamondbacks' plans change after losing Corbin Burns for the season? We'll give you our thoughts starting at 2 on Arizona Sports.
You know my two big takeaways from watching the NBA Finals so far, Ron Wolfley? Thanks for asking.
Yeah, what's up, Paulie?
I'm always amazed every postseason. And I should know this, and I do know this, and I'm still stupefied and astounded by the difference in how hard NBA guys play.
Oh, okay.
In the postseason versus the regular season.
Okay, yeah, absolutely.
It is.
And it has to be the case,
it
Paulie.
is night and day.
You just can't play 82 games with that kind of pace, tempo, and physicality.
Somewhere Eddie Johnson is screaming that you're wrong, Wolf, but just saying. The other takeaway I have so far is after watching especially Oklahoma City and to a large degree Indianapolis, it is beyond sobering to realize just how far away the Suns are from matching that sort of defensive ability.
Yes.
That sort of defensive intensity.
Yes.
They aren't even in the same league based on last year when it comes to championship caliber defense. You played some of the worst defense in the league last year, and you were arguably the softest team in the NBA. It is a lethal combo right now, I think, when you're trying to obviously build a team that's built basketball tough, built playoffs tough. And the Suns, I would say, player for player, are the roster furthest from that in the league right now.
Yeah.
And it might have been one of the reasons Tim Bontemps and Brian Windhorst earlier in the show, we heard them say, this is one of the worst situations any NBA team has ever faced, from the roster construction to the second apron to stars that have no trade clauses.
Okay, I don't know about that in the history of the league, based on
does seem extreme.
But it does. Listen, I'm not going to say he's a madman because that's what he thinks.
But the degree of difficulty is extreme.
Yes. But here's the one thing I do know. You're not going to get equal value for Kevin Durant. At this point in time, you're not going to get anywhere close to what you gave up to get Kevin Durant.
No, especially when the rest of the league.
That's not going to happen.
And if the rest of the league truly believes you have to deal Kevin Durant, then you have zero leverage.
Yeah, right, Paulie? I wouldn't say zero.
Unless other teams, unless you get a bidding frenzy.
Exactly right. It takes two, man. It takes two teams to be involved. But you're not going to get equal value back for Kevin Durant. I don't care if there's 5 teams involved. You're not going to get equal value back. They're all going to have a cap on what they're going to give you for Kevin Durant. Having said that, if that is truly the case, this is the way I'm starting to feel, brothers, okay? And you know me. My heart is bigger than my brain, all right? I'm just going to say that, but it's the truth. I want Mikal Bridges. I want a KD deal with the New York Knicks. I want Mikal Bridges. If I'm not going to get equal value back, the one piece that I want back is Mikal Bridges, because I think he embodies everything that the culture demands going forward, and the culture being a tough dog that will play on the defensive end, a long perimeter player that will play and be available to play and can shoot the three. I want Mikal Bridges back, especially to support Devin Booker as the team leader.
Are you taking questions at this moment? Because my hand has been up here in the back of the class.
I know that, and I can see your fatigue.
Are you basically going the same route that the owner is going, and you're sticking with your comfort zone? You want Mikal Bridges because you know Mikal Bridges.
Yeah, right.
You're comfortable with Mikal Bridges.
I know what I'm going to get out of Mikal Bridges. I know what I'm going to get from him.
But if
by the way, he embodies everything I want to instill as our culture.
Okay. And he's proven in that regard. I get it. But if you have a truly capable front office and basketball decision makers, they are finding the next Mikal Bridges. They're going Sam Presti, and they're finding a bunch of dudes you've never heard of who all of a sudden have a team in the NBA Finals and have a glorious NBA future ahead of them.
I agree with you, Paulie, right there. And good. We'll see you in 3 years. We'll see you when you're ready to go. Go get that guy. Go get that young guy. Go ahead and bring him in here. That's fantastic. I'm right there with. We'll see you in 3 years. I don't want to do it. Again, you're going to need more than Mikal Bridges back for Kevin Durant. It's not just going to be one-on-one trade. It's not going to be this Mikal Bridges for Kevin Durant. I need more, and I think that the Suns could get more. It's not going to be anywhere close to what they gave up to get Kevin Durant.
Tyrese Halliburton, after Game 2 yesterday, had this to say to the media.
Your job is to go split, go try to get one on the road. We got Game 1. Felt like we really let the rope slip. There in the second quarter. So I think you can. There's many different ways that you can choose to digest. What's in front of you. But yeah, I think we focus on taking it a day at a time. So you got the split. You feel good about that. But we definitely wanted to play better tonight. I think our processes need to be a lot better for us to be successful here. So. Yeah, it's still a race in the first of 4. So we're going to our home court, tied 1-1. And, we love playing at home, love playing in front of our fans. Our fans are amazing. So just see where we can get better and, just take it a day at a time.
You knew this was coming. You could actually see it. The Pacers, I think, already got the split. They knew they got the split. They came back in a game 1, in which they never had the lead until it was 0.3 seconds on the clock. Never had the lead in the game. They stole Game 1.
Grand theft NBA Finals.
Exactly, Paulie. And because of that, I really do believe it. They had already achieved what they wanted to. They got the split. And you can talk about intensity, and they were intense, the Pacers. That's part of who they are. But then there's intensity. There's intensity, and there's intensity. And there's a big difference between the two. And you could see it from the Pacers in Game 1. You could see it. Even though they got down in that, even though they did, you could see it. They came back and won the game. The intensity was not there from the beginning, at least to me, when I juxtapose Game 1 versus Game 2.
And guess what? You know who would agree with you there? Mark Daigneault, the OKC head coach.
I just think you have to understand against them because of the pace and because of the three-point shooting. There's a variance element to every NBA game in this NBA, but certainly in the games that they play. And I just thought we were the aggressor tonight for much of the game, even when we had a lead. I thought the guys did a really good job of keeping the foot on the gas, especially defensively. I thought we really amped it up on that end of the floor. There's a couple times where we got off track on both ends. But we were able to course correct pretty quickly. So I thought the guys did a really good job of just recognizing when we weren't where we needed to be and getting there quicker.
Paulie, did you see everything on the perimeter in regard to the Pacers trying to score the basketball? Did you see how tough it was? The Thunder, Paulie. Oh, my goodness, do they play tough perimeter defense.
Well, the Pacers have a problem, a legitimate problem, and that's that so far OKC has had a pretty good answer for both Tyrese Halliburton and Pascal Siakam. Their big two have been really restricted and neutralized by the OKC defense, so good luck going forward. We'll see.
The defenders, you can see them out there. Kick it out, man. Bend the knees. Stick the butt out. Get your hands out there and get ready to play. It's what I love to watch. Get ready. Look like you're ready to defend. And they do on the perimeter. How many contested passes? Everything's. How many deflections do they get in a game? Go count them the next time. It's ridiculous.
Do you guys pull some of these clips off YouTube and then put them out as Wolf's coaching clinic when he gets out of his chair and he gets into the three-point stance?
We've posted Wolf getting into the three-point stance at least once before.
The triple threat position over there.
Bend
He
your
does
knees,
this a lot.
bow your back, stick your butt out, and play defense.
All right, so Wolf has it all figured out. Next challenge, let's see if he can figure out the D-backs. How concerned are we, and what do you do if you are D-backs decision makers? That is next. Calvisi in for Luke on Arizona Sports, local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Devin Booker was involved in the search process during the final stages and stamped Jordan Ott as his top choice as well. I want to hear Devin Booker on record saying, yes, Jordan Ott was my top choice. You have to pardon me for being skeptical on this one. I'm to be quite frank, I'm a little skeptical about everything kind of coming out of the Suns right now. But I think if there's one way to make your fan base feel better about hiring Jordan Ott, it's by telling them that Devin Booker has given his stamp of approval for the hire.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you got to call my friends at YRefi. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And YRefi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And YRefi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YRefi-34. That's 888-YRefi-34. Or go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
Stay cool in your own swimming pool and get a free Baja shelf for your new pool. Yep, just do what we did at Casa Calvisi and call California Pools and Landscape. Whether it's a backyard refresh or a complete reset like we did, now our summer escape is our own backyard. That's not taking a week vacay, that's every day. And right now, with a summer sales event at California Pools and Landscape, get a free Baja shelf with a new pool. Check out our backyard transformation at calpool.com/Paul.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Get real testosterone prescribed by real doctors now at Red Mountain. If you're feeling sluggish, lacking energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low testosterone. The solution? Prescription strength testosterone. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, greater focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Have low T? Start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. I've been asked many times how Morgan & Morgan became the largest injury firm in the world. I think I know. When someone comes to us for an on-the-job injury, we have a huge workers' compensation practice. But many times we find a defective product that was responsible for that injury. Luckily for them, we have a product liability section headed by my son Mike. In addition to the comp case, there's a product case too. Other times, the injured worker is fired or harassed for bringing that claim. We have them covered. Our employment lawyers handle retaliation claims as well as wage theft and discrimination cases, and in some cases need to file for Social Security benefits. No problem. We became big for a reason. 30% of our new cases come as referrals from former clients. Hiring us is easy. Go to forthepeople.com on your mobile device or computer, or call Pound Law on your cell, pound 529. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks are back home tonight after being swept by the Reds in Cincinnati. The Snakes host the Seattle Mariners with first pitch at 6:40 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Merrill Kelly will get the start for Arizona. And Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final is tonight. The Florida Panthers host the Edmonton Oilers with the series tied at 1 game apiece. Puck drop for that one is scheduled for 5. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief or get a free inspection online at americaroofingco.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
What happened? What? Somebody wants to
Raven's
go?
pitch
What are
swung
you
on,
doing?
hit out to deep right field. Grichuk racing after it, looking up. It is gone. A grand slam for Gavin Lux. And the Reds explode here. They lead 10-1 over Arizona.
Wolf, you stand over there. I am now sitting in your angry chair.
It's not mine, Paulie.
There's never a bad time to play Alice in Chains. But when the angry chair has to do with the Diamondbacks, and I've got at least 3, Wolf. 3 instances. That was number 1, the Gavin Lux grand slam and the 13-1 rout on Saturday.
Okay.
What did he do his first 2 at-bats? He swung at the very first pitch.
I see.
So then he gets up for his 3rd at-bat. The bases are loaded. What do you think he's going to do?
Swing at the first pitch, Paul.
And then what did Kendall Graveman do? He grooved a first pitch, 92-mile-per-hour fat four-seamer right down the middle.
So that's got you in the angry chair? Is that what you're saying?
Angry chair because he was sitting dead red, and it ended up being a natty slam.
Okay, can I just say this? I'm going to go much bigger base innings. I'm sitting in the angry chair because Zach Gallen is pitching like a 4 or a 5. That's what I'm doing. And I think Zach Gallen, hopefully, is sitting in the angry chair as well.
You know what else has me sitting in the angry chair?
So I hit the post.
Look, there's baseball and then there's controllable baseball. And you know what is always controllable? Your effort and your intensity. And that has been lacking far too often.
You know, all your ducks are in a row and you're lined up.
Was that it, Paul?
Benson swings, hits a fly ball to left field towards the line, and Gurriel cannot make the catch. He started to approach the wall and then kind of backed off. 2 very different approaches. Will Benson up by 12. Gurriel there down by 12. Gurriel just wanted no part of that play, kind of gator armed it. And Benson basically put his cleat into the padding and tried to reach up and over into the stands to make the catch.
Yeah, completely different approaches that time. Gurriel just kind of cruising over there where Benson charged over there, jumped into the stands trying to make a play.
That still has me in the angry chair after witnessing that over the weekend.
Oh, man.
The outfielder who was up 13-1 goes all out for a ball in foul territory, while the outfielder that is trailing 13-1 lollygags it around the field. That's a controllable. And that is regrettable on so many different levels. That can't happen. It just cannot happen. And then that same outfielder gets up the next day in his first at bat, and he strikes out swinging at ball 4.
Okay, Bully, there you go right there. Yeah, to me, if Tommy Pham were still in that clubhouse, maybe somebody wouldn't been throwing bows.
Tommy Pham.
You know what I mean? Tommy Pham. Again, I'm just saying that will happen, Basinonians. I don't endorse it, but that does happen from time to time when you compete at the highest level our species can generate. Having said that, I'll sit in the angry chair because of Brandon Pfaadt. Brandon Pfaadt with his 5.51 ERA right now. Brandon Pfaadt, a guy that we love and respect. You got to fight, Brandon, for your right to party. All right? And I'm just saying right now, there's not a lot of Brandon Pfaadt. 5.51 ERA. Eduardo Rodriguez will continue to underachieve right now and underperform. Merrill Kelly is really the only guy in the rotation that you can expect to see go out and take the ball and give your team an opportunity to win a game. That is what has me in the angry chair today.
But wait, there's more. Brian Kaplan, the pitching coach, on these airwaves earlier this year had this to say.
Yeah, I mean, nothing's definite. Nothing's 100%. Even if, all your ducks are in a row and you're lined up, like the game is the game. Pitching is a very stressful activity and action, so nothing's ever going to be perfect, but we're just trying to enhance the uniqueness of every individual and recognize that, Burns, the way he throws and his body and his delivery is going to be a lot different than Ryan Thompson and, kind of how he's put together and educating them on kind of what makes them a little unique or a little different, how they can manage the stress that comes with that, how they can, again, enhance some of the things that they do really well already. And more so than anything, it's just the conversations with the strength staff and the medical staff about what they have done to get them here, what has been successful, what we can improve. So it's really just fine-tuning the details, but at the end of the day, it's just them feeling more educated about who they are and kind of what makes them, that well-rounded version of being a pitcher.
Oh, where do you start, Polly?
Well, if the first priority is just availability, durability, how is that going this year when it comes to the injuries that have beset the entire D-backs pitching staff? That has us in the angry chair. Going all the way back to Jordan Montgomery and A.J. Puck and Justin Martinez, who has since come back, and now Corbin Burns and everyone in between. It's just something is not dialed in. The pitchers are not being, quote-unquote, enhanced. And all you have to do is look at the injured list. All you have to do is look at the team ERA, which is now 25th in the bigs after you finished bottom 5 a year ago in starting pitching ERA. There's a reason they went and invested $210 million into Corbin Burns, because it was a need, not a want, to enhance that starting pitching.
It is really, really difficult, and I was talking about this earlier, but it cannot be overemphasized, Basinonians. Coming into this season, that was a perceived strength of the Arizona Diamondbacks, was their pitching staff, and I would say their starters in particular. That was a perceived strength. Paulie, I'll guarantee you it was a perceived strength by the players inside the clubhouse, inside that dugout. That was a perceived strength, their starting pitching. Sometimes when you assume that you're going to be good in one area, and that's not the case, a lot of other things unravel. And I think to some degree, we're seeing that. These are personalities that are inside that clubhouse. These are human beings. They have faces, and the faces have names, and the faces with names have thoughts, and sometimes they're not good. Especially when an assumed strength becomes a weakness. And that's what's happened to the Diamondbacks. And because of that, I'm concerned, Paul. For real.
And Zach Gallen, who's now the unquestioned ace with the loss of Corbin Burns, is a microcosm of the entire team of the entire season. He had an unbelievable outing against Atlanta, but the 4 games before that, he had allowed 19 earned and 21 in the third with 11 walks. And then yesterday, 3 home runs, 14 home runs allowed on the year. That's not Zach Gallen. Zach Gallen with a 5.15 ERA.
Think about this right here. In his last starts, brothers, in his last 10 starts, he's given up 4, 1, 5, 4, 6, 4, 1, and 1, 3, and 6 in his last 10 starts. So in 3 of those games, he looked like Zach Gallen for the most part. In 7 of those games, he didn't.
And in the last 24 hours, we've seen reports out there that teams like the St. Louis Cardinals might be interested in trading for Zach Gallen. So that's your angry chair, and then some. Hey, join us for another Arizona Sports Half Day Club this Wednesday as the D-backs take on the Mariners. Text HALF to 620-620. They're going to send you a link to grab lower-level tickets for just $9.87. Text HALF to 620-620. That's HALF to 620-620. All right, Josh Sweat on the Arizona Cardinals. Is he the biggest X factor? And you know what? Wolf gets, he flops so miserably. Wolf gets another shot at need or want on the other side. Calvisian for Luke on Arizona Sports, local sports leader.
OTA's over. Cardinals minicamp has begun. Arizona Sports is live from Cardinals HQ for minicamp. Talking with players and coaches.
This is Cardinals center Yelda Froholt. This is Michael Wilson.
It's Cardinal cornerback Max Melton.
And bringing it to you on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com. Cardinals minicamp coverage brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. Summer is here, and you don't want to move yourself. Don't do it. Don't pick up the phone and call your friend the way Paulie did 5 years ago, asking to help move him. Don't do that. Use the professionals. Moving Team 6, of course, whether it's a local move, maybe it's long distance. You're going to go ahead and move all the way across country. Moving Team 6, they got you covered. Whether it's your residence or your business, and maybe it's a commercial move, well, they can do that as well. And they offer packing services, which is what I love. If you just walk into your closet, look around, man, it'd be nice if somebody else would come in there and pack that stuff all up and make sure it's going to be safe and it's all organized. Well, that's Moving Team 6. They're honest, trustworthy, and experienced as well. What you need to do is go to movingteam6.com for more information. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Hey, it's Gambo. Is your roof ready for the Arizona summer? The heat is brutal, and with monsoons just around the corner, your roof needs to be ready. The intense weather can cause hidden damage to your roof, so don't wait until it's too late. JLC Roofing is here to help you get your roof monsoon ready before the rush. Their experts provide thorough inspections and quality repairs to ensure your roof can withstand the upcoming storms. They are an A-plus Better Business Bureau rated company, licensed, bonded, and insured with free on-site estimates and affordable financing available. They've installed thousands of new roofs, and they're standing by to install or repair yours. Protect your home and your peace of mind. Schedule your inspection today. Call 602 Roofing for a free estimate on your roof. Give your roof some TLC with JLC. Call 602 Roofing or visit jlcroof.com. That's jlcroof.com. Don't wait. Prepare your roof for the monsoon season. JLC Roofing, professional roof repair and replacement for over 30 years.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Everything's a little better when it's super. Heroes, markets, sized, and of course, checks. A super check gives you an in-depth review of your current insurance coverage with a Farm Bureau Financial Services agent, no matter who your insurance provider is. That's super cool. Talk to a Farm Bureau agent to make sure you're properly covered at fbfs.com/protect. It's your future. Let's protect it. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
Cardinals minicamp coverage brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Wolf and Luke talking Cardinals minicamp. Now.
A little bit later, Ron Wolf will return, even though he's retired. Which, by the way, I never authorized your retirement on that. I mean, how stinking selfish of you to retire on both me and Dave Pash. Are you? Right. I mean, seriously, I mean, always thinking of yourself.
I retired because of you guys.
So you will have one last opportunity. Really, it's going to be a highlight of your career when you get to call three plays of surface from my high school football career. To end the show, Ron Wolfley will have the pleasure and the honor to actually announce my 3 plays and describe them for the Basinonians.
Paulie, you got to understand. I've talked about you many, many times, of course, over the years. And Basinonians, you're going to want to listen to that because Paulie he's many times talked about his experience in high school. I've never seen it. I'm going to see 3 plays of Paul Calvisi while he was in high school for the first time ever. I cannot wait to give you my analysis of Paul.
Until recently, the video never existed. Until it was posted on YouTube. So we'll go through that. But right now, Wolf, all right, you need to ramp up the energy. Earlier, you had the skull cap on, and the game show producers identified you as one of those contestants who should come on down.
Oh, no. It's so groovy.
Need or want.
It's the latest game show that's sweeping the AZ. I list the position group, and you tell me whether it is a
need or want.
It's the mandatory minicamp edition of the Arizona Cardinals.
I love this, Paulie. I am ready for this. What are you going to start with? What position room might you start with?
I'm going to pick up where we left off, and I want a definitive breakdown as to why you call middle linebacker, what did you call it again?
A need or want. A need, Paul.
Because?
A need right now. Because I don't think they have enough experience at the Mike linebacker position right now. As a matter of fact, I know they don't, Paul.
I see Akeem Davis-Gaither, and I see him playing the Mike linebacker for Cincinnati down the stretch last year, much like Mack Wilson Sr. did the year before for the New England Patriots, and knocking it out of the park. He had a 13-tackle game. He had a 12-tackle game. He followed up with a 11 and 10-tackle game. He's the son of a coach. He has 5 years in the league, hasn't had a lot of reps, but maybe, just maybe, he's ready to take that next step and be a full-time starting middle linebacker. He was a team captain as a special teams assassin on Cincinnati.
Yeah, you're right about that, Paulie. You're right. And if he could play in transition, he can certainly play Mike linebacker. You kidding me? But having said this, again, it's prove it. He's got to prove that he can do it. It's a small sample size that I think we're looking at and what you're talking about right now. The last 6 games, that means a lot. It does. But it's still a small sample size. So I think Akeem Davis-Gaither has got a lot he's got to still prove, and that's why I'm going to call that a need.
And I'm also going to agree that, look, Cody Simon as decorated as he was at Ohio State this last year.
I love that kid, and you know I do.
And his instincts are off the charts. And to me, that's more important than anything else
So
for a middle
true.
linebacker. You got to have
Yes.
instincts. He's also high IQ, high football IQ. I get all that. He's called the defense with the green dot before in college. But when you're going against Sean McVay and Kyle Shanahan, and they're showing you all these crazy different formations and the motions, it can get really difficult as a rookie. So, regrettably, I agree with you. It is a need at this point until proven otherwise.
Okay.
Next category as we continue to play the game show.
Need or want?
Offensive guard. Ron Wolfley, what says you about interior offensive line flanking Yelda Froholt?
Yeah. We get it. It's a need or a want. We understand. I'm going to say, Basinonians, it's a need as well right now. It is a need. We've got Isaiah Adams. Now, listen, oh, my goodness. You know what, Isaiah Adams, when you talk about one guy that finished strong last year, you talk about Davis Gaither. You talk about how he finished last year for the Bengals. Man, Isaiah Adams, I think, really impressed in the last few games in which he started. What was it, 5? The last 5, Paulie?
Yeah.
That he started? I was really, really impressed with Isaiah Adams. Now, that's a small sample size. And because of that, it's a need. He's got to go out and do it. Evan Brown is most likely going to be your other guard as well. And listen, Evan Brown wasn't like he was bad, but it wasn't like he was a plus either last year for me. Okay, so again, I'm not trying to attack the dude, but I'm just trying to say this is my impression. It's still a need for the Arizona Cardinals.
Just look at the Cardinals division. Look at what Leonard Williams, number 99, Big Cat Williams, did for the Seattle Seahawks in the 2 games against the Cardinals a year ago.
Yes.
Interior pressure was a problem. Look at the stinking Rams defensive line now. Kobe Turner, Byron Young, Braden Fisk, and then you got Defensive Rookie of the Year Jared Verse on the outside. The Rams love to bum rush the interior of your offensive line. You got to remedy that. You got to feel like you have that. Yeah. That is not an issue this year. So whether it's giving competition to Evan Brown, whether it's Isaiah Adams, I will say, and I apologize in advance, Isaiah Adams, when you were out on the field last week at OTAs, I was looking at your lower body.
Oh, yeah. Why were you looking at his butt, Paul?
I wanted to see, had he spent time in the squat rack? Had he been doing the deadlifts? What did he look like from the waist down? I mean, did he put on any weight? Now, Wolf, if you really wanted to break some news, good job on the Darius Robinson. You got 290 out of him. You need to go find Isaiah Adams and ask, what is he weighing right now?
Yes, I love that, Paulie, right there. Listen, you got to have the butt, Basinonians, to play God.
I like big
You
butts
do.
and I cannot lie.
You have to do it, man. It's got to be strong, that butt, and the reason why it's got to be strong is because you've got the gut as well in front of it. You need some dudes who got the gut and the butt to move somebody off the ball. And that's why I'm very interested to see how Isaiah Adams does, Paulie, going forward. Can I also say this?
Well, if I'm running the no huddle here, how much longer are you going to go off on guard?
Because I want to say this, Paul, because it's important right here. It is a need until it's not a need. Isn't that right, Hayden Connor? Oh, there it is. My sleeper of training camp 2025 is Hayden Connor. Get ready, Basinoni. By the pricking of my thumb, something wicked this way comes.
You mean 6'6",
Connor.
314-pound Hayden Connor, who started every game the last 3 years for Texas?
Yes.
Who put out film against Mason Graham and Kenneth Grant in Michigan? That was really impressive.
Yeah, I'm talking about Hayden Connor, drafted in the 6th round. I think he's got a possibility of being a starter coming out of camp. We'll see.
You're not getting out of here without addressing the position of wide receiver, Ron Wolfley.
Need or want?
That's a want, Paul, clearly. That's a want right there. Marvin Harrison Jr., we need you, Marvin Harrison Jr., to be a true wide receiver 1. And when that happens, everything, the slotting just gets in place. We're good. That is a want right now, Paul.
You sure about that?
Yeah, what are you going to say?
Who's wide receiver 2? When Kyler, when it's third and you got to have it, There's Trey McBride, but guess what? He's now getting double coverage. There's Marvin Harrison Jr.
He'll change everything. Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to change everything. The entire dynamic is going to change because that kid is going to get better.
Guess what? We're both guilty of saying the exact same thing this time a year ago.
Yeah, you know
that
what?
Marvin Harrison Jr. was going to change everything. You know what, guys like me, I did it. I penciled it, and I'm like, oh, geez, he's going to have a Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson rookie year, 1,400 yards. Didn't happen.
That's right. But, Paul, when you really think about it, he didn't have a bad year either. He didn't have a bad year. He's going to get better. The chemistry between Kyler Murray and Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to get better, and it's going to have a chain reaction that's going to stun you.
Well,
I'm going to call you out when it does.
You were doing real well to the last category. You got that one wrong. It's most definitely a need instead of a want. So you lost out on the showcase, and you just get one of the door prizes. Okay. What do we want to hear out of Jordan Ott tomorrow? Oh, yeah, the Suns head coach has his intro presser tomorrow. We'll talk about that. Calvisi and for Luke on Arizona Sports, local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
It's their way or the highway.
All right.
So that's why it was important to make sure that they made hires, a GM and coach, where all of these people will be, and you could use the word, and I'll use the word, aligned to do things in a certain way where everybody agrees.
I'm never going to use that word again as long as I live. I'm banning it from find me synonyms for the word aligned. I will not use it again as long as I live.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Rick, what do you say you bring me that Brooklyn beat, if you don't mind? That's what I'm talking about right there. It's heating up, Basinonians. But the nights in the Wolfley compound are always cool, thanks to our Brooklyn bedding mattress with cooling sleep technology. We're the Wu Fan Clan. We love our Brooklyn Sedona hybrid mattress from Brooklyn Bedding with that cooling sleep technology. And there's no better time than right now during the Brooklyn Bedding Summer Sale. Now through June 17th. Think about that. June 17th, you can get 25% off everything in store and online. Okay? So head on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations for the best sleep ever. Get the best mattress ever during their summer sale. We are the Wu Fan Clan. We love our Brooklyn hybrid Sedona mattress from Brooklyn Bedding. Go to brooklynbedding.com for more information. That's brooklynbedding.com. Brooklyn Bedding, the best sleep ever on the best mattress ever.
Due to new tariffs, AC system costs are rising. No worry. Collins Comfort Masters is buying back your old air conditioning system up to $2,500 because we're official Lennox dealers. Collins Comfort can get you a new high-efficiency AC system for as low as $89 a month. That's less than a cup of coffee per day. Schedule your appointment by calling Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Waltz TV and Appliance. And Bear, tell our listeners why they should avoid the big box stores and shop at Waltz, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner.
Well, Dan, we offer unbeatable prices on all the products you really want. And if you think you found a good price somewhere else, bring it to us and watch us beat it. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Get what you want when you want it, only at Waltz. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Hey, Gambo here with Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, how do tariffs impact an investor's strategy?
Well, tariffs can affect their investment strategies, but that's once they're implemented. Right now, what we're dealing with is the fear of possible tariffs and the volatility that's following.
So how do you help clients navigate that if they've got that fear?
Well, number one, they just need to stay the course and make sure that they're properly diversified, and most importantly, that they're invested at the right risk level for them.
Are there specific strategies that you use?
Well, absolutely. And a lot of it is hand-holding, making sure that they don't panic. Everyone knows you're supposed to buy low and sell high. Oftentimes, people do just the opposite.
So staying informed and adaptable would be the key.
100%.
Is your portfolio diversification in line with your personal risk tolerance? Go to AssetPreservationWealth.com for a free portfolio review or call 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. Dave Burns here. As nationally renowned trial lawyers, they're here to change lives for the better by fighting in court and getting families compensation for their injuries. Berg Simpson also makes it a priority to give back to their community. It's at the heart of everything they do, helping people when they need it the most. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Bunker to Bunkers Golf Tour is kicking off their summer swing at Verado Golf Club's Founders Course on Saturday morning, June 21st. Benefiting the Arnie's Army Charitable Foundation, Bunker to Bunkers two-person scramble is loaded with breakfast, team competitions, a huge raffle, awards, and even includes a coupon for a second round of golf, all for just $120. Come enjoy an unforgettable day of golf with your friends. This event is open to the public, but space is limited, so register today at bunkergolf.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks are back home tonight after being swept by the Reds in Cincinnati. The Snakes host the Seattle Mariners with first pitch at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Merrill Kelly gets the start for Arizona. And Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final is tonight. The Florida Panthers host the Edmonton Oilers with the series tied at 1 game apiece. Puck drop for that one is scheduled for 5. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602 Blue Sky. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Arizona Sports.
Devin Booker, the Suns franchise cornerstone, was involved late in this process for the hire, and I'm told Jordan Ott was his top choice.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Wolf and Luke.
All right, we're keeping it real here. We're in the trust tree, are we not? With that in mind, Wolf, I might not know much, but I know this much.
You mean might?
If I'm currently holding a Suns draft pick, I'm holding on to that draft pick like a share of Amazon stock in 2003.
I see.
Because no one quite knows where this is going. And it most definitely has the potential to bottom out, if you know what I mean.
Okay.
And so if I'm one of those teams, one of the many teams holding one of the many Suns draft picks out there, I'm holding on to those, and I'm not including those in any sort of trade packages until I get further clarification as to which way this thing is tracking. And I think that's one of the big reasons why we heard recent reports late last month that the Suns were talking in earnest with the Houston Rockets. They wanted their picks back.
Okay.
In a big way. And that might still be in play if Kevin Durant is on his way to Houston. Maybe, just maybe. We'll see. Sounds like the Rockets are more interested in Devin Booker these days, according to reports. Either way, you have a new head coach who's being introduced tomorrow.
Yeah.
Do you have a checklist? What do you want to hear? And Arizona Sports is going to carry it live. 3 o'clock is the scheduled time. What do you want to hear? We just did a whole bunch of needs and wants. What would you like to hear out of Jordan Ott effective tomorrow?
You know, there are 4 major points that I jotted down, Paulie. Let me go through all 4 of them quickly here, and then we'll see where you want to pick up. Okay, number 1, his relationship with Kevin Durant. That's what I want to know, number 1. Number 2, his thoughts on Bradley Beal as a basketball player. Like to get his thoughts. Now, what's he going to say about him? Of course, we can expect it to be really, really good. But there is, speaking of somebody in flattering terms, and then there is speaking of somebody in flattering terms. I want to see what he does. Number 3, Devin Booker as a leader. His thoughts on Devin Booker as a leader and how important and integral that is to the Phoenix Suns going forward. Number 4, does he think that he is a leader as a coach? Is he the leader? Is he a leader, or is he a coach? That's what I want to know. Because leadership, to me, Basinonians, it's got to come from players. Now, of course, a coach innately is the leader. He's the leader of your team because you're going to run his schemes. That's what you're going to do. He's going to play players. He's got the command. He's got the power to actually play players in the combination thereof. He's got it. He is a leader, but he's not the leader. And I want to get his thoughts on that.
My first question will be something along the lines of, how do you plan to generate buy-in, especially as a first-time head coach? Ron Wolfley, would you say Frank Vogel or Mike Budenholzer has succeeded in generating buy-in from the Suns roster the last couple of years?
No.
So how do you bring in an unproven young head coach because if there's no buy-in, there's no chance that anything he wants to institute will ever gain traction.
Which goes to point number 3, my brothers, Devin Booker as a leader. How important is that to Jordan Ott that Devin Booker steps up and leads? Once again, it's time for this. It is time. Devin Booker went into last season saying, what's the one thing you want to get better at, Book? What did he say, Paul? I want to get better as a leader. That's what he cited. Leadership. Okay, so I know how hard it is when you've got a guy like Kevin Durant. Book is always going to defer to Kevin Durant. Why is he always going to defer to Kevin Durant? Because he's a good guy and he's got a modicum of respect. And he extends that respect to KD because of what KD has done in his career. And rightfully so. He's never going to be the de facto leader until KD is no longer in that locker room.
So going back to your first point, what is his relationship with Kevin Durant? How confident is he if Kevin Durant is still a member of the Suns roster, which I think is not probable. But if he is, how would you plan on using him, instituting him? And then the follow-up question is, what's the best way to use Devin Booker as well?
Yes.
Point Book has been a failure. Not necessarily Devin Booker in that role, but for the Suns' level of success, it's not the best way to get the best basketball out of Devin Booker. And if he's not playing his best, your team is not at its best. So these are all pressing questions for the head coach.
For me, Paulie, once again, I think, too, I think I might change the order of that. Does he think he's the leader or the coach? I'm going to ask him that first before I ask him, does it matter if Devin Booker develops as a leader, Paulie? Seriously. Because I think you're going to get a more honest answer from him on the last one that I read. Does he think that he's a leader or a coach? Now, he might say both on that, but to me, I just want to see where his mind goes because I think it's important. Devin Booker has got to become that guy. And, Paulie, honestly, if Devin Booker is not going to be that guy, you might have to move off of Devin Booker as well and call it a complete rebuild, meltdown rebuild. You might, if you don't believe he's going to be, or if Book tells you he's not going to be that guy. Book has got to be that guy. He's your best player. There's nobody. He might be the best player in the history of the franchise. He's got to be that guy, or you're going to have to move off him.
Just over a year ago, Suns were ousted round 1 at Minnesota. They lost 4-0 in that series. I'll never forget there was a press conference. Chris Finch, the head coach of the Minnesota Timberwolves, was asked what was his first step behind landing the head coaching gig. You know what it was?
What?
I asked the players for their permission to coach them hard. That's how he generated buy-in.
Okay, so you know what?
He
on
went
an
to
NFL
Anthony
team,
Edwards.
They don't ask you. That's the difference.
But in the NBA, with $100 and $200 million guaranteed contracts,
you're going to ask them.
You're at the mercy of the players. You need their permission to coach them hard. Guess what? Frank Vogel, Mike Budenholzer never generated that.
Okay, right, Paulie. So, once again, do you think Book would allow himself to be coached hard?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Which is why I love Book, because he would. So, you know what? Because, listen, if Devin Booker is being coached hard, what are you going to do? You're going to sit here and come on to this team and you're not going to allow yourself to be coached hard when Book is allowed to do it? That's what leadership is all about, and why it's so important that Book is that guy, Paul. Or everything unravels. Everything falls apart at that point in time. It's the same reason why BA.
Yep.
What did BA do?
Went after Larry Fitzgerald the first week of camp.
The first week of camp went after Larry Fitzgerald in front of everybody, out on the field, attacked him because he didn't block somebody. Paul, BA knew exactly what he was doing right there. He was sending a message to everyone else that Larry Fitzgerald, even though he went to Pitt, Larry Fitzgerald allowed himself to be coached hard by BA, and it impacted everyone else on the team because of it.
Would you say the Cardinals have reset their culture?
Yes.
The two linchpins in that locker room, Buda Baker on defense, James Conner on offense.
Yes.
And the reason why they've been empowered is because no one works harder than those two guys.
Yep.
So to your point, to come full circle, if those two are your hardest workers and they're your best players on each side of the ball,
bring it.
By the way, I'm also curious how he's going to respond to his connection with Matt Ishbia, because Brian Gregory owned it at his press conference. He said, and I quote, "I'm never going to shy away from the fact that one of the reasons I'm sitting up here is because of my relationship with Matt Ishbia."
Right.
All right, join Wolf at Desert Ridge AMC June 10th, 5 o'clock for a showing of Retirement on the Brink. Head to the contest page on ArizonaSports.com. Sign up, become a VIP, and you'll get complimentary popcorn and drink for the movie. All right, our expectations for the D-backs series, what are they against the Mariners? And Wolf is going to have a chance to analyze and announce 3 high school highlights from Paulie Pencilneck, never seen before. What sort of analysis? I might regret this. I might truly regret this. I'm putting my keister. It's blowing in the wind right now. We'll get to that next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Investing successfully requires full-time focus, strategy, and teamwork, much like baseball. I'm Jeff Jr., CEO of Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team for our hometown baseball manager, Torey Lovello.
Hey, Jeff. Yes, you get it. Baseball isn't just a game. It requires dedication. Every play needs your complete attention. That's how you win. And off the field, I need a team I can trust. A team that understands the importance of focus and strategy.
At Trajan Wealth, we recognize that your focus should be on your passion. Our passion is going above and beyond to help you build a secure financial future.
That's why I choose Trajan Wealth. They understand the dedication required to build a legacy.
We provide peace of mind, allowing you to focus on what matters most. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. 480-990-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you need to hire, you know it takes time. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You simply pick a time and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day.
Try Zip Intro for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro,
Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
Get real testosterone prescribed by real doctors now at Red Mountain. If you're feeling sluggish, lacking energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low testosterone. The solution? Prescription strength testosterone. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, greater focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Have low T? Start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you need to hire, you know it takes time. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You simply pick a time and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day.
Try Zip Intro for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
Hey, it's Gambo. We'll react to how the Diamondbacks fared against the Reds in Cincinnati and tell you who to watch out for in tonight's game against the Mariners. We start at 2 on Arizona Sports.
You know, as Wayne Gretzky, who once said, Wolf, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
Yeah, I see, Paul.
But this might be a shot I regret.
One of the more famous quotes in all of sports, was it not, Basinonians?
So here we are. There I was a few days ago recently, and Buddy sent me a link. It was to a YouTube video. Someone had posted video that you're now looking at, the first still frame here. This is about 30 seconds. There's 3 highlights that have been culled from an entire game. 90% of it was unwatchable. I don't know if the camera guy was having muscle spasms or what.
Okay.
It's a high 8 cam, okay, way back in the day. And you're going to see 3 highlights of Paulie Pencilneck rocking the powder blue and dark blue of the Leland High School Chargers.
You know what's amazing about it? First of all, I'm looking at this still frame, Basinonians, before he actually runs the video. And first of all, the unis look so dirty. It's just nasty. Like, what is that? Is that gray or is that light blue, Paul?
That could be the extremely grainy video, Wolf.
Okay, grainy video, whatever it may be right there. Where are you? Can you point yourself out to me, Paulie?
Right.
It's a 2-back set.
2-back set. I'm on the far back over here. Split backs, and I'm over here right there. And you can see I'm in a 3-point stance.
Okay, he's in a 3-point stance right now, Basinonians. Your 3-point stance is awful. It is absolutely awful.
I haven't even got out of my stance
Look at the guy. That's right. Look at the guy next to you.
Yeah.
How balanced he is in his stance.
That's Bob Thompson.
He could go either way, Paulie. He
Yeah.
could go right. He could go left. He's not tipping where he's going. You literally have all your weight out over your hand.
You know why?
In the 3-point stance, and all that says is, I'm going straight ahead.
We're playing Willow Glen. Willow Glen doesn't know jack. They can't pick that up.
No, Paul, they were all over that.
I've got weight over my front hand because I know I'm getting the ball. Because see, Bobby Thompson got most of the carries.
You're going straight ahead. Okay, so they should have been tipped off by that. That's the worst 3-point stance I've ever seen.
Can I play the video?
Yes.
Okay, because in a moment, you're going to see 168 pounds coming downhill, yo. Okay, here we go. Let me sit here and sit play, and here we go. And tell me if that is working over there. Wolf, I got to get in a different position. How about that?
Popped up out of your, oh my goodness.
How about that? Trap right up the middle.
You popped up out of his stance, got the ball, and went for about 12. That was pretty good right there, but lower your shoulder, Paul. Hit somebody.
I wasn't able to generate any missed tackles force like James Conner.
Right,
Let's put it that way. But we have a chunk run. Okay. Now, Wolf, defensive side of the ball. Here we go. Once again, if you're joining us late, Paulie Pencilneck, 3 never-before-seen high school highlights. I've never seen a single high school highlight. Who knows what happened to the film back in the day? They burned it probably by design.
Okay, point it out before you hit the play button.
Okay.
Where are you, Paul?
Here we go. Robbie Lott. I'm a strong safety over here on the left side. Over here to the strong side.
That, right.
Okay. Number 30, number 1 in your heart. Here we go, and we hit the play button once again.
Got hooked. Paulie, you got hooked right there.
I shoot in and I wrapped him up.
Wait a minute.
Right there.
Wait a minute. Go run that back. There's no way you just did. You pointed to me, obviously, and you were not that player.
I shoot in. Sorry, here we go. I shoot in. Boom. Form tackle, wrap him up, and take him down. Oh, my goodness. Paul got up, and all of a sudden he wasn't even talking. What's the tape around your left thigh for? Our game pants stunk, and my thigh pad was falling down. Okay, here we go. Now we go to special teams, Wolf. At this point in the season, most guys had quit, so basically we had like 25 guys left.
Paulie's been physical on both plays. He's been fit. Oh, look at him go.
How about this?
Now he's got the ball.
Kick off return. Boom!
Oh!
How's that taste, Willow Glenn?
My goodness. Paulie, I see you. Paul Calvisi out there, number 30, wearing the number I actually wore for the St. Louis Rams to finish my NFL career. Paulie, physical plays by Paul Calvisi right there. That was well done by you.
No finishing speed whatsoever. But if you want some, I'll bring it. You want some of this?
I have to tell you, that's right. Paulie, ladies and gentlemen, in high school at least, he was physical. His fundamental, though, your technique was awful. It was. That was not very good. I mean, especially, too, the way you got hooked. The way you got hooked on that and came off that, Paul, later.
3 of my best friends all got college scholarships. I most definitely did not. As they said, well, Paul, if you can't play it, commentate it.
I like I like the fact that Paulie actually had the Johnson tape around his left thigh and only his left thigh, Basinonians. That shows a little swag, too. A little character right there.
Actually, as I look at it, I had so many different pads on. I had like a forearm pad on. I mean, what am I doing? I got to take some weight off. No wonder I wasn't running a 4.5.
Exactly, but when you're undersized at a position, my brothers, can I tell you right now, you want to do everything you can to actually make yourself look bigger than you are. And there are ways you could actually do that. Did you wear, I didn't notice, did you have the horse collar? Did you have that underneath?
No neck roll. No neck roll. No neck roll. Come on, Wolf.
Oh, my goodness. You needed one.
I definitely put the under into undersized, though. I think we can all agree on that. So there you go, Wolf.
Paul, that is well done by you. If I were you, I'd X that out.
Maybe what I'll do.
I'd go ahead and X that out right there. Just in case you're wondering. Yeah, but, Paul, tell me, there's more footage, right? Maybe not so flattering of you as well. Are those the only 3 plays you had?
There are some other like gang tackles that I'm in on, but those are the only 3 where you actually see number 30.
That's what I'm saying. You didn't just pick the ones that made you look good, right?
No, those are the only 3 I'm in now.
Well, then, Paul, you need to go ahead and you need to X that out, bro.
I mean, honestly, I don't know if the camera guy was boozed up or what, or having muscle spasms, because it's all over the place.
Yeah, no,
crazy.
I think it's pretty good, as a matter of fact.
Maybe I'll take it in and I'll do a pregame motivational speech with the Diamondbacks today. Maybe I'll do that before the game.
Honestly would say this, Basin audience, right now. That made Paul look like he played the game.
Wolf, no, you're supposed to rip it, Wolf. You're supposed to bag on it.
No, I'm saying, well, your 3-point stance, absolutely the worst I've ever seen. But, again, not bad the rest of the way.
So there you go.
You seem
now
depressed.
I'm contemplating whether to send it out or not.
That'll be kind of happen.
No, that'll be.
Why would you not do it, Paul?
Because you're making me feel bad.
Go ahead and make it. Laugh at yourself.
Yeah.
It looks a little funny. The only thing I will say, Paul's the same size today as he seems to be when he was in high school. Like, you grew nothing, Paul?
I actually weigh about 12 pounds less than I did in high school right now.
That's what I'm talking about, see? Wow, Paul hit his max in high school, and after that he was done. That's why your testosterone level is so low.
Yeah, well, I wasn't taking HGH like you did at West Virginia, Wolf. You got any?
Peace.
And that'll do it.
That's strike.
It hinges on Kyler Murray, but I think if you're going to rank the Cardinals under the most pressure to be successful this year, Marvin Harrison Jr. is number 2. Now, his success is not all his responsibility.
Right.
It ties into the pressure on the quarterback, but that's what everybody around the league is looking at, in addition to locally.
Without a doubt, it's not just Marvin Harrison Jr., it is his connection with Kyler Murray. They have got to get on a much better page together.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
Monsoons, wild winds, roof destruction, driving rain. Is your roof prepared?
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing. We offer free estimates and up to 12 months, same as cash. Let's get your roof ready before the storm strikes. Remember, there's only one way, the right way.
The right way roofing, we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Friends, it's Pat. I finally did it. Sometimes you just need to get off the grid and get some time to think, like way off. So I hopped into my all-new 2025 4Runner with available iForce Max engine and took off, which is me, the 4Runner and good old Mother Nature. Unfortunately, that's when I realized it was also Taco Tuesday. So I ended up coming back that night. I mean, priorities, right?
Right now, get low 2.99% financing for 72 months on the new 2025 Tundra. Or get 4.75% for 60 months on any new Tacoma. Plus, check out the all-new 6th generation 4Runner, now at your Valley Toyota dealer. Shop anytime at valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 2.99% with $15.19 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. 4.75 with $18.76 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. Offers end 6/30/25. See dealer for details.
Did your AC unit just go kaput and now you need a new one ASAP? Christian Brothers has been servicing the Valley since 1976. They carry Train, Goodman, and Bryant units and offer 18 months interest-free financing with no prepayment penalties. They also can replace most units the same day. So no need to stay in a hotel for days waiting for some other guy to get to you. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535 or go online at cbrothers.com and let's make sure you get the right AC unit at the right price.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car, performance, SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait do you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks hoping to turn their fortunes around after getting swept out of Cincinnati. They're back home for the start of a 3-game series against the Seattle Mariners. Merrill Kelly is the man on the mound tonight. He'll face the young right-hander Emerson Hancock. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage will start at 6, and you can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And then in the Stanley Cup Finals, it's back in the United States after a brief stint north of the border. The Florida Panthers host the Edmonton Oilers in Game 3. Series is tied at 1 game apiece. Puck drop tonight is at 5. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Me too. Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602-BLUE-SKY. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up to the claw. On this Monday afternoon, good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo!
Burnsy, what's going on?
Not much, my friend. How you doing today? We good?
I'm good, yeah.
Okay, good.
Still flying solo for a while. They get back tonight sometime, like around 11 o'clock tonight. So
Doors were not left open. Dogs are okay.
Oh,
Nobody was eaten by a coyote. Your marriage is still intact. These are all of the questions that we went into the weekend needing burning answers to. Is everybody okay? Or are you still married, Gambo?
I am. I am. The dogs are okay.
Okay, good.
The dogs are okay. Mr. Fred is the love of Chelsea's life, so Mr. Fred has to be taken care of. So, the craziest story is last week I left the house, and when I came home, the front door was wide open. And the dogs were in the house, and I came in. I didn't know. I thought somebody broke in the house. I texted Chelsea because we have cameras inside, outside, everywhere around our house. She checked the cameras. She's like, the dogs were in and out all day. The wind blew the door open. You're an idiot. I'm probably going to kill you. And I think that was basically the gist of it.
It was basically, but
the dogs were in and out all day. Like we have so many coyotes.
And you live in
area.
Ahwatukee. Like I live in Gilbert. We don't have coyotes in Gilbert. In Ahwatukee, you have coyotes. And
coyotes that go in my backyard because my wife leaves carrots out for the rabbits, so they like to come and eat the coyotes come into the yard.
Well, good. I'm glad to hear that Mr. Fred's okay, that you're okay, that your marriage is in a good spot, and we can go into the weekend. Well, we're going to the week, I should say, with a nice, clean, clear slate, so that we can talk about what happened to our baseball team. Because that was hideous. Let's weigh in on our top story of the day here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
What good is sweeping the Atlanta Braves going to do if you're going to get swept by the Cincinnati Reds? An awful weekend of Diamondbacks baseball. They lose all 3 in a weird, disjointed, rain-soaked 3-game series in which the starting pitching wasn't that great, the offense wasn't that great. Gambo, I'm telling you right now, that 24-hour stretch from the minute we found that Corbin Burns was out for the season with the Tommy John surgery through the end of the second game on Saturday when they completed the first one and played the second one is one of the worst 24-hour stretches of time I can remember in recent memory for the What happened What happened yesterday was like extra. I'm just talking about that 24. We found out about Corbin Burns about 2:10 in the afternoon on Friday. From 2:10 on Friday to 2:10 on Saturday, man, it all just fell apart for the Diamondbacks in every way it possibly could. It was terrible to watch at times.
It was. I mean, the tough part is Friday. You're in a torrential downpour. Like it's a torrential downpour. End the game after 5.
End the game.
Diamondbacks win. No suspended game. But no. They had to get the Reds one more at bat. They had to give him the 6th inning while it's raining cats and dogs.
I know.
Cats and dogs. And an Encarnacion Strand, who killed the Diamondbacks, by the way, all weekend. Just killed the Diamondbacks. Guy batting like 197, and we couldn't get him out. He ends up tying the game. And then they pull the tarps out, and you're sitting like, you guys could have done this 20 minutes ago?
It was, again,
like you couldn't have?
Seriously, it was so frustrating. And like, I was here at the station. You were home. We were on standby. We knew that if rain came in, we'd come back on. And I'm watching that game thinking, guys, you played 5. It's an official game. Pull it. It's done. It's over. It's and if you can't play it, just but you're right. I think they held on because the Reds were losing and and it just set this chain of motion of where it's, and then you lose the next, if you lose the completed game, you get your teeth kicked in on Saturday. I mean, Ryan Nelson just did not last long and did not look good, and Kendall Graveman is not long for high leverage situations in the bullpen. Then you go into Sunday and you're thinking, and I'm rationalizing this, and I'm sure you are too. I'm thinking to myself, okay, get a win here on Sunday, and it's a 4-2 road trip, and you've averted a little bit of disaster. And Zach Gallen was fine. The Diamondbacks offense was not, pardon me. He gave up too many home runs, still walked too many guys, and you get swept, and it just kind of leaves you back to that same, okay, where is this all going kind of feeling, right? Like, where are we headed with this season? Nobody seems to know right now.
Well, you felt so good when you swept the Braves that you were finally heading north, right? Finally starting to move up in the standings. And then what do? You follow it up by getting swept by the Reds. And look, in the end, we know this isn't going to cut mustard. I mean, this isn't going to get it done. This win one, lose, win one, lose one, win two, lose two. I mean, you're going to be a 500 baseball team. You're not going to go anywhere. Burns being out is look, you probably should have won 2 of the 3 of those games, to be honest with you. Just the offense was terrible.
Yeah.
Ryan Nelson was terrible. Erod was good. Zach Gallen, for the most part, was good. We had some bullpen issues, but to me, it's just a lack of offense. That entire series against the Reds just really came back to what they scored 6 runs in the entire 3 games.
The entire series, Gambo.
6 runs, 18 hits
in one of the most home run friendly parks, one of the most offensive friendly parks in all of Major League Baseball. They scored 6 runs, and I think you're right. I think that's ultimately the takeaway of this weekend series for the Diamondbacks is Zach Gallen. He was okay. He 7 innings. Gave up the 4 runs. We'll remember the long balls and remember the walks, but I think when you go 7 and you give up 4 in that bandbox, I think you're giving your team a chance to win a baseball game. The story to me is if you're going to survive this Corbin Burns less streak that you have here for the rest of the season, knowing that he's done, you need your offense to be prolific almost every single night. I was talking with Steve Zinsmeister about this when I was walking out the door on Friday. That suddenly, I think, becomes kind of the hope of the Diamondbacks. You hope the starting pitching turns around. You hope Zach Gallen can do better, and you hope Ryan Nelson can kind of fill the void left by Corbin Burns, and Erod can step up. But mostly, you're talking about an offense that's one of the best in Major League Baseball, has been one of the best in Major League Baseball both last season and this season. Now more than ever, you got to score runs. You got to score runs to give yourself margin for error, to give your bullpen a little bit of runway, to give your starting rotation a level of comfort. I mean, Zach Gallen, for the most part, pitched his butt off that day, but with no run support, what can you do in a weekend series like that?
1 for 11 with runners in scoring position.
Yeah.
You only hit the Corbin Carroll RBI single on Sunday. Now you've also got a bunch of guys that are banged up. Corbin had to miss 2 games. Mena, who I like, is now on the injured list with that shoulder. Marino got banged up. I mean, the umpire had to be taken out of one of those games. He had they went with a 3-man crew because the umpire got hurt.
Yeah.
So you're a banged up baseball team. You don't have Corbin Burns. Your offense was non-existent. 1 for 11 with runners in scoring position. 6 runs on 18 hits in 28 innings, by the way, because they played a 10-inning game. 28 innings. And then, the other thing, and I don't even know the answer to this, but I would guess the pitching staff of the Arizona Diamondbacks has to be among the leaders in the amount of walks that they give up. They would have to be, right? I would just think. Gallen walked a bunch more. Ryan Nelson. How uncharacteristic was he? Walked 3 batters in the first inning.
Yeah, it was bad. Yeah, it was. Let me see if I can find the answer to your question.
Yeah, I would just think. J-Mart walked like 4 the other night. Gallen's had a walking problem all year long. I would just think that they've got to be, right up there with the amount of walks they've given up to other teams. And sorry to throw that on you. I didn't mean for you to look it up, but it's just, I mean, Erod was okay. He didn't walk anybody, but they seem to. Gallen has walked a lot. I know the bullpen's walked a lot. Merrill Kelly doesn't walk anybody. That may save them a little bit. He doesn't seem to walk that many. But Gallen, I think he still had 3 or 4 walks in that game, and they end up losing that series. And now when you look at the standings, they're 31-34. They're 6 games out of a wild card, with 4 teams in front of them to get in there.
Yeah, I looked it up for you. They are walks per 9. The Arizona Diamondbacks are 20th in Major League Baseball.
Oh, wow.
So they're in the
teams that are worse than them.
They're in the bottom third, but they're 20th. The Dodgers are worse than them. The Mets are worse than them.
It just seems like the Diamondbacks have just walked so many batters.
It does. It was a disheartening weekend. And look, I don't want to blame it all on not them or what they didn't do or external factors. The whole weekend just got off to a funky start with that suspended game on Friday night. Torey Lovullo was so angry. He was so pissed after that
But
game.
he should have been, right? I mean, there's no way they should have been playing baseball with that torrential downpour coming on. They should have called that after 5.
And we joke all the time, like how I can look at like a Doppler radar and kind of figure out, okay, Lauren and I were watching it the whole night. And you could see this big, giant orange and red blob headed to Cincinnati. We all knew it was coming. I mean, it wasn't that hard to figure out that there was this giant torrential rainstorm that was coming. And probably sometime around 5:30, they were going to have to shut that game down. And the fact that they still played a half hour, it just set in motion what was just a lost weekend for them. And again, it's still their fault. They're still responsible for it. But the whole thing just got off to a really bad start with the umpire's decision to keep playing that game, because then you did the slipped pitch that got Moreno in the hand, and it was a mess. It really was. And the whole thing could have been avoided if they just called the game after 5. It was bad.
Right,
it was bad
but
game.
they didn't, and then you had to play it back the next day. And then even the next day, right, you're like, okay, you get to the 10th inning, and they can't score. They got a runner on second, and they can't score. Nobody out. Runner on second, can't score. And then Ryan Thompson gives up a base hit on, tell me if I'm wrong here. Is Alec Thomas getting terrible reads on balls hit by line drives?
He certainly doesn't look like the same guy that he's been in his past. No,
the path he took to that ball. Now listen, you've got to catch it, because if it drops, the game's over. And it seems like he just didn't get a good read. Like he's not getting it. He's not to me. And I think he is an excellent defensive player. I don't think he's getting a good read on the ball off the bat right now. I don't think, it could have been clouds in the sky or whatever it was, but it seemed on that one he didn't take a direct route to the ball.
No, it was,
and it ended up dropping in there, and a run scores, and you lose the game.
Totally agree. That was a very unusual. And then later in the next game, he made a fantastic play, a diving play near the warning track, which was great. But he has not been the same Alec Thomas this year. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, it's something we talked about last week. The Spurs, a team to watch in the Kevin Durant trade talks. How closely are we watching them now? Because we'll tell you the latest on this one next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with Dbacks manager Torey Lovullo. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
All right, back here for V's Barbershop and all of their locations across town, including a couple of new locations that you need to know about. You also need to know about how it's just a completely different and unique experience when you go to V's. Now, rest assured, okay, it's not that different. It's still a great haircut, and it's still the best barbers in town. You will always get that no matter what V's that you go to, and that is absolutely assured. But I'll tell you what also it is at V's. It's old-fashioned. It's throwback. It's this old-school vibe. It's little moms and dads taking their kids in there for their first big boy haircut. I used to do that with my boy when he was 3 or 4 years old, and then he went and got married 25 years later, and we took him in there to get his haircut and a hot lather shave before the big day. It was this weird, cool, awesome full-circle moment, and it was all thanks to V's and the memories that they have there. I mentioned new locations. They've got a new location right now, V's Barbershop, Cadence Eastmark, right off of Ray Road near Ellsworth. So no matter what location you're going to, walk in today or book online at vbarbershop.com.
The Arizona heat can be dangerous, and you can help save lives. Text WATER to 620-620 for the UPS Store water drop-off locations, or donate today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive, presented by the UPS Store. Message and data rates may apply.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
one great experience.
At Shane Company, we know getting engaged is a big decision. But once you know, you know. That's the way our customers feel when they choose a Shane Company engagement ring. They walk into a warm welcome and walk out with their dream ring, knowing they got it right. For almost 100 years, we've been offering personalized shopping experiences. And we're in it way past the honeymoon, with a free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, cleanings, repairs, and resizing for life. Shop with us at shaneco.com or at your neighborhood store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, Ron Wolfley from my brothers over at DISC, Desert Institute for Spine Care. As a football player that suffered a lot of damage, Dr. Chris at DISC has helped me in the past, and I give them my highest recommendation if you're battling spine or back issues. DISC treats all patients, from the professional athlete and the weekend sports enthusiast to those just trying to get back to their normal life. DISC is the preferred orthopedic spine surgeon for professional sports teams and athletes because of their least invasive procedures and their reputation for results. People from all over the world come to DISC for their treatment. DISC's catchphrase is "enjoy life again" or "get back to living." Wouldn't that be nice? DISC website is www.sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900 to schedule an appointment today. Go to DISC, Desert Institute for Spine Care.
Southwest Gas, proudly fueling over 1 million homes and businesses across Arizona with safe and reliable natural gas service. Hi, it's Vince Murata. Natural gas not only supports lifestyle, it supports economic development. Many large-scale businesses that have expanded operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support their business and production. Choosing Southwest Gas means choosing an energy provider committed to trust and excellence. Learn how Southwest Gas is supporting growth in our communities and making a positive impact for future generations at swgas.com.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Arizona Sports.
Devin Booker, the Suns franchise cornerstone, was involved late in this process for the hire, and I'm told Jordan Ott was his top choice.
Suns. A new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Burns and Gambo.
Tomorrow at 3 o'clock, we will hear from new Phoenix Suns head coach Jordan Ott. Press conference live. We'll carry it here on Arizona Sports. And then shortly thereafter, somewhere in the 4 o'clock hour, we're thinking about 4:30, we'll have Jordan Ott on our show one-on-one to talk to the new Suns head coach about the gig, his expectations, his challenges, things like that. But as we've talked, Gambo, attention has quickly, very, very quickly turned, and maybe not even turned, it's kind of turned back to Kevin Durant and what the future is going to hold there as we are, 1 week closer to resolution on this. The NBA draft is, 2 weeks from this Wednesday. You've said all along you expect this to get done in and around the draft, and I would imagine there's been nothing over the weekend that's changed your mind on that, right?
No, I'm convinced they're going to trade Kevin Durant. I'm convinced of it, and I'm also convinced that there's going to be a lot of interest. And that the discussions are starting now because they had not started before the coach was hired. I know that. So last week we had said the report out of Houston from whoever that was saying, oh, the price is coming down. Price isn't coming down. There's going to be plenty of teams that are interested in Kevin Durant. They had not had discussions with teams since February about Durant because the first order of business was hiring a general manager and then hiring a coach. And now hiring a coaching staff, but they are turning their attention to trade Kevin Durant right now. Yes, I fully expect, as I've reported several times, I think he will be traded by the day of the draft. It might be before that, but it'll be by the draft. He'll be gone.
The teams that we've talked about are, the Rockets and the Knicks and the Timberwolves, and there are certainly others. Those are kind of the ones that come top to mind. But the one that has gotten a lot of traction in the last, there have been two that have gotten some traction in the last 24 to 48 hours. There's been some talk of Toronto, and we'll get to that in a minute. The other one is the San Antonio Spurs, which is something that you had mentioned last week as you had been hearing that there's a belief internally that may be where he wants to go, is San Antonio. And I know you spent some time on social media over the weekend. Kevin Durant really hasn't been shooting the idea of Toronto down, and we all know Kevin Durant is someone who's not afraid to shoot things down on Twitter if he feels the need to do so.
I've had a lot of discussions with Kevin Durant, and sometimes if he thinks I'm wrong or something and wants to discuss something, we've discussed it. I've had no issues. I feel like I have a good relationship with Kevin Durant. I like Kevin Durant. I do. I told you I don't wish him ill will at all. I hope he does well. But I did notice that after that came out, my information that someone close to Durant had said that he has a lot of interest in the Spurs. I mean, look, I decided, let me just, Kevin Durant did not reply. He usually will reply to stuff like that. And you know this, and say something. Hasn't replied once. But, Kevin Durant replied to somebody an hour ago. And then if you go back a couple of days. Kevin Durant isn't the player he used to be. He's like, what did I used to be? That was so different. I'm like, okay. Speaking facts, Kevin Durant, I get it. Life was better when you had no responsibility. Like, he always responds. June 6th, June 7th, June 8th, today. He always, June 5th. Somebody said, why do you not interact with people that support you? What are we going to talk about? How great I am? My most memorable moments? Who guards me the best? I don't want to talk about that. He loves to talk about any negative narratives. He does. I went through his timeline to see if he would take what I said and say something like this, and he didn't. Yeah. And he didn't. So, I mean, to me, that's a little bit of a signal that I'm not off base here. Someone close to Durant, he mentioned the Spurs to that person. Yeah. He mentioned the Spurs. I believe that Kevin Durant is interested in the Spurs. That doesn't mean he's going to get traded there. I'm just saying I believe he has interest in the Spurs.
That might be a team on his list, right? No, I understand what you're saying, and you're not the only one who feels that way. I'm going to play this cut from Bill Simmons from the BS podcast, and he specifically said, please don't aggregate this. I think he was kind of going more off of a hunch or a feeling, but he kind of said something similar.
I wouldn't be surprised if KD to the Spurs is done already. And they just haven't announced it. It's basically they've agreed on specifics, and they'll just announce it the week of the draft. Don't aggregate that. I have no inside info. It just feels goes back to the honest thing. I think they're just going to trade for KD, and it'll cost a lot less. They'll be able to be really competitive and maybe even go a couple rounds in the playoffs. But they're also going to keep the number 2 pick and do it that way. Would be my prediction.
Now, as he says, he's not reporting it. He doesn't have sources, not anything like that. In listening to it, it feels, Gambo, more like a feeling, a hunch, a little voice inside of his head, a kind of reading the landscape and figuring where things might end up. Whether it's done or not, I don't know. I tend to doubt it.
It's not.
Okay, but so it's not. It's not. There's nothing to that part of it.
There is no deal that's done between the Suns and the Spurs, the Suns and anybody. There's no deal that's done. There's no deal that's agreed to. I like the Spurs roster. I like the Rockets roster. So I think you could get something very good from the Spurs. So I do think that the Spurs are a team that Kevin Durant would go to, so I don't think you'd have an issue there. I don't think Kevin Durant would be like, oh, I don't want to go there. I do think he would go to the San Antonio Spurs, and I think they've got enough on their roster to make you intrigued by what they can offer. But is a deal done? Absolutely not.
Okay.
Absolutely. Yeah. There's no deal done at all.
But again, I want to add a fairness to Bill, and I don't know Bill, but out of fairness to Bill, I want to reiterate he was not reporting that a deal was done. I think he was just speaking more like a gut instinct, kind of a feel like this could be where he ends up. This should be where he ends up. Because you're right. There's a lot of, kind of like the Rockets roster, there's a lot of ways to match things up, both in terms of salaries, in terms of young players, in terms of draft assets. The Spurs, maybe they don't have quite the treasure trove that the Houston Rockets do, but they do have a nice collection of draft assets. They do have an interesting collection of young players. They certainly are poised to take a leap if they were to acquire Kevin Durant, which might be what they'd be looking to do. If he wants to go there, now you start seeing some of the boxes get checked for a potential Kevin Durant to San Antonio trade, potentially.
I had spoken with a former player who said to me, if they got Kevin Durant, Wemby, Fox, and they're able to hang on to Castle, oh my God. He's like they can beat anybody. Like they could beat anybody. So he's like, that's a team that not only gets to the playoffs, but advances in the playoffs. So there is a feeling that if you add, look, they'd have a lot of young stars. Fox is still young, Wemby's still young, Castle's still young, and you'd add the one veteran guy in Kevin Durant that can get you a bucket anytime, anywhere. There's a feeling that they would be an extremely dangerous team come playoff time. That can be just about anybody. So maybe the Spurs are looking to make that leap. Maybe, hey, listen, let's go for it. Let's give it a shot.
Perhaps. And then it turns into a question of you're not going to get the number 2 pick out of San Antonio for Kevin Durant. Could you get number 14? Could you'd have to throw in filler to make the salaries work. So you're talking about Harrison Barnes and probably others. But could you get Devin Vassell out of them? Could you get some of their other, Sohan or some of their other young players out of them in a deal? I mean, it's not.
You'd have to come back with 2 rotation players plus picks. So 2 players that are in your rotation plus picks. Look, if I'm the Suns, I ask for number 2. I ask for it. I ask for Castle. Give me one or the other. Give me one or the other.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you, if they came away with one of those 2, if they came away with Castle or the number 2 pick, they go to San Antonio and say, listen, either the 2 or Castle, and we can get a deal done around some of these other pieces. Then you're going to be like, okay, that's a win. That's a win.
Gambo, if they did that, lunch on me for the entire Burns and Gambo show. I don't think they're going to come away with either of those assets, but that's just me. I don't think they can do that. They'll ask. They'll ask. I mean, it never hurts to ask. Who knows?
Nope.
She might say yes, and she might go out on a date with you. It never ever hurts to ask. But I don't think they would budge at that 14.
Yeah, they probably won't.
But you might as well ask and see what you could do.
Right, but can you get Sokan? Can you get the 14th pick? Can you get their roster's good. They got a lot of good young players. So to them, Houston, I just, like I said, I think that there are going to be more teams interested in Durant than what people believe. I think there will be a lot of teams that are interested in trading for him.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, it was a real downer on Friday to get the official word of Corbin Burns. We know his fate for the season. What about next season? And what about, maybe most importantly, the season after that? We got a lot to talk about with this, and we will do it next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Bickley and Morana mornings.
The Suns have to be aware of the gravity of the situation that they're in. All they got to do is find a franchise-changing player at number 29 and average 25 points a game.
But it's laughable, but it does happen every now and again. What this franchise needs is a break of great luck in the form of picking a player who comes to the NBA and is just one of those dudes who's built for this.
Come on, basketball gods.
What have we ever done to anchor you to this level?
What have we?
What have we done to deserve this?
Bickley and Morana, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, back here to tell you about the attorneys at Berg Simpson and the promise that if we were ever in the same situation that we were in a number of years ago, we would handle it very, very differently, and we would call the attorneys at Berg Simpson and the Berg Simpson law firm. We made a mistake in not doing it. My wife and I years ago got T-boned by a driver in Gilbert. Wasn't our fault, and I think we thought because it wasn't our fault that everything was just going to come easy to us, that everything was going to be handed on a silver platter. And I'm laughing because in retrospect, it seems kind of naive and dumb. Everything was hard. Everything was difficult, whether it was dealing with the insurance companies, whether it was getting our cars fixed, getting our bodies fixed. And when the process was finally done, we realized that we should have asked for help. We should have reached out, which is why, and I hope we're not, and I hope you're never in the same situation. But if you are, or if we are, we're calling Berg Simpson to have them on our side. They are absolutely the best team that you could hire. Do the research. You'll find that out. 602-777-7000 is the number. 602-777-7000, or visit them at bergsimpson.com. Berg Simpson, good lawyers, changing lives.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys. And I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month. But what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO. Hey, it's no secret that if your AC isn't working, it can turn your car into an oven on wheels. But fear not, AMCO's here to help rescue you from the heat. Tell us more, you say? Well, at AMCO, our certified techs are experts in diagnosing and fixing AC issues. Whether it's a refrigerant leak, a compressor failure, or just needs a simple recharge, we've got you covered. So here's what sets AMCO apart from the rest when it comes to AC repair. Not only do we have a free AC check, we have an online coupon for $25 off our comprehensive inspection of the entire AC system. Plus, with our transparent pricing and warranty options, you can trust that you're getting the best service for the best price. Now that's what I call a cool deal. So don't sweat it this summer. So Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Diamondbacks hoping to turn their fortunes around after they got swept out of Cincinnati. They're back home for the start of a 3-game series against the Seattle Mariners. Merrill Kelly is the man on the mound tonight. He'll face the young righty Emerson Hancock. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6 here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And the Stanley Cup Finals returns to the United States. The Florida Panthers host the Edmonton Oilers in Game 3. Series is tied at a game apiece. Puck drop is at 5. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. Will Merrill Kelly stop the bleeding and lead the D-backs to a win over the Mariners? We'll be talking D-backs Mariners tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
As we talked about on Friday, we were live on the air when it came down, Gambo. The Corbin Burns news, while maybe expected at some level that he was going to be out for the season, and it probably, frankly, was expected at some level he was going to be out. To hear it, it was officially, a kick. It was a punch to the gut. It was awful. And you were coming off of a series sweep against Atlanta, which kind of led you to, okay, maybe everything's going to be all right. They swept Atlanta, and they're going to get back in this thing, and they're going to be okay. Then they turned around and got swept by Cincinnati over the weekend, and we're kind of right back to where we started. Like, where is this team going? How good are they? And how long are they going to be without Corbin Burns? We know it's going to be for the duration of this year. We know it's going to bleed into next season. There is, we said it on Friday, All-Star break next year is probably the best case scenario right now?
Yeah, there's a chance he misses all of the season. And
Next
it's
year.
no longer next year. Misses all of next year.
Yeah.
It's no longer a 12-month injury. It used to be a 12-month injury, but our good friend Daniel Hudson kind of screwed that whole thing up because he tried to come back in 11 months and he
Way to
retore
go,
it.
Huddy. Way to go.
It's all Huddy's fault. And so now they used him as the guinea pig because Daniel Hudson tried to come back at a year, right around 11.5 mark. And then he was pitching in a Double-A game, and he blew out his elbow again at that Tommy John surgery again a second time. So since that, a couple other guys have struggled coming back in a year. They've made the determination that it's just not worth it. You've got to give it 3 extra months. So now it's always longer than 12 months now.
Yeah.
You're probably talking about 15 months. Well, 15 months means that take it from now. 15 months, we're in September of next year. He's going to miss the whole season next year if this is – what a lot of people believe it will be is a 15-month recovery.
This is where things get into a real messy Pandora's box of what ifs. And I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I know the answers to this. And if you've got any insight, of course, it's going to be welcomed here. Gambo, there is a chance. I don't know how great of a chance, but there is a chance we've seen the last of Corbin Burns pitching for the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Yeah, I hope not. I always feel like, they paid you a lot of money and they stepped up and you wanted to be here and you loved living here and you wanted to be close to home and you wanted spring training here. You said all the right things and they still have a tremendous financial commitment. I would think that you almost owe it to them, to the Diamondbacks, to fulfill the contract. Now, it's within your right and you've got an agent that, that cares about money, maybe above all else. So we'll see how that plays out. But you had an interesting point, when we had email discussions earlier. It's like, what is his value if he doesn't pitch at all? What's his value if he misses all of this year and then the rest of next year? A guy coming back from Tommy John surgery at 32 years old?
32 years old at the time, yeah, and scheduled to make 4 years and I think $140 million left on the deal.
So 4 years, 140. I get bored. I mean, are you going to leave for 4 years and 150?
Are you going to can you get better than that? Would you want to leave for better than that? Would a team offer you that? Do you? I mean, and again, this is where we get into Pandora's box. The vast majority of the assumptions that I saw on Twitter in the aftermath and all weekend long was it's just an automatic no-brainer he's going to opt in. And for those who are unfamiliar, he can opt out after the end of next year. So he can opt out after 2. If he opts in, he's locked in for 4 more. So that's where maybe he's pitched his last inning for the Diamondbacks comes in. And again, I don't know. We're just kind of spitballing here and throwing some ideas around. If he's scheduled to earn 4 years and $140 million beyond that, can he get better? I don't know. And then the other question is, what is the state of the team that he'd be choosing to stay with? Who's pitching? Where is Zach Gallen pitching a year from now? Where is Merrill Kelly pitching a year from now?
Here. Merrill Kelly's pitching here. I don't think they have a choice.
So you got to bring him back?
I think they have to. You want 2 years? We'll give you 2 years. I think they have to. Like, you can't lose Burns and Gallen for next year and then lose Kelly too. You can't. You have to keep Kelly.
It would seem that the leverage pendulum just swung way onto Merrill.
What do you
Kelly's
want?
side
You want
on
2 years
one,
and
right?
how much you want? 2 years and $30 million? You got it. What do you want?
We need stability. We need certainty. We need guys we can trust. We need guys that we can believe in. And dude, that is you. And I'm not saying that's not Zach Gallen either, but Zach's going to make a lot more money than Merrill Kelly is potentially a year from now, even though he's not performing very well this season. And so that also weighs into this a little bit. What's the state of the team? Are they competitive? Can they continue to invest? How much money do they have to spend? And does Corbin Burns want to be back on a team where who knows what the makeup of the roster is going to look like a year and a half from now? I don't know what the makeup of the roster is going to look like a half a year from right now. I can't project a year and a half from right now, but it all just kind of adds up to this. Would he opt in? Would he opt out kind of question that, frankly, we're not going to know the answer to until September of 2026, October of 2026, whether he would choose to want to stay here. And that just takes, I mean, the Diamondbacks' future is kind of murky enough as it is with Zach and Merrill. It just makes it even murkier when you've got this awful timed up contract opt-out that goes hand in hand with this injury. This makes it really hard to predict, Gambo.
It does. Now, Mike Hazen's done a good job in the past of figuring out how to, get guys to just, get you through. But, I mean, if you Burns, Gallen, and Kelly were your 1, 2, 3. If Burns doesn't pitch next year, Gallen goes sign somewhere else, and you lose Merrill Kelly over $10 million, you're screwed.
Yeah.
I think Mike Hazen's great at what he does. You're screwed. Because and the reason why is okay. You still have Burns' salary. You get off of Kelly's salary, he doesn't make that much.
No.
And you get off of Gallen, and he doesn't make that much. So because he hasn't hit free agency yet. So I think that they have to, at the very least, make sure to bring back Merrill Kelly.
Yeah, and even then, it's still, I mean, the beauty of signing Corbin Burns to the contract that they did was that they were giving themselves insurance on Zach Gallen leaving and insurance on Merrill Kelly leaving, and they were setting themselves up for, hey, at least we'd have a rotation centered around Corbin Burns with Brandon Pfaadt as the 2 and Ryan Nelson as the number 3, and now that all got blown out the window. So I my gut would tell me that he would opt in to the contract, that he would choose to stay partially out of the loyalty that you speak of, partially because nothing's changed. Arizona is still home, partially because I think Mike Hazen and Ken Kendrick are committed to doing everything they can to field a winner out there, even if they trade some assets at the trade deadline this year. I think their level of commitment has been pretty clear over the last 4 or 5 years or so. I would hope all of that would make him feel like he could stay. And then there's the total other side of this equation is, do you want him to opt out so you can kind of financially hit the reset button a little bit 2 years from now? I mean, do you, and that's something, I swear to God, I just saw that driving in today. Like, there was part of me like, man, is there even a part of you that kind of hopes he opts out? So that,
no.
I mean, I don't think so, but you also, we know that the Diamondbacks have not had the best of luck when it comes to expensive free agent pitchers, right? I mean, that's something we're going to get into a little bit later, but they haven't had the best of luck when it comes to that.
But he's been great. So he's different, I think, than some of those other
He's been
guys.
fantastic. No, you just ran into bad luck with the Tommy John.
Into bad luck.
I'm not saying, like, pitching-wise he deserves to be compared to the Madison Bumgarners. He doesn't. He's been way, way better than those guys. You just... it's a very expensive bill that you're going to have to pay on Corbin Burns, and what you were hoping to do was really cash in on those first couple of years when you still had Zach and I don't know, Gambo. It's a Rubik's Cube. It really, I was thinking about it all weekend. Like, what do you do about this if you're Corbin Burns? What do you do about this if you're the Arizona Diamondbacks? Are you buyers? Are you sellers? Can you afford it? Like, all of it. It's kind of a mess when you think about it.
Well, if he doesn't pitch next year, if he doesn't come back next year, we're talking about 22 months from now, we'll see Corbin Burns pitch again. It sucks. It sucks. It does. I don't know, look, you hope for the best, but it's going to be longer than 12 months, which means, again, like, you hope you get him back at the All-Star break next year. So that would be 13 months. It would be a 13-month recovery. Get him back after the All-Star break. That's your best case scenario, I think. I don't think there's any scenario where he comes back earlier than the All-Star break. I don't think there's any scenario.
Join us for another Arizona Sports Half-Day Club this Wednesday as the Diamondbacks take on the Seattle Mariners. Text the word half to 620-620. We're going to send you a link to grab lower-level tickets for just $9.87. Again, text the word half to 620-620. By the way, we just got word from the Arizona Diamondbacks following roster move just went down. Kendall Graveman, relief pitcher, was put on the 15-day injured list, retroactive to this past weekend, and they recalled Christian Montes de Oca, who was one of the few highlights this weekend against the Reds with the way he pitched. He was like an emergency 27th guy on the roster because of the doubleheader and the rainout, so they had to send him back. They've now recalled him because they put Graveman on the IL. So Montes de Oca is now on the roster again.
Graveman gave up the grand slam, right?
Yes.
Was it a neck injury from snapping his neck back to see how that ball let like the grand slam?
It was. I'm
just curious as to what the injury was.
It was a hip. It was not a neck. It was a hip injury.
I thought it might have been whiplash.
Well,
whiplash from just snapping that head around to see the grand slam.
The hip bone's connected to the thigh bone. The thigh bone's connected
to the neck bone. They all connect at some point.
They all connect at some point. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, we turn our attention back to the Phoenix Suns. Jordan Ott has been hired. He needs to put together a coaching staff. Reportedly, who is he looking at? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
OTA's over. Cardinals minicamp has begun. Arizona Sports is live from Cardinals HQ for minicamp. Talking with players and coaches.
Hi, this is Paris Johnson. This is linebacker Matt Wilson Sr. This is Darius Robinson.
And bringing it to you on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com. Cardinals minicamp coverage brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you need to hire, you know it takes time. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You simply pick a time and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day.
Try Zip Intro for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Chime. You like going out? I do too. I go to a lot of concerts and obviously even more sporting events. Why not build up your credit when you're out with the Chime Secured Credit Builder Visa Credit Card? You can build credit with money you were already going to spend anyway, and you can avoid interest. Makes a lot of sense, so learn more at Chime.com because improved credit opens a lot of doors. Makes it easier to get a loan if you ever need one, and you get better deals on big purchases like cars and houses. That's why the Chime Credit Builder Secured Visa Credit Card is worth checking out. No annual fees, interest, or credit checks. Use it everywhere Visa credit cards are accepted. Make everyday purchases count with Chime's Secured Credit Builder Visa Credit Card. Get started today at Chime.com. Chime. Feels like progress. Chime is a financial technology company, not a bank. Banking services provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A., members FDIC. The Chime Credit Builder Visa Credit Card is issued by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Chime checking account required to apply. On-time payment history may have a positive impact on your credit score. Results may vary. Out-of-network ATM withdrawal and OTC advance fees may apply. Spot me eligibility requirements and overdraft limits apply. Timing depends on submission of payment file. Fees apply at out-of-network ATMs.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial #Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll, presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, hanging out here on this Monday afternoon. Thank you for hanging out with us on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports. You can hear us in your car at arizonasports.com, the Arizona Sports app, through your smart speakers. You can also watch us at arizonasports.com, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. There has never been, Gambo, a better time with more options to take in the Burns and Gambo show than right now here on Arizona Sports.
I've heard that.
Yes.
I've heard that.
It's all over the place.
Yes.
Including you doing video from your lovely office back there at home.
Yes. Had a little bit of a stomach flu today, so I didn't want to come in and get anybody sick.
Brother, we appreciate that.
Hopefully just a 24-hour thing.
We appreciate that. Lauren is here. I know she appreciates that as well. Say hi to the YouTube crowd. There's Lauren.
Hi, YouTube crowd.
There you go. She's waving now. You got a poll question for us, Lauren? What are we asking the folks today? What we got?
I do have a poll question for you guys, which is, where do you predict Kevin Durant is traded to this offseason?
It's good.
Yeah, we're getting down and dirty today.
Yeah.
Is it the Rockets, the Spurs, the Knicks, or the Timberwolves?
Prediction. So not where do I want, where do I think?
No, where do you think?
Put me down for the New York Knickerbockers. I don't know why. Just a little voice in my head. Send me the Knicks.
I like that voice.
I'm going to go Spurs. It's the newest, latest. I'm going to go Spurs.
Flavor of the week kind of thing?
It's the new hot thing.
Yeah. It's the new hot. It's the dance sensation sweeping the nation. It's the San Antonio Spurs.
You're a trendsetter, Gambo. You're going with that.
You are a trendsetter, Gambo.
Mm-hmm.
You are.
56% of our audience is going with Gambo with the Spurs there. 21% going with the Houston Rockets. 15% going with you, Burnsy, and the Knicks. And 8% going with Minnesota Timberwolves.
2 weeks, or probably about 2 weeks away from the resolution of this, he's going to get traded. It's going to happen. It was, and maybe the most revealing conversation that we had about all of this was Gambo's news last week that some of the coaching candidates were asked questions about how would you rehabilitate Bradley Beal? How would you fix Bradley Beal? They were not asked any questions about how would you use Kevin Durant, which I think is kind of a little bit of a tell, right? A little bit of a, okay, I see what you're doing over there. Right. Asking about Bradley Beal, you're not asking about Kevin Durant, so that's interesting. Poll question can be found on our X page, at Burns and Gambo. One word is where that is at on social media. In the meantime, tomorrow, we will get to know Jordan Ott, and we'll hear what he has to say. I'm looking forward to his press conference coming up at 3, and I'm looking forward even more to having him on our show at 4:30, and just to have a good open conversation with him, not so much about the Michigan State thing, although I know it's going to come up, but just about him, his philosophy, what makes him the right choice, his relationship with Devin Booker, his conversations with Devin Booker, and how that all went down. I'm really looking forward to talking to him just to see what the Suns have found in Jordan Ott, and we'll learn a lot more tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. And, the coaching staff, trying to get that figured out, that's a priority right now is, he looks to try to finalize it, 1 through 6. How much say is he going to have in that coaching staff? How much say is the organization going to have in that coaching staff? So that's all stuff that, we're waiting to see how that plays out right now.
There have been rumors. You mentioned the Jared Dudley option last week. I saw that Jake Fisher and Mark Stein kind of reported something very similar, trying to recruit Mavs assistant coach Jared Dudley, who was, as you mentioned, a player in Brooklyn when Ott was still there for the Nets.
Yeah, I know they've had a conversation. I don't know where it is at this point, but I know that they did have a conversation.
Okay.
As he's trying to figure out the staff. I do know that he likes Damari Carroll. He was with Mike Budenholzer, believe it or not. He does like Damari Carroll, but he wouldn't be a top 1 or 2 guy. He'd probably be more of, the 4, 5, 6 guy, but not a 1 or a 2, I don't think. I did hear that Tiago Splitter was a guy he liked. But he went to Portland to be the number 2 guy.
Okay.
So he took the Portland gig because he was promised number 2, Tiago Splitter. So, now we have to see, what guys are going to be available. Jay Triano just went with Jason Kidd to Dallas. So Triano is in Dallas. He's a good offensive guy. Jason was looking for somebody to run the offense of the Dallas Mavericks. Jay had been with Sacramento and was looking for an opportunity. I had spoken with Jay. He would have loved to come to Phoenix. He loves Phoenix, and he was here. He would have loved to, but I got a great opportunity to go with Jay Kidd over in Dallas.
The one that's interesting to me, and you had hinted at this last week, or I don't even know if hinted is the right word, but you'll get what I'm saying here in a second, that was also mentioned over the weekend by Mark Stein and Jake Fisher, was David Fizdale staying on as an assistant. And I don't know how I feel about that. I'll be honest with you. I don't know how I'm supposed to feel about that. I don't know if that makes at any level, if that makes any sense to me at all, that anybody would want David Fizdale. Not that it's his fault, not that he's to blame, but it's illogical to me, Gambo. Make it make sense.
I think that, and I don't know that I believe this, but I think that there's this feeling like you want to have, for a first-time rookie head coach, You want to have somebody that's walked in those shoes near you. You want to have somebody that's made those tough decisions, that, you know, the nuances between, you know, player relationships and coaching relationships, and then, you know, the general manager and the owner, all of that stuff. You want somebody that's kind of been there and done that. And that's where, you know, they like Fizdale. Now, as I had said, and, you know, Fizdale was never a candidate for the job. He just was not a candidate for the head coaching job. But they like him. He's a respected guy. And, you know, he's a good voice, and players like him. But I think that's what it is. You know, like Memphis, you know, Adrian Griffin they want to talk to. Because why? Because he was a former coach in Milwaukee, and it didn't work, and he failed. But the experience, I've been there. I know what it takes to be a head coach. I've been there. I've had success. I've had failures. I can help you through this. So that would be the only reason why I would think that they would consider Fizdale. He's well-liked in the organization by everybody, and he's a former head coach that can help a young guy. Does that make any sense?
No. It's
okay.
No, I mean, your rationale makes sense. Keeping a coach on who was an assistant for the last two head coaches and having him stay on for a third, I can't think of another word, Gambo. It's just weird. I think that's weird. I think it's unnatural. I think it's uncommon to the point of being almost a distraction. Like again, I'm not trying to pin everything that works or doesn't work on David Fizdale, but as a lead assistant for Frank Vogel, and then he stays on, he's a lead assistant for Mike Budenholzer, and you're going to tell me he's going to stay on and be a lead assistant for Jordan Ott? I just think that's weird. And I think it's uncommon to the point of no matter how good of a dude he is and no matter how well respected he is in the organization, I think it's so uncommon that I think it should be avoided. I just think it's not – there's nothing fresh about that. There's nothing that feels new about that. It feels like they just need to move on because he was the part of the last two regimes that failed so badly. I just think it's a really bad idea because it's just weird.
I don't think that he would be like stabbing anybody in the back.
No,
and again, but I like 1 through 6. How much say does the coach have? How much? And then we have him on tomorrow. One of the questions: how much say are you going to have? Do you get to pick your top assistant, your number 2 assistant, or do you get to pick one and they pick one?
Right.
I think that they are going to have input because last year they let Mike Budenholzer pick the whole staff and it backfired on him.
Yeah,
backfired.
Yeah,
they let Bud pick the whole staff. And I don't think they're going to do that again, Burnsy. I don't think they're going to say, okay, Jordan Ott, here you are. First, like same thing with Steve Keim. When Steve Keim hired Cliff Kingsbury.
Just what I was going to bring up. It was like, I'll pick
the
staff
for
you. Yeah.
He didn't know. Kingsbury didn't know.
I know.
No, Ott's been in the league for a long time, so he should know who he would build a staff around. Different than Kingsbury coming from college, no idea about the NFL, different. But still, I don't think they want to give him 100% leeway to hire whoever he wants to hire because they've done that before and it hasn't worked out great for him.
When we come back on Burns and Gambo, we'll turn our attention back to the Diamondbacks, who are back home tonight taking on the Seattle Mariners. If in a month and a half from now they are sellers at the deadline, who is going to get the most attention? Because, boy, they've got some options. That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
Get real testosterone prescribed by real doctors now at Red Mountain. If you're feeling sluggish, lacking energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low testosterone. The solution? Prescription strength testosterone. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, greater focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Have low T? Start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Ready! Hi, this is Chris with Ready Services, Air Conditioning and Plumbing. I've been with the company for going on 15 years. What you're going to get is not only get your problems fixed, but you're going to leave with peace of mind knowing that it's done right and done well by a qualified technician. Ready Services won't ever take advantage of any of our customers. Our goal is always to be the most accurate in diagnosing and providing top-flight service for any service, air conditioning or plumbing.
ReadyServices.com. Ready. Watching Clorox cleanup spray dissolve tough grime in the shower feels like...
Wait, this really just happened? I'm shocked. Underwear and everything?
It feels like being able to zip up your overpacked suitcase on the first try.
Smooth.
With Clorox, clean feels satisfying. Clean feels good. Use as directed.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover's accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Walt's TV and Appliance, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner. And Bear, what do our listeners get by shopping at Walt's?
Well, Dan, you'll get great expertise and great prices. We'll give you the best in-store and in-home experience every time. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Come check out our great selection, speak with our knowledgeable staff, and enjoy worry-free installation done by a pro. Only at Walt's. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Monsoons, wild winds, roof destruction, driving rain. Is your roof prepared?
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing. We offer free estimates and up to 12 months, same as cash. Let's get your roof ready before the storm strikes. Remember, there's only one way, the right way.
The right way roofing, we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. Cynthia, you did an awful lot of research on Aria Dental Implant Center, did you not?
I looked at a lot of different places, and I just found Aria Dental was the best. The care that I was getting, the finances that were available to me, and the quality.
Yes. You both have had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment, have you not, Leo?
Yes, I have. Once I met the staff and the way they treated me and set me down and walked me through the procedure, I felt real comfortable. Joe came in, talked about what my needs were and how I felt about myself. 3 days later, I have a set of teeth in my face. I feel back in my young days again. You can't quit smiling.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Varaldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Diamondbacks are hoping to turn their fortunes around after getting swept out of Cincinnati. They're back home for the start of a 3-game series against the Seattle Mariners. Prior to tonight's game, the Diamondbacks made a little switcheroo in their bullpen. Not for good reasons, though. Kendall Graveman has been placed on the 15-day injured list due to a right hip impingement. Christian Montes de Oca has been recalled in his spot. Merrill Kelly is the man on the mound tonight. He'll face the young right-hander Emerson Hancock. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And the Stanley Cup Finals is back in the United States after a brief stint north of the border. The Florida Panthers hosting the Edmonton Oilers in Game 3, series tied at a game apiece. Puck drop is at 5. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Parker & Sons is there for your air conditioning needs. Beat the heat with their same-day service and never pay extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. Call Parker & Sons.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Can the Diamondbacks get their sinking season back on track? It's getting late. Tick-tock, tick-tock. We'll discuss tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
0-1 as the 0-1 pitch swung on and barreled out to deep left field. This one is going to exit stage left.
And Matt McLain gets his 7th home run of the season. 3rd homer allowed by Gallen in this one. And the Reds now take a 4-2 lead.
It's just me, or every time that Chris Garagiola or Steve Berthume over the weekend said Matt McLain, I just kept thinking of John McClane from Die Hard. Like every single, I had the TV on and I was getting stuff done around the house, and every time I heard McLain, I just started saying it like Hans Gruber in my house. Is that wrong, Gambo? Does that make me weird? McLain.
No.
McLain, I have something for you, McLain. And like the whole time, I just kept thinking of John McClane the whole time.
There's got to be names out there that just make people think of somebody else every time you hear a guy's
Gotta be
name.
like Dave McClain, Jim McClain, Shane McClain.
Right.
McClain belongs to one guy, John McClain. Yippee-ki-yay, blah-blah-blah, blah, blah. Like nobody else owns that name. Sorry, Matt. It's spoken for. I'll never think of anybody else ever. It was Matt McClain, one of the 3 home runs that Zach Gallen allowed yesterday, and the Diamondbacks lost. He was not the problem yesterday. I mean, the walks are a problem. The home runs are a problem. The home runs and the walks have been a problem all year long. I thought Zach Gallen pitched well enough that he at least gave the Diamondbacks a chance in that game.
Sure.
But
he did.
He I don't think he was the problem.
No, he's 1 out away from having a 7-inning gem. 1 out away from a gem, like 7 innings.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's a
that
great way of putting
fantastic.
it. That's a great way of
1
putting
out.
it.
Got the first 2 outs of the inning, and then all of a sudden, base hit, home run. Now you leave the game, you lose the game. And here's the thing. It wasn't like his pitch count was at 110. He was when he gave up the home run, it was his 94th pitch. 94th?
I believe you're right.
So, and the problem that Lovello's having is the bullpen sucks.
Yes, it does.
Okay, like the bullpen sucks.
Who do I hand the ball to here? I don't know.
Zach Gallen to get me the 7th inning, or Kendall Graveman to get me the 7th inning, or Ryan Thompson to get me the 7th inning, or only so many times you could use Jalen Beeks, right?
Yes.
So I think that's part of the issue here is like a trusted bullpen. Thanks, Zach. You got me 6 good ones. We're going to get you out right now. We're going to go 7, 8, and 9 with our 3 guys. Like they did last year.
Mm-hmm.
Like they, until Seawald started to screw up, they felt pretty good about 7, 8, and 9. Thompson, Ginkel, and Seawald. Yeah, everybody wants to have that plan so you can get but they've got to push their starters a little bit further than they even want to because of the bullpen being so bad and not having any trust in the bullpen.
It's funny, when I was watching yesterday's game, I had a real similar thought. Again, I was kind of walking around the house getting stuff done while I was watching the game, and when I circled back around to the TV, there was Zach Gallen pitching the 7th, and for just a second I thought, oh, Zach in the 7th. And I'm like, yeah, duh, of course Zach in the 7th. Look at his pitch count. He should be in the 7th. Who else is Torrey going to throw in this moment? Absolutely. Leave him out there. It just took a second to register because I think we've just become so accustomed now to starting pitchers giving you 6, and that's it. You go to the bullpen. Not this team. Not this situation, not where they are right now. You got a pitcher who's dealing and he's giving you 6. You're going to push it to 7 just to see if you can give yourself to get a chance to get that win every time. Every time. The bigger problem is, and again, this folds right back into the Corbin Burns conversation, is the conversation about the trade deadline this year and the idea that you do have, if you want to, depending on where you are in the standings, a lot of bodies that you could potentially move at the deadline that I think, and I think you think too, would be very coveted players at the deadline. The Diamondbacks in some ways become almost the team to watch now around baseball going into the deadline because of Zach Gallen, because of Eugenio Suarez, because of Merrill Kelly, because of, who am I forgetting? Shelby Miller potentially. They've got guys that could be very, very coveted out there on the marketplace, and probably none more so than Zach Gallen himself if the Diamondbacks are in that position about a month from right now as clear-cut sellers.
Yeah, I hate to say this, and I'm not ready to say, but they're headed in that direction, and that's going to be a tough decision for Mike Hazen to make. But if you're not going to go to the playoffs, if you fall too far behind and the team wants to, because if Zach Gallen's a playoff pitcher, okay? He's not coming to somebody's rotation to be the 4th guy and help them get to the playoffs and then not pitch in a playoff series.
Nope.
He's pitching he's probably pitching your second game on most teams in the playoffs. He may not be a number one guy, but he's going to be your number two guy. At the very least, at the very worst, he's your number three. But I think he's probably more likely a number two on a lot of staffs. And so you're going to get a decent prospect back for him because that's, starting pitching. There's always a lot of relievers on the market. But to rent a top-notch starting pitcher, it's not cheap. And we're only getting him for a rental. It's only $3. Yeah, he might give you the World Series. Like, he might help you win a World Series. You're going to have to give up a good prospect to get Zach Gallen. If they get to that point, he becomes a major trade chip for them at the deadline.
And look, I don't know if they're going to get there. I don't know what it's not trending well. I think they've lost 12 of their last 17 games, if memory serves, after losing yesterday. So if it's as Dan Bickley just said in the look ahead a second ago for their show tomorrow morning, it is getting late. Tick-tock, tick-tock. If there's a push to be made, it's got to happen here pretty quick. Because if we're sitting here, June 9th, if we're sitting on July 9th, and the Diamondbacks are still in this relatively same position or even just a tick or two worse, then they're going to get calls, and they're going to get a lot of calls. And the name that I was also forgetting to mention was Josh Naylor. He's going to be a guy who would be coveted on the trade market as well. I think Zach Gallen would be the centerpiece and the main one. And again, we were talking about this with the Corbin Burns situation. It would give you an opportunity to kind of financially reset some things a little bit this year. If you wanted to part with those guys, Gallen, Naylor, Suarez, if you wanted to call Lawler up and give him like everyday routine at-bats at third base and see how the season developed for him. I mean, there are, not saying there are positives to it, but there are at least justifications to why you would do that, financially resetting yourselves and giving your top prospect an opportunity to play every single day in Suarez's spot. There's at least some justification to why you'd want to think like that if you're the Diamondbacks. It sucks. Nobody wants us to be in that spot, but you of course, Mike Hazen's going to think about that a month from now if they're still squandering their opportunity like this.
Yeah. So if you think about it like this, you've got, if the trade deadline is the 30th of July, you've got all of August and all of September. So that's probably 55 games?
Give or take, yeah.
Somebody that, if you get here, right, and we're not there yet. I'm not there yet. I'm not that far away, but I'm not there yet. Somebody would get 10 starts out of Zach Gallen, maybe 11. 10 or 11 starts out of Zach Gallen. To help you. Like, okay, I've got to get into the wild card. I've got to be able to win this division. So you trade for Zach Gallen, and you're trading for him hoping that he's going to help you in the postseason. But it also may help your spot to win a division. It could help your spot to make sure you get in the wild card. That we're not talking about him coming in for – this isn't Kevin Durant playing 7 games for the Suns before the playoffs or 8 games before the playoffs. This is – because he got hurt. This is getting a guy and having him pitch every 5th day for you for 2 months.
Yeah, and then being your, as you mentioned, second starter, third starter in a postseason run. I mean, for a team, take a team like the Yankees who have, lost Garrett Cole for the season. He could have real value there. Take a team like Lauren's Chicago Cubs who've had some injuries in the starting rotation. He could have some value there, like as a guy to help you get there, and then as a guy to fill out your rotation when you do get there. And who knows? We talk about trading these players, just in terms of like prospects. One thing that Mike Hazen, especially in the Zach Gallen trade to begin with, was really good at was acquiring a player who was very close to being an everyday major league player. It doesn't even have to be a player who's 2 years away. It could be a player who's 2 months away from being a major league baseball. That would kind of allow you to reset things a little bit quicker if you've got that guy locked in next year as a piece that you can use in the very now and in the very short term, and not somebody who's 4 years from now. We'll see. I don't know. It's a lot of options. None of them are great. This is not all what anybody wanted, and yet this is exactly where we are. When we come back on Burns and Gambo, the Phoenix Suns, can they accomplish 2 things this offseason that actually contrast each other? That's coming up on Arizona Sports.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Here comes the 0-1 pitch. Fastball ripped on the ground to third. Backhanded by Espinal. The throw to first in time, and that's the ball game. Diamondbacks finish 12 up, 12 down to finish the game. They lose the finale 4-2.
Swept out of Cincy, the Dbacks face the Mariners at Chase Field. Game 1 of 3 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
a lot of planning to do in life, and then all of a sudden unexpected things get hit. I was reading a story today. My mother and grandmother have no savings, and I'm bitter that I'll need to support them as they age. I mean, I read financial stuff every day just to make sure I get a lay of the land, see what's possible, see what can come up. Hidden surprises are always around the corner when you plan on retirement. You want to do it the right way. I recommend a great company. It's a local company named Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax, 5 locations in the Valley. They've helped me with my financial plan, my estate plan, my retirement plan, so that way I can live the life that I want to live. I mean, everybody knows I love to travel, and I want to go spend a lot of my time in Italy with my family. I'll be there in 4 weeks. And so for me, being able to buy a place there and then live here, and I've had to plan for that. I've had to really plan for it. But I also needed my money to grow. I needed it to grow, and that's where Asset Preservation Wealth and Taxes come in, helping me get to a point where they not only help my money grow, but then also manage it so that way it lasts through retirement. If you are looking for a financial advisor, local, that's a fiduciary, call Asset Preservation in Stuart Willis, 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs. You sound very calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees. Ooma. Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
When summer heat hits Phoenix, staying hydrated is life-saving. But for those without shelter, clean drinking water can be hard to come by. That's why the UPS store is teaming up with Arizona Sports to become your neighborhood hydration station. This month, help us support Phoenix Rescue Mission by donating or dropping off bottled water for those who need it most. Text WATER to 620-620 to find participating the UPS store locations near you or to make a donation. Text WATER to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Real stories with Hellsberg.
After we met and we started dating, Nancy and I lived 150 miles apart, and I would drive my old jalopy car, and it was roughly a 3-hour distance. It took 3 years I drove across that state back and forth dating her every weekend.
Persistence.
And I would have never stopped. I had a lot of energy back then, 36 years ago.
At Hellsberg, find the engagement ring worthy of your story. Designed with the love, care, and craft it deserves. Visit a Hellsberg store or hellsberg.com.
Post Malone presents the Big Ass Stadium Tour. 9-time Diamond certified and 16-time Grammy Award nominated phenomenon, Post Malone. His biggest headline tour, live at State Farm Stadium, Saturday, June 21st. Global superstar, Post Malone. Get tickets now at livenation.com.
Southwest Gas, proudly fueling over 1 million homes and businesses across Arizona with safe and reliable natural gas service. Hi, it's Vince Murata. Natural gas not only supports lifestyle, it supports economic development. Many large-scale businesses that have expanded operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support their business and production. Choosing Southwest Gas means choosing an energy provider committed to trust and excellence. Learn how Southwest Gas is supporting growth in our communities and making a positive impact for future generations at swgas.com.
Arizona sports.
Drafting is going to be critical. The free agency is always critical as well.
Suns, a new horizon. Shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Burns and Gambo.
All right, tomorrow that offseason is going to come into a little bit more focus as we'll hear from Suns head coach Jordan Ott. For the first time since he got the gig last week, we'll have Jordan Ott on our show at 4:30, around 4:30. The press conference begins at 3 o'clock. We'll hear from him as well during that presser, which we're going to carry live right here on the flagship home of the Suns. And then immediately, and they kind of already have, really, thoughts churn to the offseason, to Kevin Durant, to Bradley Beal, what this roster is going to look like, how they're gonna make the moves they need to make, that they want to make. And in the midst of all of that, because they've got so many moving parts with a new head coach, a new general manager, not one but two stars, one superstar that they're looking to move this offseason, it's no surprise, Gambo, that Bobby Marks today on ESPN.com talked about the 8 teams to watch this offseason in the NBA. It was one of those links that you click on and you're like, yeah, I know the Phoenix Suns are going to be in this, right? Because clearly they're one of the 8 to watch because they have so many moving parts and so many things they have to deal with. It was not a surprise to see them at all in there.
No, I think they probably should be number 1 on the list, to be honest with you.
Wow. Number 1.
Yeah, Kevin Durant trade, Bradley Beal. I mean, yeah, I think the Phoenix Suns. Now you can say Milwaukee and Giannis or the Knicks, but I think the Suns are the team to watch right now in the offseason.
I guess as far as sellers go, yeah. I mean, I think it's almost like you could draw a line right down the middle and say, okay, are you selling or are you buying? And as far as sellers go, there's probably no team that bears more scrutiny than the Phoenix Suns do, given everything that's at stake. If you're talking about buyer, like I think a lot of eyes are going to be on the LA Lakers this offseason to see kind of what they do to work around what they've got. I certainly think all eyes are going to be on the Rockets for a lot of the reasons we talked about, the Spurs, the Timberwolves, as buyers and what they might do to add or change their fortunes a little bit. But no doubt, as a team looking to, and look, in his piece, and Bobby's a smart guy. We've had Bobby on many times on our show. He mentions, in terms of talking about this offseason, he mentions to me one of the most important things that needs to get done this offseason, and that's getting out of this dang second apron. Just get it. You got to get past that if you're the Suns.
It doesn't look like it's that hard to do, right? I mean, he mentions 3 things. Here's 3 things, and you're under the second apron. Do them.
Yeah.
Do them. Like 3 things to get them under the second apron, a couple of minor moves, and then obviously the one, big move with Beal. But he mentions this, very, very simple. Suns are projected $25 million over the second apron. They could shed significant salary if Cody Martin is waived. Okay, waive him. Vasily Micic.
Just call him Vasi Micic.
Decline his option for $8.1 million. Okay, done. I'll decline that option. I don't want him back anyway. And then you buy out Bradley Beal. So
that's the complex one.
Okay, that's the it gets you into the second apron.
Yeah, it does. Which is why the Suns need to be desperate to do it. It's just as we kept talking about on Friday or Thursday, whatever day it was last week, and as the conversation continued, is Bradley Beal going to make it that easy on you? Or is there some kind of a hold up there? That's where it hits a little bit of a snag, and you go, can you get under it if you waive Cody Martin, if you waive Micic, and you trade Kevin Durant, and you take less salary back? Can that get you under? I don't know. I mean, this
probably not.
I wouldn't. I would think you're right that waiving Bradley Beal is probably the thing, because this is the thing that must happen for the Suns this offseason. No matter how you get there, this has to be a part of that.
Got to get under the second apron.
Yes, you do.
You have to. Yeah, I think the first 2 ones are Cody Martin and goodbye. See ya. Okay. No harm done there. Now you work out a Beal. Now listen, as I've said, they don't want Beal, and that's why I came out months ago and I said 0% chance he comes back.
Right.
I wasn't I wasn't guessing on that. That was the belief of the organization.
No, but you mentioned something when you said that. You mentioned something last week that I thought was really interesting. That there might have been some emotions at play when you heard that from within the organization, the season was still very raw and they were still very upset, and they were speaking more with their hearts than with their heads. And it certainly sounds like lately the thought is more like, okay, we're thinking about this with our heads now, and we got some things we got to deal with when it comes to this Bradley Beal. It's not going to be that simple. Like, oh, that's it, you're gone, you're out of here, forget it, we're so pissed at you. It's not that easy with Bradley Beal. It's just not.
No, yeah. Listen, and if I have to take the loss on that one, I'll take the loss, and then everybody could stop going back to when I thought Dante DiVincenzo was going to get drafted, which they were going to draft Dante. There's the only thing people hang over my head It's back in 2018.
Gambo, Mitch and I do. Let it go, Gambo. Gotta
back
let
in
that,
2018,
let it go, Gambo. Let that
you
go.
said they were going to draft Dante DiVincenzo.
Let it go,
They
Gambo.
were.
You gotta let that go, man. Come on, baby. Come on, let it go. Come on.
I know. So, I listen. I still think they want Bradley Beal gone, Burns. I do. It's just a matter of can he take that buyout?
I'm sure they want him gone. It's just he's
everybody. Do any fans want him back?
No. I think.
No.
I mean, if it's, I'm reasonably sure that if I had 100 Suns fans in the studio with me right now, 100 out of 100 would say I'd rather have Kevin Durant back than Bradley Beal. Like, there isn't one who would choose to have Bradley Beal back over Kevin Durant, or I don't even think there's one that would choose to have Bradley Beal back, period. I think that's 100 out of 100 who would say they wouldn't want him to be here. But I know this too. If I'm Bradley Beal, just as I've got a clause in my contract that allows me to say no to any trade, I'm also owed X amount of dollars. And until you can show me the way in which I'm going to make that amount of money by not playing basketball for you, I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going anywhere until I get exactly what my contract says I'm supposed to get. And that's a potential holdup in all of this, you know?
Unless somebody says, hey, listen, if you opt out, we'll give you 2 years and $30 million, come play for us. Bradley Beal can still help somebody. You can't count on him for playing 70 games. But, you know, if you're paying him $15 million a year, somebody's going to think that that's value, having a guy that can go score 20 points a night for you if you need it.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, did Bobby Marks mention the potential Devin Booker extension as part of his piece? I don't think he did he?
The 2 years and was it $150 million?
I believe so. Yeah, he didn't mention that as part of his write-up of 10 teams to watch this summer, but I know that is something that's out there for the Suns. I think that's going to get done. I mean, I know you haven't heard that it is, but there's just been too many people who are talking about it getting done that would make me think that it's not going to get done, you know?
Yeah, Mark Stein said, I don't know if he reported that it's going to get done. He just said he's eligible for it on July 6th.
Okay.
So that's the date. He'll become eligible for the extension on July 6th. So we'll see. I'll try to find out if it's going to get done or not. I don't really think it's an issue. It's, you know, he's the face of the franchise. He still gives you an opportunity to win. He's still in his prime. He took a step back this year. Okay, this is the first year he took a step back.
Yeah.
He had been slowly getting a little bit better, and then this year he took a step back. But they're planning on building around him, and if he says, "Hey, I'd like to do that extension," I'm sure they're not going to say no.
Well, does he even have to ask for it, or are they so dead set on sending a message to the fan base that Devin Booker's our guy, he's not going anywhere, quit asking, so much so we're going to give him 2 years and $150 million extension on top of what he's already making? I mean, I don't even know if he has to ask for it. You know, like I don't even know if he has to go to them and say, I want this. They might be willing to just give it to him without being asked for it because of the optics and the message that it sends to their fan base as him being the centerpiece.
And again, their point is that it's a reset, not a rebuild. It's a reset. We're going to reset. We're going to Durant and hopefully Beal and reset and try to bring some good pieces in. And if we get under the second apron and, you know, just try again. Hey, who wants to come play with Devin Booker in his prime and come live in Phoenix, Arizona when in December, January, and February when it's freezing everywhere else? So that's how they feel. They feel it's more of a reset than a rebuild.
When we come back here on Burns and Gambo, we've been down this road before with the Arizona Diamondbacks. Lots of teams have been down this road when they lose their ace for the season. It's survivable. Can the Diamondbacks survive it, or are we getting close to this thing being done? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
OTA's over. Cardinals minicamp has begun. Arizona Sports is live from Cardinals HQ for minicamp. Talking with players and coaches.
This is Buda Baker.
It's Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon.
Hey, this is Kyler Murray.
And bringing it to you on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com. Cardinals minicamp coverage brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Through the 4th of July, employee pricing at Sanderson Ford. From America, for America, employee pricing. and they've got a great selection of vehicles on the lot right now. If you're looking for a new 2025 Ford F-150 truck, they start at just $39,338, and they've got 54 of them in stock right now at Sanderson Ford. If you're looking for a Ford Escape, they've got a great selection on Ford Escapes starting at just $27,834. How about a Bronco Sport? Yeah, starting at $29,329. They've got 18 of them on the lot right now. If you're looking for a new car, truck, or SUV, Sanderson Ford has you covered. Good selection on a 2025 Ford Mustang as well. Head over to Sanderson Ford. They're on 51st Avenue in Glendale, or online for more info at sandersonford.com.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
This is Secret Clinical Dominating Extra Stinky Stress Sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave.
Oh, what a beautiful day.
This is regular deodorant.
Ugh, I can't.
Secret Clinical with workout sweat.
Let's run another marathon.
And regular deodorant.
How much more?
Secret is the GOAT. Because nothing fights sweat better.
Stay fresher under pressure.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done. This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta from Arizona Sports. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talk a lot about why refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures, and there is no cold calling. Why refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to whyrefi.com/careers or email careers@whyrefi.com.
I'm Mitch Varel, with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Diamondbacks are hoping to turn their fortunes around after they got swept out of Cincinnati. They're back home for the start of a 3-game series against the Seattle Mariners. Prior to tonight's game, the Diamondbacks made a swaparoo in their bullpen, and not for good reason. Kendall Graveman, he's been placed on the 15-day injured list due to a right hip impingement. Christian Montes de Oca has been recalled from AAA to take that spot. Merrill Kelly is the man on the mound tonight. He'll face the young righty for Seattle, Emerson Hancock. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And the Stanley Cup Finals returns to the United States after a brief stop north of the border. The Florida Panthers host the Edmonton Oilers in Game 3. Series is tied at a game apiece. Puck drop is at 5. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief, or get a free inspection. Online at americaroofingco.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Hey, it's Wolf. Will Merrill Kelly stop the bleeding and lead the D-backs to a win over the Mariners? We'll be talking D-backs Mariners tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
All right, welcome back to Burns and Gamble on this Monday. Hope everybody out there had a great weekend. Troy Lovello did not have a great weekend. His team was swept by the Cincinnati Reds, and he lost his ace, Corbin Burns, to Tommy John surgery, to best case scenario, the midpoint of next season. So when he joined us on Friday, and again, major props to the Diamondbacks and Troy Lovello, because we had taped an interview with him. It was really cool. We had taped an interview with him on Friday before the Burns news came down. It comes down. We called the Diamondbacks back and said, look, I know it's like an hour before game time, but can Torey join us live so we can talk about Corbin? And he was kind enough to pop on and join us so we could talk about it in real time. We asked him, can you still accomplish your season goals without Corbin Burns? Here's what he said.
I do. I feel very strongly about that. Corbin Burns jumped into an already very, very good, in my opinion, good starting rotation. 4/5 of our rotation last year were missing for a portion of the time, and all at one time, believe it or not. And we still won 89 games. So that group now is together and healthy here. With the addition of Corbin Burns, of course, we wanted to take that north of 89 wins. So I feel like this is a very, very capable group. With Zach Gallen throwing the ball the way that he did the other night, Merrill's been unbelievable with the type of year he's having. So, you're looking at 1 and 2 right there that's going to keep you in a lot of ball games, and then stop bad runs. And you're always looking for a closer or a stopper, somebody that's going to stop a run from a starting pitching standpoint. We feel very good about those 1 and 2.
That's what he had to say back. Now, that was before he got swept, and that was before they got, not he, that's before they got swept in that series. And I know when you're looking at the standings, it certainly changed the way we perceive where they are and what they're capable of doing. Do we think they can survive this without Corbin Burns? That is the question. I know, right? That noise.
Yeah, I don't want to say no because there's 90-something games left, and I don't want to cop out and just give you a bad answer. It's going to be challenging. Yeah. It's going to be challenging, and my gut feeling says no. My gut feeling is just too many things have gone wrong. The bullpen issues, AJ Puck not being here. My gut feeling is it's. You're 4 teams ahead of you. 4 teams ahead of you. You're 6 games back, and you got 4 teams you got to climb. You got to play better than 4 teams. So my gut feeling is, I'm not ruling them out yet. I'm not. I think I said to you, if it gets to 8 or 9 games back, I think that I'd feel comfortable saying that this is not their year. I think they're hanging on a thread right now. They're literally just on a thread, like. They can't go any further back than they are right now. They just can't. And they were at 6 games ago. That's where they were. They couldn't go and then they won 3 in a row. But then they lost 3 in a row. So now you're right back to square one.
Yeah, they're 6 games out of the last wild card spot, as you mentioned, with 90-something games to go. This is. Look, no one's. I know. We in the sports talk world that we live in that we work in. It's like you gotta have big take. I don't know. It'd be irresponsible for me to on June 9th to predict their demise and say, "Yep, that's it. They're done. Forget it. It's not going to happen." And I get it. Sometimes that's how sports media works, but
What's your gut tell you though? What do you? I mean, my gut tells me that
it's not going to be their year. That they're not going to make it. But then, okay, I say that, and so my gut is kind of now. I know you're home working from home today because your gut is actually not working very well. So I don't want to say my gut's in the same spot as yours, but my gut feeling is in the same spot as yours. And yet, I was overwhelmed over the weekend, Gambo, by people I know, people I respect, people we work with who said, okay, but wait a minute, let's look at this. Last year, the Diamondbacks rotation was one of the worst in baseball, and it was in shambles, and they won 89 games. The year before that, they essentially had a 3-man pitching rotation and went to the World Series. with bullpen games in the postseason. And they found a way to get it done. As we pointed out on Friday, the Atlanta Braves lost Spencer Strider last year. They still got into the postseason. I forgot about the Rangers. They lost Jacob deGrom the year they won the World Series, and they still won it. Your beloved New York Yankees lost Garrett Cole at the beginning of the year. Hasn't stopped them from having a great season and being in first
place.
I mean, it's like every time I listen to my gut and it says, can't be done, can't be done, can't be done, it's just more and more evidence kind of piles up that says, but wait, what about this? But what about that? And it was done there, and it was done here, and it was done with that, and it was done with this, and that's why.
Well, that's why you don't want to rule them out prematurely.
Exactly. With 90-something games to go, it's irresponsible to make a declaration on June 9th and say, oh, that's it, they're done. Or, nope, I think they're going to go to the post. You can't. You just can't. It's way too early to say anything. We just know what has to happen along the line in order for them to put themselves in that position. And so far, quite frankly, it's not happening. The things that we need to see to convince us they have a chance, those things haven't really happened yet. And that's, I think, what's got us all a little squeamish about it, at least me.
Yeah, I mean, Gallen has to pitch great. Kelly has to pitch great. Ryan Nelson has to pitch great. Eduardo Rodriguez has to pitch okay. Fott's got to bounce back. Like, their pitching can carry them. Now, they've got a good offense. They don't have any problem scoring runs, but, like, their team ERA is terrible. Like, right? I don't think it's very good. So I think the pitching's just going to have to be a lot better. The offense has scored runs. They don't what are they, fifth or something in runs? This series against the Reds, they were terrible. 1 for 11 with scoring runners in scoring position. They only had 6 runs and 18 hits in 28 innings. It was not a good offensive series, but so many things just have to go right, for them. I think you had said it earlier, like, got to take advantage of this schedule, the June schedule. Okay, well, we're a third of the way through June after today. Or after tomorrow.
Yeah, and the Mariners are coming into town. They've been scuffling as of late, but they're not bad. You got the Padres coming in. By the way, I just looked it up real quick. The Diamondbacks, 25th in Major League Baseball in team ERA with a 4.86. I mean, that's
25th.
That's got to get.
Yeah, you're not going anywhere with that.
You're not going anywhere with that. You're not going anywhere with only 5 teams having a worse team ERA than you, and so that's where I get skeptical as I say, okay, yes, of course it can absolutely happen, but we got to see it now. Like, even last year's team had about the same record as this year's team does right now. We were still, honestly, like a couple of weeks away from last year's team starting the big bounce back. Of course it's possible, and of course it can happen. It's on, like you say, it's on the starting pitch, it's on the bullpen to be a much better, tighter unit than it's been. And in the absence of any of those things happening, it's just easy to doubt it. I think, to your point, we get around July 4th, July 9th, a month from now, going into the All-Star. I don't know exactly when the All-Star break is, but I think it's like that second or third week of July. If we get there and we're still here in the standings, it's not going to happen. It's not. Then
you can't have 4 teams ahead of you.
Then you can sit up and say, "Hey, they're 6 games back. They've got 4 teams in front of them. It ain't going to happen." Yeah. But that's still a month. It's just, what are they going to do in the month before they get there? Before we make that declaration.
Yeah, I think 6 games, 5 or 6 games back with 1 team to catch. Okay, that team could fall apart. 6 games back with 4 teams to fall apart. Like, you got to play better than 4 teams. And all those teams have an advantage on you, like, that becomes very, very difficult. So that's where I start to worry about their ability to get ahead of this thing.
Starts tonight. They're back home against the Seattle Mariners. Merrill Kelly on the bump. Big start for him. Big moment for them. We'll preview that game and talk more Diamondbacks baseball throughout the course of the day. Speaking of the Diamondbacks, this Father's Day, hit it out of the park. Head to the contest page now at arizonasports.com for your chance to win a family 4-pack of tickets to see the D-backs and the Padres, plus a special Father's Day gift bag to make it even more memorable. Celebrate Dad with baseball, gear, and great memories. The mandatory minicamp is this week for the Arizona Cardinals, and then they're done for the offseason. Are the Cardinals done spending money this offseason, or is there still one more move they could make? We'll talk about that next here on Burns and Gambo.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Okay. Make sure I say this right. If you trade for Mikal Bridges, he's going to sign here. We know that. But could you just get him next summer? I don't know that I would want to play that dangerous game. But if I'm negotiating with the Knicks, I would say, hey, I'm trading for a guy you might lose in a year, so I do want more than just him.
If you're not bringing in players to model your quote-unquote culture, you have no culture. Nobody in the association represents the culture that the Phoenix Suns want to have here more than Mikal Bridges.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
LASIK surgery. How many of you have thought about LASIK surgery? Considered it? Understand that I know people that have had it done at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center and have had great success. You've heard about Dr. Jay Schwartz, team eye doctor for the Suns and the Diamondbacks, and you realize that, hey, it's a lot of people out there have gone to Dr. Jay Schwartz. He is the most trusted LASIK surgeon in the Valley, the most experienced LASIK surgeon in the Valley. Over 60,000 LASIK surgeries performed, including mine. And here I am all these years later, 15 years after I had it done when I was in my early 40s, and now I'm 58. No glasses, no contacts, see great daytime, nighttime, up close, far away. Don't have any issues with my eyes. If you are interested in a vision correction procedure from the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. Go online at teamidoc.com. Ask about the interest-free financing. 2 years of interest-free financing. And also, don't forget to ask about the free thorough eye exam. That number again is 480-483-EYES or online at teamidoc.com.
Summer is a great time to get a new Toyota. Choose from best-selling models like Camry, Corolla, RAV4, Highlander, Tundra, Tacoma, and more. Visit any one of the 10 Valley Toyota dealers or valleytoyotadealers.com today.
Get real testosterone prescribed by real doctors now at Red Mountain. If you're feeling sluggish, lacking energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low testosterone. The solution? Prescription strength testosterone. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, greater focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Have low T? Start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Dr. Osafi, founder of New Life Dental Implant Center. And doctor, you're doing more than giving people new smiles. You are transforming lives. When I visited your Scottsdale location, I was amazed at how many people were getting their new smiles. Who can benefit from full mouth dental implant treatments?
The patients that benefit from this treatment are those that are either missing multiple teeth, they are suffering from some form of gum disease, they have periodontal disease, patients that have been wearing dentures that are ill-fitting, or they're just unhappy with the appearance of their smile with their dentures. Those patients can benefit from this procedure. Also, those that have limited access to insurance or funds. We really wanted to make this treatment as comprehensive and affordable to anyone that needs and can benefit from it.
Go to newsmilearizona.com or call 602-855-0000. New Life Dental Implant Center, where a new smile means a new life.
Are you dealing with a back issue and don't know what to do or who to call? Greg Schulte here, and I've got your answer. Call Desert Institute for Spine Care, a.k.a. DISC. DISC surgeons treat a variety of different spine conditions, such as herniated disc, sciatica, spinal stenosis, and degenerative disc disease. DISC is known for its minimally invasive surgical solutions, believing that using at least invasive yet most effective treatments is the best way for their patients to restore, revitalize, and rejuvenate their active lifestyles. And DISC is so good at taking extra time with patients to help understand their pain and how it's affecting their everyday life. Several years ago, DISC took care of my herniated disc issue, and I've been pain-free ever since. I trusted them, and I hope you'll place your trust in the DISC surgeons to help you get through your back issue. Text SPINE to 620-620 or visit sciatica.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
You just realized your business needed to hire someone yesterday. How can you find amazing candidates fast? Easy. Just use Indeed. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. I'm Tyler Drake. Diamondbacks place Kendall Graveman on IL, recall Christian Montes de Oca. 29 for 29 NBA draft prospects the Suns would be lucky to have if available. And where do Corbin Carroll and Ketel Marte land in way too early All-Star prediction? Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi.
I think that was me, Lauren.
That was you.
No, I think that was me.
What'd you do?
Well, not to get too in the weeds here. Okay?
What did you do?
But they're making us use a different web browser in here on these computers, and so I'm taking this new web browser out for a spin today, and I don't have it muted yet. I need to have it. I need to mute it so it doesn't come through on the board like that. Boy, we're really in the weeds on this one, Gambo. Anyway, Lauren's training Paul on the other side of the glass. And she's like, where did that audio come from? What happened? It was me. My fault. Just working out the kinks in here. Don't worry about it.
I trust that you'll figure it out. You're a smart guy.
Gambo, what a nice thing to say to me on a Monday afternoon, man.
I trust you'll figure it out. You're a bright guy. You're a bright guy.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'll see what I get.
You're professional.
I'll take that to heart. The Arizona Cardinals, one last week of work this week, and then they're going to shut it down for the rest of the summer until training camp, which is not that far away. It's about 5 weeks, 6 weeks, and then they'll be back on the field at State Farm Stadium. They've got mandatory mini camp this week. I believe it's 3 days worth of practice on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, and then they're done. The question will be, are they done, right? Like, are they still going to keep an eye out? And I'm sure they will for potential players to add, depending on who gets let go, who's available. You and I both saw that the Packers let go Jair Alexander. And I don't think the Cardinals would be interested in him at cornerback. He's always hurt. And he's
he just doesn't play.
Kind of seems like he's a bad locker room fit, too. So I don't think he'd be an option. But every time somebody like that gets let go, or the closer we get to training camp with these players that are still unsigned, it's just going to ramp up speculation that maybe they'd end up coming to the Cardinals. And that's at the wide receiver position. I know that speculation really hasn't gone anywhere. Like, there's Gabe Davis out there, and there's Amari Cooper's out there.
Who's visiting New Orleans today, I believe.
Gabe Davis? I believe you're correct. Yes.
I thought I saw he's visited. This is odd. Let me just call this up because I put this in my notes today. He's visited quite a few places and hasn't signed anywhere. So he has visited the Giants, the 49ers, the Steelers, and now the Saints. So he keeps visiting places and nobody's signing him.
Yeah. In fact, I saw a story. I'm looking at a story right now in which when he visited the Steelers, he's just not. This is Ian Rappaport on Good Morning Football. The Pittsburgh Steelers hosted Gabe Davis on a visit. Not quite ready to sign health-wise just yet.
He tore the meniscus in his left knee last November. So that could be why. You know, he was with the Jags. They released him for a failed physical designation. He tore the meniscus, so maybe that could be why he's just not ready. He goes on all these visits, and okay, when you're ready, let me know. But he's not ready. It doesn't seem like he's ready right now.
And it's a good. I mean, there's nothing else for him to do. As long as he knows he's going to have a market when he's healthy, he might as well go visit these spots. Now, the reason we're bringing this up for the Cardinals is there are some people who believe there is a need there at wide receiver. There are others who think that they're just fine. You and I have talked a lot about Zay Jones and you know, is he better than the guys you could get on the open market right now? We've also talked a lot about Michael Wilson, and there was a story over the weekend. CBS Sports named a player from every NFC team that was considered a potential under-the-radar star. Their word, star, under-the-radar star. Michael Wilson was the guy who got that designation for the Cardinals. And I don't know who else I would have picked. I haven't thought much else about who else I would have picked. But Michael Wilson is the guy they picked as a potential under-the-radar star, and that could at least explain why nothing has been done at the wide receiver spot for the Cards.
5 catches against Minnesota, 5 catches against Miami, 5 catches against San Francisco, 8 catches on 9 targets against the Lions. He has teased us with talent in the past. There are games in which he has contributed. He had 4 touchdowns last year. But there are games in which, they've gone to him. Now, there's also games that you look at and you struggle with, why he's not involved. He had 1 catch against Buffalo. He had 2 against the Rams, 3 against Washington, 1 against the Chargers, a bunch of other 2s. So I think he's got good size. He's a very athletic guy. I think that they really, really like him. They chose him in the 3rd round. He was a Monty guy, 94th overall pick. So, I think they're going to try a little bit extra, a little bit harder to make that work because they know him. They drafted him. They believe in him. They believe that he's going to be a good player. Had some injuries early, but I think that there has been, at times where he's kind of teased you into thinking that he can make that jump. Now, what's the jump, Bernsey? Last year he had 47 catches, 548 yards. What would be the jump?
See, I'm glad you asked that because I don't actually think the jump needs to be all that dramatic necessarily for Michael Wilson to be a good contributor. Look,
15 more catches?
Yeah, 15 more catches and maybe 200 more yards.
That's 62 catches, 548 yards.
Yeah, I think if you could get to 60 some odd catches and 700 yards, 60 some odd catches and 750 yards on a team where Marvin Harrison Jr. better have his breakout, on a team where Trey McBride is one of the best tight ends in the NFL and is a 1,000-yard pass catcher, on a team where James Conner is your bell cow, I don't think you need that much out of I don't need Michael Wilson to be a 1,000-yard receiver. It'd be great if he was, but I don't think this team, the way they're constructed, I don't think they need Michael Wilson to be a 1,000-yard receiver. I think if they could get 700 to 800 yards out of Michael, that'd be a huge success for them given where he is in this offense and where the offense is in general.
Here are the wide receivers that had 62 to 70 catches last year. 62 to 69. I don't want to go to 70. Michael Pittman with Indianapolis. He had 69 catches in 16 games. Devontae Smith in 13 games had 68 catches. Nico Collins, 68 catches. Cooper Kupp, 67. A.J. Brown, 67. DK Metcalf, 66. Demario Douglas, 66. Calvin Ridley, Darryl Mooney, Jordan Addison, Ray McLeod, and Marvin Harrison Jr. in the 62 to 64 range. It's a good spot. That's a good spot.
Yeah.
62 to 65, 60. Yeah, I think you're in. I think that's a good call. 15 more catches, almost one more a game, or a couple. Yeah, and that's what it would average out to. And all of a sudden, you're a much more relevant receiver than somebody catching in the 40s.
Yeah, and maybe that's another reason too why the Arizona Cardinals wouldn't go sign any one of these guys. Is they at the end of the day in their offense, it's just not that important of a spot, and I think if Trey McBride had not emerged as one of the best pass catching tight ends in the NFL, then it's a totally different story. But because Trey McBride is going to get so many targets and so many catches and so many yards, I don't think you need that much out of your second wide receiver on that team, And I think, 55, 60, 61, 62 catches, 700, 750 yards, somewhere right around there is probably all you need out of Michael Wilson, and maybe not worth the trouble of going to find anybody else to do it, because if he can stay healthy and if this offense can get a little better, that doesn't seem that undoable. That doesn't seem like something that can't be done for him or for them. So we'll see. But we still got a long way to go before camp starts, and who knows if one of these guys become more appealing because their price goes down. 4 o'clock reset is right around the corner. Lots of stuff we haven't gotten to yet, and we will. Lauren swings in with the 4 o'clock reset next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to Dbacks play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Back here for Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. Also consider Liberty GMC for getting your car serviced. Yeah, nobody wants to waste time. They get that at Liberty GMC. You don't want to sit around in a waiting room. You don't want to sit around waiting for your car to get done. You want in, out, and on with the rest of your life. Liberty GMC now has added a late night shift to their service department. Their service center stays open very, very late, which means you can drop your car off by 8 o'clock p.m. and you are back on the road the very next day when you get your car serviced at Liberty GMC. Now, that's on top of the great reasons to go to Liberty GMC and buy a vehicle, buy a Sierra 1500 right now. Great time to do that. But the service department, you want quick, you want easy, you want Liberty GMC. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
Morris Hall Estate Planning presents Young Minds, Big Questions.
You think you're a lot smarter than I am?
Do you know how to multiply?
Yes.
Then you're smarter than me.
No, you know what I know about? Estate planning.
I know what estate is. Delaware, where my grandma lives. Estate planning is like preparing for the future. It's like making a promise with your family members.
Yeah, it is. So do you know what we call it when we do estate planning for somebody? It's called a trust.
They're like documents so they could give their assets to their kids.
You have your home, you have your money, you have other things. You don't want all that gone.
It's a lot of stuff.
So what do you think about estate planning?
I think it's pretty cool. If you want to preserve your legacy, come visit our friends at Morris Hall. I'm proud to be part of the Morris Hall family.
Bring us your big questions. For a complimentary consultation, please visit us at morristrust.com. That's morristrust.com.
Getting engaged? At Shane Company, we'll help you find the perfect diamond. This is your engagement ring, aka only your life's most important piece of jewelry. No need to worry. As gemstone experts since 1929, we handpick only the most beautiful natural and lab-grown diamonds cut to our high standards in every price range. We have diamonds in all shapes and sizes, ready to compare side by side right here in our store. Come see for yourself at Shanco.com or at your local store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6580. That's 800-583-6580.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Diamondbacks hoping to turn their fortunes around after getting swept out of Cincinnati. They're back home for the start of a 3-game series against the Seattle Mariners. Prior to tonight's game, the Diamondbacks made a switcheroo in their bullpen, but Not for good reason. Kendall Graveman, he's been placed on the 15-day injured list due to a right hip impingement. Christian Montes de Oca has been recalled from AAA Reno. Merrill Kelly is the man on the mound tonight. He'll face the young right-hander Emerson Hancock. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And the Stanley Cup Finals returns to the United States after a brief stop north of the border. Florida Panthers host the Edmonton Oilers in Game 3. Series is tied at 1 game apiece. It has featured 3 quarters of overtime in 2 games. Will we get overtime again tonight? Only one way to find out. Puck drop is at 5. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Parker & Sons is there for your air conditioning needs. Beat the heat with their same-day service and never pay extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. Call Parker.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
Here to get you caught up on everything going on in sports, stuff we've talked about, stuff we haven't. Lauren is with us for the 4 o'clock reset. Lauren, take it away.
Hello, guys.
Hi.
I still want to have that theme song. I think we should play Chicago's "Then Along Comes a Woman" every time she comes on for the 4 o'clock reset.
You want me to have my own theme music?
Yes.
I'm not opposed to having my own theme music.
Chicago. Then along comes a woman. Dun, dun, dun.
I'm not sure I'd pick that song.
There's a change in That's what I think about every time that he says that. Here comes Lauren. That's what I think of.
Really? I say here comes Lauren, and you think here comes a woman.
Here along comes a woman. I think of the Chicago song. Then along comes a woman.
I mean, maybe you two could work hand in hand to come up with a theme song to pick something that is agreeable to both. But I mean, hey, let's talk.
Yeah.
Let's talk.
Yeah, we're open for negotiations.
Tell you what, you get your stomach feeling better. You get back in here and let's talk, Gambo. How about that? Okay.
I mean, it's such a perfect song. Along comes a woman, because we're all guys, and all of a sudden here comes Lauren. Along comes Lauren.
Listen,
then along comes a woman. There's a change in the way you're feeling tonight. Then along comes a woman, and you know that it's right. And so here comes Lauren to give you the 4 o'clock reset. It's a great, perfect song.
You're selling me, Gambo.
You're selling it hard, Gambo.
Chicago, very popular band.
Selling it hard.
And it's Chicago, Lauren, it's Chicago.
I can't believe that it took you that long to come to the biggest portion of that.
I'm not feeling very well today.
No,
I'm
you're not.
actually kind of struggling today.
I'm
not feeling very good, but I don't take sick days. I felt terrible because I don't feel very good. My stomach's killing me, and I was talking to Tori. We talked to Tori. I'm like, I never take a sick day. I've once in 29 years, so I almost feel like I can't take a sick day.
Because you were bragging about never taking
one?
Yeah,
bragging about how I never take sick days. I've taken one in 29 years.
If I were you, I would have taken one in a heartbeat if I was having stomach issues. Like, yep, nope, not coming to work today. Bye.
No, I feel great.
We do thank you for not coming into the office.
We thank you for not coming into the office. Don't bring that stuff in here.
I don't feel sick. I don't think I have I think I just
doesn't matter.
I think it's something I ate.
Anything stomach, don't bring it in here, man. Don't want it. Don't want it. Lauren, along came Lauren, a woman. Take it away. What do you got for us?
Along came me. Well, the Dbacks, after getting swept this weekend in Cincinnati, have made the following roster move. They've recalled Christian Montes de Oca, and they've placed Kendall Graveman on the 15-day IL. Also, Tori Lavello just spoke a few minutes ago and said that it is a tight hamstring for Corbin Carroll. That's what he's been dealing with.
A little mysterious and vague over the weekend as to why Carroll wasn't playing.
I heard hamstring. I just didn't report it, but I did hear hamstring.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's it. He played yesterday, but that was also part of the doom and gloom of the weekend, was that Corbin Carroll wasn't really available for those first 2 games against Cincinnati, and Torrey was being kind of vague about it, but he's saying hamstring now. So Montes de Oca is back. The bullpen, revolving door continues. Guys in. I think the biggest news other than Carroll is it appears they got a little bit lucky with Gabby Moreno, and they don't have to do anything there on that front.
Hand.
When he got hit flush like that on Friday night, I thought, oh, God.
Well, they called up a catcher for one day.
I know. Just in case. But it looks like they might have dodged a bullet on that one. Thank goodness on that.
And the D-backs, they start a new series against the Seattle Mariners tonight. Game start for that one is at 6:40. You can listen to that right here on 98.7. And the Thunder, they've evened the series against the Pacers 1-1 after a 123-107 win last night. Here's Tyrese Halliburton postgame.
your job is to go split, go try to get one on the road. We got game one. Felt like we really let the rope slip. There in the second quarter. So I think you can. There's many different ways that you can choose to digest. What's in front of you. But yeah, I think we focus on taking it a day at a time. So you got the split. You feel good about that. But we definitely wanted to play better tonight.
They were talking about this on the post-game show last night after the game. I think it puts a lot of attention on Game 3 to see, are the Pacers actually in this thing, or is this going to be a gentleman's sweep and it's going to be over in 5?
This series has reminded me so much about when the 76ers got in with Allen Iverson, won the first game and then got swept in the next 4 and lost in 5. They did win the one game. It seemed like a vastly inferior 76ers team, kind of like it feels like it's an inferior Pacers team. So if the Oklahoma City wins the next 3, it would very much be reminiscent of when Philadelphia and Allen Iverson got to the finals, won a game, and then lost the next 4.
And I feel like Game 3 is going to be sort of our tell onto that as to whether it's going to be, okay, are we in for a competitive series here, or is this thing going to be over in 5? I think we'll learn a lot after Game 3.
Right.
And fingers crossed for the Pacers in that one.
Yes.
And in a little bit of NFL news, Jair Alexander has been released by the Green Bay Packers after 7 seasons with the team.
Fully expected. They knew this was coming. Injury prone, a bit of a locker room, clubhouse, kind of not a great fit chemistry-wise. At least it hadn't been recently the last couple of years. So now he's out there. We'll see. I'm sure somebody will bite on him, but, buyer beware of what you're getting with Jair Alexander, I would think.
I'd imagine. And Nick Chubb, he's announced that he is the Texans' new running back because he's passed his physical and signed with Houston. He's agreed to terms of a 1-year, $2.5 million deal that can go up to $5 million.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't have. I had nothing to say about that.
That's fine. Do you have anything to say about hockey? Or U of A baseball.
U of A baseball.
There we go. All right, U of A baseball team. They've advanced after beating North Carolina in the Super Regional. They've now punched their ticket to the College World Series for the 19th time in program history.
That was an exciting game because they took a 1-0 lead on a home run. Then they're down 3-1. Some guy hit a 3-run homer. And then it's like the 8th inning, and this lefty gets a base hit right up the middle, scores 2 runs, and they end up winning the game 4-3.
That lefty is the shortstop Mason White. His father and grandfather all played baseball for U of A. He was actually the first recruit when Chip Hale took over as the head coach of U of A. So for him to be the one to do it, I remember Chip Hale won a College World Series as a player at U of A back in the 80s. This is his first trip as the head coach of U of A. He's taken him to the tournament, but he's never taken him to the College World Series. So, I know not everybody here loves to root for U of A, but we got to know Chip a little bit during his time as the manager of the Arizona Diamondbacks. So we've got a little bit of a connection there. So good for him.
Chip.
Good for him.
I love Chip. I saw Chip not too long ago. I was in Tucson, and I saw Chip for a little bit. We spent some time together. He's a terrific guy. I'm really happy for him.
And in easily the most exciting sporting event of the weekend, that would be the French Open finals because Carlos Alcaraz won back-to-back French Open finals. It is the second longest finals matchup in history. He defeated number 1 Italian Jannik Sinner.
We had him. We won the first 2 sets.
You did.
We had him down.
You
we won
had
the first
3
2
match
sets.
points too.
Yeah.
Damn. We just couldn't get it over the hump.
Okay, I'll admit it. It's one of those. I am so mad at myself I didn't watch it.
You didn't watch
it. And normally I'm down with watching the Grand Slam finals in particular, the semis and the finals, because I really do like a good tennis match. I just flat out whiffed and forgot it was on. And by the time I realized it, I flipped over and he's in the stands getting his kisses at Roland Garros and hugging and high-fiving everybody. And then when I read about it, I was pissed. I was pissed that I missed that because it looks like there are people calling it the greatest tennis match ever.
It was the first time in Carlos Alcaraz's career that he's come back from 2 sets to none.
Where's he from?
Spain.
He's almost exactly the same age that Nadal was when he won the French Open for the first time.
And now they're talking about the state of men's tennis as being in a great spot to survive the loss of...
Well, where's the American?
Which American?
Is there a great American?
Yeah, Ben Shelton, Tommy Paul.
But there hasn't been a great
Taylor
American for the
Fritz.
last 10 years, and tennis has been in a great spot.
And Coco Gauff, the American, just won on the women's
She
side
won.
against
Good for her. It was
Sabalenka.
good to see her win.
But
It
I
was
mean,
good to see
between
her win, yeah.
Federer and Nadal and
Djokovic is still playing.
It's not like it's needed an American to be great unless you feel like it needs an American to be great.
Yeah, I think it needs an American to be great.
Taylor
Sinner's
Fritz-
23 years old, by the way.
Taylor
He's young.
Fritz is
He's
fourth.
23 years old. Has he won anything?
No.
I mean, I'm not saying we've got to go back to the, John McEnroe, Jimmy Connors era, Michael Chang, but, we've had some really great, Andre Agassi, Pete Sampras.
Sure.
Like, yeah, I think it needs a great American.
I don't feel as. I mean, I understand the sentiment. It makes it easier to get, when nationalism is involved, it gets a little bit easier to pay attention. Great tennis is great tennis, and that was. I'm just so upset I missed that yesterday. And congrats to Coco Gauff too.
And congrats to Coco Gauff, who's holding it down for the American on the women's side
No doubt,
over there.
for sure.
She beat Sabalenka. It is the second time she's beat Sabalenka in a finals to win it all. And with that, that's your 4 o'clock reset.
Well, just real quick, the hockey game 3, the Stanley Cup final. I didn't mean to pass over that.
Hockey game 3 tonight, 5 p.m. Series tied 1-1.
Okay, we'll see what that one has to bring. Thank you.
She's rooting for Canada.
Why is that an issue to you?
I'm also rooting for Canada.
I don't understand why that's an issue to you.
It's fine. It's fine.
You keep making it an issue. Why is this an issue to you?
I don't know. It's fine. Let Edmonton win it. Canada hasn't won one in forever.
That's the only reason. It's their sport. It's about time they won one. It's been like since
sport.
1993. But hey, you keep making an issue out of it if you want to. That's fine by me. I don't really care. Yeah. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show,
anyway.
When we come back on Burns and Gambo, the Phoenix Suns, the KD landscape, is it starting to take shape? And is there a surprise team entering the conversation when it comes to KD? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
OTA's over. Cardinals minicamp has begun. There's still no live contact, but minicamp is more intense.
More intensity.
With longer practices, and it's mandatory.
Be there or be square.
Players get fined for missing minicamp, so everyone is expected in Tempe this week.
Hey, I'm here so I won't get fined, boss.
Arizona Sports is live from Cardinals HQ for minicamp. Talking with players and coaches and bringing it to you on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com. We are wherever you are. Cardinals minicamp coverage brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. When do you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer? Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Spend the day with Dad at Chase Field on Sunday, June 15th, and pick up a Father's Day polo shirt before the D-backs versus Padres matchup, courtesy of Budweiser.
This next song goes out to Cox Mobile for letting me video call my dog while we're on tour. From San Diego to Boston, I said hi. You started barking. Cox Mobile's got the bars to keep us both howling.
We run on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability. So whether you're at a concert or on the road, you'll stay connected. Visit cox.com/mobile. Cox Internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability per Ookla US 2H 2024. Other restrictions apply.
Real stories with Hellsberg.
After we met and we started dating, Nancy and I lived 150 miles apart, and I would drive my old jalopy car, and it was roughly a 3-hour distance. It took 3 years I drove across that state, back and forth, dating her every weekend.
Persistence.
And I would have never stopped. I had a lot of energy back then, 36 years ago.
At Hellsberg, find the engagement ring worthy of your story.
Designed with the love, care, and craft it deserves. Visit a Helzberg store or helzberg.com.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta from Arizona Sports. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talk a lot about Y-Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures, and there is no cold calling. Y-Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
The Arizona heat can be dangerous, and you can help save lives. Text WATER to 620-620 for the UPS Store water drop-off locations, or donate today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive, presented by the UPS Store. Message and data rates may apply.
Arizona Sports.
There's going to be serious conversations about moving Kevin Durant.
Suns, a new horizon. Shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Burns and Gambo.
Well, if I'm the Suns, I don't have to respect his wishes.
You do not.
Because I'm at the point where I need to do what's best for the organization. I done already tried this where I done traded Kevin Durant and traded away draft picks and assets and all type of stuff, and now I'm stuck not only with Kevin Durant trying to get rid of his contract, but I'm stuck with Bradley Beal as well because I tried the big three. So at this point, since they done cleaned house, they don't have to respect his wishes.
Okay, but the ideal.
They get the best for the organization.
Yeah.
It's Kendrick Perkins, NBA Today, talking about how the Suns don't necessarily have to send Kevin Durant somewhere that he would want to go or somewhere that he would want to sign an extension fee. It would help. And I think it's expected that a veteran of Kevin Durant's status has kind of earned that right. But technically, you don't have to, especially if the team that you're trading him to doesn't care about signing him to a contract extension or isn't trying to sign him to a contract extension. That's why the Toronto rumor over the weekend about KD was so fascinating, because the whole idea was based off of, we're not trying to sign him to an extension. We're trying to win this year, and then we'll see where we are a year from now.
Won a championship getting Kawhi for 1 year.
He didn't
stay.
That's exactly what it is, right?
He didn't stay. And
that's been the root of, I think, what was maybe the most interesting rumor out of the weekend. Now, your Spurs stuff is really good, and that makes a lot of sense, and it checks a lot of boxes. But the Mark Stein, Jake Fisher rumor over the weekend was that Toronto might be looking to make a big splash this summer. Like, they might be under a mandate to get a lot better really quickly in an Eastern Conference that would appear to be a lot more open than the West, and that would include doing with KD exactly what they did with Kawhi all those years ago. We'll take you in for a year. We'll see if you want to stay, great. But we understand. We get it. It's only going to be a year, and let's just see what happens in that year. That's a fascinating discussion, I think, when it comes to Durant and where he might end up.
Yeah, I would be shocked if somebody did that. But if anybody's going to do it, it's probably Toronto, right? Because they've had success with it before. Most teams would be like, if I'm going to trade you good assets, I would expect that I'm going to be able to keep Kevin Durant for 3 years. And I think Kevin Durant doesn't want to keep unpacking every year. I don't think he wants to go, I was in Brooklyn, then I was in Phoenix, then I'm going to go to Toronto, then I'm going to go somewhere. Like, I don't think he wants that. So I think, and the other thing is I don't think you give up the farm for a 1-year rental either. I think the price tag is a lot lower on a 1-year rental than it is on a 3-year guy.
And I didn't mean to cut you off, but I think that's really the key point here is if it doesn't benefit the Suns for Toronto to get involved because of the reason that you just said right there. For Toronto's standpoint, they're not – now, they still have to come up with the salaries to match, obviously. But that's a deal for the sake of a deal. That's the deal for the sake of, okay, we just got to get Kevin Durant off this roster. Come hell or high water, let's do it. There's no way that you get more in exchange for Durant when he's not signing a contract extension than you would if he did. And the Suns have to know that. And so I would think any offer from Toronto can't be as good as something you would get from Houston or San Antonio or Minnesota or some of the other teams that would intend on keeping him for 3 years.
I think Kawhi went for DeMar DeRozan and Jakob Poeltl, I think, were the guys in that deal. I don't know if there might have been picks involved. I can't remember.
Got the thumbs up from Mitch. That was it.
It was DeMar DeRozan.
And I think like Jakob Poeltl, yeah.
And yeah. So, I mean, it wasn't a terrible price. I mean, DeRozan was a good player, but I think that, like, they found him expendable. So they made that trade, and they ended up winning a championship, and it was fascinating. It was fascinating when they won it. It was good. It was good for them. And if they want to go back in and try to do it again with Kevin Durant, by all means, go ahead. Like, they've broken up that team.
Oh, sure.
Like, they don't have OG Anunoby anymore. They don't have Pascal Siakam anymore. They don't have Kawhi Leonard anymore.
Fred VanVleet anymore.
They don't have Fred VanVleet anymore. That whole team got broken up, but they did make the trade with New Orleans. So they probably feel like after the Brandon Ingram trade, if they can get Kevin Durant, and against the East seems to be wide open.
Yeah,
especially if Tatum's going to be out for next year.
Yeah, the East is so. I mean, it's the Indiana Pacers are representing the Eastern Conference in the NBA Finals. Nothing against them, but you know what I mean. Like the New York Knicks are gettable. The Boston Celtics are going to be down and out without Jason Tatum. It's this who's now Toronto would have to do more than just Kevin, but who's to say that him going there doesn't bump them into the top 4 or 5 and give them a puncher's chance? I don't know, but I do know that their incentive to give up a lot to get him. But then again, how desperate are they to get him? Like if they're really trying to, convince the Suns, no, we're serious. We want him for a year, and we understand he's not going to stay for a year. Okay, show me how serious you are. Okay, here's an offer that we don't think you're going to be able to say no to. Maybe they would have to overpay a little bit for Kevin Durant, knowing that the Suns aren't going to be inclined to consider Toronto because they're not going to keep him for beyond a year. I don't know. It's an interesting idea.
The more the merrier. The more teams whose name, the better off we all are. I've never thought that there would be a shortage of teams for Kevin Durant. I never did think there'd be a shortage of teams. Just too good of a player. And he could help. He could really help somebody, even though he didn't help the Suns. I mean, it wasn't his fault. But I think when you're going to look, and I'll probably have more information on this tomorrow, I think you're looking for 2 rotation pieces and draft picks. 2 rotation
pieces and draft
capital.
Young rotation pieces, old rotation
young.
pieces.
I think you're looking for two guys. Yeah, I would say 2 younger players and then draft picks. And I'll find out more like what they're looking for. But that's what I would assume, that they've got to get back 2 rotation pieces and some kind of draft capital as well.
For what it's worth, the Toronto Raptors hold the number 9 pick in this month's draft, by the way. For what it's worth. Just throwing that out there. They got the 9th pick in the draft.
I like 9 better than 14.
Indeed, I do.
But I like 2 better than 9.
You're really number 2 or Stephen Castle, huh? You're really sticking to that, huh?
I don't know that they would give up the 2nd pick to San Antonio. I think they'd give up the 14th. I don't know if they'd give up number 2. But again, try.
Ask. Never hurts to ask.
Yeah.
Join us for another Arizona Sports Half Day Club this Wednesday. As the Diamondbacks taking on the Mariners. Text the word half to 620-620. We will send you a link to get lower level tickets for just $9.87. Again, text the word half to 620-620. The Diamondbacks have a complicated history when it comes to spending money on pitchers. Is Corbin Burns officially another statistic? And do the Diamondbacks have any other choice? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Morana Mornings.
It hinges on Kyler Murray, but I think if you're going to rank the Cardinals under the most pressure, to be successful this year, Marvin Harrison Jr. is number 2. Now, his success is not all his responsibility.
Right.
It ties into the pressure on the quarterback, but that's what everybody around the league is looking at, in addition to locally.
Without a doubt, it's not just Marvin Harrison Jr., it is his connection with Kyler Murray. They have got to get on a much better page together.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
It's finally here. I can finally say it. The brutal summer heat is here. All you have to do is take a look at that app that Yavin tells you what the temperatures are. I was texting my wife earlier. It's going to be 110 degrees. Next Monday, I think it's going to be 112 on Sunday, 111 on Monday. We're here, all the 105-degree days and more. So I want to tell you about Christian Brothers, because Christian Brothers has been servicing the Valley for 48 years. As a family-owned company, they take a lot of pride in getting to you quickly to fix your AC unit at a fair price. So if you find yourself in a bind and your AC unit is starting to go kaput on you and you want to get it repaired, well, they have great repair people. They have great technicians, servicemen that will come out to you and take care of your AC unit. They even give free second opinions. So if somebody tells you, yeah, you need a new AC unit, and you don't think they spent a lot of time seeing if they could fix it, call Christian Brothers. And they'll tell you if you need a new AC unit or if it can be repaired. Many times you want to repair it if you can. So call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535. Whether you need a new AC unit, you want to get yours repaired, or you just want a second opinion, that's 602-222-3535.
Shane Company engagement rings are expertly crafted to fit both your style and your lifestyle.
My wife's an artist and works with her hands. Shane Company helped me create a ring that's beautiful and sleek. She loves it.
Shane Company rings are crafted with care using high-quality materials, and we set each center stone by hand in our jeweler's workshop right here in our store. We also protect your ring, including the center stone, with our unmatched free lifetime warranty. Let us help you find your perfect ring, in-store and at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
1877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
You've always been strong, but in the face of life's toughest moments, you're going to discover an even deeper strength within. These are the moments you go from strong to stronger. Because no matter how scary the diagnosis, we're ready to do whatever it takes. We've been training for this moment, so we can be there right when you need us. We're ready for cancer. Cancer isn't ready for us. Learn more at dignityhealthazcancer.org.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Diamondbacks hoping to turn their fortunes around after getting swept out of Cincinnati. They're back home for the start of a 3-game series against the Seattle Mariners. Prior to tonight's game, Diamondbacks made a switcheroo in their bullpen, but not for good reason. Kendall Graveman has been placed on the 15-day injured list due to a right hip impingement. Christian Montes de Oca has been recalled from AAA Reno. Merrill Kelly is the man on the mound tonight. He'll face the young right-hander Emerson Hancock for Seattle. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And the Stanley Cup Finals is back in the United States after a brief stop in Canada. Florida Panthers host the Edmonton Oilers in Game 3. Series is tied at a game apiece. Puck drop is at 5. This report is brought to you by Morris Hall Estate Planning. Whether you need adjustments to an existing estate plan or just need to get one started, the attorneys at Morris Hall are ready to help. For a complimentary consultation, visit morrishall.com today.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Can the Diamondbacks get their sinking season back on track? It's getting late. Tick-tock, tick-tock. We'll discuss tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
He's more than likely going to be lost until, I would guess, August, September of next year.
Yeah, so almost 2 full regular seasons.
So why throw him then? Because if they're in the hunt, you're asking them to come back max effort without really working it back all the way through. I don't know if I really want, him to.
I think the reason teams like to do that because it gives a player confidence going into the offseason that I made it back and I can get to spring training and go through the normal routine.
Yeah, but Dan,
and I don't have to worry about it.
But when you come back in the postseason, there's a little bit more adrenaline, a little bit more max effort than maybe I'm easing in through spring training into the season. That's just how I'm saying.
Dan Plesac, Harold Reynolds on MLB Network talking about Corbin Burns. It was obviously one of the top stories in the sport over the weekend, and unfortunately, this mess is right here in our backyard, Gambo, as we're trying to figure it out. And while we know he's out for the season and we know it's going to bleed into next season, we don't know how far. We don't know what the future of Zach Gallen is going to be or Merrill Kelly's going to be. Or now everything just feels like it's completely and totally up in the air and uncertain and things like that. Man, you cannot escape. And I don't know what exactly you're supposed to do about this if you're the Diamondbacks. You cannot escape the awful, awful luck that you have had when it comes to signing Corbin Burns, Jordan Montgomery, Madison Bumgarner, Eduardo Rodriguez, if you want to throw him in there. His Diamondback career hasn't been that special. Hell, if you want to go back in the day, Russ Ortiz, if you want to go back that far.
Way back time machine.
Zach Greinke, who wasn't bad here, but he was good, but it certainly didn't lead to the kind of team success that everybody thought was coming for whatever reason, spanning over multiple general managers, right? This is not just a Mike Hazen thing. For whatever reason, this organization has just had the worst luck. It's almost like they made a deal with the devil in signing Randy Johnson all those years ago. Like, okay, we're going to give you Randy Johnson, and he's going to win 4 straight Cy Young Awards, and he's going to win a World Series, and he's going to be co-MVP, and he's pretty much going to establish himself as one of the most dominant lefty in the history of the game. But you're going to pay for it every year since. By every starting pitcher, you're going to sign to a big free agent contract after that. It's worked out for virtually none of them ever since.
Blame it on Randy Johnson.
It's your fault, Randy. I blame you.
There it is. Blame it on Randy.
It's your fault, Randy.
Went got Randy and won a World Series, and now you got to pay for it.
Paying for it. You made your deal with the devil right there, man. I tell you.
You know, the Burns thing looked like it was working out great. Finally, like, wow, finally they nailed one of these things. Now, Bumgarner was on the decline. San Francisco knew it. They didn't want him. That guy won, 3 World Series with the Giants? Yes. They knew him better than anybody. They wanted no part of him. They knew he was declining. Jordan Montgomery was never a great pitcher. He was always okay. You know, that's why nobody gave him $100 million. The Diamondbacks ended up giving him 1 year and $25 million, thinking that that's all they would have to pay him, but they ended up having to pay him $50 million because he pitched so poorly. But the intention was never to give him $50 million. It was to pay him $25 and try to see if he could help you as a 3rd or 4th starter. But, you go look at his career going into signing with the Diamondbacks, he had maybe won like 50 baseball games tops. Like, he was never that good. He was a 500 pitcher. Who was the other one? Eduardo Rodriguez. He was okay. He was okay. You didn't look at him to be a number 1 or a 2. You're like, hey, could you be a 3 or a 4? You got to have some of those guys. It's always better when you could develop your own guys like what they're doing right now. But to that point, you have to do it. When you have a chance to go get a player like that, you have to do it. Because pitching is what you need pitching. You have to win with pitching. So I don't fault them for going after these guys, and I don't want to say don't ever do it again, because they will. Sometime in the next 4 years, the Diamondbacks are going to spend big money on a starting pitcher.
No, and I want to make sure I'm clear about this. The intention of me bringing this up is not to Monday morning quarterback this or look back on it and say you shouldn't have done this or you shouldn't have done that. We all stood and applauded when they got Corbin Burns. It was surprising as hell when it happened, but we all stood and applauded the aggressiveness and the open checkbook and the willingness of Ken Kendrick to spend and the willingness of the organization to add. We did the same thing. Eduardo Rodriguez, remember, Eduardo Rodriguez came within virtually a month of them losing the World Series, with all of us having the very clear recognition that they just didn't have enough starting pitching, that it was a miracle they got as far as they did with Zach Gallen, Merrill Kelly, Brandon Pfaadt, and a bunch of bullpen games in the postseason. We stood and applauded for that. Jordan Montgomery, it felt at the time like, hey, you know what? What the hell? Why not? You're right. He's not great, but he was good for the last 3 years. We've got this pitcher just sitting there. It's a 1 year. Yeah, sure. Let's bring him in. Why not? I don't think it should stop. Let's put it this way. I hope it doesn't stop the Diamondbacks and Ken Kendrick from pursuing this and going after this and spending and, being this version of the Diamondbacks that they've been the last couple of years. It's cool, man. I can get behind this, right? Like they recognizing they're good, recognizing there's a window and going for it within that window. I hope they keep doing this because I like this version of my baseball team. I want my baseball team to be like this. I guess my fear is that a month from now, a month and a half from now, they'll be out of it. They've got 4 or 5 assets that are very easily tradable at the deadline if they want to. And it'll just kind of lead to an organizational-wide reset when it comes to expectations and how good they can be and how much money they're going to spend. And I hope it doesn't come to that, but I'd be lying to you and everybody listening if I said I didn't see a path where that could be the case, right? Where they could, okay, you know what? Let's reset and scale back here a little bit because this isn't working right now, and we've got all these guys that we could try. I hope it doesn't come to that, but I can't sit here and say that it won't come to that.
It's a very interesting thing. The Diamondbacks have a lot of young core players that should be able to keep them competitive year after year after year. Corbin Carroll, Geraldo Perdomo, Ketel Marte, hopefully one of these center fielders works out. Ryan Nelson, Brandon Pfaadt,
Justin Martinez. Sure, right.
Like, this isn't oh, my God, they're an old baseball team and they have to win now, and if they don't win now, it's all over. But Mike Hazen's going to have to pull a rabbit out of a hat if they lose Kelly, lose Gallen, and Burns isn't pitching next year because I don't know who's throwing for them. I don't know what they're going to have to do. And it's not like, let me see, what is his contract? It's not like Gallen's making – it is right. Gallen's making $13 million. Now, the good news.
15, yeah, okay, yep.
Did you got 15? Is it 15 million?
No, I was going to guess 15, but you looked it up.
13.5 he's making.
Okay.
So it's not like, you'll get that back, and then you'll get Montgomery's money back. So now, okay, that's $38 million that you have on the books right now. Now, you've got Corbin's contract's going to go up, and, you've got other contracts going up. But you can get off of some money, and Gallen if Gallen leaves, Montgomery will be gone. That's $38 million.
Montgomery, Eugenio Suarez, and his 15.5 million off the books. Naylor and his 10 off the books. I mean, there is. You
got to replace Naylor. You got those guys have to be replaced.
Of course, you do. Well, I mean, I'm assuming Suarez gets replaced by Lawler,
you hope.
You would hope that he's in a position to contribute, offensively every day, and that position becomes his.
You could have Pavin Smith be your first baseman. He actually is not bad defensively.
He's not bad defensively.
Not bad.
I still feel like you need a little bit more of a bopper over there between that and your left-handed DH. Pavin's been fine, but he hasn't given you that same production you got out of Jock Peterson a year ago. I guess my point is that there will be a lot of money coming off the books. And even though, and I agree with you, there needs to be a commitment to bringing back Merrill Kelly, especially now with what's going on. And we'll talk about that in a little bit, but I agree. They have to bring him back. I do think financially they should, even with Corbin Burns making money for nothing with the injury, I still think there should be room in the payroll for them to still try to keep this thing competitive by spending a little bit, because they're losing so much off of their payroll a year from now. Whether they trade them at the deadline or not, they're dropping a lot of money off the books.
Right. You'd have to see what free agent pitches are out there. Do you go more now? Do you look more at the 1 year deal or 2 year deal?
It's interesting.
Do you feel, do you just try to get somebody to come in for 1 year? Or do you try to sign somebody again to a multi-year? The first thing I do, like I said, is I bring back Merrill Kelly, but there'll be plenty of pitchers out on the market if you want to go get somebody.
What's interesting about that, Ken Rosenthal from The Athletic wrote about the Diamondback situation with Burns and kind of covering all the things that we've talked about today. But in general, he said that's why there's the belief among some teams, not all, but some, in Major League Baseball, we are just not going to sign pitchers to long-term deals. We're not going to do it. It's just there's just too much risk. We're 3-year deals, 4 tops. That's all we're committed to doing. The Orioles put an offer out there for Corbin Burns that was for a lot more money per year, but it was only for 4 years. Just because they didn't want to take the risk, right? And they worry about that long-term. If you sign a pitcher for 7 years, you're basically acknowledging that he's going to be hurt for some of that because of the nature of the position. So,
you go back to Steven Strasburg.
Sure. Yeah.
David Price.
Yeah. Those long-term deals where it's just like
Felix Hernandez.
Talk about money for nothing, man. You're paying for nothing. And that's the risk. We'll see.
But you got your kicks for free, though.
Yes, you did.
Well, he ain't but nothing, and you kick. There you go, Mitch. Verlander worked out. He had a big contract. He worked out.
Some of them do work out, but
Scherzer worked out.
There is a lot of them who just, oh boy, it's a lot of money, and they get hurt.
Yeah,
when they do. It's sunk
freaking
cost.
Risky, sure.
Sunk cost. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, Kyler Murray, just how much does he have to prove this NFL season? That's coming up on Arizona Sports.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Here comes the 0-1 pitch. Fastball ripped on the ground to third. Backhanded by Espinal. The throw to first in time, and that's the ball game. Diamondbacks finish 12 up, 12 down to finish the game. They lose the finale 4-2.
Swept out of Cincy, the D-backs face the Mariners at Chase Field. Game 1 of 3 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
The heat. The summer heat does a lot of damage to roofs, and especially if you've got like overgrown trees. How many of you have trees that are overhanging the roof, and you don't know the damage those tree limbs could be doing to your roof? That's why I tell you about JLC Roofing all the time, because you don't want a small repair to turn into a large repair, and many people don't have maintenance done on their roofs. Roofs require maintenance. JLC Roofing, they have third-generation roofers from the grandfather to the father to the son. Who wouldn't want to work with a company that didn't sell out to the big corporate companies but stayed family-owned and operated for 3 generations? It's in their blood. That's what they do. They care about the community. They have the second largest roofer in Arizona because they've been around for so long. They offer our listeners $1,500 off a full replacement roof, and they offer free estimates. Free estimate. Just get your roof checked out, because a minor repair might be just a few $100 rather than just waiting, and the next thing you know, you've got insulation issues and mold and drywall and paint and flooring and baseboards. Everything's damaged because the monsoons came and you didn't realize that you had a little problem up there that they could have fixed for just a little bit of money. Call JLC Roofing for a free estimate or to get a price on a new roof if you need it. They're valley-wide. Call 602-ROOFING. That's 602-ROOFING.
Fernando Tatis Jr. and the San Diego Padres return to Chase Field for a weekend series starting June 13. Get your tickets now at dbacks.com.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Secret Clinical Dominating Extra Stinky Stress Sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave. Oh, what a beautiful day. This is regular deodorant. Ugh, I can't. Secret Clinical with workout sweat. Let's run another marathon. And regular deodorant. How much more? Secret is the GOAT. Because nothing fights sweat better. Stay fresher under pressure.
You know our summer escape now is our own backyard. That is not taking a week vacay. That's every day. And that's what happens when you do what we did at Casa Galvisi and call California Pools and Landscape. Whether it's a backyard refresh or a complete reset like we did, stay cool in your own swimming pool. And right now, get a free Baja shelf with your new pool. Yep, don't miss the summer sales event at California Pools and Landscape, where you get a free Baja shelf with a new pool. Click calpool.com/Paul.
Whether you're shaping up a small yard or tackling serious acreage, Steel walk-behind zero-turn and stand-on mowers are built to get the job done. Shop online or at your local Steel dealer. Steel, let's go mow. Available at participating dealers.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, Lauren has an update on our Twitter poll question of the day, social media poll question of the day. It's a good one. It's an interesting one. It's a thought-provoking one. Lauren, provoke our thoughts. What do you got?
That's what we aim for with these poll
provoking thoughts.
questions.
Yes, we're trying to provoke your thoughts.
All right, well, what are your thoughts on where do you predict Kevin Durant is traded to this offseason? Is it the Rockets, the Spurs, the Knicks, or the Timberwolves?
It's not logical, and I'm probably most likely wrong on this, and Gambo is most likely right on this. The little voices tell me the Knicks. Eastern Conference team, wide open conference, a level of desperation there. I don't know, Gambo. Little voice in my head's telling me it's going to be the Knicks when it's all said and done. So that's probably not the right answer, but
yeah, I mean, we don't know.
The voice.
I mean, I don't know. I'll stick with the Spurs. I'll stay with the Spurs. I mean, all along I was looking at the Rockets. I don't want to rule them out, but I think there's going to be a lot of interest in Kevin Durant. I think the Suns are going to be able to make a good trade because I think there'll be a lot of interest.
I hope you're right, Gambo.
We all do.
I do too.
And 56% of our audience is going with the Spurs, 21% going with the Rockets, 16% going with the Knicks, and 8% going with the Timberwolves.
Okay. It's a good question. We're probably about 2 weeks away from resolution on this.
Was that 2-3 combined?
Yeah,
there?
2-3 to 3. We're to 3. No, we're 2. I was just trying to do the math in my head when the draft was. The draft is 2 weeks from this Wednesday.
Wow.
Yeah.
We're working on
2 weeks.
I haven't spent any time on the draft. I mean, they're picking so late in the draft, you just no idea who's going to be there. But I'll start to do a little bit of work on it.
And while the draft is going on, I will look eastward, Gambo, and I'll raise my glass and I'll toast you on draft day from the beaches of San Diego.
Oh, that's
Cheers.
right. You're not going to
I'm not going to be here for draft week. Cheers. I'll be in San Diego.
Wow.
Here's to you, Gambo. Go get him. God bless you.
Turn those notifications off. Throw the phone away.
That's what I do on vacation. I don't know if that's what you do on vacation. That's what this guy does on vacation.
I think that there's a really good chance this year is going to be the year.
Really?
Yeah, I'm going to be with my family in Italy. Like, you know, I think I'm going to interrupt my aunt's birthday dinner to, like, tweet something out. I don't think so.
Yes, I do. I was not born yesterday, Gambo.
Gambo, you're gonna have
when I'm at Mount Etna. I'm gonna be.
Well, first of all, you're gonna die because it's an active volcano.
I was gonna say you can't be tweeting. You're gonna fall.
Yeah, you
right
might
in.
watch where you're going. Yeah. Gambo, when it comes to you not doing anything on social media when you're on vacation, when it comes to work, you know, and breaking stories and things like that, we all around here, we have been fool me once, fool me twice, fool me 8 times. We won't be fooled again. We're like that Who classic rock song. We won't be fooled again by you and your promises that you're not going to do it. You're going to do it.
Promises in the dark.
Yeah, something like that. You're going to do it. You're in the dark, in the light, in Italy, in another country. You're going to do it. You know it, and I know it. So let's drop the charade, my friend, and pretend like you're not going to do it this year.
We'll see, but I'm going to try not to.
Okay. All right. God bless you for trying. God bless you for trying. This was the most predictable, if I click on this link, what am I going to read link I think I've ever seen. On NFL.com from Bucky Brooks, 7 NFL enigmas in 2025. Click on it. First name listed, Kyler Murray. Yeah, you're damn right.
Yeah.
These are, in the NFL, there are established superstars and role players. He's right. But there are also guys who exist in sort of a purgatory state between good and bad, young and old. These are the enigmas heading into the 2025 season. Here are the 7 who fit the bill. Kyler Murray was the first one listed. It was the most predictable thing I saw all weekend because he absolutely deserves to be on this list, Gambo.
You know, I was thinking about this the other day. I was doing a workout at the YMCA, and a guy came up to me, and he goes, "Hey, I'm a big fan of the show. Listen to you guys all the time. I got time for a question." I'm like, "Yeah." And of course, the question was Cardinals related. What do you think of Kyler Murray?
Third and goal for the 5.
Sorry, again, that was me. I'm so
sorry. Is he
going
going to be here? Oh, you're screwing up left and right.
I know.
Is he going to be here next year? It seems to be that any time I run into somebody and they want to talk Cardinals, the only question people want to know is Kyler Murray. Nobody says, "What do you think about Trey McBride? What do you think about Michael Wilson? Do you think Buddha will finish his career here? Do you think Gannon's a good coach? What do you think about Trey Benson?" Like nobody. 99% of all the comments that people will make to you if they're talking Cardinals are about, what do you think of Kyler Murray? I mean, if you listen to the show, I always tell you what I think of Kyler Murray. I think he's a good but not great quarterback. I think he's in that middle tier, which is, I always say this. There's 10 great quarterbacks, there's 10 terrible quarterbacks, and there's 10 quarterbacks in the middle, and you don't know what the hell to do with them. I'd rather be in the top 10 or the bottom 10. The middle 10 is purgatory. You just don't know. Those are the guys that are going to win you enough games to tease you. You're going to keep them for 7, 8, 9, 10 years. You're not going to win anything. You're going to be like, we got to move on. Those are tough. Top 10 guys, you're not moving on from Josh Allen, right? You're not moving on from Patrick Mahomes.
No.
So, and the bottom 10 guys, you're like, okay, you got to move on. They're terrible. So it's the middle guys that are it's very difficult to figure out because you could go either way. You could maybe get a top 10 quarterback or you could end up with somebody worse than what you have.
I have no evidence to prove this at all, and there's no way I could, but it seems to me just kind of like anecdotally that what's happened over the last year, and this is kind of my extension of what you're talking about here, is that he's so polarizing. Everybody wants to talk about him. Everybody wants to know what we think about him. I think you've got a certain segment of the population who just believes he is not a franchise quarterback and you can't win with him. That there's a certain segment of the population who believes he is a franchise quarterback and you will win with him and he's great. Then there's that middle ground of people who are in purgatory. They're just not sure. They need more evidence. They need to see more. What I've noticed, I feel like in the last year, is that the number of people who believe that, yes, he is the guy and, yes, he will take you where you want to go, I think that number is shrinking. I think that number has shrunk quite a bit over the last year. And I think those people have moved into the either I don't know zone or the, yeah, he's not the guy zone. Because it just feels, and I've got no evidence to back this up, but it feels like the Kyler supporters have shrunk in numbers over the last year, whether it's because the way he played at the end of last season, the way the season kind of, I don't know exactly what the reasons are, but it doesn't feel like there are as many stand on the table and make the passionate argument for Kyler crowd that there was even this time a year ago. I feel like their numbers have gone down. Agree? Disagree?
Yeah, I think I agree, because the longer you go without having the success, the more impatient people become, right?
Yes.
I think you just, okay, like you keep waiting and waiting and waiting for it. And look, we could go back to when Kyler got the contract. I still think the majority of fans back then were like, I don't know if this is a good idea or not.
I think you're a majority, but I think it was like 50-50. Yeah, it was like, hey, is this a good idea or not? I didn't love it. It was just like, what else are you going to do? You know, you kind of have to at this point unless you're ready to go get a different quarterback. But I get it.
And at that time, you weren't ready to give up on him. You weren't ready to.
It was too soon. It was too soon to give up on him.
It was too soon. But after this year, now again, if Kyler has, look, Jonathan Gannon's a big believer in him. I give Jonathan Gannon a lot of credit. You know, he's a big believer in him. And he always says the right things. You never feel that he isn't behind Kyler 100%. But if this is another year where Kyler is just average to good, and he said it when he was with us last week when we were with Gannon. He said he's just got to be more consistent, right? Consistent. And he thinks he's close to being consistent game in and game out. If he finds that, he may end up being a very good quarterback in this league.
When we come back, we circle back to probably what's the top story in the Valley right now, and that's the Corbin Burns injury and the ramifications of that injury. It's not just this season that is lost, and that's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
Something new is happening at Cox. Now the price of your Cox internet and mobile plan won't go up for 3 years, and Wi-Fi equipment is included. So no frustrating price changes, just a lot more of what you want, like a pizza with extra pineapple. Yikes. Okay, let's stick with something everyone wants. No price changes on your plan, guaranteed. Learn more at cox.com/value. Must have at least 500 megabits per second speeds and Cox Unlimited mobile taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs usage per month.
Oh, it is hot in the Valley and you got to have shade. All Pro Shade Concepts is locally owned and operated with 20 years of experience. Their custom-built shades block up to 95% of the sun's UV rays and lower temperatures by up to 20 degrees. Free estimates and installation on all products. All Pro Shade will also donate a pair of running shoes to Shoes for Soldiers with every shade order. Text SHOES to 620-620 to nominate a soldier and schedule your free consultation at allproshade.com.
Message and data rates may apply. Hi, it's Vince Marotta from Arizona Sports. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talk a lot about Y-Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures, and there is no cold calling. Y-Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done. This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Bad driving habits are hard to break, but good driving habits are easy to form, especially when they can lead to a discount on your auto insurance. With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $321 per vehicle. So buckle up, learn more, and find an agent at fbfs.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
At Shane Company, we love a spring engagement, but you might be wondering, how do I find the perfect engagement ring? As a trusted family jeweler since 1929, we get asked this a lot. We have a wide selection of ring settings, like vintage designs with romantic details, floral settings inspired by nature, and classic styles with clean lines and sleek metals. Dreaming of the most beautiful diamond you've ever seen? At Shane Company, we handpick only the sparkliest center stones in all shapes and sizes, from oval to round to marquise, and more. We have gorgeous natural and lab-grown diamonds at competitive prices, in-store, ready to compare side by side. Drawn to certain colors? We're known for our rainbow of vivid natural sapphires, including shades of blue, straight out of a fairy tale, handpicked by our owner, Tom Shane. At Shane Company, we have the best free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, plus resizing, repairs, and cleanings for life. Visit us at shaneco.com or in store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks hoping to turn their fortunes around after they got swept out of Cincinnati. They're back home, start of a 3-game series against the Seattle Mariners tonight. Prior to the game, the Diamondbacks announced a roster move. Kendall Graveman has been placed on the 15-day injured list, this due to a right hip impingement, and Christian Montes de Oca has been recalled from AAA Reno. Merrill Kelly is the man on the mound tonight. He'll go against the young right-hander Emerson Hancock. First pitch is at 6:40. Pregame coverage starts at 6. You can catch it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And then the Stanley Cup Finals returns to the United States. Started in Edmonton, now we're in Florida. Panthers host the Oilers. Game 3, series tied at a game apiece. Puck drop is at 5. And that is what's trending now.
Hey, it's Wolf. Will Merrill Kelly stop the bleeding and lead the D-backs to a win over the Mariners? We'll be talking D-backs Mariners tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Corbin made this decision, and, he's got a team of unbelievable people around him, right? It starts with his own family, his agent, Scott Boras, us here, our doctors. So everybody was weighing in on what was going on, listening to what the potential plan could be, whether it was conservative or having TJ. And then Corbin got all that information, lumped it up, and made his own decision on this. And we're going to support him. We were going to support him no matter what. And that's what he needs from all of us right now, is a lot of love and support.
All right, that was Troy Lavello on Friday. He joined us mere moments after we found out Corbin Burns needed Tommy John surgery and was going to be out for this season and certainly into next season as well. When, we don't know for sure he'll be back, but we know he's not going to be back at the start of next season, that's for sure. And I think as we continue, Gambo, in the 5 o'clock hour here to process this Corbin Burns loss and what it means, and we've talked about it a lot today, all the different ramifications, I think the smartest thing I've heard about this all day has come from you when it comes to tonight's starter in Merrill Kelly. Like, I think it doesn't solve everything and it doesn't fix everything, but I think the Diamondbacks would be very wise to make sure Merrill Kelly in his free agent year and his walk year doesn't walk and they keep him around. I don't know if they have any other choice at this point.
I don't think they have any choice either. I think they have to sign him. He signed a 2-year deal for $18 million. And again, I mean, he didn't really come into Major League Baseball until he was in his 30s, right? So he didn't have the ability to eat up those arbitration years and when he was in his 20s. So now he's an unrestricted free agent after this year. I don't think there's the way he pitches. I'm not worried about. He's not this hard thrower. He's just he paints corners and he pitches really well. And he's got 5-6 different pitches he can throw for strikes. And to me, I give him 2 years and whatever it's going to take. 2 years and $25 million. Will that get it done? 2 years and $30 million? I mean, whatever it takes. I don't think you can afford to lose the guy. I think he's just too valuable of a pitcher.
We had Merrill on a couple of weeks ago after one of his brilliant starts, and you had asked him about, free agency, and he was very blunt about it. He said, I really want to get to 10 years service time. I'm still about 3 years away. And he goes, look, I get it. They might, I'm sure they might want me to come back, but if somebody comes and offers me a multi-year deal, it's going to be hard to say no to that at my age. And that's not, look, I don't want to make the most important thing about losing Corbin Burns, Merrill Kelly, but I really think it's a good point in the sense that stability is going to be really hard to come by for the Diamondbacks in their rotation the next couple of years. Right now, everything is a damn question mark. Everything. Zach Gallen, question mark. Merrill Kelly, question mark. Brandon Pfaadt, the way he's pitched the last 3 or 4 or 5 outings, he'll be in your rotation, but he's a question mark. Ryan Nelson didn't pitch well this past weekend. Quite like everything about the Diamondbacks rotation is a question mark, and I think if you're Mike Hazen and you've got the opportunity with little impact financially. I don't want to say no limit or impact financially because it's going to cost you some money, but it's
going to cost you what you're paying Gallen now, probably.
Yeah, I
mean, $14, $15 million a year. It's what you're paying Gallen right now if you lose him.
We're not talking about bringing back Zach Gallen. We're talking about bringing back Merrill Kelly, and it's just not as financially steep. I think you have to do it to bring some stability in your rotation, right? To give you like some sure things in your rotation, especially now with Burns being gone. I mean, I think it just went to the top of the list of the things you've got to do if you're the Diamondbacks. It just moved right to the top. You've got to re-sign Merrill Kelly.
Yeah, you thought, okay, Corbin Burns was Zach Gallen protection. You've got protection in case you lose Gallen or Kelly or both because, okay, we talked about can Brandon Pfaadt take that jump and be a number 2? If you lost both of those guys, you'd have Burns as your number 1 and you'd have Pfaadt as your number 2. And, okay, Erod could slide in as 3 or 4. You got Ryan Nelson.
Right.
You feel like you're going to be okay. Now, like, the potential is you could lose all 3 next year. You might not have Burns pitch all season because of the Tommy John surgery. Gallen's a free agent, and Merrill's a free agent. Now, you may not want to give Merrill Kelly multiple years, but I remember what I said about Jock Peterson. Like, the reason they weren't going to keep Jock Peterson is like, hey, we'll give you a 1-year deal, but if somebody wants to give you 2, go take it.
Yeah.
Go take it.
I don't think they have that luxury with Merrill.
I agree with you.
I
totally agree.
I don't think they do. I think they did. I don't think they do anymore. If they want to at least try to keep this thing rolling, I don't think they have. That's just one of the many questions that come off the Corbin Burns injury. The biggest that I just found myself thinking about all weekend long is in the immediate aftermath of the injury on Friday when we found out about it. Most people I read on social media who cover the team or who cover sports just kind of took it as a foregone conclusion that this means that Corbin Burns will opt in to the last 4 years of his deal. Remember, when he signed it, it's a 6-year deal, $210 million. He's got the opportunity to opt out after 2, which means there's at least a world in which Corbin Burns is done pitching for the Arizona Diamondbacks. As crazy as it sounds, if he doesn't come back until September of next year and he and the team and he and his people deem it's not worth it for him to come back and pitch for a month at the end of the season and he opts out, that's it. He could be done. His time with the Diamondbacks could be over.
A lot of that, I'm trying to remember what I reported on this one, but a lot of that money's deferred, like, right? $60 million of it is deferred.
Quite a bit of it. The money that he's making the first 2 years is deferred. And there's a big chunk. I think it's like $11 million per year that is deferred.
Right.
Every single year.
Just per year. Yeah. Right.
Yeah. So go ahead. Say what you're going to say on this.
So so the payroll's actually like the numbers actually like the same each year. Like his salary is like it's like the same every year. It's not like it has all these big jumps because the money's deferred. right? I think it's like basically it's like $30 million every year.
I think it's $30 million every year, and then another 11 on top of that is deferred. I think. Yeah.
Right. So it's not like they started the contract low and then they're going high, or they're starting it high and then going low. So it's pretty much can he come off of Tommy John surgery and go get 100 and whatever it is,
140, 160, whatever the full total value of the last 4 years of his deal are.
Yeah.
Can he do better than that at age 32 coming off of Tommy John surgery, or is he better off staying here because he feels like he owes the Diamondbacks one, or he still wants to stay close to home, or he believes in the direction of the organization and he feels like it's still a good fit? I mean, I don't know. I don't want to sit here and say I think he's going to opt in or think he's going to opt out. I was just surprised by the number of people who follow this who are like, oh, this means he's going to opt in. He'll be back for 4 years after the 2 years are done. I'm like, not so fast. I'm not so sure that's necessarily the case with Corbin. It just, who knows what this thing is going to look like a year and a half from now when he comes back.
A lot of times, like, is it a full reconstruct? Like, once they go in there, they'll see it, right? Once they get in there, the doctors, when they're doing the surgery, then they'll kind of see, and we'll get a report on it after that. I don't think they know 100% until they actually go in there and he goes under the knife. I tend to think that he signed here because he wanted to be here. He wanted to be home with his family.
Yeah.
He likes it here. I tend to think that's going to lead him to want to stay.
And that's still here. That's still at the core of this is still here, right?
Right. That's what I think. But I don't know. Scott Boras is his agent. Hey, listen, if Scott Boras says, okay, you're due, let's just say it's 120. Say it's 165 over 4 years. I mean, I don't know that he can do better than that coming off of Tommy John surgery at 32 years old.
I don't know if he can either. And he might look at it and go, yep, that's the best I'm going to do. I'm going to opt right into that and not take the chance that I'm going to do worse.
Maybe somebody offers $175, but I don't think he's the type of guy that's going to leave over $10 million.
Yeah. There's still, it's just lots of offshoots of this, so we could be talking about it all day. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, Kevin Durant, are we a little bit closer to knowing his next home, and is it deep in the heart of Texas? That's coming up on Arizona Sports.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Here comes the 0-1 pitch. Fastball ripped on the ground to third. Backhanded by Espinal. The throw to first in time, and that's the ball game. Diamondbacks finish 12 up, 12 down to finish the game. They lose the finale 4-2.
Swept out of Cincy, the D-backs face the Mariners at Chase Field. Game 1 of 3 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Market right now, buyer's market. If you are looking to buy a home, if you're renting right now, you want to be a homeowner, well, the Lund Mortgage team is ready to pre-approve you for free. You're saying, oh, free? Yeah, pre-approve you for free. Spend a few minutes on the phone with them, get pre-approved for a mortgage. Now you know what type of house you can afford. You don't want to go looking at a $500,000 house if you could only get a mortgage for a $450,000 house. Well, that's where the Lund Mortgage team comes in. They pre-approve you so you know exactly what type of house you can afford, what type of offer you can make. It's a great time. The prices are coming down, and there's a lot of inventory. It's always good to look for houses when there's a lot of inventory on the market, because then you can really pick and choose the house that you want that fits you and your lifestyle and your family the way you want it to. The Lund Mortgage team has been around for over 30 years. It's a family-owned mortgage company. The only one that I've ever used in Arizona is the Lund Mortgage team. And I want you to give them a call. Get pre-approved for a mortgage at 623-889-0130. That's 623-889-0130. Or go online for more info at lundmortgage.com.
Watch all D-backs games both live and on demand with the D-backs TV subscription. Start your 7-day free trial today by registering at D-backs TV. Visit dbacks.com/watch to learn more.
Morris Hall Estate Planning presents Young Minds, Big Questions.
You think you're a lot smarter than I am?
Do you know how to multiply?
Yes.
Then you're smarter than me.
No, you know what I know about? Estate planning.
I know what estate is. Delaware, where my grandma lives. Estate planning is like preparing for the future. It's like making a promise with your family members.
Yeah, it is. So do you know what we call it when we do estate planning for somebody? It's called a trust.
They're like documents, so they could give their assets to their kids.
You have your home, you have your money, you have other things. You don't want all that gone.
It's a lot of stuff.
So what do you think about estate planning?
I think it's pretty cool. If you want to preserve your legacy, come visit our friends at Morris Hall. I'm proud to be part of the Morris Hall family.
Bring us your big questions. For a complimentary consultation, please visit us at morristrust.com. That's morristrust.com.
Get real testosterone prescribed by real doctors now at Red Mountain. If you're feeling sluggish, lacking energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low testosterone. The solution? Prescription strength testosterone. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, greater focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Have low T? Start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
In 2012, I said, hey, let's restart this moving company under a different name. It's got to be something with veterans. My dad's a veteran, my sister, my uncles, aunt, everybody in my family. And so we came up with Moving Team 6.
Tim Lee, founder of Moving Team 6.
As a family, we've kind of all joined in ranks, and we love what we do. Giving back, that's, to me, that's the most important thing when you're running a business. That's important. We're passionate about it.
Contact us at movingteam6.com. Your move is our mission.
Bank of America is a nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Phoenix. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
The Arizona heat can be dangerous, and you can help save lives. Text WATER to 620-620 for the UPS Store water drop-off locations, or donate today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive, presented by the UPS Store. Message and data rates may apply.
Arizona Sports.
I happen to believe that KD does not want to leave.
Suns, a new horizon.
You want players to not want to leave.
Shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Burns and Gambo.
Let's talk about the San Antonio Spurs as a home for Kevin Durant. Team Gambo that you mentioned last week and I don't want to put words in your mouth or
as a team that Durant had interest in.
Yes, that's how you described it.
I didn't say they've spoken. I didn't say anything like that. I just said that, to me, that from what I've heard, for people close to Durant, that's a team that he would have interest in.
Yeah, and because of that, we start thinking about all the reasons why it makes sense. And obviously with Wemby and De'Aaron Fox and Stephen Castle, it makes a lot of sense. There's assets there. There's draft assets there. There's young players. I have to go back and look at their salaries to see, who the salaries to match would be. But I would think Harrison Barnes would be at least one that you'd start with. But they're a team that probably feels like they're a Kevin Durant away from making a major, major leap in the Western Conference. Now it's the West, and the West is tough, and the West is loaded. But it makes enough sense that Bill Simmons on his BS pod from over the weekend said, and he's like, don't aggregate me on this one. I'll have Bill's words, speak for themselves. But he almost spoke of kind of a similar hunch that's where KD ends up.
I wouldn't be surprised if KD to the Spurs is done already and they just haven't announced it. It's basically they've agreed on specifics and they'll just announce it the week of the draft. Don't aggregate that. I have no inside info. It just feels goes back to the honest thing. I think they're just going to trade for KD and it'll cost a lot less. They'll be able to be really competitive and maybe even go a couple rounds in the playoffs, but they're also going to keep the number 2 pick and do it that way, would be my prediction.
Bill sounds like you. Don't aggregate this. I'm going to get aggregated.
I'll tell you, it's very frustrating because I used to be able to just do a talk show and just speak my mind and say what I want to say, but now literally everything gets, my stuff gets aggregated so I never tweeted out that thing about Durant and the Spurs. But it took off like gangbusters, man. Within about 10 minutes, it's everywhere.
All it takes is somebody who listens to you saying it, and it gets out there. And you know, I didn't even hear Bill say this about San Antonio. I read it. We all read it,
right?
And then Mitch went and found the audio. Now you went and tracked down the idea that the deal is already done, and you shot that down. The deal is not done.
No, there's no truth to that. He's not saying it as fact. He's just speculating. But
right.
No, there's no deal done. The Suns are going to talk to several teams about Kevin Durant. My expectation is, as I've always said, he'll be traded by draft day. That's the goal. If they can get that done, they'd like to accomplish that. I don't see a scenario where KD comes back. They're going to try to move him, get the best package for him. I do believe there will be a lot of teams interested. And I think if Kevin Durant wants to go to the Spurs, I think you've got to talk to the Spurs. Yeah. They've got good young players, and they've got draft capital, and it would make a lot of sense to talk to them. So that's what I said, is that Durant, my understanding is Durant has interest in the Spurs. Now, this was the fascinating point to me. Kevin Durant did not in any way discredit what I was saying. He did not come back and say, you don't know anybody that I'm friends with. You don't know anybody that I'm talking to. You don't have any connection to me. As in, that's been out there for 4 days. And Kevin Durant has not said anything. So but if he's replying, like he's on Twitter all the time, and he's replying to people, but he knows this is out there, this Spurs thing, but he's not responding.
He's not usually shy about telling people when he thinks they're wrong on social media, is he? He doesn't seem to have any problem with telling about, if by now I'm sure he knows you've said this about him in San Antonio. He's seen the aggregations. He's seen the mentions.
Sure, but he hasn't responded to it.
He hasn't responded to it.
He hasn't discredited it or said it's not true or anything like that. So to me, that makes me believe that it is true, that he does have interest in San Antonio, because the people I'm getting this from are very reliable.
And that was the thing about, and I'm glad you said it about Bill, because that was my takeaway. It didn't, and Bill said don't aggregate this. It wasn't so much my sense that he was reporting that he thought it was done or that the deal was already done. I know he said that, but I got more the sense like it just seems like such a natural fit, almost like the same thing that you're saying. Hey, I'm just kind of hearing some stuff out there that might be the fit for Kevin Durant. And then he took it that next step by saying he wouldn't be surprised if the deal's already done. I took that to mean as there is a great deal of smoke out there about the Suns, Kevin Durant, the San Antonio Spurs, and whether something could happen sometime in the next couple of weeks. We all think it's going to happen the week of the draft. The draft is 2 weeks from this Wednesday. I'm looking at the Spurs team payroll right now. The guy that stands out like a sore thumb is Devin Vassell. And whether he's a part of this or not. He's at $27 million. If you're looking at salaries to match, the three that stand out the most are Devin Vassell at $27 million, Keldon Johnson at $17.5, Harrison Barnes at $19. Those are the three that you'd have to include. I would assume two of those. I mean, what combination of that and draft picks get this deal done? I don't have the NBA trade machine in front of me. I couldn't tell you. Castle comes in at about 9.5, but he just won Rookie of the Year.
It'd be very hard to get them.
Jeremy Sohan comes in at like $7.1 million, so maybe his is a salary that is used in there somehow too. But the main three that I'm looking at and the main one that I'm looking at is Devin Vassell, and whether you could get him as a part of this deal or because he might be a good piece. He's under contract for 4 more years, including this one coming up at like $27 million per year. He's got 135 guaranteed coming to him. So I don't know, would he, and I'm not asking you to know this, but I wonder if he'd be a guy who'd be included in this conversation. Somebody the Suns would ask for or not.
You talk about Castle?
Vassell. Devin Vassell.
No, I would think Vassell's the guy you can get. I would think, but again, the problem becomes, but I'm okay with this. He's a shooting guard. He's a 6'5" shooting guard. I mean, the problem becomes you get too many guys at the same position.
Fair.
But they need young talent. He's 24 years old, and he's good. So the Suns need young talent. You can always move him down the road or something. But I think he's the guy you could probably get. They're going to want to build around Wembanyama, Fox, Durant, and I think Castle.
Yep.
I don't think you can get Castle, but if I'm the Suns, I ask for give me one of the other, Castle or the number 2 pick. Give me one or the other, and I just see if I can get them to budge, because that would be a home run if you ended up with either one of those two things, the number 2 pick or Castle. Now, if you can't get either one, there's still decent packages to be made out there, and the Spurs have pretty good inventory going forward with draft picks, and you want to get some of those. So, and I do think from the little I know about what they want back now, and again, I'm hoping to have more, on this. I think they want 2 rotation players back. I'm trying to get to my notes if I can find them. I think they want 2 rotation players back in draft capital.
Well, if it's draft capital they want, the Spurs have this, like you mentioned, the 2nd pick. They also have the 14th pick. Next year, they have a pick swap with Atlanta, which could be a very favorable situation for San Antonio. They'll get the better pick of either theirs or Atlanta if Atlanta's not good next year. They've got their own first in 2027. They've got a pick swap with Boston in 2028. They've got picks. I mean, they've got an opportunity to make a move with like some of the inventory there. So we'll see. We'll see if that's where he wants to go, how closely the Suns want to work with him, if that's the only place he wants to go, or whether there are other places he's willing to go as well, because a lot of this is going to be predicated off of that. But it's a start. I mean, it's one of the teams that's going to come up, and one of the teams that we'll keep talking about for sure. When we come back here on Burns and Gambo, we'll turn our attention back to the Arizona Diamondbacks. Zach Gallen, he's looked better as of late. The problem still persists, though. Will they persist all the way until the trade deadline? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
OTA's over. Cardinals minicamp has begun. Arizona Sports is live from Cardinals HQ for minicamp. Talking with players and coaches.
This is Cardinals center Yelda Froholt. This is Michael Wilson. It's Cardinal cornerback Max Melton.
And bringing it to you on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com. Cardinals minicamp coverage brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Global Credit Union locations all over the valley. Don't bank at a bank. Banking is better at Global Credit Union. Banking has more benefits when you bank at Global Credit Union. Banks are answering to shareholders and stockholders. They're not thinking about you. They're not thinking about your best interests. Whereas a Global Credit Union, they offer checking, savings, loans, so much more. Their strength is their membership, and they are there to serve their membership. So when it comes to, a real commitment to eliminating fees, that's what Global Credit Union is about. When it comes to a next level customer service, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to answer any question you have about your money, that's what Global Credit Union is about. Access to direct deposit funds up to 3 days in advance. Things you're just not going to find at a bank, or that's going to be better than what you're going to find at a bank. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit is required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
This is the story of the one.
As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta from Arizona Sports. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talk a lot about why refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures, and there is no cold calling. Why refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company paid, whole family health insurance, and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to whyrefi.com/careers or email careers@whyrefi.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
I'm Mitch Varel. With Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Diamondbacks hoping to turn their fortunes around after they got swept out of Cincinnati. Back home, start of a 3-game series tonight against the Seattle Mariners. Prior to the game, Diamondbacks announced a roster move. Kendall Graveman has been placed on the 15-day injured list due to a right hip impingement. Christian Montes de Oca has been recalled from AAA Reno. Merrill Kelly is the man on the mound tonight. He'll face the young right-hander for Seattle, Emerson Hancock. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And Stanley Cup Finals back in action. Game 3 from Sunrise, Florida. As the Panthers host the Edmonton Oilers, and the Panthers jumped out to an early lead. They scored within the first 56 seconds of the game. Go figure. Brad Marchand. Florida up 1-0 on Edmonton. This game is the series, I should say, is tied at 1 game apiece. This report is trending now. There is no report. There you go. That's your report.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
All right, what's on tonight is brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Got Diamondbacks baseball. It is on tonight as they are taking on the Seattle Mariners. You'll hear that game here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. You've also got Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Finals. 1-0 right now. The Florida Panthers beating the Edmonton Oilers. That's what's on tonight, Gambo.
Who scored? Do we know?
Marchand.
Marchand?
Yes.
He had the winner in overtime.
Yes, he did. Correct.
The other day.
Correct. Amundo. Yeah, he did. So that game's on tonight. Diamondbacks are on tonight. And that's what we've got cooking for you here on Arizona Sports. And stay tuned for the D-backs game. It starts at 6:40. First pitch, the D-backs and the Mariners as they are back home. I know it's not, we've had a lot of unpleasant conversations about the Arizona Diamondbacks today. It's not a real pleasant time, to be honest with you. It's weird to think that even though on Friday we knew about the Corbin Burns injury and it was reported that he was going to have the Tommy John and he was going to be out, and we talked about all the implications and everything, because they had won that series, they had swept that series against the Atlanta Braves. I'm not going to say we were optimistic, but it was a lot easier to see the bright side of things, right? And go, okay, they just swept the Braves, and this is going to be tough, but it can be done. Here's how it can be done. Then they got swept by the Reds over the weekend. That rain delay was an awful situation on Friday. It set them back all weekend long. Their offense was non-existent all weekend long. All the things that we need to see for them to be competitive without Corbin Burns. We're still waiting on Gambo. And even though Zach Gallen wasn't like the huge problem this weekend or wasn't even a huge problem yesterday, it was the offense. He still had such an issue with giving up the long balls this year and giving up the walks this year. They're not going anywhere until Zach Gallen figures some stuff out. That's just like the first thing that's got to happen here.
Yeah, at first you're concerned about the walks, right? You're like, he's just walking way too many guys. He's just walking away. You got to cut that down. Then you look at the home runs, and you sent a note today by Dalton Feely, who does a good job. Home runs allowed this season, 14 in 14 starts. Last year, home runs allowed 13 in 28 starts.
Yeah, it's not good.
He's already allowed more home runs this season than he did all of last year.
Yeah, in half the innings.
Half the innings.
He's given up 14 home runs in 80 innings. Last year, he gave up 13 in 148
right.
innings.
But then you look at the walks. Like the amount of walks that he has issued is way higher. Like it's almost double what he had last year at this time. So the home runs are double. The walks are double.
Yep.
And I think the ERA is probably double. So, that all leads to, we've seen some really good outings by Zach Gallen, but overall there are definitely concerns about the way he's pitching. But we've seen levels of greatness throughout this. It's just we haven't seen him be consistent.
No, it's and we have seen levels of greatness throughout this. We saw it against the Yankees. We saw it against in his the time before this last outing against the Atlanta Braves, where he was fantastic. And again on Sunday, Zach wasn't awful. He wasn't. That's a postage stamp sized ballpark they play in Cincinnati. They give up a lot of home runs there. Okay, he was, as you mentioned, he was one pitch away
from a terrific
outing. 7 innings, 2 runs allowed. Right, like the kind you take every day that ends in Y if you're the Arizona Diamondbacks. It was that one pitch to Matt McClain that kind of pushed it over the edge and took us into this different spot here. But again, if the D-backs are going to get where they want to go, it's the little stuff like that, Gambo, that's got to get fixed. It's got to get cleaned up. The loose screws have to get tight. Because if it doesn't, then it's not going to happen. It's just with the Corbin Burns injury, there's no margin for error when it comes to Zach Gallen anymore. He just has to be that guy that he was a couple of years ago if this is ever going to work without him.
Look, and I would even look at this series just in a nutshell. Seattle and between Jerry Dipoto and there's a history here of these teams trading with each other.
Yeah, there is.
If Seattle takes care of the Diamondbacks, if they sweep them or something crazy happens, they're like, okay, this thing's done and over with. They're going to be looking for help. Seattle's going to be looking for some pitching help. Logan Gilbert's been out for a while. I think he's making his final rehab start tomorrow, and then he's going to come back. But they've had some pitching issues. I could absolutely see them calling and inquiring about Zach Gallen if he's available and the Diamondbacks are not in this thing.
This is Dan Plesac on the MLB Network about Zach Gallen running out of mulligans at this point.
Zach Gallen has no more mulligans. It's time for him to start pitching like the pitcher that we know that he is. That rotation right there is good enough for them to get back in the wild card hunt and get there. It's time. Brandon Pfaadt got off to a great start. His last couple haven't been particularly good.
What do you do? What?
I fight for Pfaadt, and I still do. He's a good young pitcher. The talent is there with that 5 guys. It's there. They're going to have to step their game up. No more can they lean on Corbin Burns being the face of that rotation. Gallen was the face of that rotation until they signed Burns. I get it. He's a free agent at the end of the year. He's a good pitcher, and he's very capable of being a number 1 or number 2.
Here's the number that you and I both had in our emails to each other and to the rest of the team this morning and getting ready for this show. The Arizona Diamondbacks, when Zach Gallen records a quality start, 6 innings or more, 3 runs or less, the Diamondbacks are 5-0 when Zach Gallen gives them a quality start. He's not necessarily 5-0, but they're 5-0. When he doesn't achieve a quality start, they're 0-9. It's literally the defining delineation between success and failure. When he has a quality start, they win. When he doesn't, they don't. Wow. And it's that, and it's crazy.
Crazy stat.
That it would be that simple. And I don't think it'll be that simple all year long, but up until this point, it has been that simple. When he gives them a quality start. And that's what sucks about yesterday. It was, again, one Matt McClain home run pitch away from being a quality start. Like a really good start. But it's just the little stuff. Look, I don't know the trade deadline, and whether it's the Mariners or somebody else, the trade deadline the Diamondbacks are going to be, depending on what happens in the next 5 weeks, maybe the team to watch in Major League Baseball because of Gallen, because of Kelly, because of Naylor, because of Suarez, because of Shelby Miller.
Yep.
They've got a plethora of things that people would want. The Diamondbacks, they need to play well enough in the next month so that we don't even have to have the seller conversation. I don't know if they're going to be able to do it or not, but I know they're focused on not sitting around doing the woe is me thing because of Corbin Burns and trying to figure out whether he's going to opt in or opt out or what the long-term ramifications are. They just need to win enough games between now and the trade deadline so we're not having these seller conversations. Because if we get there, man, are they poised to be a gigantic seller on the market if they want to be. They got a lot of stuff people might want.
Well, yeah, I mean, listen, I think at 7.5 out of first place, I don't think you're going to catch the Dodgers 7.5 out. The thing you look at is the wild card, which we always expected that they would be a wild card team. Right now, the Padres, the Giants, and the Phillies are in the lead. Then it's the Cardinals, then it's the Brewers, then it's the Reds, then it's the Diamondbacks. So the Diamondbacks are 6 games out of the wild card, but they have to jump 4 teams to get there. Now, 67 games played, so that's, 95 left? 95 left. Okay, yeah. It's doable, but your margin for error is really slim here. Like, it's getting slim. You can't fall too far. You can't fall too far back, and you can't have too many teams ahead of you. Because one team ahead of you, okay, I can make an argument that over 95 games, the Diamondbacks can play 6 games better than Team X. But can you make the argument that they could play better than 4 teams that are ahead of them? Because that's what they're going to have to do.
When the temperature exceeds 100 in the valley, just 15 minutes of exposure can cause permanent damage. So text the word water to 620-620 to help us save lives this summer by dropping off water at select UPS store locations or donating today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive. It benefits Phoenix Rescue Mission. D-backs, Mariners, Game 1 from Chase Field. Can the Snakes stop the skid? We'll preview the matchup next here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
The Suns have to be aware of the gravity of the situation that they're in. All they got to do is find a franchise-changing player at number 29 and average like 25 points a game.
But it's laughable, but it does happen every now and again. What this franchise needs is a break of great luck in the form of picking a player who comes to the NBA and is just one of those dudes who's built for this.
Come on, basketball gods.
What have we ever done to anchor you to this level?
What have we?
What have we done to deserve this?
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Pat. So I went for ice cream the other night, and they had 48 flavors. I couldn't decide. Well, the Valley Toyota dealers have put me in that same position. They have 19 hybrid models to choose from, more than any other brand. How could you choose? Like the ice cream shop, I had to test all 19. Unlike the ice cream shop, I didn't go home with a bellyache, so that's a small win.
Get the all-hybrid Camry with 4.99% 60-month financing. Or get a gas or hybrid Tacoma with 4.75% 60-month financing. Even get low 2.99% financing for up to 72 months on any new Tundra. With great deals like this, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% with 1887 and 4.75% with 1776 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 2.99% with 1519 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 6/30/25. See dealer for details.
At Shane Company, we love a spring engagement, but you might be wondering, how do I find the perfect engagement ring? As a trusted family jeweler since 1929, we get asked this a lot. We have a wide selection of ring settings, like vintage designs with romantic details, floral settings inspired by nature, and classic styles with clean lines and sleek metals. Dreaming of the most beautiful diamond you've ever seen? At Shane Company, we handpick only the sparkliest center stones in all shapes and sizes, from oval to round to marquise, and more. We have gorgeous natural and lab-grown diamonds at competitive prices, in-store, ready to compare side by side. Drawn to certain colors? We're known for our rainbow of vivid natural sapphires, including shades of blue, straight out of a fairy tale, handpicked by our owner, Tom Shane. At Shane Company, we have the best free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, plus resizing, repairs, and cleanings for life. Visit us at shaneco.com or in store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Sonic Radio. CIO coming to you live from the red carpet, and here comes the star of the summer, Sweet Top Lemonade from Sonic. Wow, looking delicious as always. Tell us, what are you wearing?
Oh, this? Just a little blueberry lavender number. I was going for something tart and sweet.
Incredible. And is that cold foam on top? So chic. I wouldn't mind taking a sip of that.
Dude.
Wait, that came out wrong.
Try Sweet Top Lemonades from Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. Limited time only at participating Sonic drive-ins.
The traditional way is not the way to sell your home anymore.
I want stuff the way it's being done now to get the bang for the buck, if you will.
It took us 3 days to sell our home.
With the 72 sold program, you will know what the top of the market is for your home in 11 days or less. We wouldn't be the fastest growing firm of all businesses in Arizona if 72 Sold didn't work. So if you're thinking about selling your home, you need to go to 72sold.com.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, your service department moves fast.
What's up, Dave? We get it. Life moves fast. That's why our service department stays open late. Drop off by 8 p.m. and we'll have it for you ready for the next day. Plus, only at Liberty GMC all year round, buy 2 tires and get 2 free.
What?
Now that's service you can count on. And if you're looking for a truck, you can enjoy $12,250 off a brand new 2025 Sierra 1500.
Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco or your local Bashes.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. D-Backs on Deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. And by 72 Sold. 72 Sold. Get a higher price for your home.
Diamondbacks back home after a 3-3 road trip, sweeping the Atlanta Braves, getting swept by the Cincinnati Reds, losing Corbin Burns for the season in the middle of that road trip to the Tommy John surgery. Strange time right now for the Diamondbacks as they try to hold on and get back in this race. Tonight's the first of 3 against the Seattle Mariners, and the pitching matchup for today's game is brought to you by the Window Depot. More than a window store. Visit one of their 4 Valley locations where you can find everything you need for your home remodel. For the Arizona Diamondbacks, Merrill Kelly, their right-hander, 6-2, 3.43 ERA. He was special his last time out against Atlanta. He is opposed by Emerson Hancock. The 26-year-old right-handed pitcher for Seattle is 2-2 with a 5.19 ERA.
Yeah, Hancock was a first-rounder in 2020. He had a terrible first start to the season. He got roughed up really bad in his first outing, and he got sent to the minors right after that. That's why his ERA is 5.19. In the 9 starts since he's been back, he's got an ERA of 4.17 with 4 quality starts. So overall, 50 innings pitched, 5.19 ERA. But again, that first start was not a good one. They demoted him to AAA right after that. He did come back, and he has pitched much better since then.
Merrill, his last time out came on June 4th against Atlanta, and like I said, he was great. 7 innings, 1 hit, 8 strikeouts, walked only 1. A game that very much felt like it was in doubt until the very end. That was the crazy game with Justin Martinez, and he comes into the 8th to save it. He pitches brilliantly. In the 9th, they roll him back out there, and it's a mess. Lucky he got out of it. Merrill, in many ways, as crazy as it is to say it, was fortunate that he got a win in that game, given how uncertain the ending was, because it was really crazy there for a while.
Yeah, it was. I was even kind of worried about. I was worried about because he pitched so well, right? He had no hit stuff. He was so dominant, and he leaves the game, and then they got the tack-on run. You're like, okay, we got that second run. That should be good enough. And then Martinez gives up the run. That was a crazy 37-pitch outing, I think, for Justin Martinez over those 2 innings, and so dominant coming in. But yeah, it looked like Merrill Kelly was going to get a win, and it looked like he was going to get a loss, and he ended up getting the win, which is good for him.
Meanwhile, the Diamondbacks, as we mentioned, we all know that the state that they're in. Corbin Burns lost for the season with the Tommy John surgery. It's going to bleed over into next season too. We don't know exactly when he's going to be back. Best case scenario we're thinking is going to be around the All-Star break of next year. The Diamondbacks have to figure out a way how to survive without him, and we thought coming off the sweep of Atlanta that the D-backs were in a good position to do that, but then they got swept by the Reds. They got a poor pitching performance from Ryan Nelson. The rain-delayed game from Friday bleeding over into Saturday was kind of a mess. Mostly the story of the weekend was the offense. Only 6 runs in the 3 games in one of the most offensive-friendly ballparks in Major League Baseball, certainly one of the most homer-friendly ballparks in Major League Baseball. But now, as we turn to the injury report, and today's injury report is brought to you by Barrow Neurological Institute. Learn more at barrowneuro.org. Torey Lovello with some pregame injury updates on Corbin Burns, A.J. Puck, Kendall Graveman, and Christian Mena.
Corbin Burns will have his surgery on Wednesday. A.J. Puck is out to 120 feet in his throwing program. Kendall Graveman was put on the IL today with right hip impingement. And in his place, Montez de Oca will rejoin us. Update with Christian Mena's right shoulder. He has a teres major strain. So that we're talking in terms of weeks, not days, as we'd originally hoped for with him.
Weeks, not days for Mena. And then Lovello was asked a follow-up question if pitching in the rain is the reason why Mena got hurt on Friday nights.
No, because I think he was feeling a little something in the bullpen. I want to believe it was because of the rain, because I can target a situation that's still bothering me. But unfortunately, I can't. And I think he was feeling a little discomfort in the bullpen. Made mention of it being a little bit tight, and then went out there to try to compete. And I think that's just what the athletes end up doing.
He's still
blame it on the rain, Torey. Blame it on the rain.
A little Milli Vanilli for you.
Yeah.
That's funny. That's good. I like that. Take a rough situation and give me something to laugh about.
Meny's a guy, like I mentioned. Meny's a guy that they want him to be next in line to be a starter. So they want to keep him, spread out. They don't want to just turn him into a reliever. If somebody goes down now, he's the most likely guy to become a starting pitcher.
Yeah, so when he's going to be back, it's tough to say. Weeks, not days, so it's certainly going to be a while. We should expect him to not return anytime soon. Two other notes from the Diamondbacks injury-wise. Gabriel Moreno is day-to-day with a sore hand. Lovello said today that he's very close. He's officially able to be a true backup today. Yesterday, he was emergency only. So that's good news about the D-backs catcher. And Corbin Carroll had a very tight hamstring when he was in Cincinnati. Happened during the Atlanta series. They're still trying to work through that right now. That was the reason why we didn't see him a whole lot against the Cincinnati Reds over the weekend. The MLB standings brought to you by Liberty GMC. Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than at Liberty GMC. Diamondbacks starting the day 31-34, 6 games out of the final wild card spot in the National League with 4 teams they would have to jump in order to get there. Meanwhile, the Seattle Mariners, a game and a half out of the final wild card spot in the American League as they look to make a push in the American League West. They're 2.5 back of the Houston Astros. Gambo's got a key to the game for you.
Listen, man, I need you to be the key master. I am the key master.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. D-backs keys to the game. Brought to you by G2G Protein.